The Midnight Daughters. A Sapphic Gothic Romance. By Eressa. Chapter 1, The Letter. The ink had long since dried on Imara's fingertips, but she could still feel it there, a phantom stain, dark as accusation. She flexed her hand beneath the lamplight, watching shadows pool between her knuckles, and returned her attention to the manuscript spread across her rented desk. Women's Medicinal Knowledge in Rural Devonshire, 1650 to 1750. Not her title. Professor Wickham had chosen it, carefully excising any hint of the controversy buried in her research, that these wise women had been systematically erased, their knowledge stolen or destroyed, their very existence an inconvenience to the men who wrote the official histories. Imara's original title had included the word suppressed. Wickham had called it needlessly provocative. She'd changed it. Of course she had. The lodging house creaked around her, settling into the November cold. 3 floors up in Bloomsbury, her room was barely large enough for the narrow bed, the desk, and the trunk containing everything she owned. The wallpaper had been cheap even when new, now it hung in yellowed strips, revealing plaster stained by decades of London damp. Her single window overlooked a courtyard where nothing grew. It was nearly midnight. She should sleep. She had lectures to attend in the morning, not to give, never to give, but to sit in the back and take notes for Professor Wickham, who would present her findings as his own discoveries. Again. Imara reached for her tea and found it cold. She drank it anyway. The floorboard outside her door groaned, a particular sound she'd learned to recognize. She was on her feet before conscious thought completed, hands already smoothing her skirts, shoulders curving inward. By the time Mr. Bentley, her landlord, passed in the hallway, she had made herself small against the wall, eyes down, hands folded. Just another shadow in a house full of them. She held her breath until his footsteps faded, then released it slowly, hating the relief that came with his departure. Hating more that she'd done it without thinking, this collapsing of herself, this practiced disappearing. Observer, not participant. The phrase rose unbidden, something Dr. Helena Marsh had told her once. You're brilliant at documenting everyone else's story, Imara, but when will you live your own? Imara returned to her desk, to the safety of other women's histories. Safer to chronicle the dead than to risk being chronicled herself, the brilliant Negro scholar, the unnatural woman, the curiosity in an academic world built to exclude her on both counts. She knew what happened to women who took up too much space, who wanted too much, who loved wrong. She knew because she'd spent 5 years researching exactly that. The knock came soft but insistent. Imara frowned, Mr. Bentley never knocked, and moved to the door. Telegram, miss. The boy couldn't have been more than 12, breath misting in the cold hallway. Said it were urgent. She pressed a penny into his palm, more than she could afford, and closed the door before examining the envelope. Heavy paper, expensive. The sender's name made her hands still. Thorne and Associates, solicitors. Imara broke the seal with her thumbnail, unfolding the paper beneath the lamp's uncertain light. Miss Thornwood. It is our duty to inform you of the passing of Dr. Helena Marsh, late of Ashwood Estate, Surrey. Dr. Marsh named you sole beneficiary of her property and effects. Your presence is requested at the estate at your earliest convenience to take possession of your inheritance. We extend our condolences for your loss. Yours faithfully. Edmund Thorne, Esq. The words swam. Imara read them again, then a third time, waiting for them to transform into something that made sense. Helena was dead. She should feel something. Grief, perhaps. Relief? Helena had been many things. Mentor, tormentor, the woman who'd opened doors for Imara while simultaneously holding her back, taking credit while offering opportunity. For 3 years, Imara had served as her research assistant, cataloging, translating, doing the unglamorous work that formed the foundation of Helena's published papers. You're invaluable to me, Helena had said once, late at night in her study, firelight catching the silver in her hair. She'd touched Imara's hand, a brief pressure. You understand these stories the way no one else does. Imara had pulled away. She'd had to. And now Helena was gone, and she'd left Imara an estate. An entire estate. Why? She moved to her trunk, pulling out the tin box where she kept Helena's letters. There weren't many. Helena preferred conversation to correspondence, but Imara unfolded them anyway, searching for clues. Invitations to dinners she couldn't attend. Requests for research assistance. One, written shortly after Imara's mother had died, offered condolences in Helena's precise hand. You are not alone in this world, my dear. You have gifts and purpose, and there are those who value both, even if they cannot say so openly. At the time, Imara had thought it a kindness. Now, she wondered what Helena had meant. What she'd been trying to say beneath the careful words. The final letter lay at the bottom of the box, dated 3 months ago. Imara had never opened it. It had arrived the same week as Wickham's dismissal of her work, and she'd been too raw, too angry to face more of Helena's complicated affection. She broke the seal now. Dearest Imara. I am not well. The doctors offer platitudes, but I am a scholar. I know how to read what remains unsaid. Time grows short, and there are things I must tell you, things I cannot commit to paper in a letter that might be read by others. If you are reading this, I have likely already gone to whatever comes after. Do not mourn me overmuch. I made my choices, for good or ill, and I accept their weight. I have left you Ashwood Estate. You will think this strange, you will wonder why. Come to Surrey. See what I have kept there, what I could not bring myself to face. You will understand then, I think. You will understand many things. There are women's stories there, Imara. The kind you seek. The kind that matter. The kind that could not save me, but might yet save you. The house has been waiting. It knows its own. With deepest regard. Helena. Imara's hands trembled as she lowered the letter. The lamp guttered, shadows leaping across the peeling wallpaper, and for a moment she felt watched. Not by the absent landlord or the indifferent city, but by something older, something patient. She looked at the telegram again. At your earliest convenience. She had nothing here. A room too small for breathing, work that would never be credited to her name, a future of careful disappearing. She'd been making herself small for so long she'd almost forgotten what it felt like to expand, to reach, to want. Women's stories. The kind that matter. What had Helena found? What had frightened her badly enough that she'd kept it hidden, even from someone she'd claimed to value? Imara folded the letters carefully, returned them to their box. Then she pulled her traveling bag from beneath the bed and began to pack. She owned little enough that it didn't take long. Her clothes, her books, her journals filled with other women's histories and her own unspoken longings carefully coded in margins. Dawn was still hours away when she finished, but Imara couldn't sleep. She returned to her desk, to the manuscript that would be published under Wickham's name, and read her own words as though they belonged to a stranger. These women, who healed and midwifed and knew the properties of every growing thing, were declared unnatural. Their knowledge was called witchcraft, their community was called conspiracy, their love for each other was called corruption. And so they were erased, written out of history, leaving only traces in trial records and burning grounds. But traces can be followed. Absences can be read. And the women who were silenced are speaking still, if we know how to listen. She'd written it for Wickham's book. But she'd meant it for herself. Imara dipped her pen one final time, turning to a fresh page in her private journal. She dated it, November 14, 1883, and wrote, Today I received an inheritance. Tomorrow I leave London. What awaits me in Surrey, I cannot say. But I am tired of being small. I am tired of documenting other women's courage while demonstrating none of my own. Dr. Marsh wrote that the house has been waiting. Very well. Let it wait no longer. She closed the journal, extinguished the lamp, and sat in darkness until the dawn came, gray and cold, bringing with it the first day of the rest of her life. Chapter 2, The Journey. The train to Surrey carved through fog so thick it seemed to have substance, as though they traveled not through air but through some denser medium, cloud, perhaps, or memory. Imara pressed her forehead against the cold window glass and watched London dissolve behind her, the city's sharp edges softening into suggestion, then nothing. She'd sent a telegram ahead, arriving Ashwood Station, November 14th, 2 o'clock. Thornwood. Brief, efficient. She hadn't known what else to say. Thank you for the house I never asked for, left to me by a woman I couldn't quite love and couldn't quite leave. The third-class carriage was nearly empty. A farmer dozed across the aisle, hat pulled low. 2 rows ahead, a woman in widow's weeds clutched a basket, never looking up. Imara recognized the posture, that careful stillness designed to discourage conversation, questions, attention. She'd perfected it herself. But today, she found herself restless. The countryside sliding past held her attention, bare November fields, skeletal trees, the occasional farmhouse hunched against the cold. She'd spent her entire life in cities, first Manchester with her mother, then London. The openness unnerved her. So much space, and nowhere to hide. Her traveling bag sat at her feet, containing everything she'd deemed essential: clothes for a week, her research journals, Helena's letters, a book of poetry she'd bought secondhand and never quite dared to read in public. The rest of her possessions, such as they were, she'd left with her landlord, promising to send for them once she was settled. If she settled. If the estate wasn't some elaborate mistake or cruel joke. If Helena's letter meant what Imara desperately hoped it meant and not something darker she couldn't yet imagine. There are women's stories there. The kind you seek. The train lurched, metal screaming against metal, and Imara's hand flew to steady her bag. The farmer woke with a snort. The widow clutched her basket tighter. And then they were slowing, the fog thinning enough to reveal a small platform, a painted sign, Ashwood Station. Ashwood. The same name as the estate, as the family Helena had married into, though Helena had kept her maiden name in academic circles, one of her many careful compromises. Had the village taken its name from the estate, or had the estate taken the village's? Imara made a mental note to research local history, then caught herself. Always cataloging, always documenting. Never simply experiencing. She gathered her bag and stepped onto the platform. The air hit her first, colder than London, sharper, with an edge of wood smoke and earth. The station was modest, barely more than a covered platform with a single bench and a clerk's window. A handful of other passengers disembarked, dispersing quickly into the village beyond. Imara stood alone, suddenly uncertain. Miss Thornwood, I expect? The voice came from behind her, dry, matter-of-fact, faintly amused. Imara turned to find a woman who could only be Mrs. Peabody. She was shorter than Imara, sturdily built, with iron-gray hair pinned in a no-nonsense bun beneath a practical bonnet. Her dress was dark wool, sensible for travel, and she carried a market basket over one arm. Her face was weathered but sharp-eyed, the kind of face that missed nothing and chose carefully what to comment upon. Mrs. Peabody? Imara offered her hand, remembered too late that servants didn't shake hands with their employers, pulled back. Mrs. Peabody's mouth quirked. That's right, miss. Been keeping the estate these 30 years, and I'll keep keeping it, if you've no objection. She didn't wait for a response, simply took Imara's bag, despite Imara's protest, and started toward a cart and horse waiting beyond the platform. Train on time, that's novel. Usually runs late. You'll want to settle in before dark, I expect. November days are short this far from the city. Imara followed, thrown off balance by the woman's briskness. I appreciate you meeting me, Mrs. Peabody. I know this must be, that is, Dr. Marsh's death must have been. Dr. Marsh died as she lived, miss. Quietly, stubbornly, with her books. Mrs. Peabody loaded the bag into the cart with practiced efficiency. Been expecting it these 6 months. She didn't take care, you see. Too busy with her research, her visitors, she paused, giving Imara a look that felt like assessment. Well. Her projects. The way she said projects made Imara's skin prickle. I was one of those projects, I suppose. I couldn't say, miss. Mrs. Peabody climbed onto the cart seat, took up the reins. I make it my business not to know more than I need to. Keeps life simple. She patted the seat beside her. Come along, then. Estate's an hour's drive, and I'd as soon do it in daylight. Imara settled beside her, acutely aware that she was sharing a cart seat with a servant, with her own servant, technically, which somehow made it worse. In London, propriety would demand distance, formality, a careful hierarchy. But Mrs. Peabody seemed utterly unconcerned with such niceties, clucking to the horse and steering them onto a narrow road that wound between hedgerows. For a while, they traveled in silence. Imara found herself grateful for it, for the space to observe without the pressure of conversation. The village gave way to open country, fields divided by stone walls, distant sheep like clouds scattered across hillsides. The fog had lifted enough to reveal a gray sky, heavy with the promise of rain. Dr. Marsh spoke of you, Mrs. Peabody said eventually, startling Imara from her thoughts. Not often, mind. She wasn't one for chit-chat. But she'd mention you sometimes, after you stopped coming round. Said you had a gift for seeing what was hidden. Imara's throat tightened. We had a disagreement. About the nature of my work. About who'd get credit for it, more like. Mrs. Peabody's tone was pragmatic, not judgmental. Dr. Marsh could be difficult that way. Wanted things both ways, wanted to help you, wanted to keep you under thumb. Common enough problem, among folk who've had to fight for every inch they've got. They forget how to share the ground. The casual insight stung in its accuracy. You knew her well, then. 30 years, miss. I knew her habits. That's not quite the same as knowing a person, but it's close enough for housekeeping. Mrs. Peabody guided the horse around a bend, and the road began to climb. She was fond of you, though. In her way. Leaving you the estate proves that, doesn't it? I'm not sure what it proves, Imara admitted. Why not leave it to family? To the university? Mrs. Peabody snorted. Dr. Marsh had no family left worth speaking of. Married into the Ashwoods for the estate and the library, everyone knew it. When her husband died, 20 years back now, she stayed on alone. As for the university. The older woman shook her head. Those gentlemen scholars made it plain enough they'd have the books and research papers but not the house itself. Called it unsuitable for academic purposes. What they meant was haunted, but they're too refined to say so. Imara's attention sharpened. Haunted? Local talk, miss. Nothing you need concern yourself with. Mrs. Peabody's tone had gone carefully neutral, the tone of someone closing a door. Every old house has its stories. Ashwood's older than most, that's all. They crested a hill, and Mrs. Peabody pulled the horse to a stop. There, miss. Your inheritance. Imara looked, and felt her breath catch. The estate sprawled across a shallow valley, dark against the gray landscape. Even from this distance, it was clearly massive, a central manor house of weathered stone, 3 stories at least, with wings extending on either side. A tower rose from one corner, its peaked roof sharp against the sky. Windows glinted dully, reflecting nothing. Gardens sprawled around it, overgrown but still maintaining ghost patterns of their original design. Beyond, she could see the remains of other structures, a conservatory with broken glass, outbuildings half swallowed by ivy. It was Gothic in the truest sense, beautiful and terrible, elegant and decaying, a monument to something that had been grand and was now simply enduring. It's... Imara searched for words. Larger than I expected. Dr. Marsh kept to the main house, mostly. Let the rest go to seed. No point maintaining what you don't use, she said. Though I did what I could with the gardens. Mrs. Peabody clicked to the horse, starting them down the slope. House itself is sound enough. Good bones. Just needs people in it. Houses are like people that way, they sicken when they're lonely. The road descended through bare trees, their branches forming a skeletal canopy. Imara found her gaze drawn repeatedly to the estate, to the way it seemed to grow larger as they approached without ever quite coming into focus. Shadows pooled in its corners, gathered beneath its eaves. She counted windows, too many to count, actually, the architecture complex enough that she kept losing track. "How many rooms?" she asked. 47, last I counted. Though some have been sealed up. Dr. Marsh locked certain wings, said she'd no use for them. Mrs. Peabody's voice held a note of disapproval. "A house needs to breathe," I told her. "Sealing rooms just makes the damp worse." But she wouldn't hear it. They passed through iron gates, ornate but rusted, hanging half open on their hinges. The drive curved through what had once been formal grounds. Imara glimpsed statuary, a fountain long dry, the skeleton of a maze. And then they were pulling up before the main entrance, and Mrs. Peabody was setting the brake, and Imara was staring at the massive oak door with its tarnished brass fixtures. "Well," Mrs. Peabody said. "Here we are, then." Imara climbed down from the cart, her legs unsteady. She'd been sitting too long, that was all. The strange vertigo had nothing to do with the house itself, with the way it loomed over her, making her feel small in a way that had nothing to do with self-preservation and everything to do with scale. Mrs. Peabody retrieved her bag, moving with the brisk efficiency of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. She produced a key, massive, iron, medieval-looking, and fitted it to the lock. "I'll show you to your room, miss, and then you'll want tea, I expect. After that, you can explore as you like. Though I'd recommend staying to the main house for now. The east wing's not safe, floorboards are rotten, and the west wing's where Dr. Marsh kept her, well. You'll see, I suppose." She pushed the door open. The sound it made, a low groan, wood against stone, raised every hair on Imara's arms. The entrance hall stretched before them, cavernous and dark. A grand staircase rose from the center, splitting into two directions. Portraits lined the walls, faces obscured by grime and shadow. The floor was black and white marble, laid in a pattern that seemed to shift when Imara wasn't looking directly at it. Dust motes swirled in the weak light filtering through high windows, moving in ways that suggested more than draft. And there, just for a moment, Imara felt it, a presence. Not hostile, not welcoming. Simply, aware. The sensation of being seen by something that had been waiting a very long time for her to arrive. She stepped across the threshold. The temperature dropped. Not dramatically, just enough to notice, just enough to raise gooseflesh beneath her sleeves. The quality of sound changed too, as though the house swallowed noise differently than open air, holding it close. Mrs. Peabody, already moving toward the stairs, seemed unaffected. "Mind the third step, miss. It creaks something terrible. I keep meaning to have it fixed, but..." She shrugged. "Some things in this house resist fixing." Imara followed, but paused in the center of the entrance hall, turning slowly. She couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, catalogued, assessed. Her scholar's mind wanted to dismiss it as nerves, as the natural response to a strange place after a long journey. But her instincts, the part of her that had learned to read danger in white men's eyes, in the set of a landlord's shoulders, knew better. Something in this house was paying attention. "Miss?" Mrs. Peabody had reached the landing, was looking back. "You coming?" "Yes," Imara said. She touched the banister, felt cold wood beneath her palm, and started up the stairs. "Yes, I'm coming." Behind her, unheard, the front door swung slowly shut. It made no sound at all as it closed, sealing them inside. And if the portraits on the walls seemed to turn their heads, tracking her progress up the stairs, well, that was only a trick of the light. Only a trick. But Imara, who had spent 5 years studying women's histories, who knew how to read what was written in silences and gaps, felt the house settle around her like a held breath. And somewhere in its dark heart, someone, began to smile. Chapter 3, Crossing the Threshold. Mrs. Peabody led her up 2 flights of stairs, past corridors that branched into darkness, past closed doors with tarnished nameplates Imara couldn't quite read in the dim light. The house seemed to go on forever, turning back on itself, creating a geography that defied the exterior's proportions. Dr. Marsh kept the south wing of the second floor for her own use, Mrs. Peabody explained, her voice echoing strangely. I've prepared her study for you, seemed fitting, given your work. The bedroom adjoins it. I don't want to intrude on, Imara began, then stopped. Helena was dead. There was no intrusion possible, only inheritance. Mrs. Peabody glanced back, and something in her weathered face softened. Dr. Marsh would want you there, miss. She was particular about who touched her things. Made me promise, toward the end, that I'd let the right person use that room. Said I'd know them when I saw them. She paused at a door, hand on the knob. I think she meant you. The study was smaller than Imara expected, which somehow made it more intimate. Late afternoon lights slanted through tall windows, illuminating dust motes that danced in lazy spirals. The walls were lined floor to ceiling with books, not the pristine leather-bound volumes of a gentleman's library, but working books, their spines cracked, margins filled with notes. A desk dominated one corner, its surface clear except for an oil lamp and a single leather journal, closed. Imara's throat tightened. She could see Helena here, bent over research, silver hair catching lamplight, that slight frown of concentration she'd worn when deep in thought. Bedrooms through there, Mrs. Peabody said, nodding toward a connecting door. I've aired it out, changed the linens. Your bag's on the bed. She moved to the windows, adjusting curtains with practiced hands. Tea in an hour, miss. That'll give you time to settle. After that, you're free to explore, but mind what I said about the East Wing, floorboards aren't safe. And the West Wing. She hesitated. Well. The West Wing's locked. Dr. Marsh kept the only key, and I've not found it among her things. If you do, perhaps best to leave it be. What's in the West Wing? Mrs. Peabody's hands stilled on the curtain. Dr. Marsh's private research, I imagine. The work she didn't share with the university. She turned, meeting Imara's gaze. This house has layers, miss. Like an onion, or a puzzle box. Dr. Marsh spent 20 years here, and I don't think she ever reached the center of it. Some houses. She paused, seeming to choose her words carefully. Some houses have a way of keeping what belongs to them. And freeing what shouldn't be caged. The phrase hung in the air, strange and oracular. Imara wanted to ask what she meant, but Mrs. Peabody was already moving toward the door. Tea in an hour, she repeated. I'll be in the kitchen if you need anything. Shout, and I'll hear you. House carries sound peculiarly. She paused at the threshold, hand on the doorframe. Welcome home, Miss Thornwood. Then she was gone, footsteps receding down the corridor, leaving Imara alone in a dead woman's study. For a long moment, Imara simply stood, letting the silence settle around her. The house wasn't quiet, old buildings never were. She could hear the creak of settling wood, the whisper of wind against windows, the distant groan of pipes. But beneath those ordinary sounds lay something else. A quality of attention, of patience. She moved to the windows. From here, she could see the overgrown gardens, the conservatory with its shattered glass panels, and beyond, the dark line of woods that bordered the estate. The landscape looked melancholy in the fading light, beautiful in its decay. Like something that had given up trying to maintain appearances and found a kind of peace in neglect. Houses are like people that way, they sicken when they're lonely. Imara turned from the window and approached the desk. The leather journal sat precisely in the center, as though positioned deliberately. She recognized Helena's handwriting on the cover, Private, IT. Her initials. This had been left for her specifically. She opened it. Helena's handwriting filled the first page, dated 6 months earlier, around the time she'd written that final letter to Imara. If you're reading this, my dear, then I've gone where all scholars eventually go, to become primary source material for future researchers. The irony is not lost on me. I've debated what to write here, how much to tell you, how much to let you discover. Too much information paralyzes, too little leaves one floundering. I've chosen a middle path, though whether it's wisdom or cowardice, I cannot say. You were right to leave when you did. I knew it then, though I resented you for it. I took credit for your work because I could, because the academic world would never credit a young black woman with such insights, because I told myself I was protecting you from a scrutiny you couldn't survive. These were all lies I told to justify what was simply theft. But I did see you, Imara. Perhaps not well enough, not honestly enough, but I saw your brilliance. And I saw something else. You were looking for something I'd spent my life avoiding. When I married into the Ashwood family, I did so for access to their library. The Ashwoods collected obsessively, occult texts, medical manuscripts, women's diaries from centuries past. Everything the university deemed unsuitable for scholarly consideration. I thought I'd mine it for respectable research while ignoring the rest. I was wrong. You cannot ignore this house. It won't allow it. Imara's hands trembled slightly as she turned the page. There are rooms here I never opened. Passages I feared to explore. I was a coward, you see. I wanted the knowledge without the cost, the discovery without the danger. I documented what was safe and pretended the rest didn't exist. You wrote once, in a draft I wasn't meant to see, that absences can be read. That the women erased from history are speaking still, if we learn how to listen. They are speaking here, Imara. Louder than anywhere else I've ever been. I'm leaving you this house not as burden but as choice. You can sell it, walk away, use the money for the life you deserve. Or you can stay. You can open the doors I couldn't. You can listen to what I was too frightened to hear. I don't know what you'll find. I don't know what it will cost. But I know this, you were meant for this place, or it for you. Some connections transcend logic. There's a second letter hidden in the library, third shelf from the top, behind the collected works of Aphra Ben. Fitting, I thought, to hide truth behind a woman who wasn't allowed to sign her own name. That letter will tell you more. But only read it if you're certain you want to stay. Once you know what I know, there's no unknowing it. Be brave, my dear. Be braver than I was. With love and regret, Helena. Imara closed the journal, pressing her palms against its leather cover. Her heart beat against her ribs like something caged, trying to escape or perhaps trying to break free. Some houses have a way of keeping what belongs to them. And freeing what shouldn't be caged. She stood, moved to the bookshelves. The light was fading rapidly now, November dusk coming on with that swift finality that made the countryside feel more isolated than any city. She lit the oil lamp on the desk, carried it to the shelves. Third from the top. Collected works of Aphra Ben. Her fingers found the spine, green cloth, gilt lettering worn nearly smooth. She pulled it forward, and yes, there behind it, pressed flat against the wall, a sealed envelope, her name written in Helena's hand. Imara took it down, stood holding both lamp and letter, caught between curiosity and something that felt dangerously like fear. She could walk away. Sell the estate, return to London, find new employment, build the safe small life she'd been constructing for herself. Or she could open this letter. And whatever came after. Tea's ready, miss. Mrs. Peabody's voice floated up from somewhere below, impossibly clear despite the distance. Imara startled, nearly dropping the letter. The house carries sound peculiarly. She tucked the envelope into her skirt pocket, returned Aphra Ben to the shelf, and carried the lamp back to the desk. The bedroom door stood ajar. Through it, she could see the bed Mrs. Peabody had prepared, a four-poster with heavy curtains, quilts piled high against the November cold. Her traveling bag sat on the coverlet, looking small and out of place. Imara closed Helena's journal, left it on the desk, and went to find tea. The kitchen was in the house's heart, a vast room with a ceiling crossed by dark beams, a fireplace large enough to stand in, copper pots hanging from hooks. Mrs. Peabody had set out tea at a scarred wooden table, the kind of table that had seen centuries of use and bore the marks to prove it. Sit, miss. Mrs. Peabody poured from a brown teapot. You look as though you could use warming up. House gets into your bones this time of year. Imara sat, accepted the cup gratefully. The tea was strong and sweet, exactly what she needed. How long did you say you've worked here? 30 years come spring. Started when Dr. Marsh's husband was still alive. Cold man, he was, though I shouldn't speak ill of the dead. He died, she stayed on. Most widows would have sold up, gone back to family. But Dr. Marsh. Mrs. Peabody settled into the chair opposite, her own cup cradled in work-worn hands. She said the house needed her. Or she needed it. Same difference, perhaps. Did she seem? Imara searched for the right word. Afraid? Of the house, I mean? Mrs. Peabody's sharp eyes studied her over the rim of her cup. What's Dr. Marsh been telling you, then? In her letters? That there are things here worth discovering. And things that frightened her. Sensible woman, Dr. Marsh, for all her oddities. Fear's just wisdom wearing a different hat. Mrs. Peabody took a long sip of tea. I'll tell you what I told her. First week she was here alone, wandering those corridors at all hours. I said, ma'am, this house is older than any of us, and it'll be here when we're dust. It's seen things we can't imagine, held secrets we've no business knowing. But it's never hurt me, and I've never hurt it. We have an understanding. What kind of understanding? The kind where I clean what needs cleaning, cook what needs cooking, and don't ask questions about things that aren't my concern. The kind where I knock before entering sealed rooms, even when I have the key. The kind where I leave out milk on certain nights and don't wonder what drinks it. She set down her cup with a decisive click. You're educated, miss. You'll want explanations, proofs, evidence. But some things don't fit into books. Some things just are. Imara thought of the sensation at the threshold, the feeling of being watched. You're telling me the house is haunted. I'm telling you the house is alive. Haunted's what people say when they're too afraid to admit that walls can have memory, that grief soaks into stone, that love, she paused. Well. That love leaves marks. The kitchen fire popped, sending up a shower of sparks. Imara wrapped her hands around her cup, seeking warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. Dr. Marsh thought I was brought here for a reason, she said quietly. Do you believe that? Mrs. Peabody rose, moved to the stove, refilled the teapot from the kettle. When she spoke again, her voice was thoughtful. I believe houses know their own. I believe Dr. Marsh knew things she couldn't say outright, so she said them sideways, in letters and locked doors and wills. And I believe you wouldn't be here, really here, sitting in my kitchen drinking tea, if you didn't already know something's waiting for you. She returned to the table, topped up Imara's cup. Question is, are you brave enough to meet it? The weight in Imara's pocket seemed to grow heavier. The sealed letter, waiting. I don't know, Imara admitted. I've spent my life being careful. Being small. Not taking risks. And how's that worked for you? The question landed like a blow, gentle but precise. Imara thought of her cramped room in Bloomsbury, of Professor Wickham's lectures built on her research, of making herself invisible for Mr. Bentley, of every time she'd bitten back words or dimmed her brilliance or pretended not to notice when her work vanished under someone else's name. Not well, she said. Well then. Mrs. Peabody's smile was small but genuine. Perhaps it's time to try something different. They finished tea in companionable silence. Mrs. Peabody produced bread and cold meat, insisting Imara eat. You're thin as a rail, and the house is cold, you'll need your strength, and Imara found herself hungry despite everything, despite the strangeness and uncertainty. I'll be going to my cottage once I've cleared up, Mrs. Peabody said, gathering dishes. It's just beyond the kitchen gardens. I don't sleep in the main house, never have, never will. But I'll be back at dawn to start breakfast. You need anything in the night, there's a bell pull in your room. I'll hear it. You'll hear it from your cottage? Mrs. Peabody's smile turned mysterious. I said the house carries sound peculiarly, didn't I? Trust it, miss. Trust yourself. And mind the third step on your way up, still creak something terrible. Then she was bustling about, banking the fire, covering the bread, moving with the efficiency of long practice. Imara rose, carried her empty cup to the basin, felt suddenly awkward. Should she help? Leave? In this strange new hierarchy where she was mistress of a house but had never even kept her own rooms, she had no map for behavior. Go on, Mrs. Peabody said, not unkindly. Explore if you like, or rest. The house will show you what you need to see, in its own time. Imara nodded, leaving the kitchen's warmth for the corridor beyond. The house had grown dark while they talked, shadows pooling in corners. She should retrieve the lamp from the study, find her way back to her room, read Helena's second letter in private. But her feet carried her elsewhere. She found herself in the entrance hall again, standing at the base of the grand staircase. The portraits on the walls were barely visible now, just suggestions of faces in the gloom. The black and white marble floor gleamed dully, that pattern that seemed to shift when she wasn't looking directly at it. And there, just as before, that sense of presence. Of attention. Imara spoke into the darkness, her voice sounding strange in the vast space. I'm here. Imara Thornwood. Helena left me this house, though I don't know why. I don't know what you want from me, or what I'm meant to do here. But she swallowed. I'm trying not to be afraid. Silence answered her. Heavy, waiting silence. Then, so soft she might have imagined it, a sound like breath. Like relief. The temperature in the hall rose fractionally, just enough to ease the chill from her skin. A floorboard creaked somewhere above, not the third step, something else. A door closed, distant but distinct. The house was rearranging itself around her. Making space. Imara touched the banister again, felt that same cold wood, but this time there was something else too. A warmth beneath the chill, like a pulse. Like recognition. Some houses know their own. She climbed the stairs slowly, mindful of the third step. It groaned exactly as promised, and followed the corridor back to Helena's study. Her study, she corrected herself. This was hers now, for better or worse. The lamp still burned on the desk. Imara closed the door, moved to the connecting bedroom, found her bag and unpacked with methodical care, hanging her dresses in a wardrobe that smelled of cedar and thyme, arranging her toiletries on the washstand, placing her journals on the nightstand. Then she returned to the study, sat at the desk, and withdrew Helena's second letter from her pocket. The envelope was heavier than she expected. She broke the seal, unfolded the pages within, and began to read what Helena had been too frightened to say. Chapter 4, The Estate Reveals Itself. Helena's second letter was not a letter at all, but a catalogue. The Women of Ashwood Estate, an incomplete record. Imara read it by lamplight, the study's silence broken only by the occasional crack of settling wood and her own careful breathing. Helena's handwriting grew less steady as the pages progressed, as though written over many nights, in states of varying exhaustion or distress. I began this documentation 3 years ago, when I could no longer pretend the manifestations were products of stress or illness. The women appear most often in mirrors, at thresholds, in liminal hours, dawn and dusk. They are spectral, but not powerless. They are bound, but not silent. What follows are the names I've been able to recover from estate records, church registries, and the fragments they've shown me themselves. A list followed, each entry brief, tantalizing. Seraphine Ashwood, born in 1655, d. unknown, granddaughter of Thomas Ashwood. Disappeared from records after 1683. No death recorded. Portrait in West Gallery. Elspeth Marsh, born in 1659, d. 1683, companion to Seraphine. Murdered. Buried in unconsecrated ground beyond estate walls. Margaret Ashwood, born in 1615, d. 1657, Thomas's wife. Died of melancholia. Herbalist. Her garden remains. Catherine Ashwood, born in 1642, d. 1661, Thomas's daughter. Declared mad. Died in attic confinement. The list continued, names and dates, fragments of lives reduced to parenthetical deaths. Anne Fletcher, Mary Roberts, servants who died together in 1851. Vivian Darrow, spiritualist, died on estate grounds in 1878. Others without surnames, identified only by occupation or manner of death. I haven't been able to determine the exact nature of the binding, but the pattern is clear: women who loved women, women who possessed knowledge deemed dangerous, women who refused submission. All connected to the Ashwood bloodline. All trapped. Thomas Ashwood created something in the 1680s, a curse, a binding, a prison built into the very foundations. I found references in his journals to correction and containment, to ensuring his line would never again be corrupted by unnatural feminine influence. He succeeded in trapping them. But he also, perhaps inadvertently, created a space where they could exist together. A community of the condemned. I was too frightened to engage with them directly. I documented, observed, kept my distance. I took their stories and made them academic. In this, Imara, I failed them as I failed you. But you have the gift I lacked. You see the women in the absences. You know how to listen to silence. Perhaps you can do what I could not. The West Wing key is in my bedroom, in the false bottom of my jewelry box. The wing contains my research, but also, I believe, the center of the binding. A room I sealed but never entered. Whatever is there has been waiting for someone brave enough to look. Choose carefully, my dear. Once you engage with this, there may be no retreat. Imara had read the letter 3 times before she finally closed it, her hands steady despite the trembling that had started somewhere deep in her chest. She should be skeptical. She was a scholar, trained in evidence and reason. Ghosts were folklore, useful for understanding cultural anxieties but not literally real. Except she'd felt the presence in the entrance hall. Felt the house watching, responding, rearranging itself around her. She'd spent 5 years researching erased women. What if they weren't just erased from records, but trapped somewhere between existence and absence? What if documentation wasn't enough? What if witnessing required something more? Sleep had come late and fitfully, full of dreams she couldn't quite remember upon waking. But when dawn light finally crept through her bedroom curtains, Imara rose with purpose. She had a house to explore, a mystery to document, and, if Helena was right, women who'd been waiting centuries to be truly seen. Mrs. Peabody had breakfast waiting: porridge, bread, butter, tea strong enough to strip paint. You look like you slept in your books, miss. The housekeeper's tone was matter of fact, but her eyes were assessing. Dr. Marsh used to have that same look. All night reading, then wandering the house at dawn like a ghost herself. I want to see the library, Imara said. Helena mentioned the collection. The Ashwood materials. Ah. Mrs. Peabody refilled Imara's teacup. I wondered when you'd get to that. Library's on the ground floor, west corridor. Can't miss it, biggest room besides the ballroom. Dr. Marsh spent most of her time there. She paused. You'll find it extensive. And the West Wing? Mrs. Peabody's hand stilled on the teapot. Still locked, miss. Have you found the key, then? Not yet. The lie came easily. Imara wasn't ready to venture into the sealed wing, not until she understood more. But I'd like to see what Helena was working with. The primary sources. The library's got those, right enough. More women's diaries and letters than any collection I've seen. Dr. Marsh acquired them from estate sales, private collectors, church basements. Obsessive about it, she was. Mrs. Peabody sat down across from Imara, unusual enough that Imara paid attention. I'll tell you what I told her: those books aren't just paper and ink. The women who wrote them, they left more than words behind. You treat them with respect, you'll have no trouble. But if you're just mining them for your own purposes. She let the sentence hang. I understand, Imara said quietly. And she did. She'd been mining women's stories for academic advancement, taking without giving, documenting without witnessing. Here, perhaps, she could do better. After breakfast, she gathered her notebook, several pencils, and followed Mrs. Peabody's directions through corridors that seemed to shift slightly when she wasn't looking directly at them. The house's geography remained elusive, dreamlike. But eventually she found the library door, massive oak, slightly ajar. She pushed it open and stopped breathing. The library was enormous. 2 stories tall, with a gallery running along 3 walls, accessible by a wrought iron spiral staircase. Every available surface held books, shelved, stacked, piled on reading tables and window seats. The morning light filtering through tall windows illuminated thousands of spines in every color, every language, every era. But it was the subject matter that made Imara's heart race. She moved to the nearest shelf, running her fingers along the spines. The Diary of Anne Lister, 1791 to 1840. A collection of letters between 18th-century romantic friends. Medical texts written by female physicians, their names footnoted rather than credited. Grimoires and herbal guides, trial transcripts from witch trials, ship manifests listing women who'd emigrated alone. An entire section dedicated to female friendships and Boston marriages. Another to medicinal and poisonous plants, a woman's compendium. Mathematics texts, astronomy journals, philosophical treatises, all written by women, all marginalized or erased from mainstream scholarship. This wasn't just a collection. It was a rescue operation. A deliberate preservation of knowledge the world had tried to destroy. Imara pulled out her notebook with trembling hands and began to catalog. This was what she knew how to do: document, organize, create order from chaos. She moved methodically through the shelves, making notes on content, condition, cross-references. She lost herself in the familiar rhythm of scholarship, in the comfort of observable fact. Hours passed. The light shifted. She filled pages with careful annotations, constructing a mental map of the collection's scope and significance. This could be the foundation for groundbreaking research. She could publish, make her name, prove her worth to the academic establishment that had dismissed her. Then she reached the west wall and found the portraits. They covered the space between bookshelves, dozens of them, different eras and styles, but all women. Some were formal oil paintings in gilded frames, others simple sketches or daguerreotypes. Each had a small brass plaque with a name and dates. Margaret Ashwood, 1615 to 1657. Catherine Ashwood, 1642 to 1661. Anne Fletcher, 1828 to 1851. Mary Roberts, 1826 to 1851. The names from Helena's letter. The trapped women. Imara moved along the wall, studying each face. Margaret looked stern and capable, herbs in her lap. Catherine was younger, defiant even in formal portraiture. Anne and Mary appeared in a single tintype, standing close, their hands carefully positioned so their fingers just touched at the frame's edge. Then Imara reached the end of the wall, and her breath caught. The portrait was larger than the others, oil on canvas, remarkably well preserved. It showed a young woman, perhaps late 20s, in late 17th century dress. Dark auburn hair fell loose over her shoulders, unconventional for the era. Her face was angular, striking rather than conventionally beautiful, with high cheekbones and a sharp chin. But it was her eyes that held Imara transfixed. They were direct, unflinching, with a hunger in them that transcended the centuries between artist and viewer. They looked at Imara not as a subject looks out from a portrait, but as one person looks at another, with recognition, with challenge, with something that might have been hope. The brass plaque read, Seraphine Ashwood, 1655-. No death date. Just that question mark, hanging in space like an unanswered prayer. Imara found herself moving closer, drawn by something she couldn't name. The painting was masterful. Whoever had created it had captured not just physical likeness but something essential about the subject. A wildness barely contained, a ferocity tempered by sorrow. She's beautiful, isn't she? Imara spun around, heart hammering. But the library was empty. Had been empty this entire time. She was alone with thousands of silent books and the watching portraits. Hello? Her voice sounded small in the vast space. No answer. Just the settling creak of old wood, the whisper of draft through the chimney. Imara turned back to the portrait, half expecting it to have changed, but Seraphine's painted face remained exactly as before. Those eyes, watching. Waiting. She retreated to one of the reading tables, needing distance, needing the familiar comfort of her notebook. She'd spent too long immersed in the collection, that was all. The house's strangeness was affecting her perception. She needed to eat, to rest, to approach this systematically. But even as she tried to rationalize, she felt the weight of attention, not hostile, but curious. Assessing. The library's light had shifted to afternoon gold when she finally looked up from her notes, blinking against the brightness. She'd documented 3 complete sections, cross-referenced materials, begun constructing an organizational schema. Work she could defend, cite, prove. A sound made her pause, soft, rhythmic. Like humming. Imara froze, listening. There, from the direction of the fireplace. Someone was humming a melody, simple and domestic, the kind of tune one might hum while working. She stood slowly, notebook gripped like a talisman, and moved toward the sound. The fireplace was enormous, with a carved mantelpiece and brass fittings. The humming seemed to come from beside it, where 2 winged chairs sat angled toward the hearth. Imara could see the edge of one chair, its back to her. The humming continued, joined now by a second voice, lower, harmonizing. Hello? Imara tried again. Mrs. Peabody? The humming stopped abruptly. For a moment, absolute silence. Then, from one of the chairs, "She's not Mrs. Peabody, love. Can't you tell the difference?" The voice was young, female, with a pronounced Cockney accent. Definitely not Mrs. Peabody. Imara's hands had gone cold. She should run. She should call for help. But her feet carried her forward, around the chairs, to see who, what, sat there. 2 women occupied the winged chairs, or rather, 2 figures that had once been women. They were translucent, their edges soft and undefined, but their forms were clear enough. One was short and sturdy with red hair in braids, wearing a simple maid's dress. The other was taller, brown-haired, delicate-featured, in slightly finer servant's clothing. They were holding hands across the space between chairs. Their fingers overlapped, merged, existing in the same space without occupying it. The red-haired one smiled at Imara, a kind smile, curious but not unkind. "Don't faint, now. We get that sometimes with the new ones. Though usually we wait a bit longer before showing ourselves. Mary said we should wait, but I told her you seemed the sturdy sort." And, the other woman, Mary, said softly, "You're frightening her." "I'm not frightened," Imara said automatically, which was a lie. She was terrified. But also, and this surprised her, fascinated. You're real. You're actually here." "Well, here is a complicated word, love, but more or less, yes." And gestured to an empty chair nearby. "Sit down before you fall down. You've gone pale as milk." Imara sat, unable to tear her gaze from them. This was impossible. Ghosts were folklore, superstition, the product of grief and guilt and poor lighting. They weren't real women in real chairs having real conversations. Except they were. "You're Anne Fletcher and Mary Roberts," she said, her scholar's mind automatically categorizing even while her hands shook. "You died in 1851. You were kitchen maid and lady's maid, respectively. You died together." She stopped, remembering Helena's letter. "How did you die?" Mary's translucent face grew sad. The house was having one of its episodes. The curse gets stronger sometimes, pulls at us. We were trying to protect the other servants, get them out safely. But we. She glanced at Anne, and even spectral, the love between them was palpable. We wouldn't leave without each other. The floor gave way in the east wing, and said matter-of-factly. Upper stories came down on us. Killed us both quick, at least. Could have been worse. That's why it's still unsafe, whole sections rotten through now. And we're together, so that's something. Not everyone here has that. Here, Imara repeated. You mean the house? You're trapped here. Trapped's such an ugly word. Anne's grin was impish. We prefer indefinitely delayed. And Mary chided gently. Well, yes, trapped, and conceited. But it's not all bad. We have each other, don't we? And there's others. It's a bit like a boarding house, really. Except instead of rent, we're bound by a 17th century patriarch's fear of women loving women and knowing too much. The casual way she said it, as though centuries of imprisonment were just an inconvenience, made Imara's chest ache. You shouldn't have to. No, we shouldn't, Mary agreed quietly. None of us should. But here we are. She looked at Imara with eyes that were kind despite their translucence. Dr. Marsh documented us, you know. Watched us from a distance, took her notes, published her careful theories about collective hauntings and residual psychic energy. Never once asked what we needed. The words landed like accusation, all the more effective for being gentle. What do you need? Imara asked. The two women exchanged glances. Anne's smile faded into something more serious. Can't say yet, love. Not our place. You'll need to speak with Seraphine for that, she's the eldest, the first bound. She knows the curse best. Anne's expression turned almost mischievous. Though I'd wager you're already curious about her, aren't you? Saw you staring at her portrait like it might talk back. Heat rose in Imara's cheeks. I was simply, it's a remarkable painting. Course it is. And winked, actually winked. She was a remarkable woman. Still is, technically, though woman might not be quite the right word anymore. Not sure what you call someone who's been both alive and dead for 2 centuries. And, stop teasing, Mary said. Then, to Imara, what my wife means is that Seraphine is complicated. She's been here longest. Borne the most weight. And she doesn't trust easily, especially not scholars who show up with notebooks and good intentions. But we like you, and added. You've got kind eyes, even if you are looking at us like we're specimens. Can't quite help yourself, can you? Already thinking about how you'd document this, what questions you'd ask, how you'd verify our existence. Imara flushed deeper. Yes. I'm sorry. It's my training. Don't apologize for being what you are, Mary interrupted gently. Just maybe think about why you do what you do. Are you studying us, or to help yourself? The question hung in the air between them, unanswerable and essential. Before Imara could formulate a response, both women's forms flickered, like a candle flame in wind. And said. That's us done for now. The house only gives us so much time in this form. Exhausting, manifesting. She stood, or the ghost of standing, a memory of movement. But we'll see you again, Miss Thornwood. We're rather stuck here, after all. Wait, Imara reached out instinctively. Mary smiled, sad and sweet. Read Helena's notes. Explore. Ask questions. But remember, we're not just your research project. We're people who were silenced, and we're still waiting to be heard properly. Then they were gone, not dramatically, not with any flash or sound, but simply absent. The chairs sat empty, no proof they'd been occupied except for the lingering warmth in the air and the way Imara's heart raced against her ribs. She sat motionless for a long moment, staring at the empty chairs, at the fireplace, at her own trembling hands. Then, mechanically, she opened her notebook and began to write. First manifestation, and Fletcher and Mary Roberts, servants who died in 1851. Appeared solid but translucent, capable of speech and gesture. Showed awareness of current events and knowledge of estate's other inhabitants. Confirmed existence of binding curse. Referenced Seraphine as eldest/first. Warning given, we are not specimens. She stopped, staring at the words. They were inadequate, clinical, exactly what Mary had warned against. How did you document humanity? How did you record someone's personhood in a way that honored rather than reduced them? How did you witness without merely observing? Imara closed the notebook, setting it aside. When she looked up, Mrs. Peabody stood in the library doorway, market basket over her arm, watching her with those sharp, knowing eyes. Saw them, did you? The housekeeper said. It wasn't a question. You knew, Imara said. You've always known. 30 years in this house, miss. I'd have to be daft not to know. Mrs. Peabody moved into the room, setting her basket on a table. Anne and Mary are the friendly ones. Wait till you meet Catherine, she's got a temper. And Seraphine. She paused. Well. You'll meet Seraphine when she's ready. Not before. How many? Imara asked. How many women are trapped here? Can't say for certain. Some are clearer than others. Some only show themselves at particular times. But enough, miss. Enough that this house hasn't been empty in centuries, whatever it might look like to outsiders. Imara stood, moved back to the portrait wall. Seraphine's painted eyes watched her, that strange hunger undiminished by afternoon light. She was the first, Imara said quietly. The one her grandfather cursed. For loving who she loved, knowing what she knew. For refusing to be what he wanted her to be. Mrs. Peabody came to stand beside her, looking up at the portrait. She's borne it longest, the binding. Carried the most pain. But she's also the strongest, the most dangerous. She's. The housekeeper hesitated. She's not quite ghost, not quite alive. Something in between. Something that hungers. For what? Freedom. Knowledge. Connection. Mrs. Peabody met Imara's gaze. Everything that was stolen from her. Everything she's been denied for 200 years. She reached out, squeezed Imara's shoulder briefly. You be careful with her, miss. And more importantly, let her be careful with you. Trust takes time, especially when you've been betrayed by everyone who came before. Then she was bustling away, talking about dinner preparations, leaving Imara alone with the portraits and the vast collection of women's histories and the growing certainty that she'd been brought here for something far more complicated than inheritance. Above her, on the gallery level, a shadow moved. Imara looked up sharply, but saw only books and afternoon light. Still, she felt watched. Assessed. The house was showing her what it wanted her to see, revealing itself one layer at a time. And somewhere in its heart, a woman who was neither dead nor alive was watching, waiting, deciding whether Imara Thornwood was worth the risk of hope. Chapter 5, Research and Restlessness. Imara didn't sleep well that night. Every creak and whisper of the house pulled her from the edge of unconsciousness, leaving her suspended in that liminal space between waking and dreaming where she couldn't be certain what was real and what was imagination. At some point, 2 in the morning. 3, she'd given up entirely and lit her lamp, pulling Helena's catalogues and her own notes into bed with her. If she couldn't sleep, she could at least work. Work had always been her refuge, her way of imposing order on chaos. By dawn, she had a plan. Mrs. Peabody found her in the library after breakfast, surrounded by stacks of books and papers, ink on her fingers and exhaustion bruising the skin beneath her eyes. You look terrible, miss, the housekeeper said bluntly, setting down a tea tray. When did you last sleep properly? I'll sleep when I understand. Imara reached for the teacup without looking up from the parish record she was transcribing. There's a pattern here, Mrs. Peabody. I can feel it. I just need to map it properly. Mrs. Peabody sighed, the sound heavy with 30 years of watching scholars work themselves sick. Dr. Marsh used to say the same thing. Right before she'd collapse over her books and I'd have to carry her to bed. She moved around the table, glancing at Imara's notes. What pattern are you looking for, then? Thomas Ashwood. Imara tapped her pencil against a page of cramped handwriting. estate records from the 1650s to 1680s. Helena's letter mentioned him as the one who created the curse. I want to know who he was, what he did, how he did it. If I can understand the mechanism of the binding. You can break it, Mrs. Peabody finished. That's what Dr. Marsh thought too. Spent years trying to puzzle it out. But some things don't yield to scholarship, miss. Some things require. She paused, searching for words. Different tools. Knowledge is a tool, Imara insisted. The right information, properly organized, can solve any problem. Mrs. Peabody's expression was pitying. If you say so, miss. I'll leave you to it, then. But eat something, for heaven's sake. You're no good to anyone if you faint. Alone again, Imara returned to the records. She'd found them in a locked cabinet in the library, estate ledgers, family correspondence, church documents that Helena had somehow acquired. The handwriting was challenging, the spelling irregular, but Imara had spent years deciphering historical texts. She could read the story buried in these pages. And what a story it was. Thomas Ashwood, born 1618, died 1692. Patriarch of the family, religious zealot, wealthy landowner. His correspondence revealed a man obsessed with order, with righteousness, with maintaining proper hierarchy. References to God's natural order appeared on nearly every page. His wife Margaret appeared in the records only peripherally, expenses for herbs and garden supplies, occasional mentions of the wife's peculiar interests. Then, in 1657, a single stark entry in Thomas's journal. My wife has departed this life, consumed by melancholia. Her preoccupation with unnatural philosophies and unwomanly learning brought her to this end. I have ordered her gardens destroyed, her books burned. The taint must not spread. Imara's hands clenched on the page. Margaret hadn't died of melancholia. She'd been murdered, perhaps literally, perhaps through systematic destruction of everything that gave her life meaning. And Thomas had framed it as salvation. She made careful notes, building a timeline. After Margaret's death, Thomas's attention turned to his daughter Catherine. The journal entries grew darker. Catherine persists in her unseemly interest in mathematics and natural philosophy. I have forbidden her the library, but she defies me, reading in secret, filling her mind with masculine knowledge. This cannot continue. A woman's mind is not meant for such things. It unbalances her humors, invites hysteria. I have consulted with Dr. Blackwood. He agrees that Catherine shows signs of dangerous melancholia, the same affliction that claimed her mother. For her own protection, she must be confined until her reason returns. Catherine had been locked in the attic at 17. She died there 2 years later. Cause of death listed as brain fever, which Imara knew was a convenient catch-all used for centuries for any condition people didn't want to name explicitly. She'd been starved. Isolated. Left to die alone because she wanted to study stars. Imara had to set the journal down, her hands shaking with rage. This was why she did this work, to excavate these buried crimes, to give names and voices to the women erased from history. But reading it directly, in the murderer's own justifications, was different from academic distance. She stood, paced to the windows, tried to breathe through the tightness in her chest. When she turned back, the journal had been moved. Imara froze. She'd left it on the table, closed. Now it sat open to a different page, one she hadn't read yet. The pages seemed to glow slightly in the afternoon light, drawing her attention. She approached slowly, half expecting something to move again. But the library remained still, holding its breath. The open page was dated 1683. Thomas's handwriting had grown shakier, the letters sharp with anger. I have discovered an abomination under my own roof. My granddaughter Seraphine, upon whom I placed such hopes, has been corrupted by unnatural affections for her companion, Elspeth Marsh. I found them together in circumstances that cannot be described in decent writing. The sin of Sodom, transplanted into female form, an impossibility that nevertheless stands before me as terrible fact. Elspeth I have dealt with. She will trouble no one further. Her body lies in unconsecrated ground beyond the estate walls, as befits her corruption. But Seraphine. Seraphine is blood. I cannot simply erase her, though she deserves no better than her paramour. Instead, I have consulted texts, old texts, grimoires that good Christians should not touch, but desperate times require desperate measures. There are ways to bind, to contain, to ensure that corruption cannot spread. If I cannot save her soul in this life, I can at least prevent her from damning others in death. The entry ended there, but Imara's mind raced. This was it, the moment the curse was created. Thomas had murdered Elspeth and then bound Seraphine using some kind of occult ritual. But to what end? Simple imprisonment seemed insufficient for someone willing to consult grimoires. She flipped forward through the journal, looking for more details, but the next several pages had been torn out. Only fragments remained, single words visible along the ragged edges: binding, blood, eternal, watching. Damn it, Imara muttered. The crucial information, gone. Had Thomas destroyed it himself, or had someone else removed the evidence? A soft sound made her look up, the whisper of pages turning. On the other side of the library, a book had fallen open on one of the reading tables. Imara was certain that table had been empty moments before. She crossed to it, her heartbeat loud in her ears. The book was a grimoire, bound in cracked leather, the pages yellowed with age. It had fallen open to a section titled, On the Binding of Spirits and the Creation of Eternal Guardians. The text was in Latin, but Imara's academic training had given her enough to parse the meaning. To bind a soul in perpetuity, 3 elements are required: blood of the caster, willing or unwilling sacrifice, and a vessel to contain the working. The bound soul becomes both prisoner and guardian, unable to depart but also unable to rest. All who share the caster's blood will be subject to the binding's pull, drawn into the same imprisonment. Thus is created a cage that feeds upon itself, growing stronger with each addition. Imara's blood ran cold. Thomas hadn't just bound Seraphine. He'd created a trap that caught anyone with Ashwood blood who fit his definition of corruption. Every woman who loved women, who sought knowledge, who refused submission, all of them pulled into the same prison, feeding the curse's power. A self-perpetuating mechanism of control that had been running for 200 years. My God, she whispered. The grimoire's pages turned on their own, revealing another passage. The breaking of such bindings requires the caster's death, but not merely physical death, for the caster's will persists in the working itself. To truly unmake the binding, one must unmake the caster's purpose, render his will void, prove the foundational premise false. The text continued, but Imara's mind was already racing ahead. Thomas's purpose had been to prevent corruption from spreading, to contain women who threatened his order. To break the binding, they'd need to, what? Prove that love between women wasn't corruption? That women's knowledge wasn't dangerous? These weren't arguments you could win with logic. Thomas had been beyond reason. Another book fell open, this time on the shelf directly behind her. Imara spun, her nerves stretched taut. It was a medical text from the 1820s, open to a section on female hysteria and moral insanity. Someone had annotated the margins in angry, slanting handwriting. Lies. All lies. They call us mad to silence us. They call our love unnatural to control us. They take our words and twist them, take our power and call it sickness. But we are not sick. We are not sick. The handwriting deteriorated at the end, the words scored deep enough to tear the page. Imara's throat was tight. She knew who had written those words, one of the trapped women, driven to rage by the same medical establishment that had declared Catherine mad, that had called Margaret's knowledge witchcraft, that had given Thomas the vocabulary to justify murder. I see you, Imara said softly to the empty air. I see what was done to you. I understand. The temperature in the library shifted, not dropping, but intensifying. The quality of attention she'd felt since arriving sharpened into something focused, something that watched her specifically. More books began to open. Not violently, but with clear intention. One after another, falling open to relevant passages, trial records where women were convicted of witchcraft for having herb gardens. Medical texts declaring that education damaged the female reproductive organs. Letters from women begging to be released from asylums where they'd been committed for unnatural affections. The evidence piled up around Imara, a centuries-long indictment of systematic silencing. And threading through it all, the mechanism Thomas had used: take women's power, call it corruption, create a supernatural prison disguised as protection. Imara moved through the library in a daze, making notes, cataloging the books that opened, building a comprehensive picture. This was what she was good at: gathering data, seeing patterns, constructing arguments from evidence. She worked until the light failed, until Mrs. Peabody appeared with more tea and a lecture about proper rest. But even as she documented, part of her mind nagged with doubt. The books were being opened for her. Someone, something, was guiding her research, showing her what she needed to see. But who? And why? The answer came as she was packing up for the evening, gathering her notes into a leather portfolio. One final book fell from a high shelf, landing open at her feet. It was a volume of poetry, 17th-century love poems, the kind that circulated in manuscript rather than print. And there, marked with a faded ribbon, a poem in a woman's careful hand. My Seraphine, whose name means burning one, you set my soul aflame, and yet I freeze when absent from your presence. How is done that fire and ice can both the heart disease? They say our love's unnatural, a sin, but what is natural, if not this truth, that souls may recognize their perfect twin regardless of the body's form or ruth? If loving you condemns me, let me burn. If holding you means damnation, I embrace it gladly. For in your arms, at last, my heart did learn what angels know, that love transcends all, madly. E.M., for S.A., 1682. Elspeth Marsh, for Seraphine Ashwood. Written a year before Thomas murdered her. Imara's vision blurred. She blinked hard, refusing to cry, and carefully transcribed the poem into her notes. Then she closed the book, held it against her chest for a moment, acknowledging the love and loss contained in those pages. I see you too, she whispered to Elspeth's ghost, wherever it was. You loved her. You were brave enough to love her openly. The library seemed to exhale around her, a sound like relief or perhaps sorrow. Imara climbed the stairs to her room as dusk settled over the estate, her mind churning with everything she'd learned. She had the mechanism now: blood, sacrifice, vessel. She had Thomas's purpose clearly articulated. She even had hints about how to break it. But knowing the curse's structure wasn't the same as having the power to unmake it. She needed more than research. She needed to understand what the trapped women actually needed, what would render Thomas's purpose void. And for that, she'd need to talk to them directly, especially Seraphine, who'd borne this longest. In her study, Imara spread out her day's notes across the desk, organizing them into categories: historical context, curse mechanism, individual testimonies, possible solutions. It was the work of hours, methodical and soothing. This was her element, taking chaos and creating order, finding the through line, building an argument. By the time she finished, full dark had fallen. Her oil lamp was the only light in the room, casting shadows that seemed deeper than they should be. Imara sat back, stretching her cramped fingers, and surveyed her work. A comprehensive research plan, properly organized, with clear questions to investigate. If she approached this systematically, she could. A sound stopped her, the creak of a floorboard. Not from the hallway. From inside her study. Imara's pulse jumped. She turned slowly, lamp raised. The study appeared empty. But as her eyes adjusted, she noticed something: her books had been rearranged. The volumes she'd brought from London, carefully organized by subject, had been resorted. Not haphazardly, deliberately. Someone had reorganized them by what? She moved closer, examining the new arrangement. They'd been sorted by author's gender. All the books by women on one shelf, men on another. And within the women's section, a further division: those who'd lived openly versus those who'd hidden their identities. It was a statement. A challenge. A question: what are you going to do with this knowledge? Just document it, like Helena? Or actually act? Imara's hands trembled as she touched the reorganized spines. I want to help, she said to the empty room. I'm trying to understand so I can help. Isn't that what you want? No answer came. But the shadows in the corner of the room seemed to deepen, to take on an almost shape. Watching. Waiting. Assessing whether Imara Thornwood was worth the risk of revelation. She stood there for a long moment, caught between her scholar's need to document and catalog, and the growing realization that the women trapped here didn't need another researcher. They needed something else. Something she wasn't sure she knew how to give. Finally, exhausted, Imara retreated to her bedroom. But as she undressed for bed, she noticed something on her nightstand that hadn't been there that morning, a single fresh flower, type she didn't recognize, placed carefully atop her journal. Not threatening. Not violent. But unmistakably present. She was being courted, she realized. Not romantically, not yet, but intellectually. Tested. Someone was watching her work, guiding her research, and deciding whether she was different from Helena. Whether she could be trusted with the truth. Imara picked up the flower, inhaled its faint bittersweet scent, and tucked it carefully between the pages of her journal. Then she climbed into bed, exhaustion finally winning over restlessness. As she drifted towards sleep, she could have sworn she heard footsteps in the corridor outside her door. Slow, deliberate footsteps, pacing. Back and forth, like someone unable to rest. Like someone waiting. In the morning, she told herself, she would find Seraphine. Or Seraphine would find her. Either way, this dance of shadows and opened books would have to end. She needed to meet the woman at the center of this curse face to face. She needed to look into those painted eyes and see if the hunger there was as real as she suspected. And God help her, she needed to know if the pull she felt toward that portrait, toward that presence, was academic curiosity or something far more dangerous. But for now, sleep claimed her, and she dreamed of burning, of ice, of love poems written in a careful hand, and of dark auburn hair catching lamplight as someone bent over her sleeping form, watching, wondering, almost, reaching out to touch. Almost. Not yet. But soon. Chapter 6, First Contact. Imara woke to the certainty that she was not alone. The knowledge arrived before full consciousness, a primal awareness that bypassed reason entirely. Someone was in her room. Someone was watching her sleep. She kept her breathing steady, her eyes closed, and listened. The house's usual sounds surrounded her, wind against windows, the groan of old wood, the distant settling of stone. But beneath those familiar noises lay something else. The whisper of fabric. The soft pad of bare feet on wooden floor. Breathing. Not her own. Slowly, carefully, Imara opened her eyes. Dawn light filtered weak and gray through her curtains, just enough to see by. Her bedroom looked exactly as she'd left it, wardrobe, washstand, her dresses hanging like ghosts of propriety. Everything in its place. Except for the woman standing at the foot of her bed. Imara's heart seized. She sat up sharply, sheets clutched to her chest, and for a long moment could only stare. The woman was tall, taller than Imara, which was unusual, and devastatingly present in a way the spectral women hadn't been. She was solid, real, casting shadows in the dim light. Her skin was pale as marble, luminous in the gray dawn, and her dark auburn hair fell loose over her shoulders in waves that looked almost liquid. She wore a dress from another century, deep burgundy velvet, fitted at the waist, with sleeves that would have been fashionable in the 1680s. The kind of garment that should have looked absurd on a living woman but instead looked inevitable, as though she'd stepped directly from her portrait into 3 dimensions. And her eyes. God, her eyes. They were fixed on Imara with an intensity that was almost physical. Dark brown shot through with gold, reflecting the weak light like an animal's eyes catching a lamp. Hungry eyes. Ancient eyes. Eyes that had seen too much and wanted too much and had been denied for far, far too long. Seraphine. This had to be Seraphine. You, the woman said. Her voice was low, rich, with an accent Imara couldn't quite place, layers of speech patterns from different eras, creating something that belonged to no single time. You're the one who's been disturbing my books. Leaving fingerprints on my journals. Sleeping in Helena's bed. It wasn't a question. The tone carried something between accusation and curiosity. Imara found her voice, though it came out shakier than she'd like. This is my house now. Helena left it to me. Did she? Seraphine's lips curved, but it wasn't quite a smile. How convenient for you. A house full of women's secrets, delivered to an ambitious scholar. Tell me. She moved closer, and there was something wrong about her movement, something too smooth, too fluid. Not quite human. What do you plan to do with us? Write a paper? Publish our suffering under your name? Become famous for documenting the tragic ghosts? The words hit like slaps. That's not, I'm trying to help. Are you? Seraphine reached the side of the bed now, close enough that Imara could see details, the way her skin seemed to shimmer slightly, neither fully solid nor fully spectral. The sharpness of her canines when she spoke. The absolute stillness of her chest, no breath, no heartbeat. Then by all means, help. Take your notes. Catalog our torments. Add us to your collection of erased women. I'm sure it will make a fascinating thesis. I'm not like that, Imara protested, even as something in her chest twisted with recognition. Wasn't she exactly like that? Hadn't she spent yesterday treating their histories as data points, building arguments, organizing suffering into neat categories? Seraphine laughed, and the sound was beautiful and terrible. Oh, but you are. I've been watching you, Imara Thornwood. Watching you make your careful notes, organize your evidence, construct your theories. You look at us the way Helena did, like specimens. Like puzzles to be solved. She leaned down, and Imara's breath caught. This close, she could see the faint tracery of veins beneath Seraphine's pale skin, could smell something like earth and old books and copper. We are not your research project. Then what do you want from me? Imara demanded, finding some spine. I'm trying to understand so I can break the curse. Isn't that what you want? Freedom? Freedom. Seraphine's eyes blazed gold for a moment, and Imara glimpsed the hunger there, raw and desperate and enormous. Do you have any idea what that word means to me? What it's meant for 2 centuries of captivity? She straightened abruptly, turning away, and Imara could breathe again. Leave. While you still can. Sell this house, return to your safe academic life, publish papers about other people's tragedies. Leave us to our prison. No. The word came out before Imara could think it through. Seraphine turned back, surprise flickering across her angular features. No, she repeated. No. Imara pushed back her blankets, stood on shaking legs. She was in her nightgown, bare feet on cold floor, hair undone and vulnerable, but she refused to cower. I didn't come here to run away. Helena left me this house for a reason. There are answers here, patterns I can trace, mechanisms I can understand. If I can map the curse's structure. There it is. Seraphine's voice went flat. If you can map it. If you can understand it. If you can solve us like an equation. She moved with that unsettling speed, suddenly directly in front of Imara, close enough to touch. We are not a puzzle, scholar. We are people who loved and were murdered for it. We are women who knew too much and were silenced. We are, her voice cracked, just slightly. We are still here. Still trapped. Still suffering. And you want to study us? That's not fair, Imara said, but her voice wavered. I want to help. I want to free you. Why? Seraphine's eyes searched hers, gold and brown and infinite. Why do you want to free us? Because it's the right thing to do? Because it will make a good story? Or because solving this impossible curse will prove you're brilliant enough to deserve your place in that academic world that tried to erase you? The question landed like a physical blow. Imara opened her mouth, closed it. She wanted to deny it, to insist her motives were pure. But standing here in her nightgown, face to face with a woman who'd been betrayed by everyone who came before, she couldn't lie. I don't know, she admitted quietly. Maybe all of those reasons. Maybe I am using you, the way Helena did. But, she forced herself to meet those terrible, beautiful eyes. But I'm here. I'm trying. Doesn't that count for something? No. Seraphine's voice was soft now, almost gentle, which made it worse. Trying isn't enough. Helena tried. She tried for 20 years, and all she did was document our suffering while keeping herself safe. She never risked anything. She never truly saw us. She reached out, and for a moment Imara thought she might touch her face. But Seraphine's hand stopped just short, trembling in the air between them. I can't, I won't, let myself hope again. Not for another scholar with good intentions and a notebook. She stepped back, and the loss of her proximity felt like cold water. Leave, Seraphine said again. Leave before this place breaks you the way it broke Helena. She stopped, something complicated crossing her face. Before you make me want things I can't have. Then she was gone. Not dramatically, no smoke or shadows or theatrical disappearance. Simply absent, as though she'd never been there at all. Only the lingering scent of earth and copper proved Imara hadn't imagined the entire encounter. Imara stood frozen in the middle of her bedroom, heart racing, mind spinning. Her hands were shaking. Her whole body was shaking, actually, with something that might have been fear or anger or something more complicated than either. Seraphine was right. That was the worst part. She'd been treating the trapped women like a research opportunity, seeing their suffering through the lens of academic achievement. Even her desire to help was tangled up with her need to prove herself, to be brilliant, to solve the unsolvable. But what else did she have? Her entire identity was bound up in being a scholar, in approaching problems systematically, in finding answers through careful research. If she couldn't use those tools, how was she supposed to help? Imara sank onto the edge of her bed, pressing her palms against her eyes. She could still feel Seraphine's presence, the weight of those gold-brown eyes assessing and finding her wanting. Could still smell that strange scent, could still see the way Seraphine's hand had trembled in the air, almost touching, almost reaching out. Before you make me want things I can't have. What did that mean? What did Seraphine want that Imara represented? She thought of Elspeth's poem, of that desperate love preserved in careful handwriting. Thought of Thomas's horror at finding them together. Seraphine had loved a woman once, openly, and it had cost everything. Now here was Imara, another woman, in her house, in Helena's bed, asking questions and making promises. Of course Seraphine didn't trust her. Why should she? Trust had only ever led to betrayal. But that trembling hand. That moment of vulnerability before she'd fled. Imara dressed mechanically, her mind churning. She needed to think about this differently. She needed to stop approaching Seraphine as a subject and start approaching her as what? As a person, obviously. But how did you build trust with someone who'd been betrayed for centuries? How did you prove you were different when your every instinct was to document, categorize, analyze? She made her way downstairs, following the smell of tea to the kitchen. Mrs. Peabody took one look at her face and poured a cup without comment. You met her, then, the housekeeper said. It wasn't a question, but Imara answered anyway. She told me to leave. Did she now? Mrs. Peabody set out bread and butter. And what did you say? I said no. Good. Mrs. Peabody's approval was matter-of-fact. Dr. Marsh left the first time Seraphine appeared. Ran right out of the house, spent a week in the village before she worked up courage to come back. By then, Seraphine wouldn't show herself again for months. Took years before they could be in the same room without Seraphine vanishing. Imara wrapped her cold hands around the teacup. She thinks I'm just like Helena. Using them for research. Are you? The question was gentle but unflinching. Imara stared into her tea, watching steam curl upward. I don't know. I want to help, but I spent my whole life being told I wasn't good enough, wasn't smart enough, didn't belong in academic spaces. Solving this curse, breaking something no one else could, she stopped. That would prove I do belong. That I am brilliant. So yes, maybe part of my motivation is selfish. Most motivations are, Miss. Mrs. Peabody sat down across from her. The question isn't whether you're perfect. Nobody is. The question is whether you can see them, really see them, as more than means to your own ends. I saw her, Imara said quietly. This morning. I saw her, and she struggled for words. Magnificent. Terrifying. Sad. Angry. Beautiful. Dangerous. All of it at once. I wanted to. I don't know what I wanted. Mrs. Peabody's expression was knowing. Dr. Marsh never got past the terrifying part. Never let herself see the woman underneath the monster. That's part of why she failed. Seraphine isn't a monster. No, she isn't. But she's been treated like one for so long, she's forgotten how to be anything else. Mrs. Peabody stood, began assembling breakfast. You want my advice, miss? Stop trying to solve her. Stop trying to solve any of them. Just, be with them. Listen without taking notes. Ask questions because you care about the answers, not because you're building a theory. I don't know how to do that, Imara admitted. Research is what I do. It's who I am. Then you'll need to become someone else. Or at least someone more. Mrs. Peabody slid a plate across the table. Eat. You look half dead. And then maybe spend today not working. Just, existing in the house. Letting it show you what it wants you to see, without trying to catalog it. The suggestion felt impossible. Spend a day not working? Just wandering around, passive, waiting? Every instinct rebelled against it. But Seraphine's face lingered in her mind. That hunger in her eyes. That trembling hand. That soft confession, before you make me want things I can't have. If Imara wanted to reach her, and she did want that, with an intensity that surprised her, she'd need to approach differently. She ate Mrs. Peabody's breakfast, drank her tea, and made a decision. Today, she would not take notes. She would not consult references or build theories. She would simply be in the house. With its trapped inhabitants. Open to whatever they wanted to show her. It felt like stepping off a cliff. But perhaps that was necessary. Perhaps you couldn't reach someone who'd been falling for 2 centuries without falling yourself. Imara spent the morning wandering the house without purpose, trying to quiet her scholarly instincts. It was harder than she'd anticipated. Every room she entered, every object she encountered, triggered the urge to document, classify, connect to her research. But she resisted. Instead, she simply observed. She found herself in the conservatory, the one with broken glass panels that she'd seen from a distance. Up close, it was even more beautiful in its decay. Plants had escaped their beds, growing wild through cracks in the floor. Roses tangled with ivy, herbs sprawled between paving stones, creating a garden that was half cultivated, half feral. In the center, nearly hidden by growth, stood a stone bench. Imara pushed aside vines to sit, and discovered words carved into the stone. Margaret's garden. Let what grows here grow wild. A memorial. Or perhaps a reclamation. Imara sat there for an hour, just sitting, letting the cold November air seep into her bones. Watching how light moved through broken glass. Listening to wind in overgrown plants. No ghosts appeared. But she felt watched, assessed. The house was learning her, the way she was learning it. After the conservatory, she explored the ballroom, vast and empty, with a floor that had once been polished to mirror brightness but was now dulled with disuse. Her footsteps echoed. She could imagine this space filled with dancers, with music, with life. She could also imagine it empty, night after night, for centuries. A monument to celebrations that would never happen again. In the afternoon, she found the music room. A piano stood in one corner, its keys yellowed and probably out of tune. Sheet music was scattered across the stand, pieces from different eras, different styles, as though multiple people had played here over decades. Imara touched the keys gently, not pressing hard enough to make sound. She wasn't a musician, but she could read the notations, see where someone had marked fingerings, where ink had blotted from a hand resting too long. "Do you play?" The voice came from behind her, soft, feminine, precise. Imara turned to find a translucent woman in the doorway. Unlike Anne and Mary's comfortable domesticity, this figure was refined, intellectual. She wore a simple dress from the 1660s, but her hair was pinned up severely, and her eyes were sharp with intelligence. "Catherine?" Imara guessed. The ghost smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. "You've been reading about me. Father's journals, I imagine. Let me guess what they said: unstable, hysterical, unsuited to learning." Her tone was bitter. "They never said I was right. That my calculations were correct. That I saw patterns in the stars they refused to acknowledge." "I'm sorry," Imara said. "What was done to you was..." "Don't." Catherine held up a translucent hand. "Don't apologize on behalf of dead men. It doesn't help." She moved into the room, circling Imara with the same assessing quality Seraphine had shown. "And then Mary like you. They think you're different." "Are you?" "I don't know," Imara answered honestly. "I want to be. Wanting isn't enough." Catherine stopped at the window, looking out at the estate grounds. "Seraphine told us you refused to leave. That surprised her, you know." Helena ran. Every other scholar who came close ran. "But you stayed." "I'm not running from this." "Good." Catherine turned back, and there was something fierce in her ghostly face. "Because if you're going to break us free, you'll need to not run. From any of it. The curse, the house, Seraphine." She paused meaningfully. "Whatever Seraphine makes you feel." Heat crept up Imara's neck. "I've only just met her." "And yet..." Catherine's smile was knowing. "You should see your face when you talk about her. Helena never looked like that. Helena was afraid. You're something else." Before Imara could respond, Catherine faded, her form dissipating like morning mist. Leaving Imara alone with a piano she couldn't play and thoughts she didn't know how to organize. What did she feel about Seraphine? Fascination, certainly. Intellectual curiosity, obviously. But beneath that, she remembered those gold-brown eyes, that trembling hand, that hunger that mirrored something in herself she'd never acknowledged. Imara left the music room, her heart beating faster than exploration warranted. The house was teaching her. Showing her that the women here were individuals, not collective trauma. That they had preferences and personalities and opinions. That they were watching her as carefully as she was watching them, making their own assessments. And that Seraphine was at the center of it all, bound tightest, suffering longest, and most afraid to hope. As dusk fell, Imara found herself back in the library, standing before Seraphine's portrait. Those painted eyes looked different now. She'd met the woman they depicted, had felt the force of that gaze in 3 dimensions. "I don't know how to reach you," she said softly to the portrait. "I don't know how to prove I'm different. But I'm going to try. Not because it will make me famous or prove I'm brilliant. But because you deserve to be free. Because all of you deserve to be seen as whole people, not tragic ghosts." The portrait didn't answer. But as Imara turned to leave, she could have sworn the painted eyes followed her movement. And somewhere in the house, Seraphine heard those words and didn't know whether to hope or despair. Both, perhaps. Both at once. Like fire and ice diseasing the same heart. Chapter 7, The Revelation. Seraphine didn't appear for 3 days. Imara felt the absence like a physical thing, a pressure in her chest, a distraction that undermined every attempt at productive thought. She told herself it was frustration at losing access to her primary source. She told herself she simply needed information to proceed with her research. She told herself the hollow feeling had nothing to do with those gold-brown eyes or that trembling hand or the way Seraphine had looked at her like she was simultaneously everything and nothing. She told herself many lies during those 3 days. On the 4th morning, Imara woke with a decision crystallized in her mind. She would force the confrontation. She'd spent long enough being passive, letting the house dictate terms. If Seraphine wanted her to leave, she'd have to explain why. If she wanted Imara to help differently, she'd have to explain how. But this silence, this absence, this half-presence that haunted without manifesting, it had to end. She dressed with unusual care, her best dark green dress, hair pinned up properly, the small cameo her mother had left her pinned at her throat. Armor, of a sort. Then she descended to the library, pulled out her notebook and pencils, and settled at the reading table directly beneath Seraphine's portrait. And waited. The morning light shifted across the floor. Mrs. Peabody brought tea, raised an eyebrow at Imara's determined posture, but said nothing. The house creaked and settled around her. But no Seraphine. By noon, Imara's patience had worn thin. "I know you're here," she said to the empty library. Her voice echoed off the high ceiling. "I know you're watching. You've been watching since I arrived. So stop hiding and talk to me." Silence answered. But it was a weighted silence, the kind that meant someone was listening. "I'm not leaving," Imara continued, addressing the portrait, the books, the air itself. "You can avoid me, you can refuse to appear, but I'm still here. Still trying to understand. And I won't apologize for that, for wanting to know how the curse works, what Thomas did, how it can be broken." She stood, frustration bleeding into her tone. "You want me to stop treating this like research? Fine. But you have to give me something to work with besides cryptic warnings and disappearances. You have to talk to me." "Why should I?" The voice came from behind her, low, controlled, with that strange layered quality that marked it as belonging to no single era. Imara spun to find Seraphine leaning against the library doorway, arms crossed, expression unreadable. She looked different in daylight. More solid, somehow, but also more wrong. The way light fell on her skin emphasized its unnatural pallor, the way she cast a shadow but didn't quite interact with the space normally. And her eyes, in full light, they were definitely not human. Too bright, too gold, reflecting illumination that shouldn't reflect. "Because I'm asking," Imara said, fighting to keep her voice steady. "Because I want to help. Because you want answers." Seraphine pushed off the doorframe, moved into the library with that unsettling grace. "You want me to sit down and tell you my tragic story so you can take your careful notes and build your theories. You want to interview me, like I'm a subject in your research." "Yes," Imara admitted, because lying seemed pointless. "Yes, I want answers. I want to understand what happened, how the curse was created, what's keeping you here." "Is that so wrong?" "It's not wrong." Seraphine circled the table, not quite coming close. "It's just insufficient." She stopped at the window, looking out at the overgrown gardens. "Helena asked me the same questions. Very properly, very academically. She took pages of notes. Published carefully worded papers about psychic phenomena and residual hauntings. And she never once asked me what it felt like." The words hung in the air between them. Imara opened her mouth, closed it. "What it felt like," she repeated slowly. "To be murdered for loving someone. To watch that person die. To be trapped for 200 years in the place where it happened." Seraphine turned from the window, and her eyes were blazing. To be neither dead nor alive. To hunger constantly for things you can't have. To watch century after century pass while you remain frozen in the worst moment of your existence. She took a step closer. That's not in your notes, is it? The feeling of it. Imara's throat was tight. No. It's not. Because feelings aren't data. Experience isn't evidence. Pain doesn't fit into your neat categories. Seraphine's voice had gone soft, which somehow made it more devastating. You want to help? Then stop cataloging us and start seeing us. I am seeing you, Imara protested. I see. What? What do you see? Seraphine was suddenly directly in front of her, moving with that impossible speed. A fascinating specimen? A mystery to solve? A vampire to study? Her hand shot out, gripping the edge of the table between them. Her fingernails, too sharp, Imara noticed distantly, dug into the wood. Or do you see a woman who loved another woman so completely that 2 centuries of suffering hasn't dimmed it? The question stole Imara's breath. She stared at Seraphine, at the sharp angles of her face, the desperate hunger in her eyes, the way her whole body trembled with barely contained emotion, and realized she'd been cataloging even this. Filing away observations, vampire characteristics, emotional state, behavioral patterns. I'm sorry, she whispered. You're right. I'm doing it right now, aren't I? Observing. Analyzing. Yes. Some of the fire went out of Seraphine's posture. She released the table, stepped back. But at least you notice. Helena never did. She thought her distance was objectivity. Really, it was cowardice. They stood in silence for a long moment. Imara's mind raced, trying to recalibrate, to figure out how to be in this moment without her familiar tools. Finally, haltingly, she asked, will you tell me what happened? Not from my notes. Just, because I want to know. Seraphine studied her face for a long time. Then, almost reluctantly, she nodded. Sit. They settled on opposite sides of the reading table, close enough to speak comfortably, far enough that Seraphine clearly needed the distance. Imara left her notebook closed, her hands folded in her lap. An act of will, not taking notes, but she forced herself to simply listen. I was born in 1655, Seraphine began, her voice falling into a cadence that suggested this was a story she'd told herself many times but rarely shared. The Ashwood family was wealthy, respectable, religious. My grandfather Thomas ruled the household with absolute authority. He'd already driven my grandmother to an early grave. Her name was Margaret, you'll have read about her. Herbalist, healer, too clever for her own good. He poisoned her when I was 2. I don't remember her, but the servants told me stories. She paused, and Imara waited, resisting the urge to prompt or question. My mother died in childbirth when I was 10. My father existed, mostly. He did whatever Thomas commanded. I learned early that the only way to survive in that house was to be invisible, to conform, to never question. Her lips twisted. I was very good at that. Until Elspeth. The name came out soft, reverent. Seraphine's eyes grew distant. Elspeth Marsh arrived when I was 23. Her family had fallen on hard times. Her father was a merchant who'd made poor investments. Thomas agreed to take her on as my companion, a respectable arrangement that gave her employment and me companionship. She laughed, the sound bitter. We were supposed to read improving texts together, do needlework, attend church. Be proper young ladies preparing for proper marriages. But you fell in love, Imara said quietly. I fell in love. Seraphine's expression transformed, grief and joy mixed so thoroughly they couldn't be separated. It wasn't immediate. We were friends first. She was clever, funny, interested in everything Thomas deemed inappropriate. Books, ideas, questions. She'd sneak volumes from his library, philosophy, natural science, poetry. We'd read together in secret, talking for hours about things women weren't supposed to think about. She stopped, and for a moment Imara saw through her to the girl she'd been, hungry for knowledge, for connection, for something beyond the narrow life prescribed for her. When did it become more? Imara asked. Gradually. Then all at once. Seraphine's hands flexed on the table. A touch that lasted too long. Eyes meeting and holding. The way she said my name. One night, I was 26, we were reading in my room. Late. Everyone else asleep. She reached across to turn a page, and our hands touched, and she stopped, something complicated crossing her face. Have you ever felt like you've been asleep your entire life and suddenly, violently woken? Yes, Imara breathed, though she wasn't sure when she'd felt that until this very moment, listening to Seraphine speak. That's what it was like. We kissed. And everything I'd been taught about sin and corruption and unnatural affections just didn't matter. Because being with her felt more right than anything in my life ever had. Seraphine's voice had gone soft, almost wondering. We were careful. We had to be. But for nearly 2 years, we loved each other. Secretly, desperately, completely. The silence that followed was heavy with unspoken tragedy. Thomas found out, Imara prompted gently. Seraphine's expression hardened. Thomas found out. 1683, spring. He came to my chambers unexpectedly and we weren't careful enough. He saw us together. Saw me kissing her. Holding her. She struggled for words. Being myself. Fully myself. For the first and last time in my life. What did he do? He didn't rage. That's what I remember most clearly. He should have raged. Instead, he went very quiet. Very cold. He told Elspeth to leave, told me to stay. And then he sat down and explained to me, very calmly, how I'd endangered my immortal soul. How this corruption was exactly what had destroyed my grandmother, my Aunt Catherine. How it was his duty, as patriarch and guardian, to save me from myself. Imara felt sick. And Elspeth? He had her removed from the house that night. I hoped, he'd simply sent her away. Paid her family to take her back, warned her never to contact me again. I was confined to my chambers, but I planned to escape, to find her, to run away together. Seraphine's hands were shaking now. 3 days later, servants found her body in the woods at the edge of the estate. Throat cut. Left for animals to find. Oh God, Imara whispered. Thomas swore he hadn't done it himself. Perhaps he hadn't, perhaps he'd ordered someone else, perhaps he'd simply arranged for her to be vulnerable and let nature take its course. It didn't matter. She was dead because of me. Because I'd loved her. Seraphine's voice had gone flat, emotionless, the tone of someone who'd felt too much for too long. They buried her in unconsecrated ground. Suicide, they claimed. As if she'd killed herself in shame over her unnatural affections. Imara wanted to reach across the table, to offer comfort, but sensed it wouldn't be welcome. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry. Be angry. Seraphine's eyes blazed gold again. Thomas killed her to save me, in his mind. To shock me back to righteousness. But I didn't become righteous. I became, she stopped, searching for words. Hollowed out. I stopped eating, stopped speaking. I think I wanted to die. To follow her. But Thomas didn't let you. No. Thomas had other plans. Seraphine stood abruptly, began pacing. He'd been researching, you see. Consulting those grimoires you found. Looking for ways to contain corruption, to prevent it from spreading. And he'd found something. A binding ritual that would trap a soul between life and death, making them eternal guardian of a place. Ensuring they could never leave, never love again, never corrupt others. The pieces clicked into place in Imara's mind. He made you vampire. He cursed you. He did it as salvation, Seraphine said bitterly. That's what he told me, as he performed the ritual. That this way, I'd have eternity to repent. That I'd guard the estate against further corruption. That I'd watch over the family line and ensure no other Ashwood woman fell into sin. She laughed, the sound broken. The irony is that his curse created exactly what he feared. By binding me here, he created a trap that caught every other woman like me. Every Ashwood who loved women, who sought knowledge, who refused submission, they were all pulled into the curse's gravity. We became a coven of the condemned. But you're not just a guardian, Imara said slowly. You're also prisoner. Trapped in the worst moment of your existence. Every day, I wake to the memory of her death. Every night, I hunt these halls, neither alive enough to grieve nor dead enough to forget. And every woman who joins me here, every spirit caught in Thomas's trap, I feel responsible for them too. Because if I'd just been what he wanted, if I'd just hidden better, maybe the curse would have ended with me. That's not, Imara started, but Seraphine cut her off. Don't tell me it's not my fault. I've had 2 centuries to debate fault. What I need is for someone to understand that this isn't an intellectual puzzle. These aren't just historical women trapped by circumstantial bad luck. I am, still here. Still suffering. Still existing in this half-state between being and nothing. She stopped directly in front of Imara, and the full weight of her gaze was almost physical. Helena documented this. She took it all down in her careful notes. She published papers that made her reputation. But she never asked me what I needed. Never asked how to help. Just catalogued our suffering like we were artifacts in a museum. Her voice dropped to barely a whisper. Are you going to do the same? The question hung between them, enormous and unanswerable. Imara met those gold-brown eyes and felt something shift inside her chest, a reorientation, a realignment. She'd been approaching this all wrong. The curse wasn't a puzzle to solve with the right research and clever analysis. It was a wound that had been bleeding for 200 years, and Seraphine was still bleeding from it. No, Imara said finally. I'm not going to just document this. I'm going to break it. Why? Seraphine demanded. Why do you care? You could walk away, sell this house, forget you ever heard our names. Why risk yourself for ghosts? Because, Imara struggled to articulate something she'd barely admitted to herself. Because I've spent my entire life being told I don't belong. That my love is unnatural, my ambitions unwomanly, my very existence an inconvenience. And I've survived by making myself small, by hiding parts of myself, by documenting other women's courage while showing none of my own. She stood, forcing herself to maintain eye contact even though those golden eyes felt like they could see straight through her. You want to know what I see when I look at you? I see myself. What I'd become if I kept hiding, kept compromising, kept pretending that safety is the same as living. Seraphine's expression flickered, surprise, recognition, something that might have been hope quickly suppressed. I want to break this curse, Imara continued, her voice gaining strength. Not because it will make me famous or prove I'm brilliant. But because you deserve to be free. Because Elspeth deserved better than unconsecrated ground. Because every woman Thomas trapped and every woman the world has silenced deserves to have someone fight for them instead of just chronicling their defeat. Pretty words, Seraphine said, but her voice wavered slightly. Helena had pretty words too. Helena was afraid, Imara countered. I'm terrified. But I'm doing it anyway. Because, she stopped, recognizing a truth she hadn't fully acknowledged. Because when I look at you, when I hear your story, I don't just see a research subject. I see someone she faltered, uncertain how to finish that sentence. Someone you what? Seraphine's voice was barely audible. Someone I want to know, Imara finished quietly. Not as the vampire in the curse or the tragic figure in the portrait. Just, as Seraphine. As yourself. The silence that followed felt charged, electric. Seraphine stared at her, and Imara watched emotions flicker across her face too quickly to identify. Then, slowly, Seraphine's expression closed off, walls slamming back into place. You're still asking questions like an interviewer, she said, but there was less conviction in it. You still want to fix this with your research and your clever theories. Probably, Imara admitted. I don't know how else to be. Research is what I do. But, she took a breath, made herself vulnerable. I can try to do it differently. To see you as a person first and a problem second. If you'll help me. Seraphine turned away, moved back to the window. For a long moment, she stood there in silence, backlit by afternoon sun that she should have cast a shadow from but didn't quite. Finally, so softly Imara almost missed it. I'll think about it. Then she was gone, not vanishing dramatically, but simply absent, as though she'd never been there at all. But this time felt different from her other disappearances. This time felt like retreat rather than rejection. Like she was taking time to consider rather than fleeing. Imara stood alone in the library, heart racing, and realized her hands were shaking. She'd committed herself. She'd promised to break a curse that had held for 2 centuries, created by a man willing to murder his own granddaughter's lover and bind her soul for eternity. She'd promised this to a woman who was neither alive nor dead, who had every reason to distrust scholars bearing good intentions. And part of her, a part she wasn't quite ready to examine, had promised it because when Seraphine looked at her with those gold-brown eyes, Imara felt seen in a way she'd never experienced. As though all her careful hiding, all her performance of acceptable identity, had been stripped away, and what remained was finally, terrifyingly, enough. She sank into her chair, legs suddenly unsteady, and stared at her closed notebook. She should open it. Should record everything Seraphine had told her while the details were fresh. Thomas's methodology, the binding ritual, the mechanism of the curse, it was all crucial information. But doing so felt like betrayal. Instead, Imara left the notebook closed and sat in the fading afternoon light, holding Seraphine's story in her mind without trying to organize or analyze it. Just feeling the weight of it. The grief of it. The terrible, beautiful tragedy of loving someone so completely that 200 years couldn't diminish it. And somewhere in the house, Seraphine felt the absence of scratching pen on paper, the unprecedented silence of a scholar who'd chosen presence over documentation. And wondered, despite herself, whether Imara Thornwood might actually be different. Whether hope might, after 2 centuries of disappointment, be worth the risk of believing. Chapter 8, Can This Be Done? Imara woke before dawn with a plan crystallizing in her mind, not the product of rest, but of restless hours spent constructing arguments in the dark. If she was going to break a curse that had held for 2 centuries, she needed to approach it systematically. Research. Documentation. Evidence. The tools that had served her throughout her academic career. She dressed quickly in the gray pre-dawn light, pinning her hair with practiced efficiency, and descended to Helena's study. The leather journal sat where she'd left it, Helena's catalogue of the trapped women. Imara lit every lamp in the room, spreading papers across the desk in organized sections: historical context, curse mechanism, known manifestations, theoretical solutions. This was what she knew how to do. This was where she was brilliant. Mrs. Peabody found her 3 hours later, surrounded by open books and filled pages of notes, ink staining her fingers. "You've been at this since before sunrise," the housekeeper observed, setting down a breakfast tray. "That's not sleep. I can sleep when I understand." Imara didn't look up from the grimoire she was translating, Thomas Ashwood's notes on binding rituals, written in cramped Latin. "There's a pattern here, Mrs. Peabody. He didn't just trap Seraphine. He created a mechanism that would catch any woman in his bloodline who fit certain criteria. If I can map the exact parameters. Drink your tea before it gets cold. Then I can find the weak points. Every spell has them. Every curse can be broken if you understand its structure thoroughly enough." Imara finally looked up, and there must have been something almost feverish in her expression because Mrs. Peabody frowned. "You look like Dr. Marsh used to look. Right before she'd make some terrible mistake because she was too clever for her own good." Imara bristled. Helena failed because she didn't act. She documented but never intervened. "I'm not making that mistake." "Maybe. Mrs. Peabody moved to the windows, drawing back curtains to let in weak morning light. Or maybe you're making a different mistake in the same direction. All that writing and planning, are you doing it to help them, or to prove you can? The question stung because Imara couldn't answer it with certainty. Both, she admitted. Is that so wrong? To want to help and to want to be the one who finally solves this? Mrs. Peabody's expression was unreadable. I suppose we'll see, miss. Dr. Marsh kept notes too. Extensive notes. They're in the locked cabinet in the library, if you want them. Keys in the desk drawer. She left before Imara could respond, taking with her the untouched breakfast. Imara found the key easily, a small brass thing that fit the cabinet she'd noticed but not yet explored. Inside, leather-bound journals, dozens of them, Helena's careful handwriting documenting 20 years of research. She pulled them out reverently, spreading them across the library table. Here was everything Helena had learned: manifestation patterns, communication attempts, failed binding-breaking theories, sketches of the estate's supernatural architecture. It was comprehensive, meticulous, brilliant. It was also utterly clinical. Imara read Helena's entries about Seraphine, pages of observations about vampire physiology, feeding patterns, emotional states, and felt something uncomfortable twist in her chest. This was how Helena had seen her. Not as a woman, but as a fascinating subject. Every conversation reduced to data points. Every vulnerability catalogued for future reference. I'm not doing that, Imara told herself. I see Seraphine as a person. I care about her. But wasn't she sitting here right now, surrounded by notes, organizing the trapped women's suffering into categories? Wasn't her first instinct still to document, analyze, theorize? You're thinking too loud. Imara's head snapped up. A woman stood in the library doorway, or rather, stood at the library's threshold without quite crossing it. She was tall, powerfully built, with deep brown skin darker than Imara's own and hair intricately braided in patterns Imara recognized from childhood stories about her father's homeland. She wore clothing that seemed cobbled from different eras and purposes, a rough shirt that might have been a man's, a skirt made from what looked like stolen fabric, feet bare. And she was translucent. Spectral. But unlike Anne and Mary's comfortable domesticity, this woman radiated barely contained power and rage. Adana, Imara breathed, recognition clicking into place from Helena's notes. That's the name I chose. The woman's voice was layered, multiple languages and accents woven together into something unique. Not the name I was given by masters who thought they owned me. Not the name I was called when I ran. The name I chose when I thought I'd reached freedom. Her lips twisted bitterly. Right before this house trapped me at its threshold for 100 years. Imara stood slowly, acutely aware of the papers spread before her, including Helena's notes about Adana, clinical observations about a woman who'd escaped slavery only to be imprisoned by a different kind of binding. Don't apologize. I'm so tired of apologies from people who benefit from my suffering while doing nothing to end it. Adana's gaze swept the library, the books, the evidence of centuries of accumulated knowledge. Helena apologized too. Said she was so sorry for what I'd endured. Then went back to her comfortable life, writing her careful papers, taking credit for discoveries built on our pain. The accusation hung in the air between them. Imara wanted to defend herself, to explain that she was different. But was she? Wasn't she sitting in this comfortable library, surrounded by privilege Helena had left her, planning to solve a curse that would make her famous if she succeeded? What do you need? Imara asked finally, the same question she'd asked Anne and Mary. Not what do I think you need. What do you actually need? Adana's translucent form flickered, surprise crossing her face. Then something harder. I need to cross thresholds. I need to choose to stay or leave, not be trapped in doorways forever, neither free nor imprisoned. She gestured at the library entrance where she stood. I haven't crossed a threshold in 100 years. I exist in the space between, watching others come and go while I can't move forward or back. The curse binds you too. I know what the curse does. I've lived it. Adana's voice sharpened. Don't explain my captivity to me, scholar. I could teach you volumes about cages and chains and 1,000 ways white people have of making prison sound like protection. The words hit like a slap. Imara felt her face heat, shame and defensiveness warring in her chest. I'm not white. I know what it's like to. Do you? Adana moved closer to the threshold's edge, as close as she could come without crossing. You know what it's like to be told you're 3/5 of a person? To be hunted with dogs? To have your children sold away from you? To run for months, hiding in swamps and cellars, only to reach what you thought was sanctuary and find another prison? Her eyes blazed. Or do you know what it's like to be excluded from white spaces while still having the privilege of walking freely through them? Of sitting in libraries built on our labor, reading our stories through the words of people who never lived them? Imara's throat was tight. You're right. I don't know your specific suffering. But I know erasure. I know being told I don't belong, being used for my work while denied credit, having to make myself acceptable to white academia just to survive. Yes. Adana's intensity shifted, becoming something more complicated. Yes, you know some of it. Enough to understand. But not enough to presume. She studied Imara with eyes that had seen too much, survived too much. Tell me, why are you really here? Why do you care about breaking this curse? Because you deserve freedom, Imara said. Because what was done to you, to all of you, was wrong. Because solving the impossible curse would prove you're brilliant enough to deserve your place in that academic world that tries to exclude you, Adana finished. Because this could be the achievement that makes your name. Because you could publish this, be famous, show all those white men who dismissed you that you're smarter than them. Every word was true, and every word felt like an indictment. Is it wrong to want that? Imara asked quietly. To want to help and to want recognition for it? I don't know. Adana's form shimmered, fading slightly. But I know Helena wanted the same thing. And we're still here, still trapped, while her books sit on university shelves with her name in gilt letters. She began to fade more substantially. Maybe you're different. Maybe your caring is real, not just scholarly curiosity. But I've been disappointed before, scholar. I learned not to hope. Then she was gone, leaving Imara alone with her notes and her shame and the uncomfortable truth that she couldn't quite refute. Imara spent the rest of the morning in the library, but her focus had fractured. Adana's words echoed in her mind, making every note she took feel suspect. Was she documenting to help, or to build her academic legacy? Could she even separate the two? She needed to talk to someone who understood. Someone who'd survived impossible circumstances through intellect and will. The attic was sealed behind a door marked with peeling red paint, warning or warding, Imara wasn't sure. She'd found references to it in Helena's notes, Catherine's domain. Approach with caution. She doesn't trust easily, especially not scholars. Imara knocked. Catherine? I'd like to talk to you. If you're willing. Silence answered. Then, so faint she almost missed it, enter. The attic had been converted into something between prison cell and observatory. The ceiling was peaked, with windows facing east and west. Charts covered the walls, astronomical calculations, mathematical proofs, diagrams of planetary movements. A narrow bed sat in one corner, its frame rotted. Scratches marked the door from the inside, desperate tallies of days confined. And in the center of the space, translucent and furious, stood Catherine Ashwood. She was younger than Imara had expected, couldn't have been more than 19 when she died. Thin to the point of emaciation, with wild dark hair and burning eyes. She wore a torn nightgown, the state she'd died in, but her posture was defiant despite her spectral fragility. Another scholar, Catherine said, her voice sharp as broken glass. Come to study the mad woman in the attic. How original. I came to learn what happened to you, Imara said carefully. If you're willing to share. Why? So you can write it down? Add it to your research? Publish a paper about the tragic imprisoned daughter? Catherine's laugh was bitter. Helena did that. Took careful notes about my psychological state and my manifestation patterns. Never once asked what I needed. Just documented my suffering like I was a specimen. Imara's hand had moved automatically to her notebook in her pocket. She forced herself to leave it there, closed. I want to understand so I can help break the curse. Do you? Catherine circled her, spectral but somehow still intimidating. Then tell me, what was my crime? What did I do that warranted being locked in this room until I starved to death? You refused the marriage your grandfather arranged. You wanted to study mathematics and astronomy instead of being someone's wife. I wanted to think, Catherine corrected, her voice rising. I wanted to use my mind for something beyond managing a household. I wanted to understand the universe, to solve equations, to map the stars. And for that, for daring to want knowledge that was deemed unwomanly, I was declared mad. Hysterical. A danger to myself. She stopped directly in front of Imara. They locked me in this room for my own protection. Left me here with nothing but my own mind eating itself. Do you know what that's like? To have brilliance trapped inside you with nowhere to go? Yes, Imara whispered. Not the same way, but, yes. I know what it's like to have thoughts and ideas that the world says you shouldn't have. To be told your ambitions are unnatural. Something in Catherine's expression shifted. Then you understand. And if you understand, you'll help without needing to study me first. She gestured at the walls covered in calculations. I've spent 200 years in this room, working on equations that no one will ever see, solving problems that no one cares about. I don't need another scholar taking notes on my tragedy. I need someone who'll smash this prison open. I'm trying to. Imara stopped, hearing Adana's words echo. Don't explain my captivity to me. She took a breath, chose different words. Tell me what you need. Specifically. Catherine's eyes narrowed. Why are you taking notes? Imara looked down. Her hand had pulled out her notebook without conscious thought, had opened to a blank page. A pencil was already poised above the paper. She'd been about to write down everything Catherine said, the atmospheric details, the quotes, the emotional state, exactly as Helena had done. She faltered. It's habit. I document things. It's how I think, how I organize information. It's how you turn people into subjects. Catherine's voice had gone cold. How you create distance between yourself and our suffering. You write it down so you don't have to feel it, so you can study it from a safe remove. She moved closer, and despite being spectral, her presence felt like a physical force. I died here, scholar. I wasted away in this room, my mind eating itself because I wasn't allowed to use it. And you want to take notes? Like I'm an interesting case study? No, that's not, I'm trying to help. Then listen, Catherine snapped. Don't catalog. Don't take notes for your future paper about the treatment of intellectually gifted women in Victorian England. Just be here. Witness what happened to me without making it into data. Imara stared at the notebook in her hand. Every instinct screamed to defend herself, to explain that documentation was necessary, that she couldn't possibly remember everything without notes, that this was how scholarship worked. But Catherine's face, young, brilliant, broken by isolation and starvation, made her throat tight. You're right, Imara said quietly. She closed the notebook, tucked it away. I'm sorry. I was doing exactly what Helena did. Observing instead of witnessing. Were you? Catherine's tone was scathing. Or are you just saying that because I called you out? How do I know you're not going to go downstairs and write down everything I said the moment you leave this room? The question hit hard because Imara couldn't truthfully promise she wouldn't. That's what I thought. Catherine turned away, back to her wall of calculations. They're all the same. Helena, the doctors who declared me mad, my grandfather who locked me here, everyone wants to study women like us, to understand us, to document us. No one wants to actually see us. Her voice dropped. Leave, scholar. Come back when you care more about my freedom than your research. Catherine, please. Get out. The command carried weight, spectral fury that made the attic's air crackle. Papers flew from the walls. Windows rattled. Imara stumbled backward, through the door, which slammed shut with enough force to shake the frame. She stood in the corridor, shaking, the closed notebook heavy in her pocket like an accusation. She found Seraphine in the library as evening fell, standing before her own portrait. The vampire didn't acknowledge Imara's entrance, but her stillness had a quality of attention. Catherine hates me, Imara said without preamble. Adana doesn't trust me. And they're both right to feel that way. Seraphine turned slowly. What happened? I did exactly what Helena did. I approached them like subjects instead of people. I took out my notebook to record Catherine's suffering like it was data to be collected. Imara sank into a chair, exhaustion finally catching up. I thought I was better than Helena. I thought because I cared, because I genuinely want to help, that made my methods acceptable. But I'm still treating you all like a problem to solve. Yes, Seraphine agreed. No softening, no comfort. You are. The blunt acknowledgement stung more than anger would have. Imara looked up at her. Then what am I supposed to do? Just, not take notes? Not organize information? Research is what I do, Seraphine. It's how I make sense of things. Without that. You'll have to find another way, Seraphine said, but her voice was gentler now. She moved closer, though she didn't sit. Helena spent 20 years researching this curse. She knew more about its mechanics than anyone. And she never came close to breaking it. Because she didn't act. Because she thought understanding was the same as connection. Seraphine's golden brown eyes held hers. She believed if she could just map every detail, catalog every manifestation, document every woman's story thoroughly enough, the solution would emerge from the data. But curses like this don't break through perfect comprehension. They break through something else. What? Imara asked, frustrated. If knowledge isn't enough, what is? I don't know. Seraphine's admission was stark. If I knew, I would have broken it myself centuries ago. But I know what doesn't work: distance. Observation without participation. Trying to solve us like we're an equation. Imara stood, pacing to the window. Her reflection stared back at her, exhausted, defensive, afraid. So I'm supposed to just, what? Stop being a scholar? Abandon the only skills I have? I'm not asking you to stop being who you are, Seraphine said quietly. I'm asking if you're willing to be more than that. To approach this as something other than a research project. She paused. Helena was brilliant. You're brilliant. But brilliance without humanity is just another form of violence when it treats people as objects of study. The words settled in Imara's chest, uncomfortable and true. She thought of her notebook, of the instinct that had her reaching for it even as Catherine told her story. Of Adana's accusation that she wanted to solve the curse to prove her own worth, not to free the trapped women. I don't know how to be different, Imara admitted, her voice small. This is who I've been my entire life. The girl who survived by being smarter, by documenting everything, by turning experience into data so I could control it. I know. Seraphine's voice carried centuries of understanding survival mechanisms. But you'll have to learn. Because this approach, she gestured at the library full of Helena's research, this has already failed. Spectacularly. And if you continue down the same path. She didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Imara would fail too. What if I can't? Imara turned to face her. What if I try to change my approach and it's still not enough? What if I'm just, her voice cracked, what if I'm just not capable of breaking this curse? Then we'll still be here, Seraphine said, and there was something almost gentle in it. Trapped, as we've been for centuries. But at least you'll have tried something different than Helena's method. She moved closer, and this time she did reach out, her cool hand resting briefly on Imara's shoulder. I'm not asking for perfection. I'm asking for willingness to try another way. The touch was brief, but it steadied something in Imara. She took a breath, nodded. All right. I'll try. But I need help. I need someone to show me how to be present instead of analytical, how to witness instead of observe. That, Seraphine said, stepping back, is a better question than Helena ever asked. There's someone who can help you understand what you need to learn. Someone who's been waiting a long time for a scholar to ask the right questions. Who? Adana. Seraphine moved toward the door. The woman you met this morning. She has things to teach you that I can't, about being seen, about freedom, about the cost of treating people as subjects instead of equals. Imara's stomach sank. She already thinks I'm just like Helena. Why would she help me? Because you admitted you were wrong, Seraphine said. Helena never did that. She maintained her academic distance until she died, convinced her methods were correct even as they achieved nothing. She paused in the doorway. Adana doesn't suffer fools. But she recognizes genuine struggle. If you approach her honestly, not as a scholar seeking information, but as a person seeking to learn, she might be willing to try. And if she's not? Seraphine's expression was unreadable. Then you'll have to figure it out on your own. Just as we've had to figure out survival for centuries. She left, footsteps fading down the corridor, leaving Imara alone in the darkening library. Imara looked at the table covered in Helena's journals, at her own notes spread across the desk. 20 years of meticulous research that had accomplished nothing. Her own 3 days of documentation that had already alienated the women she was trying to help. She could continue this way, refining her approach, taking more careful notes, perhaps being slightly more sensitive in how she asked questions. She could convince herself that with just a bit more research, just a slightly better methodology, she'd find the answer Helena had missed. Or she could admit that this entire approach was flawed from the foundation. The choice terrified her. Because if research wasn't the answer, if her brilliance and her careful documentation and her scholarly training weren't enough, then she'd have to risk something she'd never risked before, being fully present, fully vulnerable, fully seen. Without the protection of her academic role. She'd have to stop being the observer and become a participant. Imara moved to the desk, picked up her notebook, the one she'd been carrying since London, filled with observations and theories and careful documentation. She held it for a long moment, then set it down deliberately. Not throwing it away. She wasn't ready for that, wasn't sure she ever would be. But setting it aside. Choosing, for now, to try something different. Even if she had no idea what that something was. Even if the uncertainty made her hands shake. Small steps, she told herself. Not transformation. Just adjustment. She could still be a scholar. She'd just be a more sensitive one. Take notes later, after conversations. Ask permission before documenting. That would be enough, wouldn't it? It had to be enough. Because asking her to be anything more than that, asking her to completely abandon the tools that had kept her safe her entire life, that was too much to ask. Wasn't it? The question hung unanswered as darkness settled over the estate, and somewhere in its many rooms, women who'd been silenced for centuries waited to see if this scholar would be any different from the last. Imara wasn't sure she would be. But at least she was finally asking herself the question. Chapter 9, The Cost of Trying. Imara woke to find Seraphine standing at her window, silhouetted against the grey pre-dawn light. The vampire's stillness was absolute, no breath, no fidget, just that eerie motionlessness that marked her as something other than human. How long have you been there? Imara asked, sitting up. Hours. Seraphine didn't turn. Watching the darkness fade. I used to love mornings, before. The way light transforms everything. A pause. Now I can only watch through glass. Imara rose, wrapping a shawl around her shoulders against the November cold. She moved to stand beside Seraphine, careful to maintain a respectful distance. Since their confrontation in the library yesterday, they'd settled into a wary partnership, working together but both guarded, both waiting for the other to prove themselves trustworthy or disappointing. "You wanted to show me something," Imara said. Not a question. Seraphine's midnight summons, delivered via spectral messenger, had been clear enough. "Yes." Seraphine finally turned, and her face was grave. "Before you commit to this foolishness of breaking the curse, you should understand what it costs." She moved toward the door with that predatory grace. "Come. There are women you need to meet." They descended through corridors Imara hadn't explored yet, the house's geography still shifting, dreamlike, revealing itself in layers. Seraphine led her to the west wing, to a door that had been sealed with wax and prayer. "Helena never came here," Seraphine said, producing a key that looked medieval. She was too afraid of what it contained. The door opened with a groan that raised every hair on Imara's arms. Beyond lay a circular chamber, windows facing all directions. At its center stood a woman, or the idea of a woman, caught mid-gesture, translucent and flickering like a candle flame in wind. She wore theatrical costume from several decades past, deep purple gown, elaborate jewelry, hair styled in the fashion of the 1870s. Tarot cards hung suspended in the air around her, frozen mid-shuffle. "Vivian Darrow," Seraphine said quietly. She came here in 1878, a professional medium hired by distant relatives to investigate the estate's disturbances. She was genuinely gifted, not a fraud. Her voice held both admiration and sorrow. She tried to break the curse through seance. Got halfway through the ritual before Thomas's failsafe triggered. Imara moved closer, fascinated despite herself. Vivian's face was frozen in an expression of concentration and terror. Her lips were parted as though caught mid-incantation. "She's been like this for 5 years." Seraphine touched the edge of the frozen tarot cards, and they rippled like water disturbed. Trapped between completing her spell and the curse that would kill her if she did. She exists in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Aware. Suffering. Unable to move forward or back. "My God," Imara breathed. Is she conscious?" "Oh yes." Seraphine's smile was bitter. "She watches everything. Hears everything. Just can't respond. Imagine it, scholar, 5 years of isolation with only your own thoughts, unable to speak, unable to move, unable even to complete the action that trapped you. And it could be 50 more. 100. Forever." Imara felt sick. This was what her careful research could lead to, not academic triumph, but eternal torture. There must be a way to free her. If there is, I haven't found it. Neither did Helena. Neither did the others who tried before. Seraphine moved to the door. "Come. There's more you need to see." They climbed to the tower, the one Imara had glimpsed from outside but hadn't yet accessed. The stairs spiraled upward, narrow and treacherous. At the top, a small chamber opened beneath a peaked roof. Moonlight streamed through windows on all sides, illuminating 2 figures who stood at the room's center. 2 women, young and beautiful, in Georgian dress. They stood so close their forms overlapped, creating strange double vision. When one moved, the other mirrored her. When one spoke, the other's lips shaped the same words a half-second delayed. "Juliet and Rosalind," Imara whispered, recognizing them from Helena's notes. "We've been waiting," one began. "For you to arrive," the other continued. "Though we knew you would. Because the house calls. What it needs." Their voices layered over each other, creating eerie harmony. They moved in perfect synchronization, turning to face Imara as one. "We died together," Juliet said, or perhaps Rosalind. Imara couldn't tell them apart. "Chose death rather than separation," the other added. "And the curse caught us. Between one soul and 2. Merged but not united. Separate but not free." They reached for each other, hands passing through each other's forms without connecting. The grief in their overlapping faces was devastating. They were lovers, Seraphine explained, her voice rough. Aristocrats who tried to run away together in 1783. They were caught at the estate, dragged apart. Both died of grief within days. The curse pulled them here at the moment of death, but it twisted their reunion. They exist as fragments of a whole, never quite able to touch, never quite able to separate. That's monstrous, Imara said. That's Thomas Ashwood's legacy. Seraphine moved between the merged women, who shifted to accommodate her like mist parting. This curse destroys everyone it touches. Those who tried to break it, like Vivian, trapped forever mid-spell. Those who were caught by it, Juliet and Rosalind, merged into this painful half-existence, Catherine imprisoned in madness until she starved, Adana caught at eternal thresholds, never able to cross into the freedom she died seeking. She turned to face Imara fully, and her eyes blazed gold in the moonlight. So before you stand in my library making plans with your clever research and your brilliant theories, understand this: you will fail. And when you fail, you'll either die, go mad, or become trapped here in some new and horrible way. Thomas built in fail-safes, scholar. He made sure that anyone who tried to break his work would suffer for their presumption. Then why haven't you tried? Imara demanded. You have centuries of knowledge, supernatural power. Because I'm terrified. Seraphine's control finally cracked, her voice rising. Because I've watched women die. Because every time someone new arrives with hope, with plans, with brilliant ideas, she stopped, breathing hard despite not needing air. Every time, I start to believe. And every time, I watch them fail. And I have to carry that. The weight of their suffering, their failure, their loss. She turned away, hands clenched at her sides. Helena at least had the wisdom to be a coward. She documented but never acted. It kept her safe. Kept her alive long enough to die naturally in her bed rather than screaming in some curse-twisted eternity. But she also accomplished nothing, Imara said quietly. She spent 20 years here and the women are still trapped. Still suffering. Yes. And they'll still be suffering after you're gone too. Seraphine's voice had gone flat again. That terrible deadness that Imara was learning meant she was protecting herself from feeling too much. Because you're not special, Imara Thornwood. You're brilliant, yes. You care, yes. You see us more clearly than Helena did. But none of that matters against a curse that's held for 2 centuries. The word stung because part of Imara had believed she was different. That her combination of academic rigor and genuine empathy would be enough. That her fresh perspective as someone new to the estate, untainted by Helena's compromises, would let her see what others had missed. So what? She asked. I should just give up. Document your suffering like Helena did and call it scholarship? You should leave, Seraphine said, and there was something pleading underneath the coldness. While you still can. Before the house sinks its hooks into you the way it has everyone else. We merged because, Juliet began softly from across the room. We couldn't bear to be apart. Even in death. But she fears, Rosalind continued. Being close to you. Because she can't bear to watch you fail. Seraphine whirled on them. Be quiet. But they continued, relentless in their strange doubled cadence. She's watched so many try, and she's grown to care, for each one, and each loss, breaks her, further, until she's convinced, that hope itself, is cruelty. I said be quiet. Seraphine's voice carried power that made the tower windows rattle. Imara's chest was tight with understanding. Seraphine wasn't warning her away out of cruelty or pessimism. She was trying to protect herself from the pain of watching another woman she'd allowed herself to care about be destroyed by the curse. I'm not leaving, Imara said. Then you're a fool. Perhaps. Imara moved closer, though Seraphine remained turned away. But I'm a fool who sees you. Not the vampire, not the tragic figure, you. Seraphine. The woman who survived 200 years of isolation by convincing herself that hope is more dangerous than despair. Hope is more dangerous than despair, Seraphine said, but her voice shook. Despair is predictable. Hope is, she stopped. Revolutionary, Imara finished quietly. Hope is what Thomas feared most. Why do you think he didn't just kill you? He could have. He killed Elspeth, murdered his own wife, imprisoned his daughter until she died. But you he cursed to eternal existence. Why? Seraphine turned slowly, and there were no tears on her face, but her expression was raw. Why? Because dead martyrs become rallying points. But a vampire trapped in isolation, consumed by grief and fear, never daring to hope or act, that's a warning. That's a lesson. As long as you exist in despair, you prove his point. That women like us are better off accepting our prisons than risking everything for freedom. The words hung in the air between them. Behind them, Juliet and Rosalind had gone still, their double form frozen in an attitude of listening. You can't know that, Seraphine whispered. No, Imara admitted. But I know this, I've spent my entire life being careful. Being small. Accepting that I would always be erased, always be diminished, always have to hide fundamental parts of myself. And I'm tired, Seraphine. I'm so tired of surviving instead of living. She took another step closer. You asked what I see when I look at you. I see a woman who's been brave enough to survive 2 centuries of torture. I think you're brave enough to risk hope one more time. And if you fail? If I watch you die, or go mad, or become trapped like Vivian? Then at least I tried, Imara said. At least I lived. Even if just for a moment. Seraphine stared at her for a long moment. Then, so quietly Imara almost missed it, you sound like Elspeth. She said something similar, the night before we were discovered. That she'd rather have one true moment of freedom than a lifetime of safe hiding. Was she right? I don't know. Seraphine's voice broke. She died, Imara. Thomas murdered her. Cut her throat and left her for animals. And she stopped, hand pressed to her chest as though she could feel a heartbeat that no longer existed. I've had 200 years to decide if that one true moment was worth the cost. I still don't know. Then help me find out, Imara said. Not by watching from the sidelines. By actually trying. With me. I can't. You can, Imara interrupted gently. You're just terrified. And that's understandable. But terror isn't the same as wisdom. They stood in the tower room, surrounded by moonlight and the evidence of previous failures. Vivian trapped mid-spell floors below. Juliet and Rosalind merged and suffering behind them. Catherine raging in her attic. Adana caught at eternal thresholds. All the women Thomas Ashwood had trapped, and all the women who tried and failed to free them. If we do this, Seraphine said finally, if we try to break the curse, we do it together. No more of your solitary research. No more treating this like an academic project you can solve alone. Agreed, Imara said immediately. And you listen to me. You trust that I know this curse, this house, these women better than any amount of research can tell you. Yes. And when, not if, but when, things go wrong, when the failsafes trigger and everything becomes dangerous, you don't play hero. You don't sacrifice yourself thinking it will save us. Because it won't. It'll just add your ghost to our collection. Imara managed a slight smile despite the gravity. I'll try not to die heroically. See that you don't. Seraphine moved toward the stairs, then paused. We should start in the library. If we're going to do this properly, we need to understand exactly how Thomas structured the curse. Every layer, every fail-safe, every binding. Research, Imara said, with a hint of dry humor. I'm good at that. Yes, well, try to be good at it without cataloging us like specimens this time. But there was something almost fond in Seraphine's tone. Come on. Dawn's close, and I should sleep. We'll begin at sunset. They descended the tower stairs in silence, leaving Juliet and Rosalind to their merged vigil. As they passed Vivian's chamber, Imara paused in the doorway, looking at the frozen woman with new understanding. "I'm going to free you," she promised quietly. "All of you. Or die trying." Behind her, Seraphine's voice was soft. "That's what I'm afraid of." But she didn't argue further. And when Imara turned to follow her down the corridor toward their separate chambers, she could have sworn she saw something like hope, tentative, terrified, but real, flicker across the vampire's face. It was gone in an instant, replaced by Seraphine's usual guarded expression. But Imara had seen it. And that was enough. For now. As Imara finally settled back into her bed, exhausted and overwhelmed, she didn't reach for her notebook. Instead, she lay in the darkness, thinking about Vivian's eternal moment, about Juliet and Rosalind's painful merger, about Seraphine's 2 centuries of carefully maintained despair. Helena had been wrong. This wasn't a mystery to solve or a puzzle to crack through clever research. It was a wound that had been bleeding for generations, and the only way to heal it was to stop treating the wounded as subjects and start treating them as equals. As people worth risking everything for. Outside her window, the estate settled around her with its familiar creaks and whispers. But now Imara heard them differently, not as atmospheric Gothic sounds, but as the voices of women waiting. Women hoping. Women who'd been told that hope was foolish so many times they'd almost started to believe it. Almost. But not quite. Because even in the darkest prison, even in the longest isolation, even after 200 years of suffering, hope survived. It had to. It was the only thing Thomas Ashwood hadn't been able to kill. Chapter 10, The Plan. The library had transformed in the dying light of afternoon. Imara watched from the doorway as shadows lengthened across the floor, watched the way dust motes swirled in the last rays of sun. She'd spent the day restless, unable to focus on anything but the promise of sunset, when Seraphine would wake, when they would begin their work in earnest. When she would see her again. The realization unsettled her. When had the vampire become the fixed point around which her thoughts revolved? When had anticipation replaced fear? "You're thinking too loudly." Imara turned to find Seraphine standing just behind her, close enough that Imara could feel the unnatural chill that radiated from her skin, close enough to see the way lamplight caught gold in her dark eyes. "I didn't hear you approach," Imara said. "You weren't meant to." Seraphine moved past her into the library, and Imara caught that strange scent again, earth and old books and something metallic underneath. Vampire trick. We move between heartbeats, in the spaces where attention lapses. She glanced back. Useful for hunting. And for avoiding uncomfortable conversations. Are we about to have an uncomfortable conversation? Probably. Seraphine began lighting lamps with practiced efficiency, the golden glow pushing back shadows. "We're about to spend hours alone together, working in close quarters, discussing intimate details of a curse that revolves around forbidden love and patriarchal control of women's bodies and hearts." She paused, flame reflecting in her eyes. "If that doesn't become uncomfortable, one of us isn't paying attention." Imara felt heat rise in her cheeks. "I can be professional." "Can you?" Seraphine's tone was amused but not unkind. She settled into a chair at the reading table, gesturing for Imara to join her. "Because I've seen the way you look at my portrait. The way you look at me." A pause, waited. "The way you stopped looking at your notebook yesterday and actually saw me instead." Imara stopped, unsure how to respond. Denying it felt like lying. Acknowledging it felt dangerous. "It's all right," Seraphine said softly. "I look at you too. Have been since you arrived. I'm just better at hiding it." She pulled a stack of books toward her, Thomas Ashwood's journals, grimoires, estate records. "But we have work to do. And work requires focus. So let's establish some rules." "Rules," Imara repeated, sitting across from her. "First, we work as equals. You bring scholarly expertise, I bring lived experience of this curse. Neither trumps the other. We discuss, we debate, but we decide together." Seraphine opened the topmost journal, revealing Thomas's cramped handwriting. Second, we're honest. About what we find, about what we fear, about what we feel. No more academic distance. No more hiding behind vampire stoicism. She looked up, meeting Imara's eyes directly. Third, we acknowledge that this, she gestured between them, whatever this is, exists. We don't pretend it doesn't. But we also don't let it distract us from the work. The women here have suffered too long for us to indulge in. She stopped, searching for words. Romance? Imara supplied quietly. Distraction, Seraphine corrected, but her voice was gentle. When we break this curse, if we break it, then we can explore what might exist between us. But not before. Too much is at stake. The words made sense. They were rational, measured, appropriate. But they also stung, and Imara recognized the sting as disappointment. Agreed, she said, because what else could she say? Seraphine's expression flickered, relief and something that might have been regret. Good. Then let's begin. She turned the journal toward Imara. This is from 1683, the year Thomas cursed me. He documented everything. His motivations, his method, his justifications. Imara leaned forward, careful to maintain the space between them even as she studied the page. Thomas's handwriting was precise despite its age, each letter formed with deliberate care. She began to read. The corruption has taken root deeper than I feared. Seraphine, upon whom I placed such hopes, has proven herself no different from her grandmother, her aunt, all the women of this cursed bloodline who persist in unnatural knowledge and unnatural affections. I found her with the marsh girl in circumstances that cannot be described in decent writing. The sin of Sodom, transplanted into female form. He writes as though he's the victim, Imara said, anger tightening her voice. As though your love was violence done to him. That's how men like Thomas think. Seraphine's fingers traced the edge of the page without touching the words. Any expression of female autonomy, any choice that doesn't center male authority, is experienced as attack. Our love wasn't just wrong to him, it was threatening. Proof that women don't need men, can find fulfillment and joy without them. She looked up. That's what he couldn't abide. Imara continued reading. I have dealt with the marsh girl. Her corruption is ended. But Seraphine, she is blood. The last of my line who might yet produce heirs, might yet redeem this family from the taint of unnatural femininity that has plagued us since Margaret's time. Death would be too merciful. It would make her a martyr, her sin romanticized by those who sympathize with such wickedness. Instead, I have consulted texts, old texts, grimoires that good Christians should not touch, but desperate times require desperate measures. I will bind her. Trap her in the various states she sought to pollute with her unnatural passions. Make her eternal guardian against further corruption. She will exist between life and death, neither fully one nor the other, watching over future generations to ensure no other woman of Ashwood blood falls into similar sin. He made you a warning, Imara said quietly. Yes. An eternal object lesson in the consequences of female desire. Seraphine turned to another page. But here's what Helena never understood, what no one who studied this curse has quite grasped. Thomas didn't just bind me. He created a mechanism. Look. She pointed to a diagram Thomas had drawn, circles within circles, names connected by lines, symbols that Imara recognized from her folklore studies as occult binding sigils. This isn't a simple curse, Seraphine explained. It's a trap that perpetuates itself. Every woman with Ashwood blood who exhibits the corruption Thomas feared, love for women, pursuit of forbidden knowledge, refusal of male authority, gets pulled into the binding. They become part of the curse's structure, feeding its power. Like Catherine, Imara said, understanding dawning. And Adana wasn't Ashwood blood, but she was seeking sanctuary here, fleeing the same patriarchal violence. And the curse recognized her as the corruption, seeking refuge, pulled her in at the threshold. Seraphine nodded. Juliet and Rosalind, same mechanism. Vivian tried to break the curse and got caught in it instead. Every woman who comes here seeking freedom or offering help, if she fits Thomas's definition of threat, becomes trapped. Imara studied the diagram more closely. It's like a spider's web. The more it catches, the stronger it becomes. Exactly. Seraphine pulled another journal toward her. But every trap has a weakness. Every binding can be unmade if you understand its structure thoroughly enough. Thomas was clever, but he was also arrogant. He believed his righteousness made him invulnerable. She looked at Imara. We need to find the flaw. The point where his logic fails, where the curse's structure is weakest. They worked in silence for a while, passing journals between them, taking notes, Imara in her careful scholar's hand, Seraphine and marginalia beside Thomas's original entries. The November night deepened around them. Mrs. Peabody appeared with tea at some point. She must have returned from her cottage to check on them, though she offered no explanation for the late-hour visit before retreating. Imara's eyes burned from reading cramped handwriting by lamplight, but she pushed through the fatigue. Somewhere around midnight, she found something. Seraphine, look at this. She turned a journal toward the vampire. This is from 3 months before he cursed you. He writes about visiting a wise woman in the village, someone who knew binding magic. He calls her a witch but admits he needed her expertise. Seraphine leaned closer, and Imara was acutely aware of her proximity, of the way their shoulders almost touched. I didn't know this. He never mentioned consulting anyone. He was ashamed, Imara said, reading further. He justifies it as using the devil's tools against the devil, but you can see the guilt in his writing. And here, she pointed. He writes that the wise woman warned him, bindings made in hate can be unmade by love of equal strength. Silence fell between them, weighted with implication. Thomas dismissed it, Imara continued quietly. He writes, the foolish woman knows not that true love requires godly order. The unnatural affections of which she speaks cannot match the strength of righteous purpose. Seraphine's laugh was bitter. He built his entire curse on the premise that our love was weaker than his hate. That his righteousness would always triumph over our corruption. Which means, Imara said slowly, working through the logic, if we can demonstrate love stronger than his hate, equal in power to his binding, the curse breaks. Seraphine finished. She sat back, something complicated crossing her face. Love as curse breaker. How fitting. How impossible. Why impossible? Imara asked. Because Thomas structured the curse to prevent exactly that. Seraphine stood, began pacing. Don't you see? He isolated me. Made sure I could never fully connect with anyone again. I can't touch without draining life force. Can't be intimate without causing harm. I'm trapped in a state of eternal hunger. I want connection desperately, but I'm dangerous to anyone I get close to. She stopped at the window, staring out at darkness. He made me a monster so that I could never experience the love that might free me. Imara watched her, the rigid set of her shoulders, the way her hands clenched at her sides. You're not a monster. I've killed, Imara. Seraphine's voice was flat. Fed on servants, on villagers. Not often, not recently. I learned control over decades. But in the early years, when the hunger was overwhelming. She turned, and her eyes blazed gold. Don't romanticize what I am. I'm dangerous. Thomas made sure of that. And yet you've shown me nothing but restraint, Imara said quietly. You could have hurt me 12 times. Instead, you've protected me. Warned me. Tried to drive me away for my own safety. That doesn't mean I'm safe. Nothing worth doing is safe. Imara stood, moved closer despite the warning in Seraphine's eyes. You told me to be honest. To not hide behind academic distance. So I'll be honest, I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid of failure, yes. Afraid of letting the women here down. But you? I've never been less afraid of anything in my life. Seraphine's composure cracked. You should be. You don't understand what 2 centuries of hunger feels like, what it does to a person. I look at you and I want, she stopped, breathing hard despite not needing air. I want too much. Your blood, yes, but also your thoughts, your laughter, your stories. I want to know everything about you. And that hunger is just as dangerous as physical thirst. Then know me, Imara said. Not as the scholar documenting your tragedy. As Imara. As myself. Isn't that what breaks the curse? Being fully known, fully seen? We agreed, Seraphine said, but her voice wavered. We agreed to wait. To focus on the work. And we will. But the work requires honesty. You said so yourself. Imara held her ground even as every instinct screamed that she was being too bold, too forward. If love is what breaks the curse, we need to understand what that means. What it looks like. And we can't do that while pretending this, she gestured between them, doesn't exist. Seraphine stared at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, she crossed the space between them. Stopped just close enough that Imara could feel that unnatural chill, could see the way lamplight reflected in eyes that weren't quite human. I haven't let anyone see me, truly see me, since Elspeth died, Seraphine said quietly. I've existed, survived, but I haven't been present. Haven't been real. It's safer to be a ghost haunting my own life. I know something about that, Imara admitted. About making yourself small, about hiding the parts of yourself the world says are wrong or dangerous or too much. Then you understand why I'm terrified. Seraphine's hand rose, trembling in the air between them, but didn't quite touch. If I let myself want you, really want you, not just your blood but you, and I lose you the way I lost Elspeth. You might, Imara said. I might die. I might fail. I might become trapped like Vivian. Those are real possibilities. She took a breath. But I might also succeed. We might break this curse. We might free everyone, including you. And then? Then what? Seraphine's voice was barely a whisper. Then we find out what happens when two women refuse to be small. Refuse to hide. Refuse to accept that their love is corruption instead of revolution. For a moment, they stood suspended, close but not touching, the space between them electric with possibility and fear. Then Seraphine stepped back, and the absence of her proximity felt like cold water. We should keep working, she said, but her voice was rough. We've found the mechanism, love countering hate. Now we need to understand the specifics. How it's enacted. What form it takes. Imara wanted to press further, to close the distance again, but she recognized the boundary Seraphine was drawing. For now, it was enough that they'd acknowledged the truth between them. They returned to the journals, but something had shifted. The work felt different now, not dry academic research, but intimate archaeology of violence and resistance. Every line of Thomas's hatred, they countered with quiet observation of its flaws. Every justification he made, they deconstructed together. Around 3 a.m, Imara found another crucial passage. The binding requires 3 elements: blood of the caster, willing or unwilling sacrifice, and a vessel to contain the working. Thomas used his own blood for the first. She looked up. What was the sacrifice? Elspeth, Seraphine said, her voice carefully controlled. Her murder. Her blood on his hands. And the vessel? The estate itself. He bound the curse into the foundations, the walls, the very stones. Seraphine pulled out a map of the estate, marked with Thomas's careful notations. Here, the old chapel on the grounds. He performed the ritual there. It's been locked since then, sealed with iron and prayers. Imara studied the map. If the vessel is the estate, then to break the curse, we'd need to either destroy the estate entirely, which would destroy us all with it, or... Seraphine paused. Or reconsecrate it. Transform it from a prison into something else. Make it a place of liberation instead of binding. How? I don't know yet. Seraphine's frustration was palpable. This is where Helena's research always stalled. She could identify the curse's structure but couldn't figure out how to transform it. Every ritual she considered, every magical working, would trigger the failsafes. Thomas was too thorough. They worked until dawn began to pale the windows. Imara's exhaustion was bone-deep now, her eyes burning, her mind struggling to focus. But she'd filled pages with notes, cross-references, theories. "You need to sleep," Seraphine said as Imara stifled yet another yawn. "You're no good to anyone if you collapse. Just a bit more." "No." Seraphine's tone was firm. "We're in this for the long term. That means pacing ourselves. Go to bed. Sleep. We'll continue at sunset." Imara wanted to argue, but her body was already agreeing with Seraphine. She gathered her notes, stood with effort. "We made progress tonight." "We did." Seraphine walked her to the library door. "Imara." She turned back. "Thank you," Seraphine said quietly. "For seeing me. For not running. For being." She searched for words. "For being you." Warmth bloomed in Imara's chest despite the exhaustion. "Thank you for letting me." They stood in the doorway, the space between them smaller than propriety demanded but not as small as Imara wanted. Then Seraphine stepped back, and the moment passed. "Sleep well," the vampire said. "You too." Imara paused. "Do you sleep?" "After a fashion." "More like, pausing. Going still. Letting the daylight hours pass in something like rest." A slight smile. "It's not true sleep. I don't dream anymore. But it's close enough." Imara wanted to ask what she'd dreamed of before, wanted to know everything about her, the small details, the mundane habits, all the things that made Seraphine herself rather than the vampire or the cursed woman. But exhaustion was pulling at her like undertow. "Tomorrow," she said. "Tell me tomorrow." "Tomorrow," Seraphine agreed. Imara climbed the stairs to her room as dawn light strengthened. The house was waking around her. She could hear Mrs. Peabody moving about in the kitchen, could smell bread baking. Normal domestic sounds that felt surreal after hours spent researching supernatural curses and fighting not to fall in love with a vampire. In her room, she changed into her nightgown mechanically, barely aware of her own movements. Her notes lay scattered across the desk, testament to the night's work. But she left them there, too tired even to organize them properly. As she climbed into bed, a thought struck her. She'd just spent hours alone with Seraphine, working in intimate proximity, and she hadn't once felt the urge to document it for later analysis. Hadn't mentally catalogued the vampire's mannerisms or filed away observations for future reference. She'd simply been present. With Seraphine, with the work, with herself. Maybe that was progress. Maybe that was what it meant to witness instead of observe. Or maybe she was just too exhausted to maintain her usual defenses. Sleep claimed her before she could decide which. In the library below, Seraphine stood before her own portrait, studying the face she'd worn when human, the hope in those painted eyes, the defiance in the set of her jaw. The artist had captured her in the months before Thomas discovered her with Elspeth, when she'd still believed love might be possible. She looked young in the portrait. Unburdened. Free. "I was a fool," she said softly to her painted self. "I thought love would save us. Instead, it got Elspeth killed and me damned to this half-existence." The portrait didn't answer, but in the glass of a nearby mirror, a figure appeared, translucent, watercolor soft, heartbreakingly familiar. "You weren't a fool," Elspeth said. Her spectral form drifted closer. "You were brave. We were brave. Brave got you murdered." "No. Thomas's fear murdered me. His hatred. His need to control what he couldn't understand." Elspeth's form shimmered beside the portrait. "Seraphine, I've watched you for 2 centuries. Watched you survive. Watched you protect the other women. Watched you guard this house against further harm even though it's your prison. I failed you," Seraphine said, her voice breaking. I should have been more careful. Should have protected you better. You loved me, Elspeth corrected gently. You loved me openly, joyfully, completely. That wasn't failure. That was the bravest thing either of us ever did. Her spectral hand reached out, passing through Seraphine's shoulder without touching. And now there's another woman who sees you. Who isn't afraid. Don't waste this chance because you're still punishing yourself for my death. She could die too. The curse could trap her, torture her. Or she could free us all. Elspeth's smile was sad and hopeful at once. Isn't that possibility worth the risk? Seraphine had no answer. Or rather, she had too many answers, all contradicting each other. Rest, Elspeth said. Dawn's here. And tomorrow night, let yourself hope. Just a little. Just enough. She faded, leaving Seraphine alone with her portrait and her memories and the dangerous, terrifying possibility that maybe, just maybe, Imara Thornwood could do what no one else had managed in 200 years. Break the curse. Free them all. And prove that love, despite everything Thomas Ashwood had believed, was stronger than hate. Seraphine moved to her resting place, a chamber deep in the estate's heart where no sunlight reached. As she settled into the stillness that passed for sleep, her last conscious thought was of Imara's face in lamplight, the way her dark eyes blazed with determination and something else. Something that looked dangerously like love beginning. Chapter 11, The Hearth. Imara woke to the smell of baking bread and the sound of humming, two voices harmonizing in a tune she didn't recognize but that sounded like home anyway. For a moment, still caught between sleep and waking, she thought she was back in her mother's kitchen in Manchester. But the bed was too soft, the room too large, and when she opened her eyes, Victorian wallpaper greeted her instead of familiar walls. The Ashwood Estate. Right. The humming continued from somewhere below, cheerful, domestic, utterly at odds with curses and vampires and women trapped for centuries. Imara sat up, rubbing sleep from her eyes. Weak afternoon light filtered through her curtains. She'd slept most of the day away, exhausted from the previous night's research. Her stomach growled, reminding her she'd barely eaten. The bread smell was unbearably tempting. She dressed quickly and followed the sound and sent downstairs, through corridors that seemed less maze-like now that she was learning the house's rhythms. The humming led her not to the main kitchen where Mrs. Peabody usually worked, but to a smaller room she hadn't yet explored, what must have been a servant's kitchen in the estate's heyday. Anne and Mary stood at the work table, translucent but somehow more present than any ghost had a right to be. And had flour on her spectral hands and a smudge on her nose. Mary was shaping dough with practiced motions, her movements creating actual displacement in the physical world despite her incorporeal state. Well, look who's finally up, Anne said cheerfully, not looking up from her kneading. We were starting to think you'd sleep clear through to tomorrow. Imara stopped in the doorway, fascinated. You're baking. Actual bread. Course we are. And grinned at her. Dead doesn't mean useless, love. We've been baking in this kitchen for 70 years, give or take. House lets us sometimes, when we're strong enough. She held up her flour-dusted hands. Can't eat it ourselves, mind you. But Mrs. Peabody doesn't complain about the help. And you look like you could use some proper feeding, Mary added, her voice gentle. All that research and staying up till dawn. You'll waste away if someone doesn't make sure you eat. I can take care of myself, Imara said, but without heat. The domestic scene was too warm, too welcoming to resist. Can you? Anne raised an eyebrow. When's the last time you had a proper meal, then? Not tea and toast, but real food? Imara tried to remember and couldn't. Point taken. Sit. Mary gestured to a stool by the hearth, where a fire burned cheerfully. Bread'll be ready soon. We've got butter and jam, and there's soup from yesterday Mrs. Peabody left. Imara sat, feeling oddly like a child being tended by indulgent aunts. Anne and Mary worked in perfect synchronization, their movements a dance they'd clearly perfected over decades. And would reach for something just as Mary finished with it. Mary would step aside just as and moved into that space. They existed in each other's orbits with the ease of long intimacy. "You've been here a long time," Imara said, watching them. "Since 1851, Mary confirmed. 32 years of haunting the same kitchen. Could think of worse fates, honestly. Could think of better ones too," and added pragmatically. "She shaped dough into loaves with deft hands. But we've got each other, and that counts for something. More than something, really." "How did you?" Imara paused, unsure how to ask. "How did you meet?" Anne and Mary exchanged glances, a whole conversation passing between them in that look. "I was kitchen maid," Anne said. "Worked here since I was 12. Mary came later, when the old lady's maid retired. She was lady's maid to Catherine Ashwood, not our Catherine in the attic, different Catherine. This was years after Thomas's time." She grinned. "Thought herself very fine, this new maid did. Too good for the likes of us kitchen folk." "I did not." Mary protested, but she was smiling. "I was simply reserved." "Reserved?" And snorted. "You were terrified we'd all see through you. That we'd know you were just a farmer's daughter who'd learned to talk posh and style hair." "And you saw through me in about 5 minutes," Mary said fondly. "Took me 3, actually." And winked at Imara. "She came down to the kitchen to fetch something for her mistress, and I made some cheeky comment about London airs, and she got all flustered and dropped her tray. Bent down to help her pick up the pieces, and our hands touched, and," she paused, something soft crossing her face. "And that was that, really." "That was not that," Mary corrected. "You teased me mercilessly for months. Had to. You were so buttoned up, so proper. Someone needed to ruffle you a bit." Anne's grin was affectionate. "Besides, couldn't very well just tell you I fancied you, could I? This was 1849, love. Women didn't just go around announcing they preferred other women." "So you tormented me instead," Mary said, "but there was no accusation in it. Until one day you tormented me back." And looked at Mary with such open fondness that Imara felt like an intruder. "Turned the tables, she did. Started teasing me right back. And somewhere in all that teasing, we realized we were courting each other." Imara watched them, these two women who'd loved each other for over 30 years, who'd died together and remained together even in death. Their love was so casual, so domestic, not the grand passion of poetry, but something quieter and perhaps stronger for its quietness. "Were you afraid?" she asked. "When you realized what you felt?" "Terrified," Mary admitted. She slid the loaves into the oven, an oven that somehow responded to spectral touch. "I'd heard stories about women like us. What happened to them when they were discovered? The asylums, the exorcisms, the shame. But we were careful, and said, servants are good at being invisible when we need to be. The masters look right through us half the time anyway. So we loved each other in the spaces between their looking. In the early mornings before the household woke. In the late evenings after everyone slept. In stolen moments in linen closets and pantries. For 2 years, we had that," Mary said softly. 2 years of secret joy. It wasn't perfect, we couldn't hold hands in public, couldn't dance together at festivals, couldn't build a life the way other couples could. But it was ours. "What happened?" Imara asked, though she suspected she knew. Anne's expression darkened. "The curse happened. 1851, there was a surge. Seraphine can probably explain the mechanics better than we can. But basically, Thomas's binding had been getting stronger, feeding on the women it caught. And every so often, it would have these episodes. The house would go mad. Doors slamming, walls bleeding, screaming in the night. We were trying to get the other servants out," Mary continued. "The family had already fled, they always did during the episodes. But we stayed to make sure everyone got to safety." She looked at Anne. "We were almost out. Almost made it to the gates. But the east wing collapsed, and finished. Whole upper floor came down. We were underneath, trying to help one of the scullery maids who'd twisted her ankle. Beams came down, stones fell, she stopped, the memory clearly still vivid despite 7 decades. Killed us both instantly, at least. That's something. And the curse caught you, Imara said quietly. Caught us together, and corrected, and there was something almost triumphant in her voice. That's the important bit. Thomas's curse, it wanted to separate us, to isolate us like it did Seraphine. But we died holding each other. Our last thoughts were of each other. And somehow, she looked at Mary with wonder that hadn't dimmed in 70 years. Somehow the curse couldn't pull us apart. We've been together ever since. Every moment, Mary added. We can't leave the estate, and we can't fully manifest all the time. But we're never alone. Never separated. And after 2 years of having to hide our love, after a lifetime of being told it was wrong or shameful, there's something powerful in that. Imara felt her throat tighten. These 2 women, who'd died young, who'd been trapped by the same curse that held Seraphine and Catherine and all the others, they spoke of it almost as a gift. Not the curse itself, but what it had accidentally given them, eternal togetherness. Don't you want to be free? She asked. Oh, love. Anne's smile was gentle. We are free. Maybe not in the way you mean, can't leave, can't move on to whatever comes after. But we love each other openly now. No hiding, no shame, no fear of discovery. Every woman who comes to this estate, living or dead, knows what we are to each other. We don't have to pretend. Besides, Mary added, where would we go? What would we do? We've been together for 34 years. Whether that's in this house or somewhere else doesn't matter as much as the together part. The bread's warm scent filled the kitchen. And pulled the loaves from the oven, perfect, golden, somehow real despite being made by spectral hands. She set them on the table to cool, then pulled out butter and jam while Mary ladled soup into a bowl. Eat, and commanded, setting everything in front of Imara. Before you fall over from hunger. Can't break curses on an empty stomach. Imara obeyed, tearing into the still warm bread. It was perfect, crusty outside, soft within, with butter melting into every crevice. The soup was rich and savory. She ate like she was starving, which she realized she was. Anne and Mary watched with the satisfaction of cooks seeing their work appreciated. They settled into chairs across from her, their spectral forms more solid in this kitchen than anywhere else Imara had seen them. You're in love with her, Anne said matter-of-factly once Imara had taken the edge off her hunger. With Seraphine. Imara nearly choked on her bread. We've just met. It's barely been a week. Time doesn't matter, Mary said gently. We knew in 5 minutes. Some people know in 5 seconds. Some people take years. There's no right timeline for these things. But I don't even know if. Imara stopped, unsure how to articulate her tangle of feelings. She's a vampire. She's been cursed for 2 centuries. She's still in love with Elspeth. And we've agreed to focus on breaking the curse before anything. Before you admit what you both already know, and finished. That's wise, I suppose. Practical. Very grown up of you both. She grinned. Also completely pointless. Love doesn't wait for convenient timing, duck. It just happens. And Seraphine's not still in love with Elspeth, Mary added. She grieves her, yes. Carries guilt about her death. But love and grief aren't the same thing. She's been in grief for 200 years. Love, she exchanged a glance with Anne. Love is what we saw in her eyes last night when she watched you leave the library. Imara's heart did something complicated in her chest. You were watching? We keep an eye on things, Anne said cheerfully. It's what we do. Can't go anywhere, might as well pay attention to what's happening in our own house. She leaned forward. And what's happening is you two are circling each other like you're both terrified to reach out. Which, fair enough, reaching out is scary. But Imara, love, you don't have forever. None of us does, Mary added softly. Even us dead ones. We exist, but we don't live. We're caught in the moment of our death, reliving it over and over unless we make the choice to be present instead. And being present means accepting that every moment could be our last. That the curse could crush us tomorrow, or you could fail, or something could go horribly wrong. So what are you saying? Imara asked. That I should just confess my feelings? Start a relationship in the middle of trying to break an ancient curse? We're saying don't waste time, and said. Her usual cheerfulness had turned serious. We had 2 years together before we died. 2 years of hiding and fear and stolen moments. And you know what? We'd do it again in a heartbeat. Because those 2 years were real. They mattered. They were ours. She reached across the table, her spectral hand hovering above Imara's. If you feel something for her, tell her. If she feels something for you, and she does, we've seen it, don't pretend you don't know it. Life's too short for that. And death's too long. But what if I distract her? Imara asked, voicing her real fear. What if focusing on me instead of the curse means we fail? What if people get hurt because we were too busy falling in love to do the work properly? Mary's expression was knowing. And what if loving each other is the work? You found that passage in Thomas's journals, didn't you? Love breaking hate? Yes, but. No buts. Anne's voice was firm but kind. You can't break a curse about love without understanding love. And you can't understand love while keeping yourself locked away from it. Trust me, we've watched Seraphine do exactly that for 70 years. Watched her deny herself any connection, any vulnerability, any chance at happiness because she thought that's what keeping everyone safe required. And it didn't keep us safe, Mary said. It just made her miserable. The curse kept getting stronger anyway, kept trapping more women, because Seraphine's loneliness fed it just as much as Thomas's original hate did. Imara absorbed this, turning it over in her mind. You're saying isolation perpetuates the curse. We're saying love is resistance, and corrected. Thomas built this whole bloody thing on the idea that women loving women was corruption that needed to be contained. Every time we hide our love, every time we pretend it doesn't exist, every time we make ourselves small and quiet and ashamed, we prove him right. Her spectral eyes blazed. But when we love openly, when we claim our joy even in the darkest circumstances, that's revolution, duck. Look at us, Mary said, gesturing between herself and Anne. We died. The curse trapped us. By all rights, we should be miserable, angry, destroyed. But we're not. We're happy. We love each other just as much now as we did when we were alive. Maybe more, because we don't have to hide anymore. And that happiness, that open love, it's kept us strong. Kept us sane. Kept us human even though we're ghosts. Anne nodded. You want to break the curse? Stop treating love like it's a distraction from the work. Make it the work itself. The bread had cooled enough to eat properly now. Imara tore off another piece, chewing slowly as she processed what they were saying. It went against every instinct she developed, the careful scholar who kept emotions separate from research, who maintained objective distance, who never let personal feelings compromise professional judgment. But those instincts had served Helena, and Helena had failed. I don't know how to do this, Imara admitted. How to be present with my feelings and still think clearly. How to fall in love and break curses at the same time. Nobody knows how, Mary said gently. You just do it. Messily. Imperfectly. You make mistakes and fix them and make more mistakes. That's what love is, choosing someone over and over, through all the mess and complication. And it is messy, and added with a grin. Mary and I, we fought like cats sometimes. Still do, actually. Being in love doesn't mean you agree on everything or that it's always easy. It just means you've decided the person is worth the difficulty. Is Seraphine worth it? Mary asked quietly. Imara thought of Seraphine's face in lamplight, the vulnerability in her eyes when she'd admitted she was terrified to hope. Thought of the way the vampire had tried to drive her away for her own safety, tried to protect her even at the cost of her own loneliness. Thought of 200 years of isolation, of hunger not just for blood but for connection, for being fully known. Yes, she said. She's worth it. Then tell her, and said simply. Not in some grand declaration, you're both too skittish for that yet. But in the small ways. Let yourself be soft with her. Let her see that you care. Stop performing academic distance and just be yourself. Be the person who stayed when she told you to leave, Mary added. Be the person who sees her as Seraphine first and vampire second. Be the person who believes she deserves love after 2 centuries of being told she's monstrous. Imara finished her soup, the warmth of it settling into her bones. These 2 women, servants who'd died young, who'd been caught by the same curse that held everyone else, were the wisest people she'd met in this entire estate. Their love was simple, domestic, unglamorous. And it was more powerful than any of Thomas Ashwood's hate. Thank you, she said. For the food, for the advice, she gestured around the warm kitchen. For making this place feel less like a Gothic nightmare and more like a home. That's what we do best, and said cheerfully. We're not fighters like Seraphine, or scholars like you, or revolutionaries like Adana. We're just 2 women who know how to make a house feel lived in. How to bake bread and tell jokes and remind people that love doesn't have to be dramatic to be real. The world needs grand gestures, Mary said. But it also needs quiet moments. Shared meals. Laughter in kitchens. The small domestic intimacies that make life worth living. She smiled. We're the hearth, Imara. We keep the home fires burning while others fight the battles. Both matter. Both matter, Imara echoed. A sound from the doorway made them all turn. Mrs. Peabody stood there, market basket over her arm, looking entirely unsurprised to find Imara having tea with 2 ghosts. Oh good, you fed her, the housekeeper said briskly. Girl's been looking peaky. All that staying up till dawn isn't healthy. She moved into the kitchen, adding vegetables from her basket to the pantry. Though I see you've made a right mess with the flour again, Anne. Sorry, Mrs. P., and said, not sounding sorry at all. You never are. But Mrs. Peabody's tone was fond. She'd clearly grown accustomed to her spectral kitchen helpers over the years. Well, since you're here anyway, might as well help with dinner. We're having 3 for supper tonight. Imara needs proper feeding, and Seraphine can at least sit with us even if she doesn't eat. Seraphine's joining us? Imara asked, surprised. Suggested it myself, Mrs. Peabody said. Can't have you 2 working yourselves to exhaustion every night. Need regular meals, regular rest, regular human interaction that isn't about curses and death. She gave Imara a pointed look. You may be trying to save the world, girl, but you still need to live in it while you're doing so. Anne and Mary exchanged knowing glances. See? And said to Imara. Even Mrs. Peabody knows. Life doesn't pause for grand missions. You have to eat and sleep and be a person even while you're being a hero. I'm not a hero, Imara protested. Not yet, Mary said gently. But you're trying to be. And that's close enough. Mrs. Peabody shooed them all out of the kitchen so she could cook properly. And then Mary drifted along with Imara back toward the main part of the house, their spectral forms comfortable and familiar now. One more thing, and said as they reached the entrance hall. When you see Seraphine tonight at dinner, and every night after, remember that she's been alone for 200 years. She's forgotten how to be with people. How to trust that they won't leave or betray her. So be patient. Be consistent. Show her that caring for someone doesn't have to end in tragedy. Show her what we showed each other, Mary added. That love can be simple. That it doesn't always have to be dramatic or doomed. That sometimes, it's just 2 people choosing to be together, day after day, through whatever comes. We will, Imara promised, then caught herself. I will. And grinned. You said, we. That's a good sign, that is. Already thinking of yourself as part of a pair. They faded then, their work done, leaving Imara alone in the entrance hall with her thoughts and the lingering warmth of bread and advice. The afternoon light was already fading. Soon, Seraphine would wake. Soon, they'd have dinner together, a normal, domestic thing, almost like a date. Soon, Imara would have to decide whether to keep maintaining careful distance or to take Anne and Mary's advice and let herself be soft. The prospect terrified her. But then again, everything about this estate terrified her. The curse, the trapped women, the weight of expectations, the possibility of failure. What was one more fear added to the pile? Except this fear was different. This fear came with the possibility of joy. Imara climbed the stairs to her room to change for dinner, and for the first time since arriving at the estate, she caught herself humming the same tune Anne and Mary had been singing in the kitchen, wordless but warm, the sound of home and happiness and love that survived even death. She didn't know all the words yet. But she was learning. Chapter 12, The Mirror. Dinner was a strange, domestic affair that felt surreal given the circumstances. Mrs. Peabody had set the table in the smaller dining room, not the grand formal space that could seat 20, but an intimate room that held warmth better. Candles flickered, casting golden light across simple dishes, roasted chicken, vegetables from the estate gardens, fresh bread still warm from the oven. Imara sat across from Seraphine, acutely aware of every movement, every glance. The vampire didn't eat, of course, but she'd accepted a glass of wine that she held without drinking, her fingers tracing the stem in absent patterns. This is nice, Imara said, then immediately felt foolish. Nice. As though they were having a normal dinner party instead of strategizing how to break a 200-year-old curse. But Seraphine's lips curved into a slight smile. It is. I'd forgotten what it's like to sit at table with someone. To share a meal, even if I can't partake. She glanced at Mrs. Peabody, who was bustling about with more vegetables. Thank you for this. For insisting on normalcy. Someone has to, Mrs. Peabody said briskly. Can't live on research and supernatural drama alone. You need routine, need human moments. She set down a dish of potatoes and fixed them both with a stern look. And you need to remember your people, not just curse breakers or vampires or scholars. People need to eat and rest and have conversation that isn't about death and magic. She was right, of course. Imara had been so focused on the curse, on the work, on the weight of expectation, that she'd forgotten to simply be. The bread Anne and Mary had baked earlier had helped, but this, sitting across from Seraphine in candlelight, sharing space if not food, felt almost revolutionary in its ordinariness. They talked about small things. Books they'd read. The changing seasons. Seraphine's memories of the estate before it fell into decay. Imara's childhood in Manchester, her mother's stories about her father. Nothing about curses or death or Thomas Ashwood's hatred. It was the most human conversation Imara had had since arriving. Your father was from Yorubaland, Seraphine said, and it wasn't a question. I can hear it in the way you say certain words. The slight musical lilt. Imara felt herself go still. In London, she learned to flatten her speech, to erase any trace of her father's influence, to sound as English as possible. But here, with Seraphine watching her with those gold-brown eyes, she found she didn't want to hide. He died when I was young, she said. Pneumonia. But my mother kept his language alive for me. Taught me words, songs, stories. She paused. I don't use them much anymore. It's safer not to, in academic circles. Safer to be as English as I can manage. Safer, Seraphine repeated, something sad in her voice. Yes. I understand that. Making yourself smaller, more palatable, less threatening. She set down her wine glass. I did the same thing, you know. Before Thomas discovered us. I learned to be the perfect granddaughter, demure, obedient, interested in womanly pursuits. I hid everything that made me myself. Did it work? For a while. Until I met Elspeth and realized I didn't want to hide anymore. Seraphine's expression went distant. That's what love does, I think. It makes hiding unbearable. The words settled between them, weighted with meaning neither was quite ready to examine fully. Mrs. Peabody cleared the plates, her knowing look suggesting she heard everything and approved. I'll be in the kitchen if you need anything. You two enjoy your evening. When she left, the silence felt more intimate. Imara found herself hyper-aware of Seraphine's presence, the way candlelight caught in her auburn hair, the stillness of her posture, the intensity of her attention when she looked at Imara. Imara began, but a sound from the doorway interrupted her. Not a sound, exactly. More like a presence. A shift in the air that made her turn. Adana stood at the threshold, tall, powerful, utterly still. Her translucent form seemed to gather what little light existed, holding it close. She didn't cross into the room. Couldn't, Imara remembered. Trapped at thresholds, never able to move fully forward or back. I'm interrupting, Adana said, her voice carrying layers of languages and accents, creating something that belonged to no single place. I can go. No, Imara said quickly, standing. Please. Join us. Or, she stopped, remembering. Can you? I can be here. Just not fully. Adana's smile was bitter. Story of my existence. Always on the edge of spaces, never completely in them. Seraphine rose as well. I should leave you two to talk. I have research to. Stay, Adana said. It was a command, gently delivered. This concerns you too. She looked at Imara. Walk with me. There's something I need to show you. Imara glanced at Seraphine, who nodded. I'll wait in the library. Come find me when you're finished. Adana led Imara through the house, her spectral form gliding just ahead, always at doorways, always at the edge of rooms. They didn't speak until they reached a part of the estate Imara hadn't explored yet, a conservatory different from the one with Margaret's garden. This one was smaller, darker, the glass panels intact but grimy with decades of neglect. Inside, mirrors covered one entire wall, an installation from some previous era, creating infinite reflections. In the dim light, Imara could see herself repeated endlessly, growing smaller and smaller into the distance. I come here sometimes, Adana said, positioning herself at the conservatory's entrance, unable to cross inside. To remember what I looked like. To see myself as I was, not as the curse made me. Imara moved closer to the mirrors, studying her own reflection. She looked tired, dark circles under her eyes, her hair escaping its pins, her dress rumpled from long hours of research. But there was something else too. A determination in her eyes she hadn't seen before coming to the estate. You're performing, Adana said quietly. Even now. Even here, in this house where everyone is already damned or dead or cursed. You're still making yourself acceptable. The words stung because they were true. I don't know what you mean. Don't you? Adana's gaze was steady. The way you straighten your spine when you walk into a room. The way you moderate your voice, carefully pronounce every word. The way you downplay your brilliance so as not to threaten. The way you apologize for taking up space. Imara wanted to deny it, but the words stuck in her throat. I see you, Adana continued. Because I did the same thing. When I was enslaved, I made myself smaller. Quieter. Less threatening. Because that's how you survive when people have power over your body, your life, your very existence. Her form shimmered with emotion. When I escaped, I thought I'd be free. Thought I could finally be myself, loud, proud, taking up all the space I wanted. But? Imara prompted. But freedom in my body didn't mean freedom in the world. Adana's laugh was hollow. I still had to be careful. Still had to read every room, every person, every situation for danger. Still had to perform acceptability. The chains were gone, but the cage remained. Imara turned from the mirror to face her. How did you end up here? I was running. Again. Always running. Adana's expression was hard. There were men, slave catchers, even though slavery was supposedly abolished in England. They didn't care about laws. They saw profit. I ran for weeks, hiding in cellars and barns, stealing food, moving at night. She paused, and Imara waited, sensing there was more. I heard whispers. In the underground networks, the women who helped people like me. They spoke of a house. A place where women went and were never found again, but not because they were caught. Because they chose to stay. Because something there protected them. Adana's gaze went distant. I was desperate enough to believe it. I found the estate on a February night, snow falling, exhausted and starving and hunted. What happened? I reached the gates. They were open, like they were waiting for me. I could see the house, warm light in the windows, smoke from chimneys. Sanctuary. Her voice broke slightly. I stepped forward. Tried to cross the threshold. And the curse caught me. Imara's chest tightened. Because you were seeking freedom. Because I was a woman who refused to be property. Who loved women, had loved a woman back in the Caribbean, before she was sold away from me. Who sought knowledge I wasn't supposed to have, who wanted autonomy I wasn't supposed to claim. Adana's form flickered. Thomas Ashwood's curse recognized me as the same corruption he'd built it to contain. And it trapped me at the very threshold of freedom. How long? Imara asked, though she dreaded the answer. 103 years. Adana said it matter-of-factly, but the weight of it was staggering. I've existed in doorways, in the space between outside and inside, for a century. Watching others come and go. Watching the world change. Watching freedom arrive for some people, in some ways, while I remained trapped in the moment I almost escaped. Imara felt tears prick her eyes. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry, Adana said sharply. I don't need your pity. I need your understanding. She moved closer to the threshold, as close as she could come without entering. Look at yourself in that mirror. Really look. What do you see? Imara turned back to her reflection. I see me. Tired. Trying. You see a black woman making herself acceptable to white academia, Adana corrected. You see someone brilliant who's learned to dim that brilliance so it doesn't threaten. You see someone who's spent her whole life performing a version of herself that others can tolerate. The words hit like blows. I have to. You know I have to. To survive in that world. Yes, Adana agreed. In that world, you do. In the world of white universities and male scholars and people who think women like us are abominations twice over, for our skin and our desire. In that world, you perform or you perish. She paused. But Imara, you're not in that world anymore. You're here. In a house full of damned women who don't give a fuck about respectability. Imara turned to stare at her. She'd never heard Adana curse before. Look at me, Adana said. Really look. Not with your scholar's eyes. With your eyes. Imara looked. Really looked. And she saw. A woman who was tall and proud and powerful. A woman who'd survived slavery and escape and a century of imprisonment without being broken. A woman whose very posture was defiant, whose gaze was unflinching, whose presence commanded space even though she was spectral. A woman who refused to be small. You see it now, Adana said, reading her expression. I'm free. Not in body, the curse still holds me. But in spirit, in self, I'm free. Because I decided that even if I'm trapped, I won't perform. Won't diminish myself. Won't make myself acceptable to the system that damned me. But how? Imara's voice cracked. How do you do that? How do you stop performing when performance has kept you alive? You choose, Adana said simply. Every day, every moment, you choose. It's terrifying. It goes against every survival instinct. But you choose to be fully yourself anyway. Because the alternative, living a life that's safe but not real, that's a different kind of death. Imara looked at herself in the mirror again. Saw the straight spine, the careful posture, the modulated expression. Saw the performance she'd perfected over years of navigating white spaces. I don't know if I can, she whispered. You already are, Adana said. You refused to leave when Seraphine told you to. You challenged Catherine when she accused you. You sat with Anne and Mary and let them feed you and give you advice. You're letting yourself care about Seraphine even though it's dangerous. She smiled. You're learning. You're just still holding back the final piece. What piece? Your full self. Your joy, your anger, your desire, your power, unfiltered. Unperformed. Unapologetic. Adana's gaze was fierce. That's what will break this curse, Imara. Not your research. Not your clever theories. Your refusal to be small. The words echoed in the conservatory, reflected in infinite mirrors. Thomas Ashwood built this curse on the assumption that women like us would always hide, Adana continued. That we'd be too afraid, too ashamed, too careful to claim our full power. That we'd police ourselves better than he ever could. And for 200 years, we proved him right. How? Seraphine hides in her vampirism, using it as excuse to never connect. Catherine hides in her rage. I hide at thresholds, literally unable to commit to being fully present. Anne and Mary hide in domesticity. It's beautiful, but it's also safe. We've all found ways to be here without being fully here. Adana's voice gentled. And you're doing it too. You're brilliant and brave and you care deeply. But you're still performing the acceptable version of yourself. Still making yourself palatable. Imara felt something crack open in her chest, pain and recognition and terrible, liberating truth. I'm scared, she admitted. If I stop performing, if I'm fully myself, I could lose everything. My academic career, my safety, my... Your cage, Adana finished. Yes. You'd lose your cage. The safe, small life you've built that keeps you alive but not free. She leaned against the doorframe, a woman who would never cross another threshold unless freed. Is that what you want? To survive in a cage? Or do you want to live? I want, Imara stopped, emotion clogging her throat. I want to be free. I want to love Seraphine without fear. I want to be brilliant without apologizing. I want to take up space and not feel guilty about it. I want, her voice broke. I want to stop being so goddamn tired all the time. Then stop, Adana said softly. Stop performing. Stop making yourself acceptable. Stop apologizing for existing. She smiled. Start being Imara Thornwood, not the scholar, not the acceptable Negro woman, not the careful lesbian hiding her desire. Just you. Full, messy, complicated, powerful you. Imara looked at her reflection one more time. And for the first time, she let herself see what Seraphine saw. What Anne and Mary saw. What even Catherine, in her rage, had seen. A woman brilliant enough to threaten the entire academic establishment. A woman who'd walked into a cursed house and refused to leave. A woman who'd looked at a vampire and seen a person worth loving. A woman who was Yoruba and English and neither and both. A woman who loved women and loved knowledge and refused to choose between them. A woman who could break curses if she stopped trying to be acceptable and started trying to be free. I see you, Adana said, and it sounded like a blessing. Do you see yourself? I'm starting to, Imara whispered. They stood in silence for a moment, Adana at the threshold, Imara surrounded by her own infinite reflections. Then Adana spoke again, her voice carrying the weight of a century of thresholds. There's a reason the curse caught me here, at doorways. Thomas's magic knew, I'm the one who shows people the truth of their cages. I'm the mirror that reflects what you're hiding from yourself. She smiled sadly. I can't cross thresholds because I force everyone who meets me to cross their own. To decide, will you step forward into freedom, or stay back in safety? What did you choose? Imara asked. I chose forward. Even knowing it would trap me. Because I'd rather be caught reaching for freedom than live free in chains. Adana's gaze was steady. What will you choose? Imara thought of Seraphine waiting in the library. Thought of Catherine in her attic, Vivian frozen mid-spell, Juliet and Rosalind merged and suffering. Thought of all the women Thomas Ashwood had trapped, and all the women the world continued to cage with expectations and respectability and the demand that they make themselves small. She thought of her mother, who'd loved a Yoruba man and borne his child and raised her alone after he died, who taught her to survive by being careful but also to remember where she came from. She thought of her father, who she barely remembered, but who her mother said had been loud and proud and joyful, who'd taken up space without apology. She thought of the woman she'd been in London, brilliant but dimmed, capable but careful, loving but hidden. And she thought of the woman she might become here, fully herself, dangerously visible, unapologetically free. I choose forward, she said. Adana's smile was radiant. Good. Then let's talk about what that actually means. They spent the next hour in that conservatory, Adana at the threshold, Imara among the mirrors, talking with a frankness that felt revolutionary. About performing respectability. About the specific cage of being black women in white spaces. About loving women in a world that called it perversion. About the exhaustion of constant self-surveillance. About what freedom might look like if they dared to claim it. You and Seraphine, Adana said eventually. You're already in love with each other. Anyone can see it. Imara didn't deny it this time. Yes. And you're terrified that admitting it will distract from breaking the curse. Yes. When really, admitting it is the only way to break the curse. Adana's voice was knowing. Thomas built this whole mechanism on shame. On the idea that our love is something to hide, to be ashamed of, to keep locked away. Every time we hide it, we feed his curse. So we should, what? Just love openly? That's the solution? Part of it. Adana shifted position, her form flickering. But it has to be real. Not performed. You can't fake your way through this. You can't be carefully, academically in love. You have to be messy and vulnerable and fully present. You have to let her see all of you, the brilliant parts and the broken parts and the parts you think are too much. That's terrifying. Yes. Adana's smile was gentle. But you're already terrified. Might as well be terrified while being yourself instead of terrified while performing. Imara laughed, the sound watery. When did you get so wise? 103 years of standing in doorways, watching people choose whether to step forward or back. You learn things. Adana looked toward the house's interior, where warm light glowed. Go to her. To Seraphine. Tell her what you learned tonight. Let her see you, really see you. Not the scholar, not the careful woman. You. What if she, Imara stopped. What if it's too much? What if I'm too much? Then she's not who you think she is. Adana's voice was firm. But she is. She's spent 200 years being too much, too powerful, too hungry, too dangerous, too loving. She knows what it's like to be called monstrous for existing fully. She'll understand. Imara nodded, gathering her courage. And Imara? Adana called as she turned to leave. Thank you. For what? For seeing me. For listening. For being willing to learn. Adana's expression was soft. For choosing forward. It gives me hope that maybe, finally, someone will break this curse. And when they do, she looked down at the threshold beneath her spectral feet. When they do, I'll finally get to cross. You will, Imara promised. We'll free you. All of you. I believe you, Adana said. And the wonder in her voice suggested she hadn't believed in much for a very long time. Imara left the conservatory, her reflection fragmenting in the mirrors behind her, one woman becoming many, becoming infinite, becoming free. She found Seraphine in the library, bent over Thomas's journals, lamplight catching gold in her hair. The vampire looked up as Imara entered, and something in her expression shifted. "You look different," Seraphine said. "I am different," Imara replied. "Adana showed me something. Showed me myself." She crossed the room and sat beside Seraphine, not across from her, not at a careful distance, but right beside her, their shoulders almost touching. "I've been performing," she said. "My whole life, but especially here. Making myself acceptable, manageable, safe. But Adana helped me see that safe is just another cage." She turned to face Seraphine directly. "And I'm done with cages." Seraphine's eyes had gone very wide, very gold. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I'm terrified. I'm saying I don't know if we can break this curse. I'm saying I might fail, we might all die or worse." Imara took a breath. "But I'm also saying I care about you. More than is wise, more than is safe. I'm saying I see you, not the vampire, not the cursed woman, just you. And I'm not going to pretend I don't. I'm not going to hide it or perform careful distance or wait until it's convenient." The silence that followed felt eternal. Then Seraphine said, very quietly, "You're certain?" Terrified and certain, Imara confirmed. Both at once. Seraphine's hand rose, trembling, and this time she didn't stop it from touching Imara's face, cool fingers against warm skin, gentle despite their supernatural strength. "I see you too," Seraphine whispered. "The brilliant scholar and the uncertain woman and everything in between. I see you, Imara, and," her voice broke. "And you make me want to hope again. Want things I thought I'd buried with Elspeth." They sat like that, touching, the space between them finally closed. Not kissing, not yet. Just present with each other, fully seen, fully real. And somewhere in the house, at a conservatory threshold, Adana smiled. Forward, she thought. Finally, someone chose forward. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough to break a curse built on shame and hiding and the terrible demand that women make themselves small. Maybe love, claimed openly and without apology, was the most revolutionary act of all. Chapter 13, Margaret's Garden. Morning found Imara in the gardens, unable to sleep despite her exhaustion. The conversation with Adana, the moment with Seraphine, it had all left her too wired, too awake, thoughts spinning in endless circles. The November air was crisp and cold, frost still glittering on bare branches. Most of the estate's gardens had gone wild, but this section, tucked behind the ruined conservatory, showed signs of deliberate cultivation. Herbs grew in neat rows despite the season, some withered but others still green and thriving in defiance of the cold. Imara recognized a few: rosemary, thyme, sage. But others were unfamiliar, their leaves strange shapes, their scents both medicinal and unsettling. "Monkshood," a voice said from behind her. "Also called wolfsbane. Deadly poison if prepared wrong. Powerful medicine if prepared right." Imara turned to find a woman standing among the herb beds, translucent but solid-seeming, wearing simple period dress with an apron, graying dark hair pinned in a practical bun. Her hands were work-roughened even in spectral form, stained green as though she'd been gardening moments before. "Margaret," Imara said, recognition clicking into place from the portraits. "Margaret Ashwood." "That's right." The woman's voice was brisk, no nonsense. "Thomas's wife, though I try not to remember that part." She knelt beside the monkshood, her spectral hands somehow interacting with the physical plant. "You've been wandering the house, talking to the others. Thought it was time we met. I didn't mean to intrude on your garden. It's not intrusion if I want you here." Margaret looked up, her gaze sharp and assessing. "You're the scholar. The one who's supposed to break the curse." "I'm trying," Imara said. "Trying's good. Better than what Helena did, all that watching and documenting and never acting. Margaret returned her attention to the herbs. Come here. If you're going to break Thomas's curse, you need to understand what he was actually afraid of. Imara moved closer, crouching beside her among the plants. Thomas called me a witch, Margaret said matter-of-factly. Said my knowledge of herbs was unnatural. But you know what it really was? She touched a plant with purple flowers. Pennyroyal. Brings on menstruation. Ends early pregnancies. Her smile was grim. Thomas hated that I knew this. Hated that I could help women control their own bodies. That's what he really feared, not magic, but autonomy. She moved to another plant. Tansy. Same purpose, different preparation. And here, she indicated a cluster of delicate white flowers. Queen Anne's lace. The seeds prevent conception entirely. Imara's breath caught. You were helping women. Course I was. You think I'd keep this knowledge to myself? Women came to me in secret, servants who couldn't afford another mouth to feed, wives who'd die if they bore another child, girls who'd been forced. Margaret's voice was fierce. I gave them choices. I gave them control. And Thomas called it witchcraft. She stood, moving through the garden with practiced ease. This one's for pain, helps with monthly cramps, childbirth, headaches. This one stops bleeding. This one brings sleep without nightmares. This one, she paused at a plant with dark, glossy leaves. This one's poison. Killed Thomas eventually, though it took me 35 years to do it. Imara stared at her. You poisoned him? Slowly. Carefully. Little doses in his tea, his food. Not enough to be obvious. Just enough to make him sick, weak, miserable. Margaret's expression was unapologetic. He murdered me first, you understand. Poisoned me when he discovered I was planning to leave him, take Catherine with me. So I came back and returned the favor. You were trapped here by the curse, Imara said, understanding. So you used it. Made the best of a bad situation. Margaret knelt again, this time beside a plant Imara didn't recognize, twisted stems, leaves that seemed to shimmer. This is what you need to understand about Thomas's curse. He built it on fear of female knowledge, female power, female autonomy. He trapped us here because we knew things. Could do things. Refused to be controlled. She looked up at Imara. But knowledge doesn't die just because the knower does. I've been teaching these herbs to grow for 200 years. They respond to me, even in death. And every woman who comes here, living or spectral, I teach them what I know. Thomas wanted to contain my knowledge. Instead, he gave me eternity to spread it. Margaret pulled up a root, somehow solid in her spectral hands, and brushed the dirt away. Valerian. For sleep, for calm, for easing the mind. You need this. She held it out to Imara. You're running yourself ragged with research and worry. This will help. Imara took the root, surprised to find it real and solid despite coming from ghostly hands. Thank you. Don't thank me. Just learn. Margaret moved to another section of the garden. Come on. I'll show you what each plant does, how to prepare it, what to avoid. Won't take long, I'm efficient. For the next hour, Margaret taught with brisk competence. She didn't tell stories or philosophize. She simply shared her knowledge, which plants healed, which harmed, which gave women control over their bodies and fates. She demonstrated preparation methods, warned about dosages, explained variations. It was practical, unglamorous teaching. But it was also revolutionary. Why are you teaching me this? Imara asked as Margaret showed her how to dry herbs properly. I'm a historian, not a healer. You're a woman who needs to survive, Margaret corrected. And women survive by sharing knowledge. By teaching each other what the men don't want us to know. She fixed Imara with a stern look. Thomas tried to destroy this knowledge. Burned my books, destroyed my garden, killed me to silence me. But I'm still here. Still teaching. Still making sure women know how to help themselves. She stood, brushing spectral dirt from her apron. That's how you break his curse, you know. Not with clever research or magic rituals. By doing exactly what he tried to stop, spreading knowledge, helping women, refusing to be silenced. And Mary said love was the answer, Imara said. Adana said it was refusing to perform. It's all of those things, Margaret said impatiently. Love, knowledge, refusal to be small, they're all the same resistance. Thomas wanted to control us, silence us, make us powerless. Every time we refuse that, every time we love openly, share knowledge freely, take up space unapologetically, we undermine his curse. She moved toward the garden's edge, already beginning to fade. I have to go. The morning sun makes it hard to manifest. But you come back tomorrow. I'll teach you more. Margaret, wait, Imara stood, still holding the valerian root. Did you love women too? Is that why Thomas trapped you? Margaret paused, half transparent now. I loved a woman once, yes. Before I married Thomas, I had no choice in that marriage. She was a healer in the village. Taught me most of what I know about herbs. Her expression softened slightly. After Thomas forced me to wed him, I never saw her again. But I never stopped loving her. Never stopped using the knowledge she gave me. What was her name? Agnes. Margaret smiled, and for a moment she looked young despite the gray in her hair. She had hands like yours, made for holding books and plants both. She would have liked you. Then she was gone, faded into morning light, leaving Imara alone among the herbs. Imara sat there for a long time, the valerian root in her hands, surrounded by 200 years of carefully tended knowledge. Margaret had been murdered for knowing too much, for helping women, for loving women. And yet here was her garden, still growing, still offering healing. Thomas had tried to destroy her. He'd failed. The sun was higher now, burning off the frost. Imara stood, gathering the herbs Margaret had indicated, valerian for sleep, chamomile for calm, mint for clarity. She'd steep them into tea, use them as taught. Continue the chain of knowledge from Agnes to Margaret to herself. As she turned toward the house, she noticed something she hadn't seen before, a small stone marker at the garden's edge, worn smooth with age. She knelt to read the faint inscription. Here lies Agnes Hartwell, healer 1590 to 1652. Her knowledge lives on. Not an official grave, those would be in the churchyard. This was something Margaret had made herself, a private memorial to a woman who'd been erased from official records but not from memory. Imara touched the stone, feeling the weight of centuries of erasure and resistance. Agnes had taught Margaret. Margaret had taught others, even in death. And now Margaret was teaching her. The knowledge wouldn't die. Couldn't die, as long as someone remembered. As long as someone learned. As long as someone refused to let women be silenced. Imara carried her herbs back to the house, already mentally cataloging what Margaret had taught her. Not for a paper or a book, though perhaps someday she'd write this down too. But for herself. For survival. For the next woman who might need to know. Mrs. Peabody found her in the kitchen, steeping valerian tea. Been to the garden, then, the housekeeper said, eyeing the herbs. Margaret teach you proper? She did, Imara confirmed. She's very efficient. That's Margaret. Mrs. Peabody pulled out bread and butter. No nonsense, that one. Died because she knew too much and helped too many. But she's still at it, even dead. Stubborn as stone. Is her garden why some herbs still grow in November? Imara asked. Despite the frost? Magic, Mrs. Peabody said simply. The old kind, the kind that's just deep knowledge and will and refusal to give up. Margaret won't let her garden die, so it doesn't. Simple as that. She set food in front of Imara, the same routine as Anne and Mary, these women making sure she ate, making sure she survived. You're all taking care of me, Imara observed. Someone has to. Mrs. Peabody poured her own tea. You're trying to save everyone. Least we can do is make sure you don't collapse in the process. Imara sipped her valerian tea, bitter but soothing. Already she could feel tension easing from her shoulders. Margaret said she poisoned Thomas. She did. Took her 35 years, but she managed it. Mrs. Peabody's tone was approving. Can't fault her for it. He murdered her first, after all. Only fair she got him back. Doesn't that make her trapped here? If she got revenge, why hasn't she moved on? Because it's not about revenge, Mrs. Peabody said. It's about her garden. Her knowledge. The women she helps. She's trapped by the curse, yes, but she's also chosen to stay, to keep teaching, keep growing things, keep passing on what Thomas tried to destroy. The housekeeper smiled. That's resistance, that is. Using your prison to do exactly what they imprisoned you for. Imara thought about that as she finished her tea. Margaret, trapped for loving women and knowing too much, spending eternity loving women and sharing knowledge. And Mary, trapped for their love, spending eternity loving openly. Adana, trapped at thresholds, spending eternity showing others how to cross forward. They'd all found ways to resist even in captivity. To turn their prisons into something else. Not freedom, exactly, but not total defeat either. I need to learn from all of them, Imara said. Not just their stories, but their resistance. Their refusal to be destroyed. That's what'll break the curse, Mrs. Peabody agreed. Not clever magic or perfect rituals. Just refusing to be what Thomas wanted you to be, small and silent and ashamed. Imara finished her breakfast and climbed back to her room, exhaustion finally catching up with her. The valerian was working, her mind slowing, her body finally ready for rest. She fell asleep thinking of Margaret's garden, of knowledge that refused to die, of women who taught each other how to survive despite everything. And dreamed of herbs growing through stone, green and defiant and alive. When she woke, afternoon light slanted through her windows. A note had been slipped under her door, Seraphine's precise handwriting. Research tonight? I found something in Thomas's grimoires you need to see. Also, I've been thinking about what you said. About seeing each other. I want to try. If you're still willing. S. Imara held the note, warmth blooming in her chest. She was still willing. Terrified, but willing. She dressed carefully, pinning her hair, choosing her best dark dress. Not performing, she reminded herself. Just trying. Being present with her feelings instead of hiding them. In her pocket, she slipped a sprig of rosemary from Margaret's garden. For remembrance, Margaret had said. For clarity. For courage. As she descended to the library, she passed the garden windows. In the dying light, she could just make out Margaret's spectral form moving among her plants, tending them as she had for 2 centuries. Some prisons, Imara thought, could be transformed. Some traps could become gardens. Some silencing could be met with eternal teaching. Thomas had tried to destroy these women. Every single one of them had found a way to survive him. And now it was Imara's turn to learn from their resistance, to carry forward their refusal to be small, to help break the curse that bound them all. She touched the rosemary in her pocket and went to meet Seraphine, ready to see and be seen, ready to move forward instead of staying safe. Ready, finally, to stop performing and start living. Chapter 14, The Promise of the Premise. The library was transformed by nightfall. Storm clouds had gathered throughout the afternoon, and now rain lashed against the windows in sheets. Lightning flickered at irregular intervals, illuminating the vast room in stark flashes before plunging it back into shadow. Imara had lit every lamp, every candle she could find, creating islands of golden light against the encroaching darkness. It was atmospheric to the point of cliché, a Gothic romance brought to life. And yet, standing in the center of it, waiting for Seraphine, Imara felt her pulse quicken with something that had nothing to do with fear. Dramatic, Seraphine's voice came from the doorway. Though I can't claim credit for the weather. Imara turned. The vampire stood backlit by lightning, her silhouette sharp and inhuman for just a moment before the light faded. When she moved into the lamplight, she was beautiful in a way that made Imara's breath catch, dark auburn hair loose over her shoulders, dressed in deep burgundy that made her pale skin luminous. "You got my note," Seraphine said, something almost shy in her voice. "I did." Imara touched the rosemary in her pocket. "Courage. You said you found something?" "Yes." "But first," Seraphine set down the book she'd been carrying. "About what you said yesterday. About seeing each other, about not performing." She took a breath she didn't need. "I want to try. I want to show you what I am, not just the parts that seem human. I want to see," Imara said simply. Seraphine studied her face for a long moment. Then she moved to extinguish several of the lamps, dimming the light until only candles remained. The storm provided irregular illumination, shadow and brightness alternating. "Look at me," Seraphine said quietly. "Really look." Imara did. And in the candlelight, she began to see what Seraphine usually hid. The way her skin didn't quite interact with light properly, too smooth, too luminous, as though lit from within by something not entirely natural. The absolute stillness of her chest, no breath, no heartbeat, no unconscious human movement. The way shadows seemed to cling to her, reluctant to let her go even when she moved through brightness. "I don't breathe unless I'm speaking," Seraphine said. "Don't have a heartbeat. My body doesn't regulate temperature, I'm cold as whatever room I'm in, always." She held out her hand, palm up. "Touch me. Feel what I actually am." Imara placed her hand in Seraphine's. The vampire's skin was cool, not unpleasantly so, but noticeably not warm. Like marble in winter. But beneath that coolness, something pulsed. Not a heartbeat, but something else. Energy, perhaps. Or hunger. "I don't sleep," Seraphine continued. "I pause during daylight, go still, but I don't dream. Don't rest the way you do. I just stop. Like a wound-down clock." She turned Imara's hand over, studying her palm. "And I can see things you can't." "What do you see?" Seraphine's eyes had shifted to that gold color, reflecting the candlelight like an animal's. "Your pulse. Here," she touched Imara's wrist. "And here." Her fingers brushed Imara's throat, feather light. "I can hear your heartbeat. Smell your blood moving beneath your skin. She stopped, something complicated crossing her face. "It's intoxicating." Imara should have been afraid. She was standing in a dark library with a vampire who was cataloging her pulse points. But all she felt was fascination. "Do you want to bite me?" "Constantly." Seraphine's honesty was stark. "From the moment you arrived, I've wanted to. But wanting and doing are different things." She stepped back, putting space between them. "I haven't fed on a person in decades. Animals, when I must. But I learned control, learned to resist the hunger." "I won't hurt you." "I know," Imara said. And she did. If Seraphine had wanted to harm her, she'd had countless opportunities. "Show me more. How you see the world." Seraphine moved to the windows, gesturing for Imara to join her. "Look out there. Tell me what you see." Imara looked. Rain, darkness, the suggestion of gardens and grounds. Nothing else. Just the storm. "I see the mouse hiding in the hedge, 300 feet away. See the owl hunting it. See Mrs. Peabody in her cottage, lamplight from her window. See heat signatures from every living thing, deer in the woods, rabbits in burrows. The world is never dark to me. Never still. Everything pulses with life." Seraphine's voice held wonder and sorrow in equal measure. "It's beautiful. And it's torture. Because I can see all that life, want to be part of it, and know I never can be. Not really. Not anymore. You're still alive, Imara said. Am I? Seraphine turned from the window. I exist. But I don't live the way you do. Don't grow older, don't change, don't move forward. I'm frozen at 28, caught in the moment Thomas cursed me. Everything else moves on. I remain. The loneliness in her voice made Imara's chest ache. She reached for Seraphine's hand again, lacing their fingers together. You're here now. With me. That's not nothing. No, Seraphine agreed softly. It's not nothing. They stood like that for a moment, hands joined, watching the storm. Then Seraphine pulled away gently. I should show you what I found. The research. She moved to the table where she'd left the book, one of Thomas's grimoires, leather-bound and ancient. I've been reading his notes on the binding structure. And I think I understand how it works now. All of it. Imara joined her at the table, grateful for the shift to scholarship even as part of her wanted to pull Seraphine back to the window, to keep touching her, to keep learning the contours of her inhumanity. The grimoire was open to a diagram even more complex than the one they'd seen before. Thomas's handwriting filled the margins, notes upon notes, a man obsessed with perfection. The curse has 3 layers, Seraphine explained, her finger tracing the circles. First layer, the blood binding. He used his own blood to create the anchor. That ties the curse to the Ashwood bloodline specifically. Any woman with Ashwood blood who exhibits the corruption he feared gets pulled in. Like Catherine, Imara said. And you? Yes. Second layer, the sacrifice. Elspeth's murder. Seraphine's voice went flat when she said the name. Her death provided the power, the fuel for the curse. Blood freely spilled in the name of righteousness creates a particular kind of energy in these old magics. That's why you're bound tightest, Imara realized. The sacrifice was connected to you. I'm the anchor point. The others, Catherine, Margaret, even Juliet and Rosalind, they're caught in the curse's gravity, pulled into its orbit. But I'm at the center. I always have been. Seraphine turned to another page. Third layer, the vessel. The estate itself. Thomas didn't just bind us to the grounds. He wove the curse into the foundations, the walls, the very stones. The house is both prison and jailer. Imara studied the diagrams, her scholarly mind engaging despite the emotional weight. Which means breaking the curse requires disrupting all 3 layers. Blood, sacrifice, and vessel. Exactly. Helena understood this much. Where she failed, Seraphine pulled out another journal, this one Helena's own notes, was figuring out how to disrupt them without triggering the failsafes. What failsafes? Seraphine showed her a page dense with warnings written in Thomas's precise hand. If someone tries to break the blood binding by killing the remaining Ashwood line, the curse transfers to them. If someone tries to undo the sacrifice through counter-ritual, they become the new sacrifice. And if someone tries to destroy the vessel, the house collapses on everyone inside, Imara finished, remembering Vivian trapped mid-spell. He built in protections against every obvious solution. He was thorough. Paranoid and thorough. Seraphine paced to the fireplace, staring into flames that cast dancing shadows across her face. But there's one thing he didn't account for. One weakness in his design. What? Seraphine turned back, and lightning illuminated her face in stark relief. Thomas built this curse on the assumption that women like us would always be ashamed. Always hide. Always accept that our love was corruption. He built the failsafes to trigger if someone attacked the curse from outside, magic, violence, destruction. But he never considered that someone might transform it from within. Imara's pulse quickened. Transform it how? By taking everything he deemed corruption and claiming it as power. By refusing the premise of the curse itself. Seraphine moved back to the table, pulling out the grimoire's final pages. Look at this. Thomas writes about the binding's power source. It feeds on shame, on secrecy, on the fear of being discovered. Every time one of us hides our nature, every time we internalize his judgment, we strengthen it. But if we refuse to hide, we starve it. Seraphine's eyes blazed gold. That's what the wise woman told him, what he dismissed. Bindings made in hate can be unmade by love of equal strength. Not love as abstract concept, but love as action. Open, unashamed, claiming itself as good and right and natural. Imara felt pieces clicking into place. That's why Adana challenged me to stop performing. Why Anne and Mary said to claim our feelings openly. Why Margaret keeps teaching even though Thomas wanted her silent. They've been resisting all along, in their own ways. Weakening the curse gradually by refusing to be what it demanded, small, silent, ashamed. Seraphine's voice quickened with excitement. But it's been piecemeal. Individual acts of resistance. What we need is collective action. All of us, together, claiming our power openly. A ritual, Imara said slowly. But not the kind Thomas would expect. Not attacking the curse, but transforming it. Exactly. Seraphine pulled out a blank journal. We need to design a ceremony that inverts every element of Thomas's binding. Where he used shame, we use pride. Where he used secrecy, we use witness. Where he used fear, we use joy. They bent over the journal together, close enough that Imara could feel the chill radiating from Seraphine's skin, could hear the absence of her breath. They began to sketch ideas, building on each other's thoughts, academic collaboration transforming into something more intimate. If the house is the vessel, Imara said, we need to reconsecrate it. Change what it represents. From prison to sanctuary, Seraphine agreed, writing rapidly. We'd need to involve everyone. The spectral women, Mrs. Peabody, you, anyone who's been affected by the curse or who chooses to stand against it. And the location. We can't use the chapel where Thomas performed his original ritual, that's too saturated with his intent. The ballroom, Seraphine suggested. The largest communal space. Where people gather for celebration. She looked up, eyes bright with possibility. Can you imagine? Thomas's curse broken not through solemn magic but through something like a ball? Women dancing together, loving openly, celebrating what he called corruption? Imara laughed despite the gravity. He would hate it. Precisely. Seraphine's smile was fierce. We transform his monument to shame into a celebration of joy. They worked deep into the night, storm raging outside, candlelight flickering. The ritual began to take shape on paper, part ceremony, part celebration, part revolutionary act. They'd need specific elements, witnesses from outside the curse to anchor the transformation. Objects representing each woman's resistance. Words spoken openly, claims made publicly. And at the center, Imara realized with equal parts terror and excitement, would need to be a demonstration of the love Thomas had tried to destroy. Not just acknowledgement or careful affection, but something undeniable. We'd need to be willing to be fully visible, she said quietly. To claim our feelings for each other in front of everyone. No hiding, no performance, no safety. Seraphine's hand stilled on the page. Yes. Are you ready for that? After 200 years of isolation, of protecting yourself. I don't know, Seraphine admitted. I'm terrified. Every instinct I have says that being that vulnerable, that visible, will lead to destruction. It did before. But it might not now, Imara said. Or it might. There's no guarantee. No. Seraphine set down her pen. But I think I'd rather try and fail than spend another 200 years too afraid to hope. The words hung between them, weighted with possibility. Outside, the storm had intensified, rain hammering against windows, wind howling through the eaves. Inside, candlelight made everything golden and intimate. I want to show you something else, Seraphine said quietly. But you have to trust me. I do. Come here. Seraphine moved to the center of the library, to the open space beneath the chandelier. She held out her hand. Imara took it, and Seraphine pulled her close, closer than they'd been before, bodies nearly touching. She could feel the supernatural chill of Seraphine's skin through her dress, could see the gold flecks in her eyes catching lamplight. "Close your eyes," Seraphine said. Imara obeyed. "Now, be very still. Don't move, don't startle. Just feel." Imara felt Seraphine's cool breath against her throat, theatrical, done for her benefit since the vampire didn't need to breathe. Felt her lips brush the pulse point there, feather light. Not biting, just touching. Just acknowledging. "This is what I want," Seraphine whispered against her skin. "Every time I'm near you. Your blood, yes, I'm a vampire, I can't deny that hunger. But also just, this. Connection. Intimacy. Being close enough to feel your pulse, to hear your breath catch, to know you're alive and here and choosing to be near me despite what I am." Imara's hands came up to rest on Seraphine's shoulders, cool fabric, solid form beneath. "I choose this," she said. "I choose you." Seraphine pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. "You don't know what you're offering. I'm dangerous. I'm broken. I've killed people, Imara. Fed on them. Drained them. In my early years, when the hunger was overwhelming." "I know what you are," Imara interrupted gently. "Monster and woman both. Dangerous and kind. Broken and whole. I see all of it." "How?" Seraphine's voice cracked. "How can you see all that and still stand here? Still touch me?" "Because I'm broken too," Imara said. "Different breaks, but broken nonetheless. And because," she gathered courage. "Because when I look at you, I don't see someone to fix or save or study. I see someone I want to know. Someone who makes me want to be braver, more honest, more fully myself." Seraphine's control fractured. Her hand came up to cup Imara's face, thumb brushing her cheekbone with infinite gentleness despite the supernatural strength behind it. "I want to kiss you," she said, raw honesty. "Have wanted to since that first night in the library when you refused to leave. But if I start, I don't know if I can stop. And I'm afraid." "Don't be," Imara said, even though her own fear was a living thing in her chest. "Not tonight. We don't have to rush. We have time." "Do we?" Seraphine's laugh was bitter. "I'm undead. You're mortal. We're trying to break a curse that could kill us both. Time is exactly what we don't have." "Then we have now," Imara countered. "This moment. That's enough." They stood like that, held in the space between kiss and restraint, wanting and wisdom. Lightning illuminated them in flashes, two women, one living and one caught between, choosing each other despite every reason not to. Finally, Seraphine stepped back, the separation clearly costing her. "We should keep working. Plan more of the ritual. Make sure we understand every element before we attempt it." It was practical, sensible, academic. It was also avoidance. But Imara let her retreat. Because pushing when someone wasn't ready only created more walls. And she could see in Seraphine's eyes that tonight had already been more vulnerability than the vampire had allowed herself in decades. They returned to the table, to journals and diagrams and careful planning. But something had shifted. Every accidental brush of hands felt charged. Every shared glance held weight. The research had become foreplay, intellectual intimacy leading somewhere neither was quite ready to name but both desperately wanted. Around 2 a.m, Seraphine pulled out a map of the estate grounds. "If we're going to do this ritual, we need to account for the external elements too. The chapel where Thomas performed the original curse. The unconsecrated ground where Elspeth is buried. The threshold where Adana is trapped. A procession," Imara suggested. "Moving through the estate, acknowledging each site of trauma, transforming it through witness. Like a pilgrimage," Seraphine said. "But instead of seeking salvation, we're claiming liberation." They sketched routes, timing, who would go where. The ritual was becoming real, tangible, possible, and terrifying in its scope. "We'll need help from outside," Imara said. The outline called for witnesses not bound by the curse. People who choose to participate freely. "The village," Seraphine said, then paused. "Though I don't know if any of them would help us. They've feared this estate for generations. Called it haunted, cursed, unnatural. Some of them might," Imara said, thinking of Clara, of the whispers Anne and Mary had mentioned about women seeking sanctuary. "There are always people who need refuge. Who understand that what the world calls unnatural might just be honest." "You'll have to go into the village," Seraphine said. "I can't. Daylight, and besides," she gestured to herself. "I'm not exactly inconspicuous." "Tomorrow," Imara agreed. "I'll go tomorrow. See what I can learn, who might be willing to help." They worked until dawn began to pale the eastern windows. Seraphine grew more translucent as light strengthened, her vampire nature rebelling against the coming day. "I should rest," she said reluctantly. "The daylight, it doesn't destroy me, but it weakens me. Makes it hard to maintain form." "Go," Imara urged. "Sleep. Or pause, or whatever you call it. I'll work on refining the ritual structure, cross-reference with the grimoires." Seraphine gathered the journals they'd been using, but paused at the door. "Imara." "Yes?" "Thank you. For seeing me. For not running. For," she stopped, searching for words. "For making me want to hope again. Even if it terrifies me." "You're welcome," Imara said softly. "Thank you for letting me see you. All of you." Seraphine nodded once, then was gone, moving with that supernatural speed into the house's interior, seeking darkness and rest. Imara sat alone in the library as morning light strengthened, surrounded by notes and diagrams and the blueprint of a ritual that might free them all or destroy them trying. Her fingers traced the plans they'd made. A ceremony of claiming. A transformation of shame into pride. A collective refusal to hide. It was ambitious. Dangerous. Unprecedented. It was also, she thought, exactly right. Because Thomas had built his curse on isolation and fear. He'd separated the women, bound them individually, ensured they couldn't act together. But now they were finding each other. Building community. Sharing knowledge and resistance. And at the center of it all, Imara and Seraphine, scholar and vampire, refusing to hide their growing feelings, refusing to let Thomas's ghost dictate what their love should look like. Imara touched her throat where Seraphine's lips had brushed. The skin was unmarked, no bite, no wound. Just the memory of supernatural touch, of a vampire choosing restraint, of intimacy that honored rather than consumed. Outside, the storm had passed. Morning light streamed through windows, illuminating dust motes in golden shafts. A new day, full of possibility and danger in equal measure. Imara gathered her notes and climbed to her room, exhaustion finally catching up. But before she slept, she wrote in her private journal. November 18, 1883. I think I understand now what Adana meant about choosing forward. It's not that you stop being afraid. It's that you decide fear won't stop you. Seraphine is terrified. I'm terrified. But we're terrified together, and somehow that makes it bearable. Tonight we designed a ritual to break a 200-year-old curse. Tomorrow I'll go into the village seeking allies. And through it all, I'll carry the memory of her lips against my throat, the gentleness in her touch, the hope in her eyes when she looked at me. This is what love looks like, I think. Not safety, not certainty, but choosing each other anyway. Choosing forward, together, into whatever comes. I'm ready, asterisk. She closed the journal and fell into dreamless sleep, the rosemary from Margaret's garden still in her pocket, courage and remembrance intertwined. Chapter 15, Village Secrets. The village of Ashwood lay 2 miles from the estate, accessible by a rutted road that wound through bare November fields. Imara made the journey on foot, having declined Mrs. Peabody's offer of the cart. She needed time to think, to prepare herself for navigating a space where she'd be scrutinized on multiple fronts, as a stranger, as a woman alone, as visibly not white. The morning was cold and clear, yesterday's storm having scrubbed the sky clean. Her breath misted in the air as she walked, the only sound her footsteps and the occasional cry of a crow. The isolation was both unsettling and refreshing after the estate's constant supernatural presence. She dressed carefully for the village, her most modest dress, hair severely pinned, the small cross her mother had given her visible at her throat. Armor of respectability. Performance of acceptable femininity. Everything Adana had challenged her to abandon, but Imara wasn't foolish enough to walk into a suspicious village without protection. The first buildings came into view around mid-morning. Ashwood village was small, perhaps 200 souls, clustered around a central square with a church, an inn, a handful of shops. The kind of place where everyone knew everyone, and strangers were noted immediately. Imara felt eyes on her the moment she entered the square. Women paused in their marketing. Men stopped their conversations. The attention was heavy, assessing, not quite hostile but far from welcoming. She'd expected this. She straightened her spine and walked toward the church, the logical place to start for someone seeking historical records. The church was old stone, Norman architecture with later additions. The graveyard sprawled around it, headstones leaning at various angles like crooked teeth. Imara paused at the entrance, reading the board, St. Catherine's Church. Reverend Stephen Blackwood, Vicar. She pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside was dim and cold, smelling of stone and old incense. The nave stretched before her, simple wooden pews leading to a modest altar. Light filtered through stained glass windows, casting colored shadows across the floor. "May I help you?" The voice came from the left, a man emerging from what must be the vestry. He was perhaps 50, average height, graying hair, wearing clerical dress. His face was weathered but not unkind, though his eyes held the wariness of someone who'd learned to be careful. "Reverend Blackwood?" Imara kept her voice respectful, modulated. "I'm Imara Thornwood. I've recently inherited the Ashwood Estate. I was hoping to consult your parish records for historical research." The vicar's expression shifted, surprise, suspicion, curiosity all flickering across his features. "You've inherited Ashwood Hall?" I'd heard Dr. Marsh had passed, but I wasn't aware. He stopped, clearly trying to reconcile Imara's appearance with his expectations. "Forgive me, but you're not family, are you?" "Dr. Marsh was my academic mentor," Imara said, the lie of omission sliding out smoothly. "Not family by blood, no. But she'd been chosen nonetheless. She left me the estate in her will." "I see." Blackwood's tone suggested he saw quite a lot, and none of it entirely reassuring. "And you're conducting historical research?" "On the Ashwood family history. For a scholarly paper." Imara pulled out her notebook, academic credentials as shield. "I understand several family members are buried here. I hope to confirm dates, perhaps read memorial inscriptions." It was a reasonable request, the kind any scholar might make. But Blackwood's hesitation told her he was weighing more than just the request itself. "The Ashwood burials are in the far corner," he said finally. "Though I should warn you, the family history is complex. There are gaps in the records. Irregularities. That's precisely what makes it interesting academically," Imara said with a careful smile. "Gaps often tell us as much as what's recorded." Blackwood studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded toward the vestry. "The parish registers are this way. You may consult them here, under supervision. I cannot allow them to leave the church." "Of course. I appreciate your cooperation, Reverend." She followed him into the vestry, a small room lined with shelves holding leather-bound volumes. Blackwood pulled down several, setting them on a reading desk. "These cover 1650 to present," he said. "Births, deaths, marriages. The Ashwood entries are marked." He paused. "Miss Thornwood, may I ask, are you planning to reside at the estate?" "For the time being, yes. I feel obligated to mention that the local population has concerns about that property. There have been incidents over the years. Unexplained occurrences. People who ventured too close and came back changed, or didn't come back at all. His voice was measured, careful. I'm not suggesting anything supernatural, you understand. But the estate has an unfortunate reputation. I appreciate the warning, Imara said. But I've been staying there for several days now without incident. Several days, Blackwood repeated. And you've experienced nothing unusual? Imara met his eyes steadily. I've experienced a drafty old house in need of repair. Nothing more alarming than poor plumbing and eccentric architecture. It was a deflection, not quite a lie. Blackwood seemed to recognize this, but he didn't press further. I'll leave you to your research, he said. I'll be in the church if you need assistance. When he left, Imara released a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. The encounter had gone better than it might have. He was suspicious, yes, but not hostile. Not yet. She opened the first register, dated 1650 to 1700, and began to read. The entries were cramped, written in various hands as vicars changed over the decades. She found the Ashwood entries quickly: Thomas's marriage to Margaret in 1635. The births of their children. And then Margaret Ashwood died August 17, 1657, age 42. Cause, melancholia. Buried in the south section. No mention of poison. No suggestion of murder. Just melancholia, that convenient catch-all for women who died inconveniently. She continued reading. Catherine's birth in 1642. And then Catherine Ashwood died November 3, 1661, age 19. Cause, brain fever. Buried in family plot. Brain fever. Another euphemism. Another erasure. Imara's hands trembled with anger as she turned pages. She found entries for servants, brief, often just names and dates. And Fletcher, died 1851. Mary Roberts, died 1851. No causes listed for servants. They weren't important enough. But then, tucked in the margins of an entry from 1683, she found something that made her breath catch. Elspeth Marsh, died June 16, 1683, aged 24. Suicide by self-inflicted wound. Buried in unconsecrated ground beyond church walls as per canon law. Suicide. They'd called it suicide. Imara's vision blurred with rage. Elspeth hadn't killed herself. She'd been murdered. But calling it suicide meant no investigation, no questions, no justice. And it damned her in the eyes of the church, buried in unconsecrated ground, denied the comfort of Christian burial. Thomas had murdered her and the church had helped him hide it. She forced herself to keep reading, to document everything. There were other entries too, women who died young, died mysteriously, died of natural causes, that sounded anything but natural. A pattern of erasure spanning 200 years. She was so absorbed in the records that she didn't hear footsteps until someone spoke from the doorway. "You're the new lady at the hall, then?" Imara looked up to find a young woman standing there, perhaps 19 or 20, wearing a simple servant's dress, blonde hair tucked under a cap. Her face was pale, nervous, but her eyes held something desperate. "I am," Imara said carefully. "And you are?" "Clara. Clara Hartwell." The girl glanced over her shoulder, checking that they were alone. "I'm sorry to intrude, but I had to speak with you. I heard you were in the village, and she stopped, twisting her hands. "I need help. Please." Imara's pulse quickened. She recognized desperation when she saw it. "What kind of help?" Clara moved further into the vestry, closing the door partially behind her. Her voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "My father's promised me in marriage to Mr. Holloway. He's 53, I'm 19. He's cruel, beat his first wife, everyone knows it, but no one speaks of it. I've tried to refuse, but father says it's settled. The wedding's in 3 weeks. I'm sorry, Imara said, and meant it. But I don't see how I can. The women say you can help. Clara's eyes were pleading. There are whispers, have been for years, about women who go to Ashwood Hall and disappear. Not in a bad way, they just vanish, and they're never found, never brought back. And sometimes, years later, someone will see them in a distant city, living under a different name, free. Imara's chest tightened. The sanctuary was already functioning, had been for longer than she'd known. Women helping women escape, the network operating in whispers and secrets. I don't know what you've heard, Imara said carefully, but I've only just arrived. I don't have any. Please. Clara's voice cracked. I have nowhere else to go. If I marry Mr. Holloway, he'll kill me. Maybe not right away, but eventually. I know it. She pulled up her sleeve, revealing bruises, already, her father's violence preparing her for worse to come. I'd rather die trying to escape than live like this. Imara thought of Adana, trapped at the threshold of the freedom she'd sought. Thought of Catherine, locked in an attic for refusing marriage. Thought of every woman Thomas had imprisoned for daring to choose her own path. I can't make promises, she said slowly. But come to the estate. Tonight, after dark. Around midnight. Come to the east gate, it's usually unlocked. We'll see what can be done. Clara's face flooded with relief and terror in equal measure. Thank you. Oh God, thank you. She grabbed Imara's hands. I'll be there. I swear I'll be there. Be careful, Imara warned. Don't tell anyone. Don't let anyone see you leave. I won't. I promise. Clara squeezed her hands once more, then fled, footsteps echoing in the church beyond. Imara sat in the sudden silence, her mind racing. They weren't ready. The ritual wasn't complete, they didn't have all the elements in place, and now she'd promised sanctuary to a desperate girl who would arrive tonight expecting safety. But what else could she have done? Let Clara marry her abuser? Let another woman be trapped by the same patriarchal violence that had fed Thomas's curse for 2 centuries? No. They'd make it work. Somehow. She returned to the registers with renewed focus, copying names and dates, documenting the pattern of women's deaths. Evidence. Proof. The kind of careful scholarship that had always been her refuge. An hour later, Reverend Blackwood returned. Found what you needed? Yes, thank you. Imara closed the register carefully. The Ashwood family history is quite extensive. Indeed. Blackwood's expression was unreadable. Miss Thornwood, I feel I should be direct with you. That estate has a reputation. People fear it. And when people fear something, they sometimes take action to protect themselves. It was a warning, carefully phrased. Imara heard the threat beneath the concern. I appreciate your candor, Reverend. But I'm simply a scholar conducting research. I have no intention of causing problems for the village. I hope not. He walked her to the church door. If you do choose to remain at the estate, I'd advise caution. And perhaps attendance at Sunday services? The community would be reassured to see the new lady of the hall participating in proper Christian worship. I'll consider it, Imara said, which committed her to nothing. She stepped out into the cold November air, acutely aware of eyes watching from windows, from doorways. The stranger who'd inherited the cursed estate. The Negro woman who didn't belong. The scholar asking too many questions. She walked back through the village square, stopping at the small shop to purchase bread and cheese, establishing herself as a customer, as someone ordinary. The shopkeeper served her with professional courtesy and personal coldness. Money was money, but that didn't mean welcome. Imara was nearly to the village edge when she saw the memorial. It stood in the square, a stone cross with names carved on all sides. She moved closer to read them. In memory of the Ashwood village dead. And there, among war casualties and plague victims, And Fletcher, 1828 to 1851. Mary Roberts, 1826 to 1851, died in service at Ashwood Hall. No mention that they'd died together. No hint of their love. Just two servants, reduced to dates. Imara touched the cold stone, wishing she could tell the villagers that Anne and Mary weren't gone. That they still existed, still loved, still baked bread in a spectral kitchen. That death hadn't separated them. But she couldn't. So she stood in silence, bearing witness the only way she could. The walk back to the estate felt longer than the journey out. Imara's mind churned with everything she'd learned, everything she'd promised. Clara would arrive tonight. They'd need to hide her, protect her, somehow integrate her into whatever sanctuary the estate could offer. And Reverend Blackwood was suspicious. The village was watching. One wrong move and they'd have more than a curse to worry about, they'd have an angry mob. Mrs. Peabody met her at the door. How'd it go? Complicated, Imara said. The vicar knows something's happening here. He's watching. And, she lowered her voice. A girl from the village is coming tonight. Fleeing a forced marriage. I told her we'd help. Mrs. Peabody's expression was knowing. Was wondering when that would start again. Been years since anyone was desperate enough. She moved toward the kitchen. We'll prepare a room. The servants' quarters on the second floor, I think, far from the main areas where anyone might look, and the rooms are still sound. Girl will need food, warmth, time to recover before we figure out next steps. You're not surprised, Imara observed. Dr. Marsh helped a few over the years. Quietly. She'd give them money, forged references, send them to London with contacts who could hide them. Mrs. Peabody smiled slightly. Never brought them into the house proper, she was too afraid of the curse. But she helped when she could. This is different, Imara said. Clara will have to come inside. At least temporarily. And that means dealing with the curse's reaction to a living woman seeking sanctuary. Mrs. Peabody's expression was grave. Could go poorly, miss. Could go very poorly. We'll manage, Imara said with more confidence than she felt. She found Seraphine in the library, still surrounded by ritual plans. The vampire looked up as Imara entered, and something in her expression shifted, concern, curiosity, something softer. You're back. How was the village? Suspicious. Watchful. The vicar knows something's happening here. Imara set down her notes from the parish records. But I confirmed dates, causes of death, most of them lies. Elspeth was listed as suicide. Catherine as brain fever. Margaret as melancholia. Erasure, Seraphine said bitterly. Making our deaths palatable. Yes. But I also, Imara paused. A girl approached me. Clara Hartwell. She's fleeing a forced marriage to an abusive man. I told her to come here tonight. To seek sanctuary. Seraphine went very still. Imara. The curse. I know. But what was I supposed to do? Let her be married off to someone who'll beat her? Let another woman be trapped? Imara's voice rose. We're planning to transform this estate into a sanctuary. Might as well start now. We're not ready, Seraphine said. The ritual isn't complete, we don't have all the elements. We never will be ready if we keep waiting for perfect conditions. Imara moved to stand in front of her. This is what we're fighting for, isn't it? Women's freedom to choose their own lives. Seraphine stared at her for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, she laughed, a sound of surprised admiration. You walked into that village alone, navigated a suspicious vicar, uncovered church records, and came back with a refugee. All in one morning. I'm a good researcher, Imara said. You're brilliant. Seraphine's eyes were warm, proud. Terrifying and brilliant. She stood, moving closer. Also reckless. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is to bring an outsider into the curse's sphere before we've broken it? Yes. But I did it anyway. I noticed. Seraphine's hand came up to brush Imara's cheek, a gesture that was becoming familiar. You're going to give me a heart attack. If I still had a functioning heart. The moment hung between them, charged with affection and exasperation and something deeper. Imara found herself leaning into Seraphine's touch, craving the cool press of her palm. We should prepare, Seraphine said, though she didn't move away. Make sure we can protect Clara when she arrives. The curse will sense her, a woman seeking freedom, entering its domain. It might react. Then we'll be ready, Imara said. They spent the afternoon reinforcing protections, preparing the East Wing room, planning what to do if the curse attacked. Mrs. Peabody contributed practical knowledge, salt lines, iron nails, old folk protections that had nothing to do with Thomas's formal magic but everything to do with belief. As dusk fell, Imara found herself anxious, watching the clock. Midnight felt very far away. Seraphine noticed. Stop pacing. You're making me nervous. I can't help it. What if she doesn't come? What if her father catches her? What if you trust that she's as desperate for freedom as you were to offer it? Seraphine interrupted gently. She'll come. Women seeking sanctuary always do. Imara stopped pacing, looked at her. How do you know? Because I've been here 200 years. I've watched women find this place when they need it. The house calls them, somehow. Or maybe they call to it. Seraphine moved to the window, looking out at the darkening grounds. Thomas tried to make this a prison. But prisons and sanctuaries aren't always as different as we'd like to think. Both offer protection. Both have walls. The difference is whether you can leave. Once we break the curse, Clara can leave, Imara said. If she wants to. If, Seraphine agreed. Though I suspect she might choose to stay. Help the next woman who comes. That's how sanctuaries work, the rescued become rescuers. The hours crawled toward midnight. Imara couldn't eat, couldn't focus on research. She stood at the window watching for movement, for any sign of the girl who'd been desperate enough to trust a stranger. 11:30. 11:45. Midnight. Nothing. She's not coming, Imara said, disappointment sharp in her chest. Give her time, Seraphine said. It's a long walk from the village in the dark. And she'd need to wait until her household was asleep. 12:15. 12:30. And then, movement at the east gate. A small figure, cloaked, moving cautiously toward the house. There, Imara breathed. She came. She ran for the door, Seraphine's warning to be careful trailing behind her. She reached the east entrance just as Clara arrived, breathless and terrified. I'm here, the girl gasped. I came. Please. Come inside, Imara said, pulling her through the door. Quickly. You're safe now. The moment Clara crossed the threshold, the house shuddered. Every light in the estate flickered. The temperature plummeted. And from somewhere deep in the foundations, a sound like grinding stone, the curse waking, sensing the intrusion. Clara whimpered, pressing close to Imara. It's all right, Imara said, though her own fear was sharp. We've got you. You're safe. But as the house continued to shake, as shadows gathered in corners and doorways began to seal themselves, Imara wondered if she'd just made a terrible mistake. If welcoming Clara into sanctuary had triggered something none of them were ready to face. Chapter 16, The Threshold. The house screamed. Not with sound, exactly, but with presence, a vibration that rattled windows and made the floorboards groan. Clara clung to Imara, whimpering as shadows thickened in corners and the temperature continued to plummet. Get her to the kitchen. Seraphine's voice cut through the chaos. She was suddenly there, moving with supernatural speed, positioning herself between them and the deepest shadows. Mrs. Peabody will know what to do. Imara half-dragged Clara down the corridor, the girl stumbling over her own feet in terror. Behind them, Seraphine stood her ground, her form seeming to expand, filling the space with her own supernatural presence, vampire against curse, predator against predator. The kitchen was warm and bright, lamps burning cheerfully as though nothing was wrong. Mrs. Peabody stood at the stove, utterly calm, stirring something that smelled of herbs and salt. "Sit her down," she said briskly, not looking up. "Give her this." She handed Imara a cup of steaming liquid. Imara pressed it into Clara's shaking hands. "Drink," she urged. "It'll help." Clara drank, choking slightly on the bitter taste. But color began to return to her face, and her trembling eased. "What's happening?" Clara gasped. "The house, it's alive." In a manner of speaking, Mrs. Peabody said. She set a plate of bread and cheese on the table. "Eat. Your body needs grounding." Clara ate mechanically, her eyes darting to the kitchen door where the darkness pressed against warm lamplight like a living thing. Seraphine appeared in the doorway, slightly translucent, as though the effort of holding back the curse's reaction had cost her. "It's settling. For now. But it knows she's here." "Of course it does," Mrs. Peabody said. "Girl's exactly the type Thomas built his curse to catch. Young woman fleeing male authority, seeking sanctuary from forced marriage. Curse probably thinks it's Christmas." "We can't keep her here," Seraphine said, though she sounded reluctant. "It's too dangerous. For her and for us." "Where else would she go?" Imara demanded. "Back to the village? To marry a man who'll beat her?" "Better than being trapped here forever," Seraphine shot back. "Is it?" Imara stood, anger and fear making her bold. "You've been trapped here 200 years and you're still yourself. Still fighting." Clara would lose herself in that marriage within months. They stared at each other across the kitchen, the argument unspoken but clear. Safety versus freedom. Survival versus living. Clara's small voice broke the tension. "Please don't send me back. I'll do anything. Clean, cook, whatever you need. Just please." Her voice cracked. "I can't go back to him." Mrs. Peabody set down her spoon with a decisive thunk. "She stays. We'll manage the curse. We've managed worse." "Have we?" Seraphine asked, but there was defeat in her voice. She knew they'd already lost this argument. Clara was staying. "For tonight, she sleeps in the servants' quarters," Mrs. Peabody said. "Tomorrow we figure out protections, wards, ways to keep the curse from focusing on her. But right now, the girl needs rest and safety." End of discussion. Seraphine nodded once, then left the kitchen, her departure abrupt. Imara wanted to follow, to explain, to apologize for forcing this situation without consulting her. But Clara needed her more. She helped Mrs. Peabody settle Clara in a small room on the second floor, simple but clean, with a fire already burning in the grate. Clara collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. "Thank you," she whispered. "I don't understand what's happening, but thank you." "Rest," Imara said gently. "We'll explain more tomorrow. For now, you're safe." She left Clara sleeping and went to find Seraphine. The vampire wasn't in the library or her usual rooms. Imara searched the house, growing concerned, until she remembered the tower, where Juliet and Rosalind kept their vigil. Seraphine was there, standing with the merged women, all three of them outlined in moonlight. "She shouldn't have come," Juliet said, "or perhaps Rosalind. But she did come," the other continued. "And now she's here. And the curse is waking. Remembering its purpose." "I know," Seraphine said quietly. She turned as Imara entered. "You should be with Clara. Mrs. Peabody is watching her. I came to find you." Imara moved closer, careful in the cramped tower space. "I'm sorry. I should have consulted you before inviting Clara here." "Would it have changed anything?" Seraphine asked. "If I'd said no, would you have sent her away? Imara wanted to lie, to say yes, of course. But she'd promised honesty. I don't know. Probably not. She was desperate, and I couldn't turn away someone seeking freedom. I know. Seraphine's smile was sad. It's one of the things she stopped. It's admirable. Also terrifying. You're going to get yourself killed. We're all going to get killed if we don't start taking risks, Imara said. The curse isn't going to break itself. We need to push back against it. By bringing in innocent girls? Seraphine's voice rose. By triggering its defenses before we're ready? We'll never be ready. Imara's frustration boiled over. We can plan forever, research endlessly, wait for perfect conditions. Or we can start acting. Start actually fighting instead of just preparing to fight. The merged lovers made a sound, something between agreement and sorrow. She's right, Juliet began. We waited too long. Tried to be careful. And look what happened to us. They reached for each other again, hands passing through spectral flesh without connecting. The pain in their overlapping faces was devastating. Vivian was careful too, Rosalind added. Planned everything. Researched thoroughly. And she's been frozen. For 5 years. Seraphine's control cracked. And if Imara ends up frozen like Vivian? Trapped like you? Turned to dust like Elspeth? Her voice broke. I can't watch another woman. She stopped, breathing hard despite not needing to breathe. The unfinished sentence hung in the air. Another woman I love, Imara finished silently. Because that's what this was. Fear born of caring too much. Come with me, Imara said quietly. There's someone I want you to see. Someone we both need to see. She led Seraphine down from the tower, through corridors, to the west wing. To the sealed chamber where Vivian Darrow hung suspended in her eternal moment. The door resisted opening, but Imara applied pressure until the wax seal cracked. Inside, nothing had changed. Vivian stood frozen mid-gesture, tarot cards suspended around her, her face caught between concentration and terror. 5 years, Imara said softly. She's been like this for 5 years. Aware. Suffering. She moved closer to the frozen woman. This is what caution gets us. What careful planning achieves. She tried to do everything right, and the curse caught her anyway. Seraphine stood in the doorway, staring at Vivian with something like horror. I think about her constantly, Imara continued. What it must be like. Time moving around you but not for you. Unable to speak, to move, to complete the action you started. It's the worst kind of trap, you're frozen and trying. She turned to face Seraphine. I'd rather act and fail spectacularly than spend eternity caught mid-attempt. At least failure is movement. At least it's doing something. You don't know what you're asking, Seraphine said. The risk. I know exactly what I'm asking. I'm asking you to try. Really try. Not prepare endlessly, not research cautiously, not protect yourself by never fully committing. Imara moved toward her. I'm asking you to be as brave about breaking this curse as you've been about surviving it. Seraphine stared at Vivian, at the woman who'd been careful and was trapped regardless. What if we make it worse? What if we make it better? Imara countered. What if Clara being here is exactly what we need? Another woman choosing freedom, disrupting the curse's expectations? Or another woman for Thomas to destroy, Seraphine said bitterly. They stood in Vivian's chamber, surrounded by frozen time, debating action versus caution. And then a voice, sharp, angry, achingly familiar, cut through the discussion. You brought an outsider into the house. Catherine stood in the doorway, her form more solid than Imara had ever seen it. Rage made her almost corporeal. You've doomed us all. Catherine, Seraphine began. Don't. Catherine's eyes blazed. I felt it the moment she crossed the threshold. The curse waking, recognizing its prey. You fed it exactly what it wants, a young woman fleeing patriarchal violence, seeking sanctuary. Thomas built his trap to catch women like her. That's why we need to help her, Imara said. Because the trap exists. Because women like Clara have nowhere else to go. Noble, Catherine spat. Stupid, but noble. She moved closer, her madness giving way to terrible clarity. You think you're saving her. You're not. You're just giving the curse another victim. Another woman to torture. Another ghost to add to our collection. We're going to break the curse, Imara said. Before that happens. Catherine laughed, wild, bitter, broken. Everyone says that. Every woman who comes here with plans and hope and righteous determination. And every one of them fails. Every single one. Then we'll be the first to succeed, Imara said. How? Catherine demanded. With your research? Your clever theories? Your little ritual plans? She gestured around the chamber. Look at Vivian. She had plans. Had magic. Had everything she needed. And the curse caught her mid-spell and has been torturing her for 5 years. She whirled on Seraphine. And you? 200 years you've been here. 200 years of survival and you still haven't figured out how to break free. What makes you think adding another desperate girl changes anything? Because we're working together now, Seraphine said quietly. All of us. Not isolated, not hiding. Together. Together. Catherine's laugh was harsh. You mean you're in love? You and the scholar. You think love is going to break a curse built on hatred? Yes, Imara said simply. The word hung in the air, declaration and challenge both. Catherine stared at her, something flickering in her mad eyes. You're going to get her killed. You know that, don't you? Your precious vampire. You're going to watch her die the way I watched everyone I loved die. Maybe, Imara said. Or maybe we'll watch each other live. Watch each other be free. There is no freedom here. Catherine's voice rose to a shriek. There's only different kinds of cages. I tried to choose my own life and Thomas locked me in an attic until I starved. Seraphine loved a woman and watched her be murdered. Margaret helped women and was poisoned. Every woman who sought freedom here has been destroyed. Not destroyed, Seraphine said. Trapped. Hurt. Transformed. But not destroyed. You're still here, Catherine. Still fighting. Still existing. This isn't existence, Catherine said, but her voice had lost some of its fury. It's torture with a pulse. Then help us end it, Imara said. Help us transform this place from prison to sanctuary. From curse to blessing. Catherine looked between them, Seraphine and Imara, vampire and scholar, 2 women who shouldn't work but somehow did. Then she looked at Vivian, frozen in her eternal moment. I can't help you, she said finally. I'm too broken. Too mad. Too full of rage to be useful for anything but screaming. That's not true, Seraphine said. Isn't it? Catherine's smile was bitter. I'm the cautionary tale. The woman who refused and was punished. That's my role. That's what I am. You're more than that, Imara said. You're proof that refusal is possible. That women can say no even knowing the cost. Catherine studied her, something shifting in her expression. You really believe this, don't you? That love and hope and collective action can undo 2 centuries of systematic violence. I have to, Imara said. What's the alternative? Give up. Accept that women will always be trapped, always be punished for choosing freedom? The alternative is survival, Catherine said. Small victories. Staying sane. Enduring. That's not enough, Imara said. Not anymore. They stood in Vivian's chamber, the frozen woman, the mad one, the vampire, the scholar, surrounded by evidence of failure, debating whether hope was wisdom or foolishness. Finally, Catherine spoke again, her voice different. Quieter. Almost sane. If you're going to do this, if you're really going to try to break the curse, you need to understand something. She moved to Vivian, placing a spectral hand near the frozen woman's face. Thomas didn't just trap us in space. He trapped us in time. In the worst moment of our existence. Vivian here is forever mid-ritual, forever terrified. Juliet and Rosalind are forever in the moment of their dying grief. Adana is forever at the threshold of freedom. And you? Imara asked gently. I'm forever 19, locked in an attic, starving and mad with isolation. Catherine's voice cracked. That's the real horror. We're not just imprisoned. We're forced to relive our trauma eternally. To exist in our worst moments forever. What about Seraphine? Imara asked. Catherine looked at the vampire. She's trapped in the moment of Elspeth's death. Forever losing the woman she loved. Forever becoming vampire instead of human. Forever choosing survival over death. Seraphine had gone very still. It's true, Catherine said, not unkindly. You've spent 2 centuries frozen in grief. Existing but not living. Surviving but not healing. That's Thomas's real curse, not the imprisonment, but the inability to move forward. Imara felt understanding crystallize. So to break the curse, we need to help everyone move past their frozen moment. Good luck with that, Catherine said. I've been trying for 200 years. Maybe you've been trying alone, Imara said. Maybe that's what needs to change. Catherine's laugh was almost fond. You're either brilliant or catastrophically naive. I can't tell which. Both, Seraphine said. She's both. It's terrifying. They left Vivian's chamber together, 3 women who shouldn't be allies but were becoming something like friends. Catherine disappeared back to her attic, but her parting words were less hostile than usual. Don't get killed, scholar. Would be a waste. Alone in the corridor with Seraphine, Imara finally let exhaustion catch up with her. She leaned against the wall, the night's events crashing over her. I'm sorry, she said. About Clara. About pushing so hard. About. Seraphine pulled her close, wrapping her in an embrace that was cold but comforting. Don't apologize for caring. For trying. Even if it terrifies me. Imara leaned into her, into the supernatural chill and the solid comfort of being held. Catherine's right, though. I might get you killed. You might, Seraphine agreed. Or you might free us all. Either way, she pulled back to look at Imara. Either way, I'd rather try with you than hide alone anymore. The words settled something in Imara's chest. A decision made, a commitment offered and accepted. Tomorrow we start integrating Clara into the house, Seraphine said. Teach her the protections, introduce her to the others. If she's going to be here, she needs to understand what she's part of. And the ritual? We accelerate it. Catherine's right, we've been preparing too carefully. Time to actually act. Seraphine's smile was fierce. Time to transform frozen moments into forward motion. They parted at Imara's room, reluctant but both needing rest. Imara fell into bed still dressed, too exhausted to do more than kick off her shoes. But before sleep claimed her, she thought of Vivian frozen mid-spell, of Juliet and Rosalind merged in dying grief, of Catherine trapped in her 19-year-old rage, of Seraphine caught in eternal loss. All of them frozen in their worst moments. All of them waiting for someone to help them move forward. Tomorrow, Imara thought. Tomorrow we start unfreezing time. And with that promise, she slept. Chapter 17, First Kiss. The library had become their world. 3 nights of studying Thomas Ashwood's grimoire, 3 nights of poring over his meticulous, monstrous handwriting. The candlelight threw dancing shadows across the page before Imara, and she had to squint to make out the faded ink. Her back ached from hunching over the desk, her fingers were smudged with dust and old leather oil, and she was fairly certain she'd read the same passage about binding the corruption of unnatural affection at least 5 times without truly absorbing it. "You're muttering again," Seraphine said from across the table. Imara looked up. The vampire sat with one leg tucked beneath her, an open book balanced on her knee. Her dark auburn hair fell in loose waves over her shoulder, catching the golden candlelight. She'd abandoned her usual elaborate gowns tonight for something simpler, a white blouse with the sleeves rolled to her elbows and a dark skirt. The casualness of it made Imara's breath catch. "I am not," Imara said. "You are. You've been reading the same line for the past 10 minutes. Something about the taint of Eve's daughters, and you keep saying, insufferable bastard, under your breath." Seraphine's lips quirked. "Not that I disagree with the assessment." Imara felt heat rise in her cheeks. She'd been so absorbed in her anger at Thomas's words that she hadn't realized she was speaking aloud. He wrote this with such certainty. As if his fear and hatred were holy writ. That's what made him dangerous. Seraphine closed her book and set it aside. He believed every word. The curse worked because he poured his absolute conviction into it, that women who loved women were corruption itself, that we needed to be bound and silenced for the good of his bloodline. She stood and crossed to the window, her movements fluid and graceful even in her obvious weariness. They'd barely slept since finding the grimoire, sustained by determination and, in Seraphine's case, the rabbit blood Mrs. Peabody left in the pantry without comment. "But we're close," Imara said, rising to join her. "The binding spell has 3 anchor points, the foundation stone beneath the estate, the family blood, and..." She trailed off, frustrated. "And something else. Something he references but never names directly." "The thing that makes it unbreakable," Seraphine murmured. She stood silhouetted against the rain-streaked window, and for a moment she looked impossibly sad. "Every curse has a lock, Imara. And locks need keys." Outside, lightning flickered across the moors. The storm had been building all evening, and now rain lashed against the glass in sheets. Imara could see Seraphine's reflection ghostly and translucent in the window, one of those small reminders that the woman beside her existed in a different state than the living. "What if the key is something we can't provide?" Imara asked quietly. "What if all this research is for nothing? Then at least we tried." Seraphine turned to face her, and in the candlelight her eyes were deep brown, almost black. "At least I got to have this. These nights of working beside you, arguing over interpretations, watching you fill page after page with your beautiful handwriting." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I'd forgotten what it was like to have a companion. Someone who saw me as something other than a monster or a curiosity." "You're not a monster," Imara said firmly. She stepped closer. "You're a woman who was punished for loving. There's a world of difference." "Am I? Sometimes I wonder." Seraphine's voice dropped to barely a whisper. "I've lived so long, Imara. Watched so many people live and die. Watched the world change while I stayed frozen. Perhaps Thomas was right, perhaps I am unnatural. An abomination that should have been destroyed rather than preserved. Don't." The word came out sharper than Imara intended. "Don't let his voice become yours. Don't give him that victory." "But what if?" "No." Imara closed the distance between them, taking Seraphine's cold hand in her warm one. "I don't care what Thomas Ashwood thought. I don't care what the church says, or society, or anyone else. You are not wrong for being what you are. You are not wrong for loving who you loved." Seraphine stared down at their joined hands. Her fingers trembled slightly. "You can't know that. You can't know what I've done, what I've had to do to survive." "Then tell me." Imara squeezed her hand gently. "Tell me everything, and let me decide for myself. Stop protecting me from the truth of you." For a long moment, Seraphine didn't move. Then, slowly, she raised her free hand and touched Imara's face with infinite gentleness, her fingertips cool against Imara's warm brown skin. You're so alive, she whispered. Your pulse, your warmth, the way your breath catches when I'm near. I haven't wanted anything in centuries, Imara. I trained myself not to want, because wanting led to suffering. But you. Her thumb brushed across Imara's cheekbone. If I let myself want you and lose you, I don't think I could bear it. I don't think there would be enough of me left to hold together. Imara's heart was hammering so hard she was certain Seraphine could hear it. Then don't lose me, she said softly. I'm right here. You don't understand. I understand that I've spent my entire life making myself smaller. Quieter. More palatable to people who would never truly see me anyway. Imara reached up and covered Seraphine's hand with her own, holding it against her cheek. I understand that for the first time, I'm standing in front of someone who sees all of me, my blackness, my queerness, my awkward brilliance, and doesn't ask me to diminish any of it. That's terrifying. But I'm done being afraid of being seen. Seraphine made a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. You should be afraid. Everyone who's ever gotten close to me has suffered for it. Elspeth. I'm not Elspeth. Imara turned her head slightly and pressed a kiss to Seraphine's palm. The vampire inhaled sharply. And you're not the frightened girl your grandfather tried to break. We're not them, Seraphine. We're us. Imara. Tell me you don't want this, Imara said, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Tell me you feel nothing when we're together, and I'll step back. I'll go back to my books and my research and I won't mention it again. But if you do feel something. Seraphine's breath caught, unnecessary, born of emotion rather than need. Her eyes, deep brown in the candlelight, searched Imara's face. I feel everything, she whispered. Imara closed the distance between them and kissed her. It was sudden and desperate and perfect. One moment they were standing apart, and the next Seraphine's hands were cupping Imara's face and her lips were pressed against Imara's with an intensity that stole Imara's breath. Imara made a small sound of surprise that melted into something deeper as she kissed back, her hands finding Seraphine's waist and pulling her closer. Seraphine was cold where Imara was warm, soft where Imara had expected hardness, gentle despite the obvious hunger in the way she pressed closer. One of her hands slid into Imara's hair, still pinned up, though loose tendrils had escaped, and carefully, reverently, began pulling out pins. They fell to the floor with soft musical sounds as Imara's natural hair spilled free across her shoulders. I've wanted to do that since I first saw you, Seraphine murmured against Imara's lips. You're so beautiful when you're not trying to contain yourself. Imara laughed breathlessly and kissed her again, deeper this time, tasting something like wine and copper and night air. Seraphine's arms wrapped around her fully now, and Imara could feel the supernatural strength in her even as the vampire held her with exquisite care, as if she were something precious. The estate groaned around them. At first, Imara thought it was just the storm, but then she heard it, the sound of locks clicking open throughout the house. Doors that had been sealed for decades swinging wide. The chandelier above them blazed to life, dozens of candles igniting simultaneously. In the mirrors lining the library walls, Imara caught glimpses of movement, spectral figures, there and gone, as if something had briefly weakened the barriers between worlds. Seraphine pulled back slightly, her eyes wide. They'd gone completely gold, reflecting the candlelight like a cat's. Did you feel that? What was that? Imara was still catching her breath, her hands resting on Seraphine's shoulders. The curse. Seraphine's voice was full of wonder and fear in equal measure. It trembled. Like a crack in glass. She looked at Imara with something approaching awe. When we kissed, I felt it. The bindings loosened. Just for a moment, but they definitely loosened. Imara's mind was already racing, fitting this new information into everything they'd learned. Our connection. It has power over the curse? It would seem so. Seraphine was still holding her, but Imara could feel the vampire beginning to retreat even before she physically stepped back. Which means this is even more dangerous than I thought. How is it dangerous? This is good news. Is it? Seraphine's voice had gone cold, and she put several feet of distance between them. Thomas built fail-safes into everything. If the curse senses a true threat, it will respond. It will defend itself. And anyone close to me will be in the direct line of fire. Seraphine. You felt what happened just now. Imagine that energy reversed. Imagine it striking out instead of retreating. Seraphine wrapped her arms around herself, a gesture so human and vulnerable it made Imara's chest ache. I can't watch you die, Imara. I can't. Not you. So what, we just pretend this didn't happen. Imara gestured between them. We go back to being polite research partners. We focus on breaking the curse the right way. Through knowledge and ritual, not, Seraphine's voice broke slightly. Not through whatever this is between us. This is love, Imara said quietly. Or it could be, if you'd let it. The word hung between them like a living thing. Seraphine flinched as if Imara had struck her. Don't, she whispered. Please don't say that. Why? Because it's true. Because after 200 years of being alone, you might finally have something worth holding on to? Because everyone I've ever loved has died screaming. The words tore out of Seraphine with the force of centuries of grief. Because my grandfather made sure of it. He killed Elspeth in front of me and then turned me into this thing and bound me here so I could never escape, never forget, never stop paying for the sin of loving her. So forgive me if I'm not eager to repeat that particular agony with you. The silence after her outburst was deafening. Even the storm seemed to quiet. Seraphine stood rigid, her eyes burning gold, her chest heaving with unnecessary breaths born from emotion rather than need. She looked wild and wounded and terrified. I'm sorry, she said, her voice barely audible. I shouldn't have, I can't do this. I can't want you and protect you at the same time. I have to choose, and I choose your life over my happiness. I have to. That's not your choice to make, Imara said, but her voice lacked conviction. She could see the shutters coming down in Seraphine's expression, the walls rebuilding even higher than before. Isn't it? You hired me as a guide to this estate and its curse. That's what I'll be. Nothing more. Seraphine moved toward the door with that inhuman grace, then paused. Get some sleep, Miss Thornwood. We have a great deal of work ahead of us, and sentiment will only slow us down. The formality of the address, Miss Thornwood, after she'd just had her hands in Imara's hair, was like a slap. Imara wanted to argue, to demand that Seraphine stop running from the thing between them, but the defeated set of the vampire's shoulders stopped her. Seraphine, she tried once more. Good night. The word was final, and then Seraphine was gone, moving with supernatural speed through the darkened halls. Imara stood alone in the library, surrounded by the evidence of their kiss. The doors still open. The candles still burning. Her hair loose around her shoulders and her lips still tingling from the cold press of Seraphine's mouth. She touched her fingers to her lips and felt the dampness there. Not from her own tears, she was too angry to cry. From Seraphine's. The vampire had been weeping and Imara hadn't even noticed until now. With shaking hands, Imara gathered the scattered hairpins from the floor. 1, 2, 3, she'd lost count of how many Seraphine had removed. Each one felt like a tiny rejection as she twisted her hair back into its proper, professional arrangement. The estate settled around her with groans and sighs, the doors beginning to drift closed again one by one. Whatever window had opened when they'd kissed was closing now, sealing them all back into their prisons. Imara looked at the grimoire still open on the table, at Thomas Ashwood's hateful words. The corruption must be contained. The unnatural affection must be severed from its root. You don't get to win, she said aloud to his ghost, to his curse, to whatever remained of his poisonous certainty. I don't care how many fail-safes you built. I don't care how impossible you made it. You don't get to keep her. But as she blew out the candles one by one and made her way to her cold, empty bedroom, a small voice in the back of her mind whispered a question she couldn't answer. What if love wasn't enough? What if, for all the power of their kiss, the curse was still stronger? In her room, Imara stood before the mirror and pulled the pins from her hair once more, letting it fall free. In the reflection, she thought she saw a flicker of movement, something pale and luminous, there and gone. She touched the glass gently. "I know you're afraid," she said softly, though she didn't know if Seraphine could hear her. "I'm afraid too. But fear is just another cage, and I think we've both been caged long enough." The mirror showed only her own reflection. But somewhere in the depths of the estate, Imara could have sworn she heard the sound of someone weeping. She crawled into bed fully dressed and lay staring at the canopy above her, her mind churning through everything they'd learned, everything they'd felt, everything that had shifted between them in those few perfect, terrible moments. The curse had responded to their kiss. That had to mean something. That had to be the key they'd been searching for. But if Seraphine wouldn't let them pursue it, if her fear was too great, then what? "Then I find another way," Imara thought with grim determination. "I didn't come this far to give up now. Not on the curse, and not on her." Outside, the storm finally broke in earnest, rain hammering against the windows like the tears of all the silenced women who'd walked these halls before her. Imara closed her eyes and listened to it, drawing strange comfort from the sound. Tomorrow, she would return to the grimoire. Tomorrow, she would find the answer. But tonight, she let herself remember the feel of Seraphine's lips on hers, the wonder in those gold-flecked eyes, the way the entire estate had responded to their connection as if it recognized something true and powerful and absolutely terrifying. Tonight, she let herself hope. Even if Seraphine couldn't. Chapter 18, False Victory. The full moon rose over Thornwood Estate like a silver eye. Imara stood in the center of the ballroom, her notebook spread across the floor in concentric circles. She'd spent the past 3 days preparing for this moment, 3 days since the kiss, since Seraphine had retreated behind walls of fear and formality. 3 days of meticulous planning, of cross-referencing the grimoire against Helena's research notes, of calculating lunar alignments and preparing the exact words needed to dismantle Thomas Ashwood's curse. She would not fail. She could not fail. "The candles are placed according to your diagram," Mrs. Peabody said, stepping carefully around the chalk marks Imara had drawn on the ballroom floor. The housekeeper had been surprisingly helpful once Imara had explained what she was attempting, though her only comment had been a dry, "About time someone did something useful with all this strangeness." "Thank you." Imara consulted her notes again, checking and rechecking. 13 candles in a specific pattern, corresponding to the 13 women trapped by the curse. Salt lines connecting them in a geometric shape she'd found referenced in 3 separate texts. Herbs from Margaret's garden, yarrow, mugwort, vervain, placed at cardinal points. Everything had to be perfect. Every word, every gesture, every element precisely aligned. The grimoire had been clear, the curse was built on order, on Thomas's rigid certainty about how the world should be. To break it, she needed to meet that order with equal precision and unravel it thread by thread. "You look like you're preparing for an examination," Seraphine's voice came from the doorway. Imara glanced up. The vampire stood in shadow, dressed in one of her more elaborate gowns, deep burgundy velvet that made her pale skin luminous. They hadn't spoken privately since the kiss, maintaining a careful professional distance that ached more than Imara cared to admit. "In a way, I am," Imara said, returning to her notes. "This is the culmination of everything I've learned. If I've made an error in my calculations." "Imara." Seraphine moved into the room with that fluid grace. "You've checked those notes a dozen times. Either you trust your research or you don't." "I trust the research. It's the execution I'm worried about." Imara straightened, rolling her shoulders to ease the tension. "The moon reaches its apex in less than an hour. All the women need to be present." "Are they?" "They're gathering." Seraphine's expression was carefully neutral, but Imara saw the hope beneath it, fragile and frightening as new ice. "Anne and Mary are already manifesting in the kitchen. Margaret is in her garden. Catherine is in the attic, though she's..." Seraphine paused. "She's skeptical." "Of course she is. Catherine had made her skepticism abundantly clear when Imara had attempted to explain the ritual 2 days ago. Another scholar thinking she can solve us like an equation, the ghost had said, her voice bitter. We'll see how that works out for you. But it would work. Imara had the knowledge, the timing, the proper components. She'd accounted for every variable, anticipated every potential complication. This wasn't arrogance, it was simply thorough preparation. And Adana? Imara asked. Seraphine's expression softened. She's at the threshold. She's been there since sunset, waiting. She doesn't say much, but... The vampire's voice dropped. She wants to believe this is possible. We all do. The weight of that admission, we all do, settled on Imara's shoulders like a physical thing. She looked at the ballroom with its careful preparations, at Seraphine standing wary and hopeful in equal measure, and felt the responsibility of what she was attempting. These women had suffered for centuries. They'd been bound, silenced, erased. And now Imara Thornwood, 26 years old, was proposing to free them through a combination of academic research and precise ritual work. It has to work, she thought. I've done everything right. We should begin, she said, gathering her confidence around her like armor. Will you help me light the candles? They worked in silence, Seraphine using a taper to light each candle in the specific sequence Imara had determined. As each flame caught, Imara felt something shift in the air, a building tension, like the moment before lightning strikes. They're coming, Seraphine whispered. Anne and Mary manifested first, their overlapping forms solidifying near the kitchen doorway. Mary was humming something soft and hopeful, while Anne kept one hand firmly clasped in hers. Margaret appeared in the garden archway, solid and stern, her apron dusted with soil from tending herbs even in death. Catherine materialized in the upper gallery, her thin form barely visible, arms crossed as she watched with burning intensity. Vivian Darrow swept in dramatically, her Victorian séance costume shimmering with ectoplasmic energy. "Oh, this is delicious," she said, her theatrical voice carrying. "The energies are absolutely singing tonight. I can feel every thread of the curse vibrating." Through the mirrors, Imara caught glimpses of others, Elspeth's pale form hovering near Seraphine, Juliet and Rosalind merged and translucent near the windows. Isabeau, paint-stained and fragile, manifesting for just moments before fading again. And at the threshold, at the great front door still standing open to the moonlight, Adana waited. The escaped slave who'd sought freedom and been trapped mid-step for over a century stood with her head held high, her scarred hands gripping the doorframe as if she could will herself across through sheer determination alone. "Is everyone here?" Imara asked. "All who can be," Seraphine confirmed. She took her place at the edge of the circle, outside the salt lines where Imara had instructed. "We're ready." Imara opened her primary notebook, the one where she'd transcribed the key passages, cross-referenced and annotated, and began. The binding was wrought in fear, she read, her voice steady and clear. In the fear of women's knowledge, women's power, women's love. It was sealed with blood and conviction, tied to stone and name and the turning of the earth. She moved to the first candle, speaking the words she'd carefully constructed from a dozen different sources. Latin for the church texts Thomas had corrupted. Old English for the local traditions he'd perverted. Her father's Yoruba for the piece of herself she brought to this working, the part Thomas Ashwood's curse had no power over because he'd never imagined someone like her would stand in this room. The air grew thick. The candles burned brighter, their flames stretching impossibly tall. "We name what was bound," Imara continued, moving through the ritual with academic precision. Margaret Ashwood, herbalist. Catherine Ashwood, scholar. Elspeth Ashwood, beloved. Anne and Mary, devoted. Adana Okoro, freedom seeker. Seraphine Ashwood, daughter and defender. At each name, the corresponding woman glowed brighter, their forms solidifying. Imara could see the shock on their faces, and gripping Mary tighter, Catherine leaning forward with sudden intensity, Margaret's stern features softening with something like wonder. "We witnessed their stories," Imara said, reading from her notes. "We acknowledged their truth. We break the chains of silence and shame that bound them. The estate groaned around them. Somewhere deep in the foundations, something cracked with a sound like thunder. It's working, Vivian gasped, her hands pressed to her chest. Oh my stars, it's actually working. Imara moved faster now, speaking the words of unbinding she'd pieced together. The curse was like a knot, and she was pulling the right threads, watching it begin to unravel. The grimoire had given her the pattern, she just had to work backward, undoing what Thomas had done. The salt lines began to glow. The chalk marks on the floor lit up with pale blue light. Every mirror in the ballroom reflected the scene 1,000 times over, multiplying their gathering until it seemed like hundreds of women stood witness. And at the threshold, Adana moved. One foot lifted. Extended. Crossed the invisible barrier that had held her for over a century. She stumbled forward into the entrance hall, and the sound she made, half sob, half laugh, was the most beautiful thing Imara had ever heard. I'm through, Adana whispered, staring at her hands as if she couldn't believe they were really inside the estate. I'm through. I'm finally. She looked up at Imara with tears streaming down her face. Sister, she said in her Caribbean-accented English. You freed me. The other women erupted in celebration. Anne and Mary embraced, their forms solid enough to actually hold each other. Catherine laughed, a wild, disbelieving sound. Margaret pressed her hands to her face. Even Seraphine was smiling, real joy breaking through her careful control. Keep going. Vivian urged. The curse is weakening, I can feel it. Finish the ritual. Imara returned to her notes with trembling hands. It was working. She'd been right. All her research, all her preparation. Seraphine crossed the salt line and kissed her. It was sudden and joyful, nothing like their first kiss's desperate hunger. This was pure celebration, Seraphine's cold lips pressed to Imara's warm ones in front of everyone, public and unashamed. When they broke apart, the vampire was laughing through tears. You did it, Seraphine said. You actually did it. Not yet, Imara said, but she was smiling too, giddy with success. I still need to complete The temperature dropped 20 degrees in an instant. Every candle blew out simultaneously, plunging the ballroom into moonlight and shadow. The mirrors cracked, all of them, simultaneously, spiderweb fractures spreading across their surfaces. And in those broken reflections, Imara saw him. Thomas Ashwood. Tall and imposing in his Puritan dress, grey hair severe, cold blue eyes burning with righteous fury. He didn't manifest fully, he couldn't, the curse wouldn't allow it, but his presence flooded the room like poison. Corruption, his voice boomed from everywhere and nowhere. Unnatural affection seeking to break sacred bonds. No, Seraphine breathed, stepping back from Imara. No, the failsafe. The curse snapped back like a rubber band stretched too far. Adana screamed as invisible hands grabbed her, dragging her backward toward the threshold. She clawed at the floor, at the doorframe, but the force was inexorable. No. No. I was free. Adana. Imara lunged for her, but Anne and Mary were already fading, their forms becoming translucent again. Catherine's manifestation flickered like a candle in wind. Did you think it would be so simple? Thomas's voice was everywhere, in every shadow, in every crack in the mirrors. Did you think knowledge alone could undo what faith and blood have wrought? Stop it. Imara shouted at the shadows. The ritual was perfect, I did everything right. You treated them as a puzzle to solve. As specimens to be catalogued and freed through clever study. The voice was almost mocking now. But they are not books, scholar. They are not equations. And your arrogance has sealed their fate more firmly than before. Seraphine doubled over as if struck. When she looked up, her eyes were pure gold and wild with pain. Imara, run. But before she could say more, the curse wrapped around her like chains. Seraphine was torn away, not physically, but spiritually, pulled into some deeper isolation. Her form remained visible but distant, as if she stood behind thick glass. Her mouth moved, shouting something Imara couldn't hear. Seraphine. Imara tried to cross to her, but invisible barriers sprang up. The salt lines she'd so carefully drawn now glowed red instead of blue, becoming walls instead of protections. Adana had been dragged back to the threshold, frozen mid-step once again. But this time she was screaming, her face contorted in agony. The curse wasn't just holding her, it was hurting her, punishing her for the audacity of hope. Margaret clutched at her throat as if choking. Catherine collapsed in the gallery, her thin form convulsing. Anne and Mary clung to each other but were being pulled apart, their joined hands slipping as some terrible force worked to separate them. Stop. Imara begged. Please, I'll stop the ritual, I'll. Too late, Thomas's voice thundered. The price is paid. The lesson is learned. The mirrors shattered completely, raining glass across the ballroom floor. In the sudden silence that followed, Imara could hear sobbing, Anne and Mary, separated at last, calling for each other. Catherine's bitter cursing. Adana's broken whispers in Igbo, prayers to ancestors who couldn't help her. And Seraphine, trapped behind her invisible wall, pressing her palms against it as she watched Imara with eyes full of anguish and something worse. Accusation. Mrs. Peabody appeared in the doorway, surveyed the destruction, and said quietly, well. That's torn it proper. Imara stood in the center of her ruined ritual, surrounded by the evidence of her failure. Her notebooks lay scattered, pages torn. The salt lines were scorch marks now. The carefully placed herbs were ash. She looked at Adana, trapped and suffering at the threshold. At the separated lovers. At Catherine, who'd dared to hope and been punished for it. At Seraphine, isolated more completely than she'd been in centuries. And she understood, with horrible clarity, what she'd done. She'd treated them like a problem to be solved. Like a puzzle requiring the right combination of knowledge and ritual. She'd documented them, analyzed them, categorized them, exactly as Helena had done, exactly as every scholar who'd ever studied forgotten histories, without actually seeing the people involved. She'd broken them worse than they'd ever been broken before. I'm sorry, she whispered, but the words were inadequate. I'm so sorry, I thought. Catherine's voice cut through the darkness, bitter as poison. You thought you were smarter than the others who tried. Smarter than Helena. Smarter than the curse itself. Her laugh was broken glass. You treated us like a thesis, Imara. Like data to be recorded and solved. And now look what your brilliance has wrought. Imara wanted to argue, to defend herself, but she couldn't. Because Catherine was right. She'd spent weeks learning their stories, but she hadn't truly witnessed them as people. She'd catalogued their suffering, cross-referenced their tragedies, and built a ritual based on academic understanding rather than real connection. She'd done to them exactly what Helena had done to her, used their stories for her own purposes while keeping herself safely distant. And now they were paying the price. Seraphine's mouth moved behind her barrier. Imara couldn't hear her, but she thought she could read the words, "It's not your fault." But it was. It absolutely was. From somewhere deep in the estate's foundations came a sound like grinding stone. The curse wasn't just reset, it was stronger now. Fed by the failed ritual, by Thomas's triumph, by the renewed despair of the women it held. And it was hungry. The curse is spreading, Vivian said, her theatrical manner gone, replaced by genuine fear. It's pulling tighter. Before, we could manifest, communicate. Now. She flickered like a bad gaslight. Now it's like we're being consumed. Imara looked around at the destruction she'd caused, at the women suffering because of her arrogance, at Seraphine trapped in isolation once again. This wasn't a setback. This was catastrophe. And she had no idea how to fix it. Mrs. Peabody moved to her side and said, very quietly, "Smart don't mean wise, girl. And I reckon you just learned the difference the hard way." Imara sank to her knees amid the broken glass and ruined ritual, and for the first time since arriving at Thornwood Estate, she let herself cry. Not from sadness, but from shame. She'd failed them all. And Thomas Ashwood's laughter echoed in every mirror, in every shadow, in every corner of the house he'd cursed 2 centuries ago, triumphant, eternal, and utterly merciless. Chapter 19, The Catastrophic Aftermath. Dawn came cold and grey, filtering through the shattered mirrors. Imara hadn't moved from the ballroom floor. She sat amid the ruins of her ritual, broken glass catching the weak morning light, scorch marks where her salt lines had been, the smell of burnt herbs thick in the air. Her notebooks lay scattered around her, pages torn and scattered like dead leaves. She'd stopped crying hours ago. Now she just felt hollow. Mrs. Peabody had tried to coax her to bed, but Imara couldn't bring herself to leave. Leaving would mean accepting what she'd done. Would mean walking away from the women she'd hurt. Through the night, she'd listened to them suffer. And calling for Mary, her Cockney accent thick with tears. Mary's softer voice answering from somewhere else in the house, the two of them separated for the first time in over a century. Their desperate attempts to reach each other had gradually faded into silence as the curse pulled them further apart. Catherine's bitter cursing had echoed from the attic, mathematical obscenities, calculations of exactly how much worse Imara had made things, measurements of suffering in precise, damning numbers. Margaret's presence had briefly manifested in the garden, but when Imara had tried to approach, the herbalist had simply looked at her with such profound disappointment that Imara had physically recoiled. No words. Just that look. And Adana. God, Adana. The escaped slave remained frozen at the threshold, trapped mid-step once again. But now she was conscious of it, fully, horribly aware. Before, the curse had held her in a kind of stasis. Now she felt every moment. Imara could see it in her face, in the way her eyes tracked movement, but her body remained locked in place, in the tears that rolled down her cheeks unceasingly. She'd tasted freedom. For one perfect moment, she'd crossed into the house, into sanctuary. And Imara had ripped it away from her. "You should eat something," Mrs. Peabody said, appearing with a tea tray. The housekeeper looked exhausted, older somehow. "Starving yourself won't fix this." "I'm not hungry." "Didn't ask if you were hungry. Said you should eat." Mrs. Peabody set the tray down with a decisive clink. The living still need to live, even when they've made a proper mess of things. Imara looked at her numbly. "How can you even stand to be in the same room as me?" "Because someone has to." The older woman poured tea with steady hands. "Someone has to keep you from wallowing yourself into uselessness." "Milk?" "Mrs. Peabody. Milk or no milk, girl?" Simple question. The absurdity of it, discussing tea preferences while women suffered because of her, almost made Imara laugh. Or scream. She couldn't tell which. "No milk." Mrs. Peabody handed her the cup. "Good. Now drink it, and then we're going to talk about what comes next." "There is no next." Imara's voice was flat. "I made everything worse. The curse is stronger. They're suffering more than before. And her throat closed around the words. "I did exactly what Helena did. Worse than what Helena did. I used them. I documented their pain and called it scholarship. I treated their lives like research material." You did." Mrs. Peabody's bluntness was somehow worse than sympathy would have been. "You came here thinking you were different, thinking your cleverness would save the day. Thinking that because you'd read enough books and drawn enough diagrams, you'd earned the right to fix them." Each word landed like a blow. Imara set the teacup down before she dropped it. "But sitting here feeling sorry for yourself won't help them either," Mrs. Peabody continued. "So drink your tea, gather what's left of your wits, and figure out what you're going to do about it." "I don't know what to do." The admission came out broken. "All my tools, all my knowledge, it's useless. Worse than useless. It's actively harmful. Then maybe it's time to try something besides tools and knowledge." Before Imara could ask what that meant, the temperature in the room plummeted. Catherine materialized in the gallery above, but wrong, her form flickering like a candle flame in wind, barely solid. When she spoke, her voice came from everywhere and nowhere, distorted and strange. "You're still here." It wasn't a question. "Sitting in your failure like it's a tragedy that happened to you rather than one you caused." "Catherine," Imara stood, but the ghost held up a skeletal hand. Don't apologize, don't explain, don't do any of the things scholars do when confronted with the consequences of their research." Catherine's form solidified slightly, and Imara could see the fury in her burning eyes. "Do you know what it's like? To hope. To let yourself believe, after centuries, that maybe this time would be different?" "I'm sorry." "You're sorry." Catherine laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "You treated us like a thesis, Imara. Like data to be recorded and solved. You interviewed me about my imprisonment. You took notes. You wrote down my suffering in your neat little handwriting and filed it away as research material." The words hit like physical blows because they were true. Imara had done exactly that. "You catalogued us," Catherine continued, her voice rising. "Categorized us. Sorted us by how we died, how we loved, what we represented. We were types to you, weren't we? Story elements. Character archetypes in the Gothic narrative you were analyzing." "No, Yes, you did." Catherine's form flickered violently. "Because that's what scholars do. They document. They study. They create taxonomies of suffering and call it knowledge. Helena did it. Every researcher who's come here has done it. We thought you might be different because you understood erasure, because you were fighting your own battles against being catalogued and dismissed. But you learned all the wrong lessons." Imara wanted to argue, to defend herself, but she couldn't. Every word was accurate. "You broke us worse," Catherine whispered, her anger collapsing into something rawer. "We were trapped before, yes. But we had our small freedoms, our moments of manifestation, our connections to each other. Now the curse is consuming us. Erasing us bit by bit. And it's because you tried to free us the wrong way." The ghost flickered one more time and then vanished, leaving Imara alone with the weight of that accusation. Mrs. Peabody was silent for a long moment. Then, "She's not wrong." "I know. Do you?" The housekeeper's sharp eyes pinned her. "Because knowing something academically and understanding it in your bones are different things. Smart don't mean wise, girl. And right now, you need wisdom more than cleverness." Movement at the threshold drew Imara's attention. Adana was trying to speak, her mouth forming words, but no sound emerged. The curse had tightened around her, not just holding her in place but silencing her. Imara crossed to her quickly. "Adana, I." The woman's eyes met hers, and the pain in them was unbearable. But worse than pain was the understanding. Adana knew exactly what Imara had done and why it had failed. Her lips moved again, and this time Imara could read them. "You saw us. But you didn't see us." "I don't understand," Imara said, though part of her did. Adana's lips moved again, forming words with careful precision. "You documented. You didn't witness." The distinction crashed over Imara like a wave. Documentation meant recording from the outside, maintaining scholarly distance, treating the subject as object. Witnessing meant being present, being changed by what you saw, letting the stories transform you rather than just inform you. She'd documented them. Every one of them. She'd written down Anne and Mary's simple devotion and analyzed it as working-class Sapphic domesticity. She'd recorded Catherine's rage and categorized it as gendered intellectual oppression. She'd noted Adana's entrapment and filed it under racialized bondage and the curse's colonial dimensions. She'd turned their lives into academic language. Into abstractions. Into anything except what they actually were, women who'd suffered, who'd loved, who'd fought for their freedom and been punished for it. "I'm so sorry," Imara whispered to Adana. "I'm so sorry." Adana's expression shifted slightly. Not forgiveness, that would have to be earned, but perhaps acknowledgement that Imara was beginning to understand. Then her eyes widened in fear, looking past Imara into the house. Imara turned to see spectral forms drifting through the ballroom like smoke. All the women who'd manifested last night were there, but fading, becoming translucent, losing definition. Anne and Mary still separated, reaching for each other across an unbridgeable distance. Margaret barely visible, her sturdy form going transparent. Vivian's theatrical presence dimmed to almost nothing. And in the mirrors, in every broken shard, she caught glimpses of Seraphine. The vampire was trapped in some pocket of the curse Imara couldn't reach. She could see her moving behind the glass, pressing her hands against invisible barriers, her mouth forming words Imara couldn't hear. The isolation that had been her curse for 2 centuries had returned, but worse now. Absolute. Imara ran to the nearest broken mirror, pressing her hands against it. Seraphine. Can you hear me? The vampire's eyes met hers through the glass. Gold and desperate and utterly unreachable. Her lips moved. I can't get to you. I'll find a way, Imara promised. I'll fix this, Seraphine's expression stopped her. It wasn't anger, though Imara would have deserved that. It was grief. The vampire shook her head slowly, and Imara understood. There was no fixing this with research, with rituals, with any of the tools Imara had relied on. The academic approach had failed catastrophically. And Imara had no other tools. What do I do? She asked the reflection, even though she knew Seraphine couldn't answer. How do I undo this? But Seraphine was already fading, pulled deeper into whatever isolation the curse had created for her. Her last visible expression was one of such profound sorrow that Imara felt something crack inside her chest. Then the mirror went dark, showing only Imara's own reflection, tear-streaked face, exhausted eyes, the picture of academic failure. They're fading, Mrs. Peabody said quietly. The curse isn't just holding them anymore. It's erasing them. Bit by bit. How long? Imara's voice was barely a whisper. Don't know. Could be days. Could be weeks. But once it starts. The housekeeper trailed off, the implication clear. Imara turned away from the mirror and surveyed the ballroom. The ritual circle was ashes. Her notebooks were scattered and torn. All her careful research, all her meticulous planning, worthless. Worse than worthless. Harmful. She'd spent her entire academic career learning to analyze, to categorize, to maintain scholarly objectivity. Those skills had gotten her through university as one of the only black women in her program. They'd earned her Dr. Marsh's attention, the inheritance of this estate, recognition in circles that normally excluded people like her. But those same skills had blinded her to what the women actually needed. They didn't need to be studied. They needed to be seen. Not as specimens or case studies or examples of historical oppression, but as whole people whose pain and joy and love were real and immediate and deserving of witness without academic distance. I don't know how to do that, Imara said aloud. I don't know how to be anything except a scholar. Then you'd better learn quick, Mrs. Peabody said. Because scholarship just made things worse, and those women are running out of time. A sound from the entrance hall made them both turn. Adana was weeping, silent, trapped tears streaming down her frozen face as she stood locked at the threshold between freedom and bondage. Imara wanted to go to her, to offer comfort, but what comfort could she give? She was the one who'd done this. She was the one who'd given Adana a taste of freedom only to snatch it away. I thought I was helping, she said, more to herself than to Mrs. Peabody. I genuinely believed that my research, my knowledge, my careful academic approach would be the answer. I know you did. The housekeeper's voice was gentler now. That's what makes it a tragedy instead of just cruelty. You meant well. But the road to hell is paved with well-intentioned scholars treating people like research projects. Imara sank back down to the floor, the weight of it all pressing down on her shoulders. She'd failed. Not just failed, she'd made everything catastrophically worse. The curse was stronger. The women were suffering more. And she had no idea how to undo the damage she'd caused. Helena tried to warn me, she said quietly, remembering her mentor's final letter. She said the estate chose who would inherit it. She said I was chosen for a reason. I thought that reason was my scholarly ability. But maybe. She looked up at Mrs. Peabody. Maybe it was something else entirely. Something I haven't figured out yet. Or something you forgot you knew. Mrs. Peabody collected the tea things. Sometimes the answer isn't in learning something new. Sometimes it's in remembering what you knew before you got taught to think like a scholar. Before Imara could ask what that meant, a sound erupted from outside. Horses, voices, someone pounding on the estate's front door with enough force to make Adana flinch in her frozen state. Mrs. Peabody moved to the window and looked out, her expression darkening. Well. Things just got more complicated. What is it? Reverend Blackwood and what looks like half the village men. Armed with torches and righteousness in equal measure. The housekeeper turned back to Imara. The supernatural surge last night didn't go unnoticed. They're here to deal with the evil that's plagued this estate for generations. Of course. The ritual had been powerful enough that people for miles around must have felt it. And when it had snapped back, when Thomas's failsafe had triggered, the resulting supernatural explosion would have been like a beacon. Imara pushed herself to her feet. I'll talk to them. Explain. Explain what? That you tried to break a curse using forbidden rituals and made things worse? That'll go over well with a reverend convinced this place is damned. Mrs. Peabody shook her head. No, girl. Talking won't solve this. Not anymore. The pounding continued, growing more insistent. Through the entrance hall windows, Imara could see torchlight, could hear angry voices demanding she come out, demanding the evil be purged. She looked at Adana, frozen and weeping at the threshold. At the fading spirits drifting through the ballroom. At the broken mirrors that had briefly shown her Seraphine's desperate face. She'd failed them through scholarship. Now the outside world was coming to finish what her failure had started. And Imara Thornwood, brilliant researcher and catastrophic failure, had no idea how to protect them. What do I do? She asked Mrs. Peabody. The housekeeper looked at her for a long moment, then said simply, you figure out how to stop solving and start seeing. Before it's too late for all of you. The pounding on the door grew louder, and somewhere in the depths of the estate, Thomas Ashwood's laughter echoed through the empty halls. Chapter 20, External Pressure Mounts. The Reverend Stephen Blackwood stood on the threshold of Thornwood Estate with the confidence of a man doing God's work. Imara faced him through the half-open door, acutely aware of Adana frozen mere feet behind her, trapped mid-step and unable to retreat. The Reverend's eyes flickered to the motionless woman, and his expression hardened. Miss Thornwood. His voice carried the cadence of sermons, each word precisely weighted. I must ask you to step outside and speak with me. Alone. I'm afraid that's not possible. Imara kept her voice steady despite her exhaustion. Behind the Reverend, she could see a dozen men from the village, farmers, shopkeepers, the blacksmith. Several carried torches even in the gray morning light. This is my home. If you have concerns, we can discuss them here. Here. Blackwood's gaze swept the entrance hall, taking in the scorch marks from last night's ritual, the broken mirrors, the faint spectral shimmer in the air where spirits moved. In this house of sin and supernatural corruption. No, Miss Thornwood. I think not. One of the village men, John Cooper, the butcher, spat on the ground. We felt it last night, miss. The whole village did. Unnatural energies, evil working. We've tolerated this cursed place long enough. There's nothing evil here, Imara said, though even as she spoke, she wondered if it was true. Wasn't the harm she'd caused a kind of evil, even if unintentional? Only women seeking freedom from. Freedom? Blackwood's voice rose slightly. Is that what you call the dark practices you engaged in last night? The summoning of spirits? The rituals that shook the very earth? I was trying to help. Help. The Reverend's interruption was sharp. You were attempting to break a curse placed on this estate by a righteous man seeking to protect his family from corruption. Thomas Ashwood was a pillar of faith, a defender of proper order. And you, in your pride and arrogance, sought to undo his holy work. Imara felt anger flare through her exhaustion. Thomas Ashwood was a murderer who tortured and imprisoned women for the crime of loving each other. There was nothing holy about what he did. A murmur went through the gathered men. Several made signs against evil. You blaspheme, Blackwood said quietly, and that was somehow more frightening than if he'd shouted. You speak heresy and practice witchcraft, and you do so brazenly, without shame or remorse. I practice scholarship, Reverend. Research. There's a difference between. Is there? He took a step forward, and Imara instinctively moved back, positioning herself more firmly between him and Adana. You consort with spirits. You perform rituals under the full moon. You claim to speak with the dead. These are not the actions of a scholar, Miss Thornwood. These are the actions of a woman who has succumbed to the very corruption this estate breeds. Mrs. Peabody appeared at Imara's shoulder, her presence solid and reassuring. Reverend Blackwood. Always a pleasure. Though I don't recall inviting you or your mob to the doorstep. Mrs. Peabody. Blackwood nodded to her. You've served this estate faithfully for many years. Surely you can see the danger this woman poses. Surely you understand that her presence here is a threat to the entire village. What I see is a girl trying to help folk who've been hurting a long time, the housekeeper said flatly. What I understand is that you're working yourself up into a righteous fury over things you don't comprehend. I comprehend evil when I see it. The Reverend's voice hardened. And I comprehend my duty to protect my flock. Miss Thornwood, I am formally requesting that you vacate this property immediately and submit yourself to examination by proper authorities. Examination? Imara's blood ran cold. What kind of examination? There are facilities for women who have become afflicted. Blackwood's tone was almost gentle, which made it worse. Institutions where troubled minds can be properly cared for. Where the influence of dark forces can be cleansed through prayer and discipline. An asylum. He was threatening to have her committed to an asylum. I'm not mad, Imara said, fighting to keep her voice level. I'm a researcher, a historian. Dr. Helena Marsh left me this estate because. Dr. Marsh was herself touched by this place's corruption, Blackwood interrupted. Her final years were marked by increasing eccentricity, withdrawal from proper society, obsession with unwholesome subjects. And she passed that corruption to you, a woman already vulnerable due to her circumstances. The pause before circumstances carried volumes. He meant her race, her gender, her unmarried state, all the ways Victorian society already found her suspect. My circumstances, Imara said carefully, are that I am an educated black woman who refuses to make herself small for the comfort of men who fear women's knowledge. Another murmur from the crowd, this one uglier. One of the men called out, she admits it. Admits she's one of them unnatural women. I admit nothing except that I won't be intimidated into abandoning women who need help. Imara stood straighter, even as part of her wanted to retreat into the house and bar the door. This estate is legally mine. You have no right to demand I leave it. Legal right and moral duty are not always aligned, Blackwood said. Miss Thornwood, I am trying to help you. To save you from the path you're on. If you refuse to leave voluntarily, I will be forced to take more serious measures. Such as petitioning the magistrate for your involuntary commitment on grounds of mental instability and danger to yourself and others. Such as requesting the church formally declare this estate cursed ground and calling for its cleansing by fire. His eyes were sad but certain. I take no pleasure in these actions, but I will do what I must to protect the innocent. Behind Imara, she heard a sound, barely audible, but distinctly Adana trying to speak through the curse's silence. A wordless sound of rage and fear. You speak of protecting the innocent, Imara said, but you don't even see the innocent standing right in front of you. That woman behind me is trapped. She sought freedom and was imprisoned by the same curse you're defending as righteous. Blackwood's gaze flickered to Adana again. I see a spirit bound to this place by its own dark nature. A manifestation of the estate's corruption. You see what you choose to see. What's convenient for your worldview? Imara felt something shift in her chest, the same anger she'd felt in London's academic halls, the same fury at being dismissed and diminished and told her reality wasn't valid. You don't see a woman. You see a theological problem. And you see a research subject, Catherine's voice cut through from somewhere above. The ghost manifested briefly in the upper gallery, her form flickering. Don't pretend you're better than him, scholar. You both reduce us to what's useful for your purposes. The accusation stung because it was true, and coming now, in front of Blackwood, in front of the village mob, it undermined everything Imara was trying to say. Blackwood seized on it immediately. Even the spirits themselves accuse you. Even those you claim to help recognize your corruption. Catherine, Imara started, but the ghost had already faded. You have until tomorrow evening, Blackwood said with finality. Vacate this property and present yourself at the church for guidance and care, or I will return with legal authority and sufficient men to remove you by force. If you resist, I will have you committed for your own protection. And if I don't resist? If I simply refuse to leave my own home? Then you will be arrested for practicing witchcraft, disturbing the peace, and endangering the public welfare. His voice was gentle, pastoral, utterly implacable. I'm giving you a choice, Miss Thornwood. More than many in your position would receive. I suggest you take it. He turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. That woman at the threshold, the spirit or whatever she is. I've heard whispers in the village. Some say a runaway slave sought refuge here decades ago and was never seen again. If that's true, if this estate harbored fugitives from lawful bondage. He let the implication hang. Imara's hands clenched into fists. She was seeking freedom. From slavery. From men who thought they owned her. And your precious Thomas Ashwood trapped her in eternal bondage rather than grant her sanctuary. I have only your word for that. Blackwood's expression was sorrowful. The word of a woman who admits to consorting with spirits and performing forbidden rituals. Hardly reliable testimony. He gestured to his men. Come. We've given Miss Thornwood fair warning. What she does with it is her choice. And her burden. The group withdrew, torches and all, leaving Imara standing in the doorway with her heart hammering and her mind racing. Mrs. Peabody closed the door carefully and turned to face her. Well. That went about as poorly as it could have. He's going to come back. Imara's voice was hollow. With legal authority. With enough men to drag me away by force. Most likely. The housekeeper moved toward the kitchen. Question is, what are you going to do about it? I don't know. Imara sank down on the bottom step of the grand staircase. If I leave, what happens to them? To all of them? She gestured vaguely at the estate, at the spirits she knew were listening even if they weren't manifesting. If I'm committed to an asylum, who'll help them? And if you stay and he burns the place down around you? Mrs. Peabody's pragmatism was harsh but necessary. You'll all burn together. Won't help anyone then. Imara buried her face in her hands. Every choice was impossible. Every option led to suffering. I can't fix this with research, she said quietly. I can't fight Blackwood with citations and references. I can't negotiate with the curse using academic arguments. Everything I know, everything I've learned, it's useless here. Not useless, a voice said from above. Imara looked up to see Margaret manifesting on the stairs, faint and flickering, but present. The herbalist's stern features were softer than before, though still carrying disappointment. Your knowledge is not useless, girl, Margaret continued, her earliest modern English mixing with her blunt manner. But it's not the answer by itself. Knowledge without wisdom is just fancy ignorance. Then what's the answer? Imara asked desperately. Because I don't know anymore. I thought I did, but I've made everything worse. The curse is stronger. You're all suffering more. And now Blackwood's going to either lock me away or burn the estate down, and I can't. Stop, Margaret said firmly. She descended a few steps, her manifestation strengthening slightly. Stop spiraling. Stop cataloging your failures. Just stop and listen. Imara fell silent. You learned all the wrong lessons from your mentor, Margaret said. Helena Marsh survived in a man's world by playing their game, by being scholarly and distant, by treating emotions as weaknesses, by documenting instead of witnessing. And she was brilliant, but she was also alone. And she was also wrong about what mattered. I don't understand. Because you're still thinking like her. Still thinking the answers in your head, in your books, in your clever plans. Margaret moved closer. But the answer's here. She gestured to where Imara's heart would be. In what you feel. In what you're willing to risk. In who you're willing to be instead of what you're willing to know. Before Imara could respond, the house groaned. Not the gentle settling sound she'd grown accustomed to, but a deep, pained sound, as if the very foundations were being stressed. The curse is tightening, Margaret said, her form beginning to fade. We don't have much time. And neither do you. Blackwood will be back, and when he comes, he won't be alone or empty-handed. What do I do? Imara asked again, hating how lost she sounded. You make a choice. Margaret was barely visible now. You can run, save yourself, leave us to fade away. You can fight, meet Blackwood's mob with stubbornness and likely get yourself killed or committed. Or you can do the one thing you haven't tried yet. What's that? Stop trying to save us, Margaret said, her voice fading to a whisper. And let us save each other. Then she was gone, leaving Imara alone with Mrs. Peabody and the silent, frozen Adana. The housekeeper was quiet for a long moment, then said, She's not wrong, you know. You've been so busy trying to fix everyone, you haven't noticed they're trying to tell you something. What are they trying to tell me? That you can't do this alone. That breaking the curse isn't about being smart enough or prepared enough. It's about being willing to be vulnerable enough. Mrs. Peabody headed toward the kitchen. I'm making more tea. You're going to sit and think. And when you're done thinking, you're going to decide what kind of woman you want to be. Imara sat on the stairs in the damaged entrance hall, surrounded by the evidence of her failures. Through the windows, she could see the village in the distance, smoke rising from chimneys, people going about their lives, unaware or uncaring of the suffering contained within these walls. Sunset tomorrow. That's all the time she had before Blackwood returned. She had no idea where to start. But at least, finally, she knew what question she needed to answer. I don't know what I'm doing, Imara told her quietly. I thought I did. I was so certain. But I don't. I'm lost and scared and I've hurt you all so badly. Adana couldn't respond, but Imara thought she saw understanding in her eyes. But I'm not giving up, Imara continued. And I'm not running. Blackwood can threaten me all he wants. The curse can get stronger. Thomas Ashwood can laugh in every mirror. I'm not leaving you. Any of you. She stood, her legs shaky but her resolve hardening. I just need to figure out how to help without making things worse. How to witness instead of document. How to be present instead of distant. The house groaned again, and somewhere in its depths, she heard the sound of distant weeping. And Mary, separated and calling for each other. Catherine's bitter muttering from the attic. The whisper of Margaret's herbs growing wild in the garden. And somewhere, trapped behind glass and mirrors and 2 centuries of isolation, Seraphine. Imara pressed her hand to her chest, where her heart was hammering, where Margaret had gestured when she'd said the answer was there instead of in Imara's head. I don't know how to do this, she whispered to the empty air, to whatever spirits were listening. But I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to try. I'm willing to be something other than what I've always been. The house settled around her, neither accepting nor rejecting her words. Just waiting. Everyone was waiting. For her to figure out what she'd been missing all along. For her to become what the estate had chosen her to be, not a scholar who would document their suffering, but a witness who would stand with them in it. Whatever that meant. Wherever that led. Even if it meant losing everything she'd built her identity upon. Even if it meant facing down Blackwood's mob with nothing but conviction and hope. Even if it meant admitting that after all her years of education and achievement, she still had everything important left to learn. Mrs. Peabody called from the kitchen, "Tea's ready. And you need to eat something proper. Can't learn wisdom on an empty stomach." Imara looked once more at Adana, at the silent testament to her failure and the women's suffering, then turned toward the kitchen. Until tomorrow evening, when Blackwood would return. Until then, to figure out how to save them all, including herself, without her books, her plans, or her scholarly distance to hide behind. Until then, to learn what it meant to truly witness instead of simply observe. She had no idea where to start. But at least, finally, she knew what question she needed to answer. Not, how do I break the curse? But, how do I become the woman who can? Chapter 21, The Patriarch's Psychological Assault. Sleep, when it finally came, brought no rest. Imara had retreated to her bedroom as evening fell, exhausted from the confrontation with Blackwood and the weight of everything pressing down on her. Hours had passed in a blur of attempted research and circular thoughts. Mrs. Peabody had insisted she eat something, a thin soup and bread that sat heavy in her stomach, before practically marching her upstairs. "You're no good to anyone dead on your feet," the housekeeper had said. "Get some sleep. Things might look different in the morning." But things didn't look different. They looked worse. Imara lay in her bed, staring at the canopy above her, watching shadows dance in the candlelight. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Adana's face, frozen, trapped, accusing. She saw Catherine's bitter rage. Anne and Mary separated and calling for each other. Seraphine behind glass, unreachable. All of them suffering because of her. The candle guttered and went out. Imara sat up, reaching for matches, but stopped. The darkness wasn't natural, it was too complete, too absolute. Even with the curtains drawn, some moonlight should filter through. But this was a darkness so thick it felt physical, pressing against her skin. "Who's there?" Her voice came out steadier than she felt. Laughter answered her. Low, masculine, rich with certainty and contempt. The mirrors in her room began to glow with a sickly light. Not the warm candlelight she was used to, but something cold and pale, like corpse fire. And in each reflection, she saw him. Thomas Ashwood. He looked exactly as he did in the portrait she'd found in the sealed study, tall and imposing, grey hair severely styled, dressed in Puritan black. But his eyes were alive in a way no portrait could capture. Cold blue, burning with absolute conviction. "Miss Thornwood." His voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing through the room. The brilliant scholar. The would-be savior. The arrogant child playing with forces she cannot comprehend. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. You've proven Solomon's wisdom well enough. You're not real, Imara said, pulling the blanket closer. You're dead. This is just the curse manifesting. Am I? He smiled, and it was terrible, gentle and paternal and utterly merciless. Or am I simply the truth you've been avoiding? The voice of your own conscience, telling you what you already know. Get out of my room. Your room? The laughter came again. Child, this is my house. Built on my land. Bound by my will. Every stone, every beam, every mirror and shadow, mine. You are a guest here. An unwelcome one. The Lord gave, and the Lord hath taken away, and I am Lord of this estate. Imara stood, forcing herself to meet those cold eyes in the mirror. This house was left to me by Dr. Marsh. Legally, it's mine now. Legally. Thomas's image moved in the mirror, circling like a predator. Such faith you have in man's laws. In papers and deeds and the pronouncements of government. But there are older laws, child. Deeper bindings. This estate is mine until the curse is broken, and you. His smile widened. You've ensured the curse will never be broken. I'm going to fix what I did wrong. Are you? He was suddenly in all the mirrors at once, surrounding her. And how will you do that? With more research? More careful planning? More scholarly rigor? His voice dripped mockery. That worked so well the first time. Imara's hands clenched into fists. I made mistakes. I know that. But I'm learning. You're learning nothing. Thomas moved closer in the reflections, his face filling the mirrors. You're simply finding new ways to justify your arrogance. Tell me, scholar, when you performed your ritual, when you so carefully prepared your circles and candles and citations, did you think of them as people? Or as problems to solve? The words stuck in her throat because she knew the answer. You treated them exactly as I did, Thomas said softly, and that was worse than if he'd shouted. You saw them as things to be managed. Controlled. Fixed according to your superior understanding. Let him who is without sin cast the first stone, but you cast your stones anyway, didn't you? Called them scholarship instead of judgment. The only difference between us is that I acted in service of righteousness, while you acted in service of pride. That's not true. Isn't it? His voice was gentle, understanding, the tone of a teacher with a slow student. You came here thinking you were different. Special. That your blackness, your queerness, your struggles gave you some deeper insight. But all they gave you was a different flavor of arrogance. The words hit like physical blows because there was truth in them. Terrible, unavoidable truth. I wanted to help them, Imara whispered. You wanted to save them, Thomas corrected. To be their savior. To prove you were brilliant enough, worthy enough, special enough to break a curse that had stumped everyone else. You wanted the glory of it. Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name? But you sought glory in your own name, child. He leaned closer in the mirror, his face mere inches from the glass. You wanted to matter. Imara felt tears prick her eyes. There's nothing wrong with wanting to matter. There is when you're willing to sacrifice others to achieve it. Thomas's voice was inexorable. You knew the ritual was dangerous. You knew others had tried and failed. But you proceeded anyway because you believed you were smarter. More prepared. More deserving of success. I thought I could help. You thought you could succeed where others had failed. That's not the same thing. He gestured, and the mirrors showed her visions, scenes from the ritual, but distorted, showing her own face. Proud. Confident. Certain. Look at yourself, Thomas commanded. Look at your expression when Adana crossed the threshold. That wasn't joy for her freedom. That was triumph. Your triumph. You did that. You freed her. You were the brilliant one who'd solved the puzzle. No. Yes. The word cracked like a whip. And when it all fell apart, when my failsafe triggered and dragged her back into bondage, what was your first thought? Was it grief for her suffering? Or was it shame at your failure? Imara couldn't answer. The truth was too ugly. You cried, Thomas continued relentlessly, but for whom? For them? Or for yourself? For the women you'd harmed? Or for your shattered pride? Both, Imara choked out. I cried for both. At least you're honest about that much. Thomas leaned back slightly. But honesty without change is just confession without repentance. You know what you did wrong. You've catalogued your mistakes with the same scholarly precision you used to catalogue their suffering. But knowing isn't enough, is it? You still don't know how to fix it. The visions in the mirrors shifted, showing her the women, Anne and Mary separated, Margaret fading, Catherine's burning rage, Adana trapped and silenced. And Seraphine, isolated behind barriers Imara couldn't breach. They're dying because of you, Thomas said simply. Fading away, bit by bit. The curse is consuming them, and it's stronger now than it's been in a century. All because you were so certain of your own righteousness. Just like you, Imara said quietly. Thomas smiled. Exactly like me. We're the same, you and I. We both see the world as it should be according to our understanding. We both believe we know better than those we seek to control. We both wrap our tyranny in the language of care. I'm not trying to control anyone. Aren't you? His voice was soft, persuasive. You planned their freedom down to the last detail. You decided how the curse should be broken, when, in what manner. You placed them in your ritual circle like pieces on a game board, each in their proper position. You spoke the words you'd chosen for them. How is that not control? Imara sat down heavily on the bed, her legs giving out. Because he was right. Not about everything, she wasn't like him, she couldn't be, but about enough. About the essential truth that she'd treated the women as objects to be liberated rather than people to witness and stand beside. You're going to fail again, Thomas said, and there was something almost kind in his voice. You'll try something new, some other clever approach, and you'll make things even worse. Because the fundamental problem isn't your method. It's you. Then what am I supposed to do? Imara looked up at his reflection, desperation breaking through. If I'm the problem, if everything I try makes things worse, then what? Leave. The word was simple, final. Walk away. Let the Reverend Blackwood do what he's wanted to do for years, burn this place to the ground and salt the earth. At least then their suffering will end. At least then they'll have peace, even if it's the peace of oblivion. I can't. Can't. Or won't. Thomas's eyes bored into her. Are you staying because they need you? Or because you can't bear to admit defeat? Can't bear to let go of the idea that you're their savior? Imara pressed her hands to her face. Every word was a knife twisting in wounds that were already raw. Every accusation landed because some part of her believed it was true. You're just like me, Thomas repeated softly. Arrogant. Certain. Willing to hurt others in service of what you believe is right. The only difference is that I knew what I was. You're still pretending you're something better. I am better than you, Imara said, but her voice lacked conviction. Are you? You've caused them more suffering in a few weeks than I've caused in decades. My curse held them in stasis, unpleasant, but stable. You gave them hope and then ripped it away. You showed Adana freedom and then trapped her in conscious awareness of her bondage. You separated Anne and Mary for the first time in over a century. You isolated my granddaughter more completely than I ever did. His smile was terrible. At least I was honest about my intentions. You wrapped yours in scholarship and good intentions and called it help. The visions in the mirrors intensified, showing her everything in brutal detail. Adana's face when she'd crossed the threshold, pure joy, pure hope. And then her face when she'd been dragged back, agony, betrayal. Anne's desperate calling for Mary. Catherine's bitter accusation. Margaret's disappointment. And Seraphine. Always Seraphine. Pressing her hands against invisible barriers, her mouth forming words Imara couldn't hear, her eyes full of grief and love and impossible distance. You did that, Thomas whispered. You broke her. You gave her hope for the first time in 200 years, and then you shattered it. How is that kindness? How is that better than what I did? Because I didn't mean to. Intent is irrelevant. Harm is harm. By their fruits ye shall know them, and your fruits are bitter, child. His voice hardened. I believed I was protecting my family from corruption. You believed you were freeing them from injustice. We were both wrong. We both caused suffering. The only difference is that I had the courage to own what I did. Imara stood abruptly, anger finally breaking through the despair. No. You're wrong. We're not the same. Aren't we? You bound them because you feared their power, their autonomy, their love. You couldn't control them, so you imprisoned them. I tried to free them, yes, badly, yes, with arrogance I'm ashamed of, but I tried to give them back their agency, not take it away. And yet here they are. Thomas gestured to the mirrors. More trapped than before. More suffering than before. Your good intentions paved their road to hell just as surely as my religious conviction paved mine. But I can learn from my mistakes. Imara's voice rose. I can change. I can become better. You never did. You died certain of your righteousness, never questioning, never growing. You were a monster who thought he was a saint. And you're a savior who became a monster. Thomas's eyes glittered. Which is worse, I wonder? To be evil knowing what you are? Or to be evil while believing yourself good? The question hung in the air like poison. I'm not evil, Imara said, but doubt crept through her voice. Tell that to Adana. Thomas's image began to fade. Tell that to the women fading away because you made the curse stronger. Tell that to my granddaughter, isolated behind glass because you gave her hope and then destroyed it. I didn't destroy it. You did. His voice was fading too, becoming distant. And the worst part? She'll forgive you. They all will, eventually. Because that's what women do, they forgive the people who hurt them, over and over, until there's nothing left of themselves to give. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do, but you did know. You knew the risks and proceeded anyway. You'll break them completely, and they'll absolve you of the sin, and you'll let them because you believe you deserve it. No. Yes. Because deep down, you believe you deserve forgiveness. You believe your intentions matter more than your impact. You believe being sorry is enough. The mirrors were going dark, one by one. It isn't enough, Thomas whispered from the gathering shadows. It never is. You're going to fail them again. And again. Until there's nothing left to fail. Until they're all gone and you're standing alone in this house with nothing but your books and your guilt and your useless, brilliant mind. Stop. You're just like me, Imara Thornwood. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you write of freedom while binding them tighter. And no amount of progressive politics or queer solidarity or academic rigor will change that fundamental truth. We're the same. We see people as projects. As problems to solve or corruption to contain. The language changes but the tyranny remains. The last mirror went dark, and Thomas was gone. But his laughter echoed through the room, through the walls, through the very foundations of the estate. Triumphant. Eternal. Utterly certain. Imara stood in the darkness, shaking. Tears streamed down her face, but she barely noticed them. Every word he'd spoken played back in her mind, finding the cracks in her certainty and prying them wider. Was she just like him? Had her need to matter, to prove herself, to be the brilliant savior caused more harm than good? Was she staying because the women needed her, or because she couldn't bear to admit she was the wrong person for this task? She moved to the window and pulled back the curtain. Outside, the moon was high and cold. The estate grounds stretched into shadow, and somewhere out there was the village, safe, ordinary, uncomplicated by curses and ghosts and impossible choices. She could leave. Pack her things. Walk away before Blackwood returned with his legal authority and his torches. Let someone else deal with this. Let the estate burn or stand or slowly decay, but without her making things worse. It would be the responsible thing to do. The selfless thing. To remove the element that was causing harm. But even as she thought it, she knew she wouldn't leave. Not because the women needed her. They might be better off without her, if Thomas was right. But because she'd made them a promise. Because walking away now would be the ultimate admission that Thomas was correct, that she only cared about them as vehicles for her own redemption, that when the cost got too high, she'd abandon them just like everyone else had. I'm not like him, she whispered to the empty room, to the darkness, to whatever spirits might be listening. I'm not. I made terrible mistakes, but I'm not trying to control them. I'm trying to learn how to help without hurting. No answer came. Just the silence of the estate and the distant sound of wind against the windows. Imara returned to her bed but didn't lie down. She sat, knees drawn up, arms wrapped around herself, and stared at the dark mirrors. Waiting for dawn. Waiting for clarity that wouldn't come. Thomas's words circled through her mind like vultures. You're just like me. You treated them exactly as I did. Intent is irrelevant. Harm is harm. Was he right? Had her academic approach been just another form of the same impulse that drove him to bind and control? Had she hurt them worse than he had because she'd given them hope before destroying it? I don't know, she admitted to the darkness. I don't know if he's right. I don't know if I'm helping or hurting. I don't know how to fix this. The honesty of it, the raw, vulnerable admission, felt like stepping off a cliff. She'd spent her entire life being certain. Certain of her intellect, her research, her methods. Certainty had been her armor against a world that constantly questioned whether she belonged in academic spaces, whether a black woman could be a real scholar, whether her work had value. But certainty had led her here. To this room. To this failure. To women suffering because she'd been so sure she knew better. I don't know, she said again, and felt something shift. Not resolution. Not clarity. Just the slight easing of tension that comes from admitting the truth. She didn't know. And maybe that was where she needed to start, not with knowledge, but with the honest acknowledgement of how much she didn't understand. Outside her door, she heard soft footsteps. Mrs. Peabody, checking on her. The housekeeper didn't knock, didn't intrude, just paused for a moment and then moved on. Imara wondered if she'd heard the confrontation. If Thomas's voice had carried beyond this room. If Mrs. Peabody knew what had just happened. Probably. The woman seemed to know everything. Dawn was still hours away. The confrontation with Blackwood loomed ahead. The women were fading. The curse was tightening. And Imara sat alone in the dark, wrestling with the terrible possibility that the patriarch was right. That she was just like him. That her brilliance and good intentions were just another form of control. That she was the problem, not the solution. But I can change, she whispered. Even if he's right about what I was, I can become something different. I can learn. He never did. That's the difference. That has to be the difference. The darkness offered no comfort, no reassurance. Just the cold fact of her isolation and doubt. And somewhere in the depths of the estate, Thomas Ashwood's laughter echoed one last time before fading into silence. Chapter 22, Seraphine's absence and Imara's breaking. Dawn brought no relief from the night's terrors. Imara stood before the largest mirror in the library, her hands pressed against the cold glass. She'd been there for hours, ever since Thomas's assault had finally released her. Watching. Waiting. Desperately searching for any glimpse of Seraphine. Please, she whispered to the reflection. Please, just let me see you. Let me know you're still there. The mirror showed only her own face, exhausted, hollow-eyed, streaked with dried tears. No vampire lurking in the depths. No gold-eyed presence watching from beyond the glass. Seraphine was gone. Locked somewhere so deep in the curse's isolation that even the mirrors couldn't reach her. I'm sorry, Imara said to the empty reflection. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean, I thought I could help. But her words fell flat, meaningless. Sorry didn't undo the harm. Sorry didn't break the isolation. Sorry was just another word for failure. She turned away from the mirror and surveyed the library. Somewhere in this collection, there had to be answers. Helena had researched the curse for years. She must have left notes, records of what she'd tried, what had failed, what might work. Imara began pulling books from the shelves with renewed desperation. Not the careful scholarly examination she'd employed before, but frantic searching, looking for anything Helena might have hidden. Letters tucked between pages. Annotations in margins. Anything that might show her a way forward. She found Helena's private journal wedged behind a row of folklore texts. The leather binding was worn, the pages filled with Helena's precise handwriting. Imara carried it to the desk and began reading, her hands trembling. October 12, 1883. I've attempted another communication with the spirits trapped here. Margaret Ashwood manifested long enough to share what she knows of the curse's structure. It's worse than I feared. The binding isn't just magical, it's ontological. Thomas Ashwood didn't just trap these women, he wove their very existence into the estate's foundation. To free them completely would require unmaking the house itself. But there must be another way. There must be. Imara flipped forward, scanning entries. November 3, 1883. I found references to 3 previous attempts to break the curse. One in 1701, shortly after Thomas's death. Another in 1789. The third in 1842. All failed. Worse than failed, each attempt strengthened the curse, adding new layers of protection. Thomas built failsafes upon failsafes, anticipating every possible method of undoing his work. The first researcher died. The second went mad. The third, the records are unclear, but they never left the estate grounds. Their bones were found in the garden 50 years later. I'm beginning to understand why the curse has remained unbroken for so long. It's not just that it's complex. It's that it's designed to corrupt any attempt at liberation into a new form of bondage. Imara's throat tightened. Helena had known. She'd known the dangers and still left the estate to Imara without warning her properly. January 15, 1884. I've decided not to attempt a breaking. The risk is too great, and I'm not willing to make things worse for the women already suffering. Better to document their stories, preserve their histories, ensure they're not completely forgotten, even if I can't free them. It's cowardice, I know. But I've seen what happens when people try to be heroes without understanding the cost. I won't add to their suffering through arrogance. Better to bear witness than to attempt salvation. The words hit Imara like a physical blow. Bear witness rather than attempt salvation. That's what Helena had tried to tell her in that final letter. That's what everyone had been trying to tell her. But she'd been too arrogant to listen. She flipped further, looking for more recent entries, and found one dated just days before Helena's death. March 8, 1885. I'm dying. The doctors try to be gentle about it, but I can see the truth in their eyes. A few months at most. I've decided to leave the estate to Imara Thornwood. Not because I think she can break the curse, I specifically warned her not to try. But because she deserves a place where she can work without the constant judgment of the academic establishment. A sanctuary, of sorts. I know she'll be hurt when she realizes how I used her labor, how I built my reputation partially on her uncredited research. I know she'll feel the complicated tangle of gratitude and resentment that comes with being mentored by someone who sees your potential but also benefits from it. But I believe she's strong enough to navigate that complexity. To build something better here than I managed. Not through breaking curses, but through honest scholarship and genuine witness. I hope she forgives me. I hope she understands. I hope she doesn't make the mistakes I'm too afraid to make. Imara closed the journal, her hands shaking. Helena had been trying to protect her. Trying to give her a gift while simultaneously warning her away from the exact path Imara had taken anyway. You should have been clearer, Imara said aloud to Helena's ghost. You should have told me directly what would happen if I tried. Would you have listened? Imara spun around. Helena stood in the library doorway, or rather, a spectral impression of Helena stood there. Translucent and flickering, dressed in her familiar severe academic dress, spectacles catching non-existent light. You're here, Imara breathed. In a manner of speaking. Helena moved into the room with the same careful precision she'd had in life. The curse doesn't hold me the way it holds the others. I was never bound by Thomas's magic. But death has its own rules, its own limitations on manifestation. She looked around the library with something like fondness. I spent so many years here. Reading. Researching. hiding from the world behind books and scholarly distance. Why didn't you try to break the curse? Imara asked, anger and grief mixing in her voice. You knew what they were suffering. You had the knowledge, the resources. I was afraid. Helena's admission was simple, stark. Afraid of failing. Afraid of making things worse. Afraid that my attempt would be just another layer of harm added to centuries of harm already done. She met Imara's eyes. I didn't act because I was afraid. You acted because you were arrogant. We both failed them. The words were devastating because they were true. How do I fix this? Imara asked desperately. Tell me. You must know something, must have found something. Stop. Helena's voice was sharp, the tone she'd used when Imara had made errors in research. Stop trying to fix. Start trying to see. What does that even mean? Imara's voice rose, frustration breaking through. Everyone keeps saying that, Margaret, Mrs. Peabody, now you, but no one will explain what it actually means. Because if we explain it, you'll turn it into another method. Another approach to try. Helena moved closer, her spectral form barely there. You need to understand this yourself, Imara. Not intellectually, you already understand it intellectually. You need to understand it here. She gestured to where Imara's heart would be. In the place that has nothing to do with scholarship or cleverness or academic achievement. I don't know how to do that. I know. Helena's expression softened slightly. That's why I chose you. Because you're brilliant enough to eventually figure it out, but you haven't been broken by academia the way I was. You still have the capacity for genuine connection underneath all that defensive intellectualization. You still feel things deeply, even when you try to hide it. I feel too much right now, Imara said, tears pricking her eyes again. I feel like I'm drowning in everything I've done wrong. Good. Feel it. Don't analyze it, don't document it, don't try to turn it into an academic understanding. Just feel it. Helena was fading already, her manifestation weakening. The curse doesn't break through knowledge, Imara. It breaks through. She flickered and vanished before completing the sentence. Through what? Imara called to the empty air. Helena, through what? No answer came. Just the silence of the library and the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. Imara sank into Helena's chair, her chair now, and stared at the journal. All those years of research. All that accumulated knowledge. And Helena had chosen not to act, had chosen to bear witness instead, had spent her final years documenting rather than attempting salvation. And then she'd left it all to Imara, knowing, hoping, that Imara would make different choices. Well, Imara had certainly done that. She'd made different choices, all right. And look where they'd led. A sound from outside the library made her look up. Voices. Someone at the front door, calling out. Please. Please, is anyone there? I need help. Imara stood, her exhaustion forgotten. That voice was young, female, desperate. She hurried to the entrance hall where Mrs. Peabody was already moving toward the door. Wait, Imara said. Let me. But the housekeeper had already opened it. A young woman stood on the threshold, clutching a small bag, her face bruised and tear-stained. She wore a simple dress that had been torn at the shoulder, and her hands were shaking. Please, she said again. I heard, people say this house helps women who need it. I need help. Please. Mrs. Peabody's expression shifted, recognition, followed by alarm. Clara, she said quietly. What's happened to you, child? So this was Clara Hartwell. The village girl Imara had met briefly during her visit to the village, the one promised in marriage to an older man. The one who'd whispered about needing help. He found out I was planning to run, Clara said, her voice breaking. My betrothed. He came to our house last night, and she touched her bruised face. My father locked me in my room, said I'd learn obedience before the wedding. But I got out. I ran here because I didn't know where else to go. You're safe now, Imara said, stepping forward. Come inside, we'll. No. Mrs. Peabody's hand shot out, gripping Imara's arm with surprising strength. Don't invite her in. Not yet. What? She needs help. The curse, the housekeeper said urgently. After what you did with the ritual, it's unstable. Bringing someone new across the threshold could. Could what? Clara asked, looking between them with growing fear. Is it true what they say? That this place is cursed? That it's dangerous? It's complicated, Imara started. How could she explain? How could she tell this frightened girl that the house might kill her if she tried to enter? Clara looked at her directly, desperation in her bruised face. Please. I have nowhere else to go. And Imara, exhausted, guilt-ridden, desperate to finally help someone after all her failures, made a choice. Come inside, she said, reaching out her hand. You'll be safe here. I promise. No. Mrs. Peabody lunged forward, but too late. Imara took Clara's hand and pulled her across the threshold. Everything happened at once. The air around Clara ignited. Not metaphorically, actual flames erupted from nothing, engulfing her in fire so hot Imara felt it from feet away. The curse was manifesting physically, burning, destroying, punishing this intrusion. Clara screamed. Imara lunged forward without thinking, pulling Clara back across the threshold and onto the front steps. They collapsed together, Imara frantically beating at the flames with her bare hands, screaming for water, for help, for anything. Mrs. Peabody was there with a blanket, smothering the fire. The flames went out as quickly as they'd appeared, but the damage was done. Clara lay in Imara's arms, her dress charred, her skin blistered and burnt. She was still breathing, shallow, gasping breaths that sounded like tearing paper. No, Imara whispered. No, no, no. Clara's eyes found hers. Clear and aware despite the pain. You tried, she said, her voice barely audible. You tried to help. Don't talk. Save your strength. Mrs. Peabody, we need. There's nothing, the housekeeper said, her voice tight, strange. Child, I'm so sorry. There's nothing we can do. Imara glanced at Mrs. Peabody and saw something she'd never seen before. The older woman's face was pale, her jaw clenched, her hands shaking as she knelt beside them. Not just sympathy. Something rawer, more personal. Clara's hand found Imara's, gripping weakly. Don't blame yourself. I asked you. I wanted to be safe. You were trying. You shouldn't have had to choose, Imara said through tears. You should have been safe. You should have. But Clara's grip went slack. Her eyes, which had been focused on Imara's face, went distant. And the last breath rattled out of her with a sound Imara knew she'd hear in nightmares for the rest of her life. Clara? She shook the girl's shoulders gently. Clara, stay with me. Please. Please don't. She's gone. Mrs. Peabody reached over and gently closed Clara's eyes, her own hand trembling. For a moment, the housekeeper's face crumpled, raw grief breaking through her usual stoic mask, before she composed herself again. Let her go, miss. I killed her. Imara's voice was hollow. I pulled her in. I promised her she'd be safe and I pulled her into the fire. I killed her. The curse killed her. Because I made it stronger. Imara's scream echoed across the grounds. Because I tried to break it and failed and made it so unstable that it murders anyone who tries to cross the threshold. This is my fault. Her blood is on my hands. She looked down at her hands, literally covered in Clara's blood where she'd tried to beat out the flames, where she'd held the dying girl. The reality of it crashed over her. Not spectral suffering that could potentially be reversed. Not isolation that could potentially be broken. But real, permanent, irreversible death. A young woman who'd sought sanctuary and found only fire. I can't, Imara couldn't breathe. I can't do this. I can't. She stood abruptly, backing away from Clara's body, from Mrs. Peabody's sympathetic expression, from all of it. Her back hit the doorframe of the estate, the same threshold that had just killed Clara, and she slid down it, collapsing. Around her, the estate groaned. In the mirrors, she caught glimpses of the spectral women, Anne and Mary weeping for Clara, a girl they'd never met. Margaret's stern face etched with sorrow. Catherine's rage replaced by horror. And somewhere, unreachable, Seraphine. Feeling all of this but unable to reach Imara, unable to offer comfort or counsel or anything except her own isolated grief. What have I done? Imara whispered. What have I done? Mrs. Peabody sat down beside her, her movements careful. You tried to help. You failed. And now a girl is dead because of it. That's the truth, plain and simple. The bluntness should have hurt, but it was almost a relief. No comfort, no platitudes, just the stark reality. I have to leave, Imara said. I have to get away from here before I hurt anyone else. Where would you go? I don't know. Anywhere. Nowhere. It doesn't matter as long as it's away from here. She looked at Clara's body, at the peaceful expression so at odds with the violence of her death. She was 19. She had her whole life ahead of her. And I. You didn't light the fire, Mrs. Peabody said. The curse did. The curse I made worse. The curse I strengthened through my arrogance and certainty and need to be the clever one who solved everything. Imara laughed, and it sounded broken even to her own ears. Thomas was right. I am just like him. I hurt people trying to help them. I destroy them with my good intentions. Maybe. Mrs. Peabody stood, brushing off her skirts. But he never felt bad about it. Never questioned himself. Never admitted he might be wrong. That makes you different, at least. Being sorry doesn't bring her back. No. It doesn't. The housekeeper looked down at Clara's body. Nothing brings them back once they're gone. Death is the one thing we can't fix, can't reverse, can't negotiate with. All we can do is bear it and try to do better for the ones still living. I don't know how to do better. Imara's voice was barely a whisper. Every choice I make causes harm. Every action makes things worse. I'm trapped in this cycle where trying to help only hurts, and not trying means abandoning them to their suffering. Then maybe it's time to stop choosing alone. Mrs. Peabody's voice was rough, barely controlled. She stood abruptly, not looking at Clara's body, her hands clenched at her sides. I'll fetch something to wrap her in. We can't leave her lying here. The housekeeper's movements were jerky, uncharacteristic, as if she was fighting to maintain composure. What are we going to tell the village? Imara asked numbly. They'll find out. They'll come looking for her. They'll come regardless. This'll just speed things up. The housekeeper paused. Reverend Blackwood will be here tomorrow evening, remember? With his legal papers and his mob. This just gives them more ammunition. Right. The deadline. In all the horror, Imara had almost forgotten. She had until tomorrow evening before Blackwood returned to burn the estate down or drag her to an asylum. And now she'd have to explain a dead girl on the doorstep, a girl killed by the very curse the Reverend had been warning about. He'd say it proved his point. That the estate was evil, that Imara was dangerous, that everything needed to be cleansed by fire. And maybe he'd be right. Imara looked at her hands again, bloody, burned from beating out flames, shaking uncontrollably. These were the hands that had held Clara as she died. The hands that had performed the ritual that strengthened the curse. The hands that had taken notes on the women's suffering while maintaining scholarly distance. The hands of someone who tried to save people and destroyed them instead. I need to see Seraphine, she said suddenly. I need to talk to her. She'll know what to do. She's locked away, Mrs. Peabody said gently. You can't reach her. Not right now. Maybe not ever, the way things are going. The finality of that settled over Imara like a shroud. Seraphine was gone. Helena was barely able to manifest. The other women were fading. Clara was dead. And she was alone with the consequences of her choices. Completely, utterly alone. I don't know what to do, she admitted to the empty air, to Mrs. Peabody, to whatever was left of her own certainty. I don't know how to fix this. I don't even know if it can be fixed anymore. Maybe it can't, Mrs. Peabody said. Maybe you broke it so thoroughly that there's no putting it back together. Or maybe, she paused, considering. Maybe you're still asking the wrong question. What question should I be asking? That's for you to figure out. I'm just the housekeeper. Mrs. Peabody disappeared into the house, leaving Imara alone with Clara's body and her spiraling thoughts. The sun was rising higher now, cruel and bright, illuminating every detail of the tragedy. Clara's burned dress. The peaceful expression on her dead face. The blood on Imara's hands that wouldn't wash away no matter how many times she tried during the night. Evidence. Permanent. Irreversible. Proof that Imara Thornwood, brilliant scholar, had failed in the most catastrophic way possible. She'd killed someone. Not through malice, not through intention, but through arrogance and certainty and the belief that her knowledge was enough. And now there was no taking it back. No ritual to reverse it. No scholarly approach to undo it. Just death, and grief, and the terrible weight of knowing she'd caused it. Somewhere in the house, she heard weeping. And or Mary, Catherine or Margaret. All of them mourning a girl they'd never met but who represented everything they'd fought for, a woman seeking freedom, seeking safety, seeking a place where she could exist without fear. And the estate, the sanctuary they'd dreamed of building, had burned her alive. Imara pressed her forehead to her knees and wept. Not gentle tears, but harsh, racking sobs that came from somewhere deep and raw and broken. She'd failed them all. Helena, who'd trusted her with the estate. The spectral women, who'd dared to hope she might free them. Seraphine, who'd opened her heart after 2 centuries of isolation. And Clara, sweet, desperate, doomed Clara, who'd only wanted to be safe. All of them hurt or dead or lost because Imara had been so certain she knew better. I'm sorry, she whispered to Clara's still form. I'm so sorry. You deserved better. You deserved to live. You deserved to be free. But sorry didn't matter. Sorry didn't bring back the dead. Sorry was just another word for failure, dressed up in prettier language. And Imara Thornwood, who'd spent her whole life being brilliant and capable and certain, had finally run out of clever solutions. All she had left was grief, and blood on her hands, and the slow understanding that she'd become exactly what she'd feared. A person whose help harmed. A scholar who destroyed the thing she tried to save. A monster in academic clothing. Just like Thomas Ashwood had said. Chapter 23, The Death of Hope. Evening fell like a shroud. Imara sat on the front steps of the estate, Clara's wrapped body beside her. Mrs. Peabody had brought a clean white sheet, the kind used for laying out the dead, and together they'd wrapped Clara carefully, gently, as if she could still feel pain. They'd been sitting there since dawn, through the long day and into evening. Waiting. There was nowhere else to take her, no one else who would give her a proper burial. So they kept vigil, 2 women and a corpse, as the hours crawled past. Imara had tried to go back inside, tried to continue searching for answers, but she couldn't. Every time she crossed the threshold, she saw Clara's face, desperate, hopeful, trusting, and felt the weight of her hand as Imara had pulled her to her death. Come inside. You'll be safe here. I promise. A promise she'd broken in the most catastrophic way possible. Mrs. Peabody sat beside her, silent and still. The housekeeper's usual pragmatic energy was gone, replaced by something hollow. She hadn't spoken since they'd finished wrapping Clara's body. Just sat, staring at nothing, her hands clenched in her apron. They're coming, Imara said quietly, watching the horizon. She could see torchlight in the distance, moving toward the estate like a slow-burning fuse. Blackwood and his mob. Right on schedule. Mrs. Peabody's voice was rough. Reckon they are. You should go. Get away from here before. No. The single word was final. I stay. Imara looked at her. They'll burn this place down. You could get hurt. Let them try. Mrs. Peabody's jaw was set. I've kept this house for 30 years. I'm not abandoning it now. Not abandoning you, neither. I don't deserve. Don't matter what you deserve. Matters what's right. The housekeeper finally met her eyes. Girl died on our watch. Least we can do is face what comes next together. The torches drew closer. Imara could hear voices now, angry, righteous, afraid. She recognized Reverend Blackwood's measured tones rising above the others, keeping them focused, keeping them unified in their purpose. They crested the hill, and Imara counted. 20 men. Maybe more. All carrying torches, some with clubs or farming tools. John Cooper the butcher was there, his face set and grim. The blacksmith. The tavern keeper. Men Imara had seen in the village, had nodded to in passing, now transformed into an army of righteous fury. And at their head, Reverend Blackwood, his clerical collar stark white in the torchlight. They stopped at the edge of the estate grounds, taking in the scene. Imara sitting on the steps, covered in dried blood. Mrs. Peabody beside her. And between them, the white-wrapped body. Blackwood's expression shifted from determination to something harder. Who is that? Clara Hartwell, Mrs. Peabody said, her voice carrying. She came here seeking help. She died crossing the threshold. A murmur went through the mob. Several men made signs against evil. Clara, Blackwood repeated. He moved closer, his face illuminated by torchlight. Thomas Hartwell's daughter? The girl promised to Ezra Sims? The same. Mrs. Peabody stood, placing herself between the mob and the body. She came here fleeing violence. She died in fire. And before you start your preaching, Reverend, know that the violence she was fleeing was from the man you wanted her to marry. That's a lie. A voice from the crowd, Ezra Sims himself, Imara realized. The older man pushed forward, his face twisted with rage. I never touched her. She was mine by right and she ran because this place, this cursed, evil place, poisoned her mind. She ran because you beat her before you'd even wed her, Imara said, finding her voice. The bruises on her face weren't from falling. They were from you. Which? Sims lunged forward, but Blackwood caught his arm. Peace, Ezra. Peace. The Reverend's voice was calm, commanding. He looked at Imara with something that might have been pity. Miss Thornwood. I warned you. I gave you until this evening to leave peacefully. Instead, I find you sitting over a dead girl, covered in blood, claiming the curse killed her. The curse did kill her, Imara said numbly. I tried to help her inside and the curse burned her alive. Because I made it unstable. Because I tried to break it and failed and made everything worse. The admission hung in the air. You hear that? Blackwood addressed the mob. She admits it. She admits her dabbling in dark forces led to this girl's death. How many more will die if we let this continue? How many more daughters will we lose to this place's evil? She's not evil, Mrs. Peabody said sharply. She's a fool girl who made terrible mistakes, but she's not evil. The evil is what was done to these women centuries ago. The evil is binding them and torturing them and calling it righteousness. You defend her? Blackwood's voice rose. A girl is dead, Mrs. Peabody. Dead because of what happened here. And you defend the woman responsible? I defend the truth. The housekeeper's voice cracked. Clara was my niece. My sister's child. I sent her here because I gambled, that maybe this time, maybe with this girl, things could be different. I gambled and I lost and my niece paid the price. So don't you dare lecture me about responsibility, Reverend. I know exactly what it costs. The revelation hit Imara like a physical blow. Mrs. Peabody's niece. She'd known. She'd sent Clara here knowing the risks, gambling on Imara's ability to help. And Imara had killed her. I'm sorry, Imara whispered. Mrs. Peabody, I'm so sorry. Too late for sorry. The housekeeper's voice was broken. Sorry won't bring her back. Blackwood's expression had hardened. You sent your own niece to her death. You're as complicit as the witch who pulled her through that door. I sent her seeking sanctuary from a man who would have killed her anyway, just slower. Mrs. Peabody's control finally shattered. What choice did she have? Marry a brute who'd beat her to death over years? Or take a chance on freedom? I chose to give her a chance. It was the wrong choice. But at least it was a choice. It was murder. Ezra Sims stepped forward again, his voice shaking with rage. You murdered my bride. Both of you. And this cursed house helped you do it. Then burn it, Imara said, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. Burn it down. Destroy it completely. Maybe that will end the curse. Maybe that will set them free. God knows I've failed at everything else. No. The voice came from inside the house, Catherine, manifesting in the upper window, her form flickering and faint. Don't let them. Don't give up. But her voice was barely audible, and the men couldn't hear her. They only saw the spectral figure in the window, and it confirmed everything they feared. Demons. One of the men shouted. There are demons in the house. Not demons, Blackwood said firmly. Spirits. Trapped souls that need to be freed from this corruption. And there is only one way to free them, fire. Holy, cleansing fire. Wait, Imara said, standing. Please wait. There are women in there. Real women, trapped by a curse. There are spirits bound by evil, Blackwood corrected. And we will free them the only way possible. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. The truth is that this place is corrupted beyond redemption. Stand aside, Miss Thornwood. Or be removed. I won't let you. You have no choice. He gestured, and 4 men moved forward. Take her. Gently, if possible, but take her. She's to be held for examination by proper authorities. Mrs. Peabody as well. Imara tried to run, to get back inside the house, but they were on her too quickly. Strong hands grabbed her arms, pulled her back. She fought, screaming, but they were too many and she was too exhausted. Let me go. There are women in there. Seraphine. Catherine. Please, you have to listen. But they dragged her away from the house, away from the threshold. She saw Mrs. Peabody similarly restrained, the older woman's face set and grim. Burn it, Blackwood commanded. Every room. Every floor. Leave nothing standing. The fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is, and this work is corrupt. Let it burn. The men with torches moved forward. No. Imara screamed. You don't understand. They're trapped in there. The curse binds them to the estate. If you burn it. But her voice was lost in the roar as the first torches were thrown. They started with the conservatory, the beautiful glass structure where Helena had kept her most precious research, where centuries of documented knowledge lived in carefully organized files. The glass shattered in the heat, the wooden frames catching instantly. Imara watched in horror as flames consumed decades of scholarship, centuries of women's stories carefully preserved. All of it burning. All of it gone. The library. She fought against the hands holding her. Please, at least let me save the books. The books are part of the corruption, Blackwood said. They must burn with the rest. More torches. The men worked with grim efficiency, throwing fire through every window, every door. The estate, this beautiful, terrible, haunted place, began to burn in earnest. Imara could hear screaming from inside. Anne and Mary, calling for each other. Catherine's voice raised in fury and fear. Margaret's angry shouts. The women were still in there, still conscious, still aware as the flames consumed their prison. Stop. Imara begged. Please, they're suffering. Can't you hear them? I hear the wind, Blackwood said calmly. And the fire. Nothing more. But Imara heard them. She heard every voice, every scream, every desperate cry. And underneath it all, she felt something else, Seraphine's presence, locked away so deeply she couldn't even manifest to scream, but there nonetheless. Burning. Trapped. Alone. The attic went up like kindling. Catherine had been manifesting there most strongly, and Imara could almost feel her rage as the observatory she dreamed of building, her reclamation of the space where she'd been imprisoned and died, was destroyed before it could be completed. The stars, Catherine's voice echoed faintly through the smoke. I wanted to see the stars again. Then her voice cut off, and Imara didn't know if she'd faded or if something worse had happened. The fire spread quickly. The estate was old, the wood dry, and decades of neglect had made it ready to burn. Within minutes, the entire structure was engulfed, flames shooting from windows, smoke billowing into the darkening sky. Imara stopped fighting. She just watched, held between two men who no longer needed to restrain her because all the fight had gone out of her. She watched her inheritance burn. She watched Helena's life's work turn to ash. She watched the prison that had held generations of women become their pyre. And she watched, knowing that every flame was her fault. Not Blackwood's. Not the mob's. Hers. Because she'd tried to break the curse and instead had made it unstable enough that bringing Clara inside had triggered this catastrophe. Because she'd been so certain, so arrogant, so convinced that her brilliance could fix centuries of harm. Because she'd been exactly what Thomas had called her, a monster in academic clothing. It's done, Blackwood said, watching the flames with satisfaction. God's will is done. I killed them, Imara said, her voice empty. Not you. Me. I killed them all. Mrs. Peabody made a sound, part sob, part denial, but said nothing. What was there to say? The estate burned through the night. By the time the flames died down, there was nothing left but the stone foundation and smoking ruins. The conservatory was completely gone, just twisted metal and shattered glass. The attic had collapsed inward. The library, the ballroom, the rooms where spirits had manifested and women had loved and centuries of history had been trapped, all of it reduced to ash and memory. The mob had dispersed hours ago, their righteous work complete. Even Blackwood had left, satisfied that the corruption was being cleansed, trusting that come morning he'd find two broken women too devastated to flee. He was right. Imara sat on the ground where they'd finally released her, watching the embers. Only Mrs. Peabody remained, sitting beside her in the darkness. They're gone, Imara whispered. Seraphine, Catherine, Anne, Mary, Margaret, Adana, all of them. I killed them. You don't know that. Mrs. Peabody's voice was hoarse from smoke and grief. Spirits don't burn like flesh. They might have. They were bound to the estate. Their existence was woven into the foundations. You heard Helena's journal. To free them would require unmaking the house itself. Well. Imara gestured to the ruins. It's unmade. And I don't feel them anymore. I don't feel anything except. She couldn't finish. Because what she felt was absence. A horrible, gaping absence where Seraphine's presence had been. Where all their presences had been. The curse was broken, maybe. Or maybe it had just killed everything it was supposed to contain. Either way, the women were gone. Clara was dead. The estate was destroyed. And Imara Thornwood, brilliant scholar, had accomplished what Thomas Ashwood never could. She destroyed the women completely, erasing them from existence while trying to set them free. I should have listened to you, Imara said quietly. All of you. Helena, who said to witness rather than fix. Margaret, who said to let them save each other. Catherine, who called me out for treating them like a thesis. Even Thomas, in his twisted way, was right. I was just like him. Arrogant. Certain. Willing to hurt others in service of what I believed was right. Mrs. Peabody was silent for a long moment. Then, my sister used to say that the hardest thing in the world is accepting you can't fix everything. That sometimes the most loving thing you can do is just be present with people in their pain instead of trying to take it away. I didn't know how to do that. I know. Neither did I. That's why Clara's dead. The housekeeper's voice broke. I sent her here thinking you could save her, when what she needed was just somewhere safe to be. Someone to witness her pain without trying to solve it. But I wanted a solution, same as you. Wanted to fix things. And now she's gone. They sat together in the darkness, two women who tried to help and instead had caused catastrophe. As dawn approached, Imara saw a figure moving through the ruins. For one wild moment, hope flared. Maybe someone had survived, maybe. But it was just Reverend Blackwood, returned early, picking his way through the ash and debris. He saw them sitting there and approached. The magistrate will arrive this afternoon, he said without preamble. You'll both be taken into custody. Mrs. Peabody for conspiracy and negligence resulting in death. You, Miss Thornwood, for practicing witchcraft and causing a death through supernatural means. I understand, Imara said dully. Blackwood looked at the ruins, then back at her. I take no pleasure in this. I genuinely hoped you would leave peacefully. But you forced my hand. You burned women alive, Imara said, finding one last spark of anger. They were trapped in there. Conscious. Aware. And you burned them. I burned a cursed building. If there were spirits within, the fire freed them to face God's judgment. It is appointed unto men once to die, but after this the judgment, their suffering is ended. That is a mercy, even if you can't see it. Mercy, Imara repeated. The word tasted like ash. Blackwood turned to leave, then paused. For what it's worth, I believe you meant well. The heart is deceitful above all things. We can convince ourselves our worst actions serve righteousness. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, Miss Thornwood. Remember that when you face the magistrate. He walked away, leaving them alone with the ruins. Mrs. Peabody stood stiffly, her joints protesting. We should move Clara somewhere proper. Can't leave her lying there. Where? Imara gestured helplessly. Where do we take her? The village? They'll spit on her grave for being associated with this place. Then we bury her here. Mrs. Peabody's voice was firm. On the grounds. First grave in what was supposed to be a sanctuary. Her voice broke on the last word. At least she'll rest where she died trying to be free. They worked in silence as the sun rose, digging a grave in the estate's garden with tools from the half-burned shed. The ground was hard, and they were both exhausted, but they kept digging. It was the only thing left they could do. When it was deep enough, they lowered Clara's wrapped body carefully into the earth. Mrs. Peabody stood over it for a long moment, her face carved from stone. I'm sorry, child, she whispered. I thought I was giving you a chance. I was wrong. They filled in the grave together. No words, no ceremony. Just two women burying a third, marking the spot with a stone from the ruined foundation. When it was done, Imara sank down beside the fresh grave, her hands bloody and blistered from digging. I don't know what happens now, she said to Mrs. Peabody. The magistrate will come. I'll be committed or executed or both. The estate is gone. The women are gone. Clara is dead. Helena's life work is destroyed. Everything I touched turned to ash. Mrs. Peabody said heavily. That about sums it up. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. I dragged myself. Made my own choices. The housekeeper sat down beside her, looking at the ruins. Reckon we both learned the hard way that good intentions aren't enough. They sat together as the sun climbed higher, illuminating the devastation in cruel detail. The conservatory reduced to rubble. The attic collapsed. The beautiful Gothic structure that had stood for centuries, that had been both prison and potential sanctuary, completely destroyed. And somewhere in those ashes were the remains of everything they'd tried to save. All the women. All the hope. All the possibility of redemption. Gone. Imara closed her eyes and felt the weight of it crushing her. Not just grief, but the absolute certainty that she'd failed in every way possible. That her intelligence, her education, her determination, none of it had mattered. She'd killed them. All of them. And no amount of regret would ever make that right. What do we do now? She asked quietly. Mrs. Peabody looked at her for a long moment. We wait for the magistrate. We face what's coming. And we live with what we've done. I don't know how to live with this. Neither do I. The housekeeper's voice was hollow. But we don't get to escape it by dying or going mad. We stay. We remember. We bear witness to what we did, even if no one else ever knows the truth. Bear witness. The words Helena had used. The words Margaret had tried to teach her. The lesson Imara had failed to learn until it was too late. She looked at the ruins one last time, searching for any sign of life, any flicker of presence, any hope that maybe. Nothing. Just ash and smoke and the terrible silence of absence. They were gone. All of them. And it was Imara's fault. She buried her face in her hands and wept, for the women who'd trusted her, for the girl who'd died seeking safety, for the future that would never be, for the sanctuary that had burned before it could ever truly exist. For all of it. All of it lost. All of it her fault. All is lost. Chapter 24, Dark Night of the Soul. The room Mrs. Peabody had secured for her smelled of mildew and tallow, the cheapest lodging in the village, a servant's quarters above the chandler's shop. Imara sat on the narrow bed, still wearing her smoke-stained dress, and watched dawn break over the village through a window so begrimed she could barely make out the shapes of buildings. Her hands wouldn't stop shaking. She'd tried to still them the way she always had, by cataloging, by analyzing, by retreating into the ordered world of her mind. But every time she closed her eyes, she saw Clara. The girl's face, hopeful and terrified in equal measure. The way she'd reached for the threshold like a drowning woman reaching for shore. The sound, God, the sound she'd made when the curse had taken her. Imara had held her as she died. Had felt the life leave her body in shuddering gasps. Had watched the light fade from those wide brown eyes. I killed her. The thought circled in her mind like a bird of prey, talons sinking deeper with each pass. She'd been so certain. So brilliantly, arrogantly certain that she could solve this. That her research, her methodology, her careful analysis would be enough to break what centuries of women had failed to break. She'd treated them like a thesis problem. Like data points in need of organization. And Clara had died for it. The door creaked open. Imara didn't turn. She knew who it would be. Mrs. Peabody was the only person in the village who would come near her now. The others had made their feelings clear when they dragged her from the burning estate. Witch lover. Unnatural. Cursed. You look like death warmed over, Mrs. Peabody said, her voice carrying none of its usual tartness. She set down a tray, tea, bread, something that might have been jam. When's the last time you ate? Imara couldn't remember. Time had become strange, elastic. Was it yesterday that Clara died? This morning? The smoke still seemed to cling to her skin, but perhaps that was just her imagination cataloging sensation, trying to make sense of senselessness. I should leave, Imara said. Her voice sounded hollow, scraped raw from smoke and screaming. I should go back to London. Forget any of this happened. Should you now? Mrs. Peabody settled herself in the room's only chair with a grunt. And how's that working out for you? The forgetting. Imara finally looked at her. The old woman's face was drawn, shadows under her eyes that spoke of a sleepless night. But her gaze was steady, unflinching. I killed her, Imara whispered. No. The curse killed her. I brought her to the threshold. I told her, her voice broke. I told her she'd be safe. I promised her freedom, and instead I gave her death. You gave her a choice, Mrs. Peabody said quietly. First choice that girl ever had in her life, probably. She made it knowing the risk. She was 19. Imara's hands clenched in her lap, nails biting into her palms. She had her whole life ahead of her. And I was so certain I could save them all. I had my ritual, my carefully researched steps, my perfect methodology. I thought I was different. Smarter than everyone who came before. Smarter than Helena, than Vivian, than all of them. She laughed, and it came out bitter, broken. Catherine tried to tell me. Adana tried to warn me. Even Seraphine, God, even Seraphine knew. But I didn't listen. I was too busy treating them like specimens. Like a fascinating puzzle to solve. Mrs. Peabody poured tea with steady hands, the mundane domesticity of the act almost obscene against the weight of Imara's confession. You handled it wrong, she said, matter of fact. That's true enough. The bluntness of it struck Imara like a slap. She'd expected comfort, platitudes. Not this brutal honesty. But Clara's death ain't on you, Mrs. Peabody continued. The curse is. And you didn't cause the curse. That was done long before you were born. You just. She paused, considering. You just handled it the way you were taught to handle everything. Like a scholar. Like a problem that needed solving. And I made it worse. Imara's voice was barely audible. The ritual, when it failed, when the curse snapped back, I saw Seraphine torn away. I saw the others fading. I broke them worse than they were already broken. So stop breaking. Mrs. Peabody thrust a teacup into Imara's hands. Drink. You're no good to anyone if you waste away in here. Imara took the cup automatically, her scholar's hands noting the temperature, the way steam rose in delicate spirals. Always observing. Always documenting. Never just being. I don't know how, she admitted. Everything I've ever done, every success I've ever had, has come from my ability to analyze. To research. To approach problems methodically. It's how I survived in those white academic spaces, by being smarter, more thorough, more precise than anyone could criticize. It's how I've survived being. She gestured helplessly at herself, at her brown skin, at everything she'd spent her life learning to armor. Being me. In a world that doesn't want me to exist. Smart don't mean wise, girl. Mrs. Peabody's voice gentled slightly. And surviving don't mean living. Imara stared into her tea, watching the leaves settle at the bottom like sediment, like the debris of her certainty. Then what do I do? How do I fix this? Stop trying to fix. Start trying to see. The words hung in the air between them. Imara looked up sharply. What? You heard me. Mrs. Peabody leaned forward, her weathered hands clasped over her knees. You want to know why you failed? Not because you weren't smart enough. Not because you didn't research enough. You failed because you were trying to break the curse for them. Like they were objects that needed fixing. Like you were the brilliant savior come to rescue the poor tragic ghosts. The accusation landed with devastating accuracy. Imara felt it settle in her chest like a stone. Catherine told you, Mrs. Peabody continued. She said you were recording them. Cataloging them. Like your mentor did. And you got defensive because the truth stung, didn't it? Imara's throat tightened. She remembered that moment, Catherine's fury, her own wounded pride. "I'm trying to help." That's what she'd said. That's what she believed. "You treated them like your research," Mrs. Peabody said, relentless now. "Like subjects for your brilliant academic career. Oh, you told yourself it was different. Told yourself you cared about them, that you were documenting their stories to honor them. But did you ever just listen? Without taking notes? Without analyzing? Did you ever just see them as women who needed to be witnessed, not studied?" The tea trembled in Imara's hands. She set the cup down carefully on the tray before she could drop it. Had she? She thought back over the past weeks. Every conversation with Seraphine where she'd mentally catalogued information about vampires, about the curse's structure. Every interaction with Catherine where she'd been formulating theories about madness and imprisonment. Even with Adana, even with Adana, a black woman whose suffering should have been a mirror to her own, she'd approached their connection through the lens of intellectual kinship first, sisterhood second. She'd documented. She hadn't witnessed. The patriarch, Imara said slowly, the realization unfurling like poison in her gut. Thomas. He showed me visions. Told me I was just like him. That I was imposing my order, my certainty, hurting them while trying to save them. She looked up at Mrs. Peabody, something close to horror in her eyes. Was he right? About that? Mrs. Peabody shrugged. Bit, maybe. You both thought you knew what was best. Both acted without truly seeing the women in front of you. But there's a difference, girl. He acted from hate and fear. You acted from arrogance, mostly. And grief. And your own fear of not being enough. That's not much better. No, Mrs. Peabody agreed. But it means you can learn. He couldn't. Imara stood abruptly, pacing the small room like a caged thing. Her mind, that brilliant, analytical mind that had always been her greatest weapon, was turning on itself, examining every interaction, every assumption, every moment of certainty with the cold precision she usually reserved for academic texts. She saw herself through their eyes now. Through Catherine's fury. Through Adana's careful distance. Through Seraphine's desperate need to believe combined with her fear of hoping. You want to study us? We've been specimens before. That's what Seraphine had said, that very first night. And Imara had been insulted. Had told herself she was different. Better. More enlightened. But she'd still taken notes. Still analyzed. Still treated Seraphine's story as data to be collected rather than pain to be held. I failed them, Imara said, the words raw in her throat. Not because I wasn't smart enough. Because I wasn't present enough. I was so busy solving the problem that I never just sat with them in their suffering. Never just saw them without trying to fix them. Now you're getting it. Mrs. Peabody's voice held something like approval. Imara turned to face her, and for the first time since Clara's death, she felt something other than grief and self-recrimination. A spark of understanding, still small, still fragile, but growing. The curse, she said slowly, working through it aloud the way she always did when a theory was forming. It doesn't break from external force. Not from a perfect ritual or the right incantation or, she stopped, correcting herself. Old habits. No. I'm doing it again. Analyzing. Then stop analyzing, Mrs. Peabody said. And start feeling. What does your gut tell you? Imara closed her eyes. Breathed. Let herself drop out of her head and into her body, something she'd spent years learning not to do, because bodies were dangerous for women like her. Black bodies. Queer bodies. Bodies that were always being observed, judged, found wanting. But here, in this grimy room that smelled of smoke and failure, she let herself feel. What she felt was love. Not the analyzed, intellectualized version of love she'd been examining like a specimen. But the raw, aching reality of it. She loved Seraphine. Loved her with a ferocity that terrified her, that made her want to burn down the world and rebuild it as a place where women like them could simply exist. She loved Catherine's brilliant rage and Margaret's pragmatic fury and Adana's hard-won survival and Anne and Mary's simple devotion. She loved them. Not as subjects. Not as puzzles. As women. As sisters. And they needed to be seen. Not documented. Not studied. Just witnessed. The curse, Imara said, opening her eyes, was created by a man who couldn't bear to see women as they truly were. He had to diminish them, silence them, trap them. Make them into cautionary tales instead of whole people. And I. She swallowed hard. I did the same thing. Different reasons, different methods, but the same fundamental failure. I saw them as stories to record rather than lives to honor. And? Mrs. Peabody prompted. And the curse won't break from outside force, Imara continued, the understanding crystallizing with each word. It breaks from being fully witnessed. Not documented. Not studied. Witnessed. Seen as complete, complex, contradictory women. Not specimens or ghosts or tragic figures. Just themselves. Mrs. Peabody nodded slowly. That's closer to wisdom than I've heard from you yet. Imara moved to the window, looking out toward where the estate stood beyond the village edge. She couldn't see it from here, the buildings blocked her view, but she knew where it was. Could feel it, like a magnetic pull in her chest. I need to go back, she said. You sure about that? Reverend Blackwood's got half the village convinced you're in league with the devil. They see you heading that way again, they'll. Let them. Imara turned, and Mrs. Peabody saw something in her face that hadn't been there before. Not certainty, that old arrogant certainty was gone, thank God. But clarity. Purpose. I need to go back. Not as a scholar. Not as someone trying to solve their problems. As myself. Fully myself. Black. Queer. Brilliant and flawed and terrified and in love. She laughed softly, shakily. God, I'm in love with a vampire. With a woman who's been isolated for 200 years. And I've been so busy trying to fix her, to break her curse, that I never just sat with her in it. Never just let her know she was seen. Love like that, Mrs. Peabody said quietly, don't burn easy. Even if the estate's damaged, even if everything looks lost, if they're still there, they're waiting for you to come back. To come back right this time. Imara nodded. Her hands had stopped shaking, she realized. The grief was still there, Clara's death would stay with her always, a permanent scar on her heart. But alongside it now was something else. Not hope, exactly. She didn't trust hope yet, had learned too brutally what happened when hope collided with reality. But, possibility. The possibility that she could do this differently. That she could approach them not as a brilliant scholar with solutions, but as a woman who had also been silenced, also been told she was too much and not enough, also been forced to hide fundamental parts of herself. That she could witness them the way she'd longed to be witnessed her whole life. The ritual I planned, Imara said, already thinking ahead but trying to catch herself. No. No ritual. No careful steps. No methodology. She looked at Mrs. Peabody. What if it's simpler than I thought? What if all they need is to speak their truths and be heard? To love who they love without it being weaponized against them? To exist fully and have that existence witnessed without judgment or documentation or... She stopped herself again, hearing the familiar pattern of her scholar's mind trying to turn this new understanding into a formula. What if, she said more quietly, I just go back and tell them I see them? Tell them I'm sorry? Tell them. Her voice caught. Tell them I love them. Not despite their darkness or their anger or their pain, but including all of it. What if that's enough? Might be, Mrs. Peabody said. Might not. Only one way to find out. Imara looked down at herself, the smoke-stained dress, the ash in her hair, the dirt under her nails. She looked like she'd been through a war. Felt like it too. Good. She didn't want to go back pristine and prepared. Didn't want to arrive with a new plan, a new methodology, a new way of being the brilliant savior. She wanted to arrive as she was, broken and grieving and in love and finally, willing to be seen just as fully as she needed to see them. The fire, she said, thinking of the damage, the losses that couldn't be undone. The conservatory. Catherine's observatory. All that research, all that history. Gone, Mrs. Peabody confirmed. Some things can't be fixed, Imara. Some losses are permanent. The question is whether you let that stop you from trying to save what's left. Imara nodded slowly. She understood that now, in a way she hadn't before. Not everything could be fixed. Not every story had a neat resolution. Some women had died in that estate, had suffered horribly, and no amount of witnessing could undo that. But maybe witnessing could honor it. Could make sure their suffering wasn't erased. Could transform their pain into something that helped others survive. Maybe that was enough. I need to go, Imara said, moving toward the door. Now. Before I talk myself into another plan, another strategy, another way of intellectualizing what needs to be felt. Mrs. Peabody stood, catching her arm before she could leave. One more thing, girl. That vampire of yours, Seraphine? Yes? She's been alone a long time. Longer than you can probably imagine. She's going to be afraid. Of hoping, of wanting, of being hurt again. When you go back, when you tell her you see her, the old woman's grip tightened. You make sure you mean it. Make sure you're ready to see all of her. The vampire and the woman. The victim and the survivor. The fear and the love. Because half seeing someone, that's worse than not seeing them at all. I know, Imara said softly. And she did. God, she did. She'd spent her whole life being half seen, her brilliance acknowledged but her blackness made invisible, or her blackness acknowledged but her queerness erased. She knew the violence of partial witnessing, the way it cut you into fragments. She wouldn't do that to Seraphine. Wouldn't do it to any of them. Thank you, she said to Mrs. Peabody. For finding me. For telling me the truth even when it hurt. For not letting me wallow in. Clara knew what she was choosing, Mrs. Peabody interrupted, her voice rougher than usual. That girl might have been young, but she wasn't stupid. She knew the estate was dangerous. Knew the whispers about women disappearing could mean death as easy as freedom. But she went anyway, because staying, the old woman's jaw tightened. Staying would have killed her slower. At least she died reaching for something better. Imara felt tears sting her eyes. That doesn't make it right. She should have had both, safety and freedom. She shouldn't have had to choose. No, she shouldn't have, Mrs. Peabody agreed quietly. World's full of shouldn'ts, girl. But we don't get to remake the past. Only the future. She met Imara's gaze steadily. So you make sure her death means something. You hear me? You go back there and you break that curse proper this time. You give other girls the choice Clara didn't get to see through. The fierce protectiveness in the old woman's voice made something click in Imara's chest. Mrs. Peabody had known Clara. Had perhaps helped other village girls find their way to the estate, hoping for their freedom. Had watched and waited and done what little she could in a world that gave women like her so few tools. I will, Imara said softly. I promise. Mrs. Peabody nodded once, sharp and satisfied, though her eyes were suspiciously bright. Good. Now stop standing around in my lodgings and get on with it. Go on then, Mrs. Peabody said, roughly wiping her eyes. Sun's up. Reverend will be making his rounds soon. You want to get to that estate, you'd best do it now while the village is still waking. Imara nodded. She moved toward the door, then paused, looking back. Will you come? To the estate? After, when this is over? Mrs. Peabody's weathered face softened slightly. Someone's got to keep you all in line. Keep the tea brewing and the floors swept. Even ghosts and vampires need a good housekeeper. Even ghosts and vampires, Imara agreed, managing a small smile. She descended the narrow stairs and emerged into the village's main street just as dawn was breaking properly over the rooftops. The air was cool, smelling of wood smoke and dew. A few early risers were about, a baker opening his shop, a farmer leading a cart toward the fields. They saw her and crossed to the other side of the street. Imara didn't make herself small. Didn't duck her head or hurry past. She walked down the center of the street, back straight, head high. Let them see her. Let them judge. She'd spent too long caring what people who would never accept her thought of her existence. She had women waiting for her who needed to be seen. Women who had been hiding, silenced, erased for centuries. And she had a vampire, brilliant, broken, beautiful Seraphine, who had been punished for loving women, who had endured isolation as both prisoner and guard, who had opened herself to hope and been hurt when Imara's ritual failed. Imara had told her once that she saw her. Had believed she meant it. But she'd seen Seraphine the scholar's way. Documented her. Analyzed her. Tried to fix her. Now she would return and see her the way she should have from the beginning, as a woman. Fully. Completely. Without trying to change or cure or catalogue. Just, witness. She quickened her pace, leaving the village behind. The estate was out there, scarred and damaged but still standing. And in it, waiting, hoping, perhaps giving up hope, were the women she had failed. The women she would witness properly this time. Not as a scholar with solutions. But as herself. Whole and flawed and in love and finally, ready to be seen just as fully as she needed to see them. The road stretched ahead, and Imara walked it without hesitation. Without a plan. Without certainty. But with love. And sometimes, she was learning, that was enough. Chapter 25, Return to the Ruins. The estate came into view as Imara crested the hill beyond the village, and her breath caught at the sight of it. It looked like a wound. The conservatory was a blackened skeleton, its glass shattered into glittering fragments that littered the grounds like scattered stars. The iron framework stood twisted by heat, reaching toward the sky in anguished shapes. The attic showed damage too, part of the roof had caved in on the western side, smoke stains marking the walls like bruises. The grounds were churned mud from the mob's feet, from the fire wagon's wheels, from violence. But it stood. Damaged. Scarred. Diminished. Still standing. Imara paused at the top of the hill, one hand pressed to her chest where her heart was beating too fast. She'd expected destruction. Had steeled herself for complete loss. But seeing the reality of it, the permanent damage, the losses that couldn't be undone, hit her differently than she'd anticipated. The conservatory had held centuries of botanical knowledge. Helena's life's work. Margaret's spectral garden. All those carefully cultivated plants, those records, that living history, gone. Turned to ash and twisted metal. Catherine's observatory. The attic where she'd been imprisoned, where she'd suffered, but also where she'd been reclaiming her space, making it hers again. The roof had collapsed directly above it. Her instruments, her charts, her careful astronomical observations, destroyed. Some losses were permanent. Imara had to accept that. Had to carry it. The brilliant scholar in her wanted to catalog what remained, to salvage and document and preserve. But she pushed that instinct down, made herself feel it instead. Grief. For what was lost. For what could never be recovered. And beneath the grief, determination. Because the estate still stood. The women were still there, somewhere in that damaged shell. And she would witness them. Would honor what remained, not just mourn what was lost. She began walking again, her stride steady despite the trembling in her legs. The estate's gates hung open, one twisted off its hinges entirely. Imara passed through them and felt it immediately, the shift in the air, the way reality bent at the edges. The supernatural presence that had always clung to this place. But it felt different now. The oppressive weight had lifted somewhat. The curse was still there, she could sense it like static on her skin, but it had changed. Cracked, maybe. Weakened. Or perhaps just, waiting. The front door stood ajar. Imara climbed the steps, her hand trailing along the stone balustrade. Someone had cleared the worst of the debris from the entrance, she noticed. Swept the ash aside. Small signs of habitation, of survival. She pushed the door open fully and stepped inside. The entrance hall was dim, shutters closed against the morning light. Smoke damage darkened the walls. The chandelier had fallen, lying in glittering ruin across the floor. But the house felt alive. Watchful. Seraphine, Imara called, her voice echoing in the damaged space. Seraphine, I'm back. Silence. Then, from somewhere above, the creak of floorboards. Imara's heart leapt. She moved to the base of the grand staircase, looking up into the shadows. A figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Seraphine. The vampire looked devastated. Even from this distance, Imara could see the toll the past day had taken. Seraphine's usual preternatural grace was gone, replaced by something raw and uncertain. She stood at the top of the stairs like she wasn't sure if she was allowed to descend. Like she was afraid this might be a dream. You came back, Seraphine said, her voice rough, disbelieving. After everything. After I was torn away from you, after you watched it all fail, after, her voice broke. You came back. I came back, Imara confirmed. She climbed the first few steps, then stopped, giving Seraphine space to choose. I will always come back to you. Seraphine descended slowly. In the dim light filtering through smoke-stained windows, she looked almost spectral herself. Her auburn hair was unbound and wild. Her eyes, those shifting brown-gold eyes, were red-rimmed. She'd been crying. Imara had never seen her cry. When Seraphine reached the bottom of the stairs, she stopped just out of reach. Like she was afraid to hope. Afraid to want. Imara understood. God, she understood. I'm sorry, Imara said. The words felt inadequate, too small to carry the weight of what she needed to express. I'm so sorry, Seraphine. I treated you like a mystery to solve. Like a fascinating puzzle. I documented you instead of witnessing you. I tried to fix you instead of seeing you. She took a careful step closer. You told me, that first night. You said I wanted to study you, that you'd been specimens before. And I got defensive. But you were right. Imara. No, please. Let me say this. Imara's hands were shaking. She clasped them together to still them. I came here as a scholar. I approached everything, the curse, the house, you, all of the women, as problems to solve. As subjects for my research. I told myself I was different from Helena, from all the others who'd used you. But I wasn't. I was just using you differently. Seraphine's composure cracked. You were trying to help. I was trying to be the brilliant savior, Imara interrupted gently. The one who succeeded where everyone else failed. And I needed to be that, needed to prove I was smart enough, worthy enough, enough to break an ancient curse. Because that's how I've survived. By being brilliant. By making myself indispensable through my intellect. She swallowed hard. But you didn't need my brilliance. You needed someone to see you. Just, see you. As a woman. As Seraphine. Not as a vampire or a tragic figure or a cursed guardian. Just you. I didn't know how to let you, Seraphine whispered. I've spent 200 years being defined by this curse. Being the monster. The warning. The punishment. When you looked at me like I was just a woman, when you looked at me with desire, with love, I was terrified. She took a shuddering breath. Every time I've wanted something, every time I've hoped, it's been used against me. My love for Elspeth became the reason for my curse. So when I felt myself wanting you, hoping for you, I pulled back. I couldn't bear to have you be another weapon. Imara closed the distance between them, slowly enough that Seraphine could retreat if she needed to. But the vampire didn't move. Just stood there, trembling, as Imara reached up to cup her face. I see you, Imara said softly. Not the curse. Not the vampire. Not the tragic history. I see Seraphine. I see a woman who loved so deeply that men feared it. Who survived 2 centuries of isolation without losing her capacity for tenderness. Who protected women she couldn't fully reach because protecting them mattered more than her own suffering. Who hungers not just for blood but for knowledge, for beauty, for connection, all the things you were denied. A tear slid down Seraphine's pale cheek. I was afraid, she admitted. Of wanting you. Of hoping. I'm still afraid. I know. Imara's thumb brushed away the tear. I'm afraid too. I'm terrified I'll fail you again. That my instincts will take over and I'll start analyzing instead of witnessing. That I'm not enough, not without my brilliance to offer. Her voice dropped to a whisper. But I'm here anyway. Because loving you, being with you, matters more than being safe. You brilliant, impossible woman, Seraphine said, and it came out half laugh, half sob. You beautiful, infuriating. She pulled Imara into a fierce embrace, burying her face in Imara's hair. I was so afraid you wouldn't come back. That I'd driven you away. That I'd be alone again. Never, Imara promised, her arms tight around Seraphine's waist. The vampire's body was cool but solid, real, there. I will make mistakes. I will frustrate you. But I will never leave you alone again. They held each other in the damaged entrance hall, 2 women who'd spent their lives learning to armor themselves, learning to hide, finally allowing themselves to be fully seen. Vulnerable. Present. When they finally pulled back enough to see each other's faces, Seraphine was smiling through tears. The curse, she said. When you left, when I thought I'd lost you, it cracked. Not broke, but cracked. Like it couldn't sustain itself when there was genuine loss, genuine grief. She touched Imara's face wonderingly. I think it's been feeding on fear. On isolation. On women being kept apart, being silenced. But when you left and I felt real loss, when I grieved you, the curse didn't know what to do with that. Because grief means love, Imara said, understanding blooming. Real love. Not the twisted version Thomas tried to punish. The kind that survives even when the person is gone. Yes. Seraphine's hand trembled against Imara's cheek. I'd been isolated for so long, I'd almost forgotten what real connection felt like. But losing you, even for hours, reminded me. And the curse couldn't contain that. Imara leaned into Seraphine's touch. The others, she said. Are they? Here. Damaged but here. Seraphine glanced toward the interior of the house. They're weak. The ritual failing hurt them badly. Some are barely able to manifest. But they're still here. Can I see them? Imara asked. I need to apologize. To all of them. They're frightened, Seraphine warned. Of hoping again. Of trusting that this time will be different. I understand. Imara took Seraphine's hand, lacing their fingers together. I'm frightened too. But we're going to try anyway. Seraphine studied her for a long moment, those shifting eyes searching Imara's face. Whatever she saw there seemed to satisfy her, because she nodded. Come then. But Imara, they're going to test you. Push you. They've been hurt too many times to trust easily. Good, Imara said. They should test me. I've earned their distrust. They moved deeper into the house, hand in hand. The damage was evident everywhere, scorch marks on walls, broken furniture, shattered mirrors. The beautiful Gothic mansion that had first captivated Imara looked like it had survived a war. It had, she supposed. A war between past and present, between oppression and freedom. The library doors stood open. Seraphine led her inside, and Imara's breath caught. The room was filled with spectral presences, each one flickering like candle flame. More substantial than the atmospheric glimpses she'd caught before, but still translucent, wavering. Margaret stood by the damaged windows, her arms crossed, expression guarded. Catherine hovered near where her beloved astronomy charts had been stored, surrounded by water-damaged books. Vivian manifested in the center of the room, her theatrical presence dimmed but still vibrant. Anne and Mary held each other in the corner, watching with wide eyes. And Adana. Adana stood at the threshold of the library, half in and half out, still trapped in that liminal space between belonging and exclusion. Imara's heart broke at the sight. "I'm sorry," she said, addressing them all. Her voice was steady despite the emotion threatening to choke her. "I failed you. I came here treating you like problems to solve, like subjects to study. I took notes on your suffering. I analyzed your pain. I created a ritual based on research and methodology, but I never truly listened to you. Never truly saw you as whole women with agency and complexity." She looked at each of them in turn. "Catherine, you told me I was recording you like Helena did. You were right. Adana, you tried to show me that I was still performing, still making myself small even here. You were right. Margaret, you've been trying to teach me, but I was too busy cataloging to learn. And all of you," her voice cracked. "All of you deserved better than a brilliant scholar with a savior complex." The silence that followed was heavy. The women looked at each other, some communication passing between them that Imara couldn't quite read. Finally, Catherine spoke. "You're right. You did fail us." Her voice was sharp, unforgiving. "Your ritual didn't just fail, it made things worse. I can barely hold myself together. The conservatory is destroyed. My observatory," she gestured angrily at the water-damaged books. 200 years of work. Gone. "I know," Imara said quietly. "And I can't fix that. Can't undo it. Those losses are permanent." "So what good are you now?" Catherine demanded. "Without your brilliant plans? Without your methodology?" It was a fair question. A necessary one. Imara looked at Seraphine, drawing strength from the vampire's presence beside her. Then she looked back at Catherine. "I don't know," she admitted. "I don't have a plan this time. No ritual, no carefully researched steps. I can't offer you my brilliance because my brilliance is what hurt you." She took a breath. "All I can offer is myself. My presence. My willingness to witness you, really witness you, not document you. To sit with you in your anger and grief and not try to fix it. To see you fully and let you see me fully. That's all." Catherine's laugh was bitter. "That's your new solution? Just seeing us?" "Yes," Imara said simply. "Because I think that's what the curse denies you most. Thomas didn't just imprison you physically. He erased you. Made you into cautionary tales instead of whole people. Silenced your voices, twisted your stories, made your love something shameful. And she swallowed hard. I did the same thing. Different methods, but the same fundamental erasure. Turning you into subjects instead of people." Margaret spoke for the first time, her practical voice cutting through the tension. "And you think just witnessing us will break the curse? After all this time?" "I think," Imara said carefully, "that the curse has power because it makes you invisible. Makes your love unnatural, your knowledge dangerous, your autonomy a threat. It keeps you isolated, separated, unable to fully connect even with each other." She looked at Adana, still trapped at the threshold. "It makes belonging conditional. Makes existence partial. And I think, no." She corrected herself. "I feel that the cure isn't an external force. It's internal. It's you being fully seen, fully witnessed, fully present without shame or hiding or diminishment. Feelings, Catherine scoffed. How scholarly of you. You're right, Imara agreed, and her honesty seemed to surprise Catherine. It's not scholarly at all. I'm terrified. I have no evidence, no research to back this up. Just intuition and desperation and love. She looked at Seraphine. Love for a woman I barely understand but can't imagine existing without. Love for all of you, because I see myself in your erasure, your silencing, your hunger to be fully yourselves. Vivian drifted closer, her theatrical manner subdued. Love, she said, her accent thick with emotion. Darling, love has been tried before. Seraphine loved Elspeth. Anne and Mary loved each other. Juliet and Rosalind loved unto death. Love didn't break the curse then. Because it was private love, Imara said. Hidden love. Love that couldn't be witnessed, couldn't be spoken aloud, couldn't be acknowledged. Thomas cursed you precisely because he couldn't bear to witness your love. Couldn't let it exist openly. So he trapped it, isolated it, made it invisible. She stepped forward, her voice growing stronger. But what if we witness it now? What if we refuse to hide, to diminish, to apologize? What if we speak our truths openly and let them be heard? Not as confession or shame, but as testimony. As declaration. And spoke up, her Cockney accent soft but clear. And you think that'll be enough? Just talking? Not just talking, Imara corrected. Witnessing. Being fully present with each other. Letting ourselves be seen, all our contradictions, all our complexities, all our love and rage and grief and joy. She looked at Seraphine again. When I left earlier, when I thought I'd lost all of you, the curse cracked. Not because of methodology, but because the grief was real. The loss was real. The love was real and witnessed, even in its absence. Adana finally spoke, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. You speak of witnessing. Of being seen. She gestured to herself, still trapped between spaces. I have been unseen my whole existence. Enslaved, escaped, caught at this threshold where I am neither free nor bound. You are black, like me. You know what it is to be looked at but not seen. To be present but invisible. So tell me, her dark eyes bored into Imara's. Do you truly believe witnessing is enough? Imara crossed to her, standing just on the other side of that terrible threshold. No, she said honestly. Witnessing isn't enough by itself. We need action too. We need to dismantle the systems that make us invisible. But Adana, we can't dismantle what we won't name. We can't fight what we won't acknowledge. And for 200 years, you've been trapped in this liminal space, neither fully present nor fully erased. That's its own kind of violence. Yes, Adana agreed, her voice rough with unshed tears. It is. So let me witness you, Imara said gently. Not as a ghost, not as a symbol, not as a historical curiosity. As Adana. A woman who survived unspeakable horrors. Who fought for freedom and was denied it at the last moment. Who has every right to her rage and grief. Who deserves to exist fully, to cross this threshold, to claim the belonging that was stolen from her. Adana's translucent form wavered. And if witnessing fails? If I try to cross and the curse kills me like it killed that girl? The mention of Clara landed like a blow. Imara flinched but didn't look away. Clara died because I promised her something I couldn't guarantee. Because I acted with certainty when I should have acted with humility. I won't make that promise to you. I can't guarantee your safety. All I can offer is my presence. My witness. My commitment to see you fully, whatever happens. That's a terrible offer, Adana said, but there was something almost like humor in her voice. I know, Imara admitted. But it's honest. The women were silent, watching this exchange. Imara could feel them weighing her words, testing her sincerity. Catherine spoke again, her voice less sharp than before. Let's say we believe you. Let's say witnessing matters. What then? We all stand in a circle and confess our deepest truths and the curse just dissolves. The skepticism was clear. I don't know, Imara said. I genuinely don't know what will happen. But I know that Thomas created this curse because he couldn't bear to witness women's power, women's love, women's autonomy. He had to silence it, hide it, make it monstrous. And I think, she looked around at all of them. I think the curse sustains itself through that same refusal. Through isolation. Through shame. Through making you believe you deserve this punishment. We don't, Margaret said firmly. Deserve this. No, Imara agreed. You don't. You never did. And maybe that's where we start. Not with a ritual, but with a rejection. A refusal to carry the shame Thomas tried to force on you. Seraphine squeezed Imara's hand. She's right, the vampire said quietly. I've carried his voice in my head for 2 centuries. His certainty that I was corrupted, that my love was sin, that I deserved eternal punishment. And I believed him. Some part of me believed I was the monster he said I was. You're not, Imara said fiercely. You're a woman who loved women in a time when that could kill you. Who survived anyway. Who protected others even while imprisoned. Who remained tender despite centuries of isolation. That's not monstrous. That's extraordinary. Seraphine's eyes glistened. Say that again. You're extraordinary, Imara repeated, turning to face her fully. Your love wasn't a corruption, it was beautiful. Your survival wasn't weakness, it was strength. And your vampire nature, the thing Thomas weaponized as proof of your monstrosity, is just another part of you. Neither good nor evil. Just, you. The words hung in the air like a spell. And somewhere deep in the foundations of the house, something shifted. The women felt it. Imara saw it in the way they all went still, the way the air seemed to sharpen. Did you, and started? Yes, Mary finished. Margaret moved to the center of the room, her herbalist senses attuned to the house's rhythms. The curse, she said wonderingly. It just moved. Shifted. Like something loosened. Imara, Seraphine breathed. What you just said, about me not being monstrous, about my love being beautiful, the curse responded. Imara's heart was racing. Because it's the opposite of what Thomas declared. He said you were corrupted. I said you were extraordinary. He weaponized your vampire nature. She stopped, realizing. I witnessed it without judgment. Just acknowledged it as part of you. Catherine was watching now with sharp intelligence. So witnessing does work. But it has to be genuine. Specific. Not some vague platitude, but real seeing. Yes, Imara said, the understanding crystallizing. It has to be true witness. Full acknowledgement of who you are, not who Thomas said you were, not who you were forced to be, but who you actually are. Vivian laughed, her theatrical manner returning. Darling, that's terrifying. Being fully seen is perhaps more frightening than the curse itself. I know, Imara said. Believe me, I know. I've spent my life avoiding being fully seen. Making myself palatable, translating myself into language others could accept. It's terrifying to drop that armor. But necessary, Adana said from her threshold. There was something new in her voice. Hope, maybe. Fragile but present. To cross over. To claim freedom. We have to be willing to be seen. Yes, Imara agreed. And to see each other. Not just to be witnessed by me, but to witness each other. To speak your truths to each other. To acknowledge each other fully. The women looked at each other, centuries of isolation and pain written on their spectral faces. I don't know how to do that, Anne admitted. Been hiding so long, don't know how to be open. Neither do I, Imara said. But we can learn together. Seraphine stepped forward, still holding Imara's hand. Then let's start. Not with a grand ritual. Just with truth. She looked around at the assembled women, her coven, her sisters, her fellow prisoners. I'll go first, if that helps. I'll speak my truth, and you can witness it. The room held its breath. I loved Elspeth, Seraphine said, her voice steady despite the emotion threading through it. I loved her completely, without shame or apology. And when Thomas discovered us, when he murdered her and cursed me, I believed him. I believed that my love had killed her. That I was corrupted. That I deserved this punishment. She took a shaky breath. I've carried that belief for 200 years. Let it define me. Let it make me into the monster he said I was. She looked at Imara, then at the other women. But I'm not corrupted. My love for Elspeth was real and beautiful and right. And my love for Imara, her voice softened. My love for Imara is the same. Real. Beautiful. Right. And I refuse to be ashamed of it anymore. The house shuddered. And in the library, surrounded by damaged books and spectral women, something ancient and terrible began, finally, to break. Not through force. Through witness. Through truth spoken aloud and acknowledged. Through love, finally, being enough. Chapter 26, The Gathering. The ballroom had survived the fire better than most rooms, though smoke damage darkened the once pristine walls and the chandelier hung askew, several of its crystal drops shattered on the floor below. But the space itself remained intact, high ceilings, tall windows, the scarred wooden floor that had held centuries of footsteps. It was Vivian who suggested they gather here. If we're going to speak our truths, the medium said, her theatrical manner subdued but present, we should do it in a space meant for witness. For gathering. For. She gestured around the damaged ballroom. For celebration, even if it comes from grief. So they came, one by one, as evening fell. The women of Thornwood Estate, spectral and half-living, victim and survivor, all of them carrying centuries or decades or mere days of silencing. Imara stood with Seraphine near the center of the room, their hands clasped. She could feel the vampire's tension, the way Seraphine kept glancing toward the door as if expecting Thomas's ghost to materialize and stop them. Margaret was the first to arrive, manifesting near the windows where moonlight was beginning to filter through. She looked more solid than she had in the library, as if the decision to gather had given her strength. Her practical dress was stained with spectral soil from the gardens she tended even in death. Catherine came next, drifting down from the damaged attic. She moved with jerky, angry precision, her thin form wrapped in the torn nightgown she died in. But as she settled near what remained of a pillar, she straightened, lifting her chin with defiant pride. Anne and Mary appeared together. They were always together, manifesting in the corner where servants would have stood during the estate's grand parties. They held hands, their overlapping forms creating a soft glow. Vivian was already there, of course, having suggested the location. She stood in dramatic purple silks, surrounded by the faint mist of ectoplasm that always clung to her. And then the others, Juliet and Rosalind, manifesting as their merged consciousness, two forms that flickered between separation and unity. Isabeau, paint-stained and wild-haired, emerging from her sealed room for the first time in decades. Elspeth, golden and blood-stained, appearing in the mirror that hung on the far wall, watching Seraphine with such tender sadness that Imara's heart ached. Adana was last. She appeared at the ballroom threshold, as always caught between in and out, belonging and exclusion. But tonight she stood taller, her dark eyes fierce. "We're here," Margaret said, her practical voice cutting through the tension. "Now what?" Imara looked around at them, these women who had been silenced, imprisoned, erased. Who had every reason to distrust her, to reject this attempt at freedom. Who had gathered anyway, hope and skepticism warring on their spectral faces. "Now we witness each other," she said simply. "Not as a ritual. Not as a spell. Just as truth. Each of us speaks what we need to speak. And the rest of us listen. Really listen. And acknowledge what we hear. That's all? Catherine's skepticism was sharp. We just talk and the curse dissolves? I don't know if the curse will dissolve, Imara admitted. But I know that Thomas built this curse on silence. On shame. On making your truths unspeakable. So maybe speaking them, openly, without apology, and having them witnessed, is the first step to breaking free. I'll start, Margaret said abruptly. She moved to the center of the room, and Imara and Seraphine stepped back to give her space. The herbalist looked around at the assembled women, her weathered face set in determined lines. I knew things, she said. Her voice was rough, unpolished. About plants. About bodies. About how to heal and how to harm. I helped women birth their babies and I helped women who didn't want babies. I taught them about their bodies, gave them knowledge that men said belonged only to physicians and priests. She paused, her hands clenching. My husband, Thomas, he called it witchcraft. Called me dangerous. Said I was corrupting women, teaching them to defy God's plan. So he poisoned me. Used my own herbs against me because even in killing me he had to prove he understood them better. Her laugh was bitter. He didn't. I knew what he'd done the moment I tasted the tea. But I drank it anyway because I was tired. Tired of hiding my knowledge. Tired of pretending I didn't know more than the men who claimed authority over women's bodies. She looked at each of them. I'm not ashamed of what I knew. Not anymore. I was a healer. A teacher. And if that made me dangerous to men like Thomas, then let me be dangerous. The ballroom seemed to pulse. The air grew warmer. Margaret stepped back, and Catherine immediately took her place. I loved mathematics, Catherine said, her voice shaking with suppressed rage and grief. Numbers, patterns, the stars. I could calculate orbits, predict eclipses. I wanted to study at university, to work with the astronomers in London. But I was a woman, so, she laughed harshly. So I was mad. Hysterical. Unnatural. They locked me in the attic when I refused to marry. Said I needed to be corrected, tamed. I died there, starving and alone, surrounded by the charts I'd drawn in my own blood on the walls. Her form flickered, angry and anguished. I wasn't mad. I was brilliant. And I refused to apologize for my brilliance anymore. I refused to be small, to be quiet, to be grateful for scraps of knowledge men deigned to share. I was a mathematician. An astronomer. And losing my observatory to fire, her voice cracked. It hurts. It hurts that 2 centuries of work is gone. But I'm still here. My mind is still here. And I won't be silenced again. She moved aside, trembling. And stepped forward, pulling Mary with her. We loved each other, and said simply, her Cockney accent thick. Nothing fancy about it. No grand tragedy. Just 2 girls working in this house who fell in love. We were kitchen maid and lady's maid, which meant Mary was supposed to be better than me, but she never acted like it. She taught me to read. I taught her to laugh. Mary continued, her voice softer. When the curse surged, when the house was in upheaval, we died protecting each other. I threw myself in front of Anne. She held me as I bled. And then, she gestured to their intertwined forms. Then she followed me. Wouldn't let me go alone. We don't regret it, and said firmly. Dying together was better than living apart. Our love wasn't grand or forbidden in the dramatic sense. We weren't aristocrats or scholars. We were just us. And that was enough. That is enough. They stepped back together, and the air shimmered with their simple devotion. Vivian glided forward, her purple silks trailing. I came here as a professional, she said, her accent lilting. A spiritualist, a medium. Yes, I was a performer, half my seances were theater. But I had real gifts too. I could hear the dead, speak to them, help them cross over. I came to break this curse and instead became part of it. She spread her arms. The irony is exquisite, no? The medium trapped mid-seance, forever between worlds. She lowered her arms, her theatrical manner dropping for a moment. But I chose this work because I loved it. Loved helping spirits find peace. And even trapped, I've done what I could to help these women communicate, to manifest, to be heard. I am not a fraud. I am not a charlatan. I am Vivian Darrow, and I speak to the dead because someone must witness them. Juliet and Rosalind moved forward as one, their merged consciousness creating an eerie doubled voice. We loved each other unto death, they said in unison. And beyond death. We were separated by our families, by distance, by duty. When we found each other again. We died of grief, Juliet said alone. Within days, Rosalind continued. And our souls merged, they said together. We are both two and one. Individual and united. It's strange and beautiful and terrible. We wouldn't choose separation now, Juliet said. Even if we could, Rosalind agreed. This is who we are, they finished together. Not tragic. Not unnatural. Just us. Loving beyond the bounds of life and death. Isabeau stepped forward, paint still wet on her hands, spectral paint from spectral work. I've been painting a mural for 200 years, she said in her French-accented English. Women throughout history. Women loving women, creating, surviving, existing. I've been documenting us because no one else would. And I've been trapped, half alive, half dead, pouring my life force into this work. She looked at her stained hands. I thought completing it would free me. But maybe freedom isn't in finishing. Maybe it's in being seen while creating. In having my work witnessed while I'm still here to receive that witness. She looked up, fierce. I am Isabeau Rousseau. I am an artist. I paint women as they truly are, not as men imagine them. And I refuse to die in obscurity. The air was crackling now. The curse was responding, shifting, the foundations of the house groaning under the weight of all these truths being spoken. Elspeth's voice came from the mirror, soft and ethereal. I loved Seraphine, she said. Completely. Without reservation. Our love was real and pure and right. When Thomas discovered us, when he murdered me to save her soul, her translucent form flickered. I died loving her. And I've existed in this liminal space ever since, watching her suffer, unable to help. She looked directly at Seraphine. I see you choosing to love again. Choosing Imara. And I'm not hurt by it, my darling. I'm joyful. Because you deserve love. Deserve happiness. Deserve to live, truly live, instead of merely existing as punishment. Her voice strengthened. Our love didn't make you corrupted. It made you whole. And I want that for you again. Seraphine was crying openly now, tears streaming down her pale face. Adana moved forward from the threshold, not crossing it yet, but claiming her space at the boundary. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of multiple languages, multiple lifetimes of survival. I was enslaved, she said clearly. Stolen from my home, sold, brutalized. I escaped. Fled across an ocean seeking freedom. And when I reached this threshold, when I thought I'd finally found sanctuary, she gestured to the doorway that had held her captive for centuries. The curse trapped me here. Neither free nor bound. Neither alive nor fully dead. Another form of slavery. Her dark eyes blazed. I refuse it. I refuse to be property. I refuse to be partial. I refuse to exist in the margins, in the spaces between what's allowed and what's true. I claim my freedom. I claim my full existence. I claim my right to cross this threshold and belong, not conditionally, not partially, but completely. The threshold shuddered beneath her feet. I am Adana, she continued, her voice rising. Not a slave. Not a ghost. Not a symbol. A woman. A survivor. A sister to every woman who has fought for freedom and been denied it at the last moment. And I will be free. The air around the doorway cracked like glass. Imara stepped forward then, Seraphine beside her. Her heart was hammering, but she kept her voice steady. I've spent my life hiding, she said. Making myself small. Translating myself into language white people could accept, straight people could tolerate. I've been brilliant because brilliance was the only currency I had as a black woman in academic spaces that were never meant for me. I've been careful because carelessness could cost me everything. She looked around at these women who understood erasure in their bones. I came here as a scholar. Treated you as subjects. Took notes on your pain. And when my carefully researched ritual failed, when Clara died because of my arrogance, her voice broke. I had to face that I'd done to you what the world has always done to me. Made you less than whole. Less than human. Less than deserving of full witness. She took Seraphine's hand, drawing strength from the vampire's cool grip. I'm not hiding anymore. I'm black. I'm a lesbian. I'm brilliant and flawed and in love with a woman the world calls monster. And I refuse to apologize for any of it. I refuse to be conditional. I claim my full self, all my contradictions, all my complexity. And I claim my right to love her openly, proudly, without shame. The ballroom was trembling now, the curse responding to each declaration like a living thing being systematically dismantled. Seraphine stepped forward last. She'd been dreading this moment, 2 centuries of accumulated shame and fear pressing down on her. But Imara's hand in hers was solid. Real. Anchoring. I am a vampire, she said, and her voice carried to every corner of the damaged ballroom. I drink blood. I cannot die by normal means. I am stronger and faster and older than any human. And for 200 years, I've believed that made me monstrous. Cursed not just by Thomas's spell but by my own nature. She looked at Imara, then at the assembled women. But my vampire nature isn't my curse. The isolation was. The silence was. Being forced to be the monster in Thomas's story instead of the protagonist of my own. She straightened, her predatory grace returning. I loved Elspeth. I love Imara. I have protected women I couldn't fully reach for 2 centuries. I have maintained my humanity despite everything designed to strip it from me. Her voice dropped to something fierce and tender. I am afraid. Terrified that hope will be weaponized against me again. Terrified that loving Imara will somehow cause her harm. But I choose it anyway. I choose love. I choose witness. I choose to be seen, vampire and woman, victim and survivor, afraid and brave at once. She looked directly at Imara. I choose you. I choose us. I choose this community. And I refuse to be ashamed of any of it. The ballroom cracked. Not the physical structure, but something deeper. The supernatural bindings that had held the curse in place for centuries fractured like ice under pressure. The air filled with a sound like breaking glass, like chains snapping, like breath being drawn after centuries of suffocation. The women gasped as power surged through the room. Adana cried out as the threshold beneath her feet shuddered, the invisible barrier that had held her for 200 years suddenly permeable. She took one trembling step forward. Then another. And crossed. Fully crossed, into the ballroom, into the estate, into belonging. She fell to her knees, sobbing, her hands pressed to the wooden floor that had been denied to her for 200 years. I'm inside, she whispered, awed and terrified and exultant all at once. I'm inside. The spectral women were glowing brighter now, their forms more solid than they'd been since death. Margaret's hands looked nearly real. Catherine's translucent fury had transformed into something radiant. Anne and Mary's merged glow pulsed with warmth. Vivian's ectoplasm swirled with vibrant color. And Elspeth. Elspeth stepped out of the mirror. Not fully corporeal, but more present than she'd been in centuries. She crossed the ballroom to where Seraphine stood frozen, tears streaming down her face. My darling, Elspeth whispered, her translucent hand hovering near Seraphine's cheek. You're changing. The curse, it's loosening. Elspeth, Seraphine breathed. I'm so sorry. I should have protected you. Should have. Hush, Elspeth said gently. You've punished yourself long enough. I love you. I loved you then, I love you now, and I love that you're allowing yourself to love again. Seraphine pulled Imara close, and Imara went willingly, wrapping her arms around the vampire who was shaking with 2 centuries of barely released grief. It's cracking, Margaret said wonderingly, holding up her hands and watching them flicker between solid and spectral. The curse is actually cracking. But not broken, Vivian observed, her medium senses reading the supernatural currents. Damaged, weakened, but not destroyed. The foundation has cracked, but the structure still stands. Catherine moved through the room experimentally, testing her new mobility. I can leave the attic, she said, wonder and wariness mixing in her voice. I can move freely through the house now. But, she pressed her hand to her chest. I can still feel it. The curse. Weaker, but present. We spoke our truths, Isabeau said, her paint-stained hands more vivid than before. We claimed our power, refused the shame. And it cracked the curse's hold on us. Partial freedom, Adana said from where she knelt on the ballroom floor. She looked up, her dark eyes fierce despite the tears on her cheeks. More than we had. But not complete. Imara could feel it too, the shift in the estate's supernatural atmosphere. The oppressive weight had lifted somewhat. The women had more agency, more presence, more choice than before. But underneath it all, she could still sense Thomas's influence. His certainty. His righteous conviction that he'd acted in service of God and family. He's still here, she said quietly. Not physically present, but his belief, his absolute certainty that he was right to bind you, to punish you, that's still woven into the curse's structure. Yes, Seraphine agreed, her vampire senses attuned to the estate's darkest corners. We've cracked his power. Damaged it severely. But the core remains. His voice. His judgment. His. The temperature in the ballroom dropped suddenly, violently. Frost formed on the windows. The candles flickered and dimmed. And in the air, like a gathering storm, they felt him. Thomas. Not manifesting yet, but close. So close. Responding to their defiance, their freedom, their refusal of his narrative. Gathering his strength for one final assertion of control. He's coming, Vivian whispered, her theatrical manner gone, replaced by genuine fear. The patriarch. He felt us crack his curse, and he's. Let him come, Catherine said, her voice sharp with newly reclaimed fury. We've spent centuries carrying his shame. His certainty that we deserved punishment. I'm done carrying it. We all are, Margaret agreed, her herbalist's practicality mixing with something harder, fiercer. He murdered us. Tortured us. Erased us. And we've named those crimes aloud. We've refused his version of our stories. Adana rose from the floor, standing on solid ground for the first time in 2 centuries. Freedom isn't given, she said, her voice carrying the weight of lifetimes of resistance. It's claimed. We've claimed partial freedom tonight. But to be fully free, we have to face him, Seraphine finished. Not run from him. Not hide. Not accept his judgment. We have to confront him directly and refuse him completely. The cold intensified. The shadows in the corners of the ballroom deepened, lengthened, took on almost shapes. He was gathering. Preparing to manifest. To reclaim his control over the women who dared to speak their truths. Imara looked around at the assembled women, spectral and half-living, freed and partially bound, all of them stronger than they'd been hours ago but still vulnerable. Still afraid. And yet. We stand together, she said. When he comes, when he tries to reassert his power, we stand together. Not as individuals he can isolate in shame, but as a community. A coven. She looked at Seraphine, drawing strength from those shifting brown-gold eyes. We've witnessed each other. Now we witness him. Not his righteous narrative, but the truth of what he did. What he was. A murderer, Margaret said flatly. A tyrant, Catherine added. A man so terrified of women's power that he destroyed what he couldn't control, Adana finished. The shadows were coalescing now, taking shape at the ballroom center. The air reeked of cold authority, of biblical certainty, of masculine rage cloaked in righteousness. Thomas Ashwood was coming. And this time, the women who'd survived him, who'd endured centuries of his curse, who'd finally claimed their voices and their truths. They would be ready. Seraphine took Imara's hand. Imara took Margaret's. Margaret took Catherine's. One by one, they formed a circle around the empty center of the ballroom where the patriarch's presence was gathering like a storm. Together, Seraphine said. Together, they echoed. And waited for the ghost of their oppressor to face them one final time. Chapter 27, Confronting the Patriarch. The cold became unbearable. Imara's breath misted in the air as frost spread across the ballroom floor in intricate, vengeful patterns. The candles guttered and went out, leaving only moonlight filtering through smoke-stained windows. And in the center of their circle, the shadows coalesced. Thomas Ashwood manifested. He was tall, imposing, exactly as Seraphine remembered from nightmares. Puritan clothing, severe features, cold blue eyes that held absolute certainty. His spectral form radiated authority, the kind of masculine power that had ruled households, communities, entire systems of belief for centuries. Abominations, he said, his voice echoing with biblical cadence. You speak your corruption aloud and call it liberation. You claim your sin as pride. His gaze swept over them with contempt. I bound you to save you. To protect my bloodline from the stain of your unnatural desires, your dangerous knowledge, your willful defiance of God's order. Imara felt the familiar weight of that certainty pressing down on her. The absolute conviction that she was wrong, corrupted, lesser. She'd felt it in lecture halls, in libraries, in every space where men like him decreed who was worthy and who was not. But this time, she didn't shrink. This time, she squeezed Seraphine's hand and stood firm. Thomas turned to Margaret. You taught women forbidden knowledge. Gave them power over their own bodies, their own fertility. You disrupted the natural order. Margaret didn't argue. Didn't defend herself or explain. She simply acted. The spectral herbalist knelt, pressing her hands to the frost-covered floor. And the ballroom erupted with growth. Plants burst through the floorboards, not gentle garden flowers, but the poisonous, powerful herbs she'd cultivated in life. Foxglove and nightshade, hemlock and wolfsbane, all the plants men had called her witchcraft, all the knowledge they'd feared. They grew in a wild circle around Thomas, their spectral forms vivid and vital, their roots cracking through his space. I was a healer, Margaret said simply. These are my tools. And you can't take them from me anymore. Thomas's form flickered as the plants pressed closer. He turned to Catherine. You refused your purpose. Denied marriage, denied children, pursued masculine knowledge that was never meant for. Catherine laughed, sharp and bright and furious. I calculated your position, she interrupted, her brilliant mind working even in death. Measured you. Charted you. Every angle, every variable, every dimension of your existence. She raised her hands, and the air around Thomas shimmered with spectral mathematics, equations written in light, astronomical calculations, geometric proofs that defined and confined him. You exist in 3 spatial dimensions and 1 temporal, Catherine continued, her voice clinical, devastating. I've calculated them all. Defined your boundaries. Mapped your limits. The equations tightened around him like a cage. And I can prove, mathematically, that you are irrelevant. A negative integer. A failed equation. You subtract from the world instead of adding to it. She smiled, cold and certain. You don't balance. Therefore, you don't matter. The mathematical cage compressed, and Thomas's certainty wavered. He turned desperately to Seraphine. You, granddaughter, I tried to save you. Tried to burn the corruption from your soul before it damned you eternally. Your vampire nature is proof that I was right. Seraphine moved with predatory speed, placing herself between Thomas and Imara. Her vampire nature flared fully, eyes gold, fangs visible, power radiating from her in waves that made the air crackle. You're not speaking to her, Seraphine said, her voice carrying 2 centuries of controlled fury. You don't get to look at her. You don't get to judge her. You don't get to exist in her presence. She was terrifying in that moment, fully vampire, fully woman, fully powerful. Not the monster Thomas had tried to make her, but the protector she'd chosen to become. I am what I am, Seraphine continued, her voice dropping to something lethal. Vampire and woman. Both. Neither one negates the other. And I use this power, this strength you thought would damn me, to protect what I love. To guard what matters. Not because you cursed me into service, but because I choose it. She bared her fangs at him. You have no power over me. Not anymore. Thomas tried to turn away, to address another victim, but Adana stepped forward from her place in the circle. She stood at what had been her threshold, the boundary that had trapped her for 2 centuries. But now, standing on the ballroom floor she'd claimed, she was immovable. Grounded. Free. You enslaved me, Adana said, her voice carrying the weight of her ancestors, her survival, her refusal to be diminished. Not with chains, you didn't need to. The curse did it for you. Trapped me at this threshold, neither free nor bound. Another white man deciding where I belong, how much space I'm allowed to occupy. She took one deliberate step forward, and Thomas's spectral form recoiled. But I crossed, Adana continued, advancing. I claimed my threshold. I claimed this floor, this room, this estate. And you, she met his gaze with absolute defiance. You don't get to tell me where I belong anymore. You don't get to limit my freedom. You don't get to define my existence. She stood directly in front of him now, solid and real and utterly unafraid. I am free, Adana declared. And you can't stop me. Thomas's form was flickering badly now, his certainty crumbling under the weight of their refusal. He turned to Anne and Mary, perhaps seeking easier targets in the simple servant girls. But Anne and Mary stood together, their hands clasped, their merged glow pulsing with steady warmth. We loved each other, Anne said simply. And we died together, Mary added. And we've been together ever since, they said in unison. Their love was so simple, so pure, so utterly without shame or apology that it made Thomas's entire worldview irrelevant. They didn't need to argue theology or debate morality. Their love simply was, constant, devoted, real. And in the face of that simple truth, Thomas's complex justifications for hatred meant nothing. Vivian drifted forward, her medium's power swirling around her invisible ectoplasmic currents. I've been speaking to the dead for decades, she said, her theatrical manner sharpening into something focused, dangerous. I know how spirits work. I know what gives them power. She gestured, and the air around Thomas filled with spectral static. Ghosts are sustained by being believed in. By their stories being told. By the living carrying their narratives forward. Her eyes gleamed. But we're not telling your story anymore, Thomas. We're not carrying your shame. We're not believing your righteousness. She waved her hand dismissively, and the static intensified, disrupting his manifestation. You're just noise now. Interference. And I'm tuning you out. Juliet and Rosalind moved together, their merged consciousness speaking in perfect synchronization. You made our love tragic, they said, their doubled voice eerie and beautiful. You turned it into a cautionary tale. See what happens when women love women: madness, death, damnation. Their forms split apart, then merged again in a deliberate display of their unique existence. But we're not cautionary. We're not tragedy. We're love that survived death itself. Love that transformed into something new and strange and beautiful. They smiled at him with identical expressions. We're proof that love transcends everything you tried to use against it. Including you. Isabeau stepped from the edge of the circle, her paint-stained hands leaving spectral color in the air. I've been painting women for 200 years, she said in her French-accented English. Documenting us. Making us visible when men like you tried to erase us. She gestured, and spectral paint swirled through the air, creating images, women throughout history, loving, creating, surviving, existing in defiance of men who said they shouldn't. You tried to write us out of history, Isabeau said. But I wrote us back in. With every brushstroke. Every portrait. Every mural. The images surrounded Thomas, women's faces pressing close, witnessing him. We see you now. Document you. Record what you really were, not a righteous patriarch, but a murderer. A tyrant. A small, frightened man who destroyed what he couldn't control. Even Elspeth, gentle, ethereal Elspeth, spoke from her place beside Seraphine. You murdered me, she said softly, but her gentle voice carried more weight than rage would have. Killed me because I loved your granddaughter. Because our love threatened your control. She drifted closer to Thomas's flickering form. But I loved her anyway. I love her still. And watching her love again, watching her choose happiness, Elspeth smiled, radiant despite her translucence. That's worth everything. Even death. You couldn't kill love, Thomas. You could only kill me. And even that wasn't enough. Each woman had spoken. Each had acted. Each had used her specific power, herbalism, mathematics, vampiric strength, spiritual grounding, simple devotion, mediumship, merged consciousness, artistic documentation, gentle persistence. And with each action, each refusal, each rejection of his narrative, Thomas diminished. His form was barely visible now, more suggestion than presence. His voice, when he tried to speak, was a whisper instead of a boom. I was righteous, he said, the certainty finally cracking. I was protecting. No, Imara said, stepping forward at last. She didn't shout. Didn't argue theology or debate morality. She simply named what he'd done, clearly and directly. You murdered, she said. Margaret, your wife, because she had knowledge you feared. Elspeth, because she loved your granddaughter. You imprisoned. Catherine, locked in an attic until she starved. Seraphine, cursed to eternal isolation. Adana, trapped at a threshold for 2 centuries. You tortured. Physically. Psychologically. Spiritually. You destroyed women who trusted you, who were in your care, who deserved your protection. She looked at his fading form with something almost like pity. That's what you did. Not righteous punishment. Not divine justice. Murder. Imprisonment. Torture. Those are your crimes. She glanced at the women around her, her coven, her sisters, her community. And we won't carry your shame anymore. We won't internalize your story. We won't believe that we deserved what you did to us. Imara stepped closer to his barely there presence. You wanted us to believe we were corrupted, unnatural, wrong. You needed us to carry that belief because it gave you power. But we don't believe it anymore. She said it simply, finally, we reject you. And with those words, spoken without rage, without drama, with just clear, honest refusal, Thomas Ashwood ceased to exist. He didn't explode or scream or rage against his dissolution. He simply faded, becoming less and less relevant, less and less real, less and less believed in, until there was nothing left but empty air where his certainty had been. The ballroom exhaled. The cold lifted. The frost melted. The oppressive weight of his presence dissolved like morning mist. The women stood in their circle, still holding hands, and looked at the empty space where their oppressor had been. He's gone, Margaret said wonderingly. Finally, Catherine added. Adana was crying, not from grief but from relief. From release. I don't feel him anymore. His voice. His judgment. It's just, gone. Seraphine pulled Imara into her arms, holding her tightly. You did it, she whispered. You named his crimes without internalizing them. Refused him without rage. Made him irrelevant. We did it, Imara corrected. All of us. Together. The women were glowing brighter now, more solid, more present than they'd been even after their truth-speaking. Margaret's form looked almost alive. Catherine moved with newfound freedom. Anne and Mary's merged consciousness pulsed with joy. Vivian's ectoplasm sparkled. Juliet and Rosalind's doubled form stabilized beautifully. Isabeau's colors were vivid. Elspeth shimmered with peaceful contentment. And Adana stood on solid ground, fully inside, fully belonging. The curse, Vivian said, her medium senses reading the supernatural currents. It's almost gone. Thomas was its anchor, his certainty, his righteousness, his absolute belief that he'd acted correctly. Without him. But it's not completely broken yet, Imara said, feeling the estate around them. The curse was damaged, its foundation cracked, its anchor gone. But something remained. One final barrier. One last binding. Seraphine understood. The curse was built on shame, she said slowly. On our internalized belief that we deserved punishment. We've rejected Thomas. Refused his narrative. But we haven't fully claimed our joy, Imara finished, understanding blooming. We've refused the shame. But we haven't yet celebrated the love. Haven't witnessed it openly, joyfully, without fear. She looked at Seraphine, at this extraordinary woman who'd survived 2 centuries of isolation, who'd maintained her humanity despite everything designed to strip it from her, who'd opened herself to love again despite every reason not to. We've been defensive, Imara said. Proving we're not corrupted, not wrong, not monstrous. But that's still letting his framework define us. Still arguing on his terms. Yes, Seraphine agreed, her eyes shifting to full gold as understanding matched Imara's. We need to stop defending our love and start simply loving. Openly. Without apology. Without shame. Without reference to his judgment at all. Margaret smiled, her practical face softening. You need to claim each other. Not as rebellion against him, he's gone. But as celebration of yourselves. Yes, Adana said, her dark eyes bright. Freedom isn't just refusing bondage. It's claiming joy. Claiming belonging. Claiming love without condition or apology. Catherine laughed. You need to kiss her, Imara. Really kiss her. Not hidden in corners or justified as curse-breaking. Kiss her because you love her and you're allowed to love her and there's nothing wrong with it. Anne and Mary spoke together, love witnessed and celebrated. That's what breaks the last binding. Vivian clapped her hands, theatrical joy returning. A claiming ceremony. Here, in this ballroom. With all of us witnessing. Not hidden, not shameful, but gloriously, defiantly, joyfully public. Imara looked at Seraphine, her heart full of love and hope and residual fear. Are you ready for that? To be witnessed? Fully? All these women seeing us, knowing us, celebrating us? Seraphine cupped Imara's face in her cool hands. I've spent 200 years being punished for love. I'm ready to be celebrated for it. She looked around at the assembled women, spectral and half-living, each one a witness to love that had survived everything designed to destroy it. I'm ready, Seraphine said. I'm ready to love you without fear. Without hiding. Without shame. I'm ready to be witnessed. Then witness us, Imara said, turning to address the coven. All of you. See us. Know us. Celebrate us. Help us break the last binding, not through refusing darkness, but through claiming light. The women moved closer, forming a tighter circle around Imara and Seraphine. Their collective presence was warm, supportive, joyful. "We witness you," they said together. And in the damaged ballroom of Thornwood Estate, surrounded by women who'd survived erasure and chosen love anyway, Imara Thornwood and Seraphine Ashwood prepared to claim each other fully. Not as curse-breaking. Not as rebellion. But as love. Simple, joyful, witnessed love. The final breaking was about to begin. Chapter 28, The True Breaking. The ballroom held its breath. Imara and Seraphine stood at the center of the circle, surrounded by women who understood what it meant to love in the margins, to exist in the spaces between what was allowed and what was true. For a moment, they simply looked at each other. Seraphine's eyes were full gold now, her vampire nature no longer something to hide or apologize for. Her auburn hair caught the moonlight streaming through the windows. She was beautiful and terrible and completely, wholly herself. Imara reached up, her dark hand against Seraphine's pale face, and felt no hesitation. No fear. No voice telling her this was wrong, unnatural, corrupting. Just love. "I see you," Imara whispered. "I see you," Seraphine replied. They came together like a prayer answered. Like a promise kept. Like 2 centuries of silence finally breaking into song. The kiss was tender at first, gentle, reverent, both of them savoring the simple miracle of being allowed this. Of choosing this. Of being witnessed in this. Then it deepened. Seraphine pulled Imara closer, one hand cradling the back of her head, the other at her waist. Imara's fingers tangled in Seraphine's hair, holding her like something precious, something worth fighting for, something worth claiming. Around them, the coven bore witness. Not judging. Not analyzing. Not documenting. Just seeing. Holding space for this love that had been called corruption, damnation, sin. Witnessing it as what it truly was, beautiful, powerful, right. The estate responded. Not with the violent shuddering of the failed ritual. Not with the cracking of Thomas's presence. But with something else entirely. Recognition. Deep in the foundations, in the stones and mortar and earth, something ancient loosened. The final binding, the one woven from shame and silence and the belief that this love needed to be hidden, dissolved. The curse shattered. Completely. Finally. Utterly. The sound was like breaking glass multiplied 1,000-fold, like chains snapping across centuries, like the first breath after drowning. It echoed through the ballroom, through the estate, through the very air itself. Light flooded the space, not harsh, but warm. Golden. Alive. The women cried out as the last bindings fell away. Margaret's form solidified completely. She could touch now, really touch. She pressed her hands to her face, feeling the sensation for the first time in centuries, and laughed with pure joy. Catherine shot upward through the ceiling, no longer bound to the attic, free to move anywhere, everywhere. She flew through the estate like light, testing her new freedom, her brilliant mind finally unchained. Anne and Mary's merged consciousness pulsed with radiant warmth. They could separate now if they chose, or stay merged. The choice was theirs. They looked at each other and chose, joyfully, to remain as they were. Together. Always together. But by choice this time, not compulsion. Vivian's ectoplasm swirled in magnificent colors, her medium powers amplified instead of constrained. She could cross between worlds at will now, could help spirits or remain corporeal, could choose her existence moment by moment. Juliet and Rosalind found their merged consciousness stabilizing into something beautiful and unique. They were both 2 and 1, and that was perfect. That was them. They spun in joyful circles, their doubled form creating patterns of light. Isabeau felt her life force return, flooding back into her half-living state. She could choose now, remain as she was, or return fully to life, or drift into peaceful death. The choice was hers. She looked at her paint-stained hands and decided, she would finish her mural. She would live until it was complete. Then she would choose. Elspeth, who had been murdered for loving, found she could manifest more fully now. Could touch. Could speak clearly. Could exist alongside Seraphine's new love without pain, only joy that her beloved had found happiness again. Adana stood on solid ground, fully present, fully real. The threshold had no power over her anymore. She could leave, could stay, could cross and recross at will. She was free. Finally, completely, unconditionally free. And Seraphine. Seraphine felt the compulsion to guard dissolve. The isolation lifted. The curse that had bound her for 2 centuries as both prisoner and jailer simply released her. She pulled back from the kiss, gasping, and Imara saw tears streaming down her face. "I'm free," Seraphine whispered, awed. "I can leave. I can go anywhere, do anything. The estate doesn't hold me anymore." "Where will you go?" Imara asked, her heart in her throat. Seraphine smiled, radiant, beautiful, alive. "Nowhere. I choose to stay. Not because I'm bound, but because this is home. Because you're here. Because we're building something worth protecting." She cupped Imara's face. "I choose you. I choose this sanctuary. I choose to protect it, not as punishment, but as purpose." Around them, the estate was transforming. Doors that had been sealed for centuries burst open. In the east wing, the library expanded, new shelves appearing to hold the knowledge they would gather. In the conservatory, or what remained of it, new growth erupted despite the char and ash. Not erasing the damage, but growing through it, around it, alongside it. The mirrors throughout the house began to glow. They were portals now, Vivian realized with delight. Ways for spirits to move between rooms, between worlds, between states of being. Communication. Connection. Choice. The gardens exploded with life, Margaret's spectral herbs mixing with living plants, poisonous and healing growing together in wild abundance. The grounds would be a pharmacopoeia, a place of power and knowledge. In the damaged attic, Catherine hovered over the collapsed section of roof. She looked at the ruins of her observatory, 200 years of astronomical work destroyed by fire, and felt grief, sharp and real. But then she smiled. "I'll build a new one," she said aloud. "Not the same. Better. I'll use what I learned. I'll incorporate new discoveries. I'll make it mine, not a recreation of what was lost, but something new." She looked down through the hole in the roof at the ballroom below, at her sisters celebrating their freedom. "Loss doesn't have to mean ending," Catherine said. "It can mean transformation." She began to sketch plans in the air, mathematical equations forming the blueprint for her new observatory. Built from ruins. Acknowledging the past. Creating the future. In the sealed painting room, Isabeau's mural glowed with new life. All the women she'd painted over 2 centuries, real and imagined, historical and hoped for, seemed to move on the walls. Dancing. Living. Free. She picked up her brush, alive with purpose. She would finish this. She would document them all. And then she would decide what came next. The ballroom itself had transformed. The scorch marks remained, but they were beautiful now, testimony to survival, not just damage. The chandelier had straightened itself, its remaining crystals catching light and throwing rainbows across the walls. The floor, cracked and scarred, had sealed its worst wounds while keeping the marks of what it had survived. Everything was both damaged and whole. Scarred and beautiful. Marked by loss and radiant with possibility. Imara looked around at the transformed estate, at the women experiencing their first moments of true freedom, and felt something shift in her own chest. The weight she'd carried, the need to be brilliant, to prove herself worthy, to save everyone, it dissolved. She was just herself. Flawed and whole. Enough. Seraphine took her hand. "What are you thinking?" "That we did it," Imara said, her voice full of wonder. "Not perfectly. Not without loss. But we did it. We're free," Seraphine agreed. Margaret appeared beside them, solid and real, and pulled them both into a fierce embrace. "Thank you," she said roughly. "For seeing us. For witnessing us. For breaking what needed to be broken." One by one, the other women joined them, a tangle of spectral and half-living and fully alive, all of them touching, connecting, celebrating. Some were crying. Some were laughing. Most were doing both. "What happens now?" Anne asked, her Cockney accent thick with emotion. Adana stood tall, her dark eyes bright with purpose. "Now we build a real sanctuary. A place where women can come when they need refuge. Where love is celebrated, not punished. Where knowledge is shared, not hoarded. Where freedom is claimed, not granted." "Yes," Catherine said, descending from the attic with her plans glowing in the air around her. "We build. We create. We document and preserve and remember. We make sure what was done to us is never forgotten, and never repeated. We become legendary," Vivian added with theatrical flair. "The house that appears when you need it. The women who help other women disappear, into freedom, into safety, into themselves. We live," Elspeth said softly. "Those of us who can. And those of us who can't, we exist anyway. Fully. Without apology." Isabeau smiled, paint already appearing on her hands as creativity surged. "We create. We paint and write and sing and dance. We document ourselves on our own terms." Juliet and Rosalind spoke in unison. "We love. Openly. Proudly. Without shame or hiding." Mary squeezed Anne's hand. "We build a home. A real one. Where everyone belongs." Seraphine looked at Imara. "We lead. Not as rulers, but as, what did Margaret call it? The beating heart," Margaret supplied. "You too. Your love. That's what broke the curse. That's what will anchor this sanctuary." Imara felt the weight of that, not burden, but responsibility chosen freely. "Then we'll do it together," she said. "All of us. No more hiding. No more silence. No more shame." She looked around at these extraordinary women, her coven, her sisters, her chosen family. "We claim this space," Imara declared. "This estate. These grounds. This sanctuary. We claim it in the name of every woman who was silenced, erased, punished for existing. Every woman who loved women and was told that love was wrong. Every woman whose knowledge was called dangerous, whose brilliance was called madness, whose autonomy was called rebellion. We claim it," the women echoed, their voices rising together. "And we open it," Seraphine added. "To any woman who needs refuge. Who needs witness. Who needs to be seen fully and loved completely. We open it," they agreed. The estate sang around them, every stone, every timber, every garden path vibrating with purpose and power and possibility. The curse was broken. The prison had become a sanctuary. And in the damaged ballroom, surrounded by women who had survived everything designed to destroy them, Imara Thornwood kissed Seraphine Ashwood again. Not to break a curse this time. Just because she loved her. Just because she could. Just because being witnessed in that love, being celebrated for it, was the most revolutionary, joyful, powerful thing in the world. Outside, dawn was breaking over Thornwood Estate. The light touched the burned conservatory, the collapsed attic, the scarred grounds. It didn't erase the damage. Didn't pretend the losses hadn't happened. But it illuminated what remained. What had survived. What was being built from the ruins. Inside, the women danced. They would have work to do, so much work. Rooms to open, systems to build, women to help, stories to document. The sanctuary wouldn't run itself. Freedom required maintenance, required vigilance, required constant choosing. But tonight, this first night of true freedom, they simply celebrated. They danced in their damaged ballroom, spectral and living intertwined, and they were joyful. They were free. And they were, finally home. Chapter 29, Building the Sanctuary. The days following the curse's breaking passed in a blur of activity and adjustment. The women moved through the estate testing their new freedoms, learning the boundaries, or lack thereof, of their transformed existence. Margaret spent hours in the gardens, her solid hands working soil that responded to her touch with explosive growth. Catherine claimed the damaged attic, already sketching plans for her new observatory in the air with mathematical precision. Anne and Mary explored the kitchens, delighted to find they could still cook despite being spectral. The food they made nourished the living women who would come seeking sanctuary. Vivian drifted between worlds, practicing her enhanced medium abilities. Juliet and Rosalind wandered the estate hand in hand, their merged consciousness settling into comfortable synchronization. Isabeau painted furiously, adding new figures to her mural, including all the women of Thornwood Estate, documented on her own terms. Elspeth manifested in different mirrors throughout the house, learning to communicate, to guide, to witness. And Adana walked the grounds over and over, crossing every threshold she could find, doors, gates, property lines, claiming them all, making sure the freedom was real. Seraphine and Imara moved through it all together, watching their coven find themselves, helping where needed, learning what it meant to lead without controlling. On the third morning after the breaking, Mrs. Peabody arrived. Imara was in the library with Seraphine, sorting through books that had survived the fire, when she heard the housekeeper's distinctive tread on the gravel drive. She went to the door, surprised. Mrs. Peabody had stayed away since the mob's attack, wisely keeping distance from the supernatural chaos. But here she was, sturdy and practical as ever, carrying a basket covered with a cloth. "Mrs. Peabody," Imara said warmly. "I wasn't sure you'd come back." "Course I came back," the old woman said briskly, stepping inside without hesitation. "Someone's got to keep this place running proper like. Ghosts and vampires are all well and good, but they don't know the first thing about managing a household." Seraphine appeared in the doorway, and Mrs. Peabody gave her a brief, assessing look. "You'll be the vampire, then?" "Seraphine." "I am," Seraphine said carefully. "Humph. You look better than last I saw you. Less murderous." Mrs. Peabody set her basket on the hall table. "Brought supplies. Tea, bread, proper food for the living folk. Can't live on spectral cooking alone, no matter how good Anne and Mary's skills are." "Thank you," Imara said, touched by the pragmatic care. "Mrs. Peabody, I should tell you, the curse is broken. The women are free. We're building something new here. A sanctuary for women who need refuge." "Yes, I know." Mrs. Peabody's weathered face softened slightly. "Why do you think I came back?" "Someone's got to help run the place." Margaret materialized beside them, solid and real. "Mrs. Peabody. You're not afraid? Of ghosts? At my age?" The housekeeper snorted. "I've seen stranger things than dead women walking about. Long as you don't go terrorizing the village, I've got no quarrel with you." She looked around at the damaged but transforming estate. "Besides, this place needs me. You lot might be powerful and magical and whatnot, but you need someone who knows how to deal with tradesmen, how to keep accounts, how to make sure there's food in the larder and sheets on the beds." "We'd be honored to have you," Seraphine said sincerely. Mrs. Peabody nodded, satisfied. Then her expression shifted, something harder, more pained crossing her weathered features. "There's something I need to tell you. About Clara." Imara's chest tightened at the name. "Clara. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Peabody. If I could have saved her." "I'm her aunt," Mrs. Peabody interrupted quietly. "Her mother's sister." The words hung in the air like a confession. Imara went very still. "You're, what?" "Clara's aunt," the old woman repeated, her voice steady despite the pain in her eyes. "I'm the one who told her about this place. About the whispers of the house that helps women disappear. I knew what I was sending her into. Knew the danger. Knew about the curse. You knew? Imara's voice came out strangled. You sent her here knowing. Knowing she might die, yes. Mrs. Peabody met Imara's horrified gaze without flinching. But I also knew what staying meant for her. Married to that brute Weatherby. Beaten, diminished, slowly destroyed. I've seen it happen to too many girls. Watched my own sister fade to nothing in a bad marriage. Couldn't save her. Her jaw tightened. Wasn't going to watch it happen to Clara too. So you gambled with her life, Imara said, anger and grief mixing in her voice. I gambled on you, Mrs. Peabody corrected. On you being smart enough, brave enough to break the curse before it killed her. And you weren't ready yet. And she died. Her voice cracked slightly. That's on me as much as anyone. But it's also on her choice. I told her the truth, told her the estate was dangerous, that women had died trying to reach sanctuary there. She went anyway. She was 19, Imara whispered. She was old enough to choose. Mrs. Peabody's voice was firm. Old enough to look at two paths, slow death in marriage or quick death reaching for freedom, and pick the one that had hope in it. Don't you dare take that choice away from her now. Don't you dare make her a helpless victim. She was brave. She chose. Seraphine put a hand on Imara's shoulder, grounding her. Imara closed her eyes, breathing through the complicated grief. She wanted to rage at Mrs. Peabody for sending Clara here. Wanted to absolve herself of responsibility by blaming the old woman. But that would be a lie. Clara had chosen. Had known the risk and gone anyway. And Imara had failed to make the sanctuary safe enough fast enough. Both things were true. Both things would always be true. She deserves to be honored, Imara said finally, opening her eyes. Not erased. Not forgotten. Her death has to mean something. Yes, Mrs. Peabody agreed quietly. It does. Adana appeared at the library door, drawn by the emotional weight of the conversation. She looked at Mrs. Peabody with recognition, another woman who'd made impossible choices in the name of freedom. We should bury her here, Adana said. On the grounds. The first grave in our sanctuary. A reminder of what we're building and why. A testament to the cost of freedom, and to the women brave enough to reach for it anyway. Yes, Imara said. Yes. That's exactly right. They buried Clara 3 days later, as autumn deepened into early winter. The grave was in the gardens, in a spot Margaret had chosen where healing and poisonous plants grew together. Imara had retrieved Clara's body from the village. The Reverend had been surprisingly cooperative, perhaps glad to be rid of evidence of supernatural events. All the women gathered. Spectral and half-living and fully alive, they stood in the cold morning air as Imara and Seraphine lowered Clara's simple coffin into the earth. Mrs. Peabody stood apart, her weathered face stoic but tears streaming silently down her cheeks. There was no priest. No religious ceremony. Just the women speaking truth. Clara Hartwell, Imara said, her voice carrying over the gathered coven. 19 years old. She came here seeking freedom from a marriage that would have destroyed her. She knew the risk. She came anyway. Imara's voice broke slightly. I failed to make this sanctuary safe enough for her. That failure will stay with me always. But her bravery, her choice, that stays too. She was the first, Adana added, her dark eyes fierce. The first living woman to seek sanctuary at Thornwood Estate. She won't be the last. And because of her, because of what we learned from failing her, the women who come after will be safer. Her death isn't meaningless, Margaret said firmly. It's testimony. Proof that freedom is worth dying for. That choosing your own path, even if it's dangerous, is better than having your path chosen by men who don't care if you survive it. One by one, they each spoke, brief words, honest grief, fierce promises to honor Clara's choice by making the sanctuary real. When the last shovelful of earth was placed, Catherine knelt and drew an equation in the soil with her spectral finger, the mathematics of trajectory, of movement toward freedom, of choices made in the face of impossible odds. Her vector pointed toward liberation, Catherine said softly. She didn't reach it. But she pointed the way. Mrs. Peabody stepped forward then, placing a simple bouquet of winter herbs on the fresh grave. Rest, Clara girl, she whispered. Rest knowing what you reached for, we'll build it. For you. For all of them. The women stood in silence for a long moment, honoring the girl who died reaching for sanctuary, whose death had taught them the cost of their work. Then, slowly, they returned to the estate. There was work to do. The organizing happened organically over the following week. Margaret took charge of the gardens and the household's practical needs, food, medicine, the physical sustenance required for a functioning sanctuary. Her herbalist knowledge combined with her no-nonsense practicality made her the natural choice. Catherine claimed the role of record keeper and strategist. She would track who came, who left, who needed what. Her mathematical mind would help them plan, anticipate, organize efficiently. And Mary became the heart of domestic care, cooking, cleaning, making the estate feel like home for traumatized women who needed safety and warmth. Vivian appointed herself as the spiritual guide and communicator. She would help spirits and living women alike navigate the estate's unique supernatural nature. She would also serve as liaison with the spectral world beyond Thornwood. Juliet and Rosalind offered themselves as counselors for the newly arrived. Their unique perspective on love and loss and transformation made them ideal for helping women process trauma. Isabeau would document everything. Not as scholarly observation, but as artistic testimony. Every woman who came through would be offered the chance to be painted, to be recorded on her own terms, to be witnessed visually. Elspeth, from her mirrors, would watch and warn. Her spectral presence throughout the estate made her ideal as an early warning system for threats. And Adana would be the bridge to the outside world. She understood persecution, understood escape, understood the networks that existed among the oppressed. She would help spread word carefully, would help guide those seeking sanctuary to Thornwood's doors. What about us? Imara asked Seraphine one evening as they watched the women settling into their roles. What's our purpose in all this? Seraphine pulled her close. We're the heart, she said simply. Not the rulers. Not the organizers. The heart. We're the proof that this works, that love between women isn't corruption, that transformation is possible, that sanctuary is real. That's a lot of pressure, Imara said wryly. Yes, Seraphine agreed. But we're not doing it alone. We have them. She gestured to the women working throughout the estate. We lead together. We witness together. We build together. Mrs. Peabody found them in the library one evening, going through Helena's books, deciding what to keep and what to let go. Word spreading, the housekeeper said without preamble. In the village. Among the women. She pulled out a handkerchief, unfolding it to reveal 3 small items. A hair ribbon, a thimble, a button. Found these on the doorstep this morning. Different women, I'd wager. Tokens. Asking if the rumors are true. Imara looked at the simple objects, her heart clenching. What rumors? That there's a house on the edge of the village where women can disappear. Where those who need to flee bad husbands, forced marriages, dangerous situations, where they can go and find help. Mrs. Peabody's weathered face was serious. The women are asking, in their own way, if you're ready for them. Seraphine and Imara looked at each other. The estate was still damaged. Still being organized. They were still learning how to be a community, how to function as a sanctuary. But Clara's grave was in the garden. The women had their roles. The curse was broken. They would never be perfectly ready. But they could be ready enough. Send word, Imara said. However it's done, whispers, tokens, whatever system the women have. Tell them yes. We're ready. Any woman who needs sanctuary, she can come to Thornwood Estate. She'll be witnessed here. Protected here. Helped here. Mrs. Peabody nodded, satisfied. I'll pass the message. quietly like. But you should know, once word spreads proper, there'll be no taking it back. You'll have women coming. Maybe just a few at first, but eventually. She looked around at the estate. Eventually, you'll be legendary. Good, Seraphine said firmly. Let us be legendary. Let every woman who suffers know there's a place she can go. Let every man who oppresses know we exist and we're watching and will take his victims from him. Let the sanctuary be real, Imara added. Not hidden, not secret, but known. A beacon. Mrs. Peabody smiled, a rare, genuine expression. Then I'll start spreading the word. But first, she pulled out a worn notebook. We need to prepare the West Wing. At least 6 rooms made habitable. And we need protocols. For intake, for safety, for making sure we don't fail the next Clara, Imara finished quietly. Yes, Mrs. Peabody agreed. Exactly that. As winter deepened, they worked. The women, spectral and living together, prepared the estate for its new purpose. Rooms were cleaned and furnished. Gardens were expanded. Systems were established for welcoming newcomers, for assessing needs, for providing care. And through it all, Seraphine and Imara remained at the center. Not commanding, but present. Available. A constant reminder of what this was all for: love, freely chosen and openly celebrated. One evening, as the first snow began to fall, Catherine found them in the conservatory, or what was being rebuilt of it. Margaret's plants were already reclaiming the burned space, creating something wild and new from the ashes. We should have a ceremony, Catherine said without preamble. You too. A public claiming. Not just witnessed by us, but by anyone who comes to the sanctuary. A statement of what we stand for. Imara looked at Seraphine, saw her own uncertainty reflected in those shifting gold-brown eyes. We already claimed each other, Seraphine said. When the curse broke. When you all witnessed us. That was for breaking the curse, Catherine countered. This would be different. This would be for celebrating the sanctuary. For showing every woman who comes here that love like yours, love like ours, is worthy of ceremony, of witness, of joy. Her brilliant eyes gleamed. It would be revolutionary. It would be dangerous, Imara said. Drawing that much attention. Making ourselves that visible. Everything we're doing is dangerous, Adana said, appearing from the shadows. She'd been listening, as she often did. Might as well be dangerous and joyful. Margaret materialized beside her, practical as always. The girl's right. You want this sanctuary to work? You need to show women what they're coming to. Not just refuge from danger, but celebration of who they are. You too, publicly claiming each other, celebrating your love, that shows them. Besides, Vivian added, drifting through the wall with theatrical flair, I've been planning it for days. The decorations, the ritual, not a curse-breaking ritual, darlings, just a beautiful ceremony. It would be magnificent. Anne and Mary appeared together. We could make a feast, Mary said softly. Like a proper celebration, and added. Joy. Not just survival. Juliet and Rosalind manifested, their merged consciousness glowing. We've waited centuries to see love between women celebrated, they said in unison. Please. Let us celebrate you. Imara felt tears prick her eyes. Seraphine's hand found hers, squeezing gently. When? Seraphine asked, her voice rough with emotion. Solstice, Catherine said promptly. Longest night of the year. We'll fill it with light. With love. With proof that darkness can be transformed. Imara looked around at these women, her coven, her family, her witnesses. They'd survived so much. Lost so much. And they wanted to celebrate anyway. Wanted to fill the damaged estate with joy. Yes, Imara said. Yes. We'll do it. Solstice, Seraphine agreed. We'll claim each other. Publicly. proudly. And anyone who comes to the sanctuary will know exactly what we stand for. The women erupted into excited planning, Vivian already sketching decorations in the air, Margaret listing what could bloom even in winter, Catherine calculating space and logistics, Anne and Mary discussing menus. Mrs. Peabody appeared in the doorway, watching the chaos with her typical pragmatic expression. But Imara saw the ghost of a smile on her weathered face. "You lot going to plan this thing properly, or just talk about it?" the housekeeper asked. "Both," Catherine said cheerfully. "Probably at the same time." "Typical." Mrs. Peabody shook her head, but she was already pulling out her notebook. "Right then. If we're doing this, we're doing it proper. Imara, Seraphine, you'll need something to wear." As the women dissolved into joyful planning, Imara leaned into Seraphine, watching their coven come alive with purpose. "Are we really doing this?" she whispered. "We are," Seraphine confirmed, pressing a kiss to her temple. "We're building a sanctuary. We're claiming our love publicly. We're creating something that's never existed before." She smiled. "We're free. We might as well be gloriously, defiantly free." Outside, snow fell on Clara's grave, on the gardens Margaret tended, on the estate that had been a prison and was becoming a home. Inside, women who'd been silenced for centuries planned a celebration. The sanctuary was being built. And soon, very soon, it would be claimed. Chapter 30, Reclaiming the Night. Winter solstice arrived with clear, cold skies and the longest night of the year. The ballroom had been transformed. Vivian had outdone herself, candles everywhere, hundreds of them, their light reflecting off the remaining chandelier crystals and creating constellations across the walls. Margaret's winter-blooming plants filled the space with the scent of jasmine and hellebore. Catherine had calculated the perfect arrangement for maximum beauty and function, her mathematical precision making art of logistics. But it was the women themselves who made the space magical. They gathered as the sun set, spectral and half-living and fully alive, all of them dressed in their finest. Margaret wore her herbalist's apron over a simple dress, her hands stained green. Catherine had manifested in scholarly robes instead of her death rags, reclaiming the academic authority she'd been denied. Anne and Mary wore matching ribbons in their hair, their merged glow warm and steady. Vivian was resplendent in purple silk, dramatic and joyful. Juliet and Rosalind wore Georgian finery, their doubled form creating an otherworldly elegance. Isabeau had paint in her hair and on her hands, as always, but wore a French artist's smock with pride. Elspeth appeared in all the mirrors, golden and radiant. Adana stood at the threshold in West African patterns she'd recreated from memory, claiming her heritage as she'd claimed her freedom. And Mrs. Peabody, practical to the last, wore her housekeeper's dress but had added a brooch that had belonged to Clara. Imara stood in the east wing, looking at herself in the mirror. She wore deep blue silk that Vivian had somehow procured, the color of midnight, the color of depth and mystery. Her natural hair was unbound, cascading around her shoulders in the way she'd never allowed in London's academic spaces. She wore no jewelry except a simple pendant, a key that had belonged to Helena, transformed now into something that symbolized opening, not locking away. She looked like herself. Fully, completely herself. Not performing for white spaces. Not diminishing her power. Not translating her existence into language others could accept. Just Imara. Black, brilliant, in love, and ready to be witnessed. "You're beautiful," Adana said from the doorway. Imara turned, smiling. "I'm terrified." "Good." Adana crossed to her, taking her hands. "Being witnessed, really witnessed, is terrifying. It means being vulnerable. Being seen in all your complexity and contradiction. But that's what makes it powerful." She squeezed Imara's hands. "You ready to claim her? Publicly? Proudly?" "Yes," Imara said. "I've never been more ready for anything." In the West Wing, Seraphine was having a similar conversation with Elspeth, whose spectral form had manifested more fully than usual for this occasion. "You don't mind?" Seraphine asked, adjusting the deep red dress she wore, the color of wine, of blood, of life claimed despite death. Truly? Mind? Elspeth smiled, radiant even in translucence. My darling, I'm joyful. You deserve this. Deserve love, happiness, celebration. Deserve to be witnessed in your love instead of punished for it. She reached out, her spectral hand almost touching Seraphine's face. I loved you. I love you still. And that love wants you to be happy. That's what love does. Seraphine's eyes filled with tears. Thank you. For understanding. For celebrating this with me instead of haunting it. I'm choosing to be here, Elspeth said gently. Choosing to witness your joy. That's freedom too, isn't it? Being able to celebrate someone else's happiness even when it means letting go. A knock at the door. Margaret's voice, it's time. Seraphine took a breath. 200 years of isolation, of being punished for loving women, of carrying shame and fear and grief. And now she would walk into that ballroom and claim her love openly. Proudly. Without apology. I'm ready, she said. The ballroom fell silent as Imara entered from one side, Seraphine from the other. They walked toward the center, where their coven had formed a circle, and every eye was on them. Witnessing. Celebrating. Holding space for this love that had been called impossible. They met in the center and took each other's hands. Margaret stepped forward, appointed by the coven to speak the opening words. We gather on the longest night of the year to witness light, she said, her practical voice carrying unexpected poetry. To witness love. To witness two women who broke a curse through loving each other, and who now claim each other freely. She stepped back, and Catherine took her place. This is not a wedding, Catherine said clearly. Marriage is a legal institution created by and for men, designed to transfer property and control women's bodies and choices. This is a claiming. An acknowledgement. A public testimony of love chosen freely and celebrated openly. Vivian drifted forward, ectoplasm swirling. We witness you, she said, her theatrical manner perfect for ceremony. All of us here, living and spectral, freed and half-living, we see you. We know you. We celebrate you. Adana spoke next. You are witnessed in your love. Not hidden, not secret, not shameful. Public. Proud. Revolutionary. And Mary, together, you show us what's possible. What we're building here. What we're creating. Juliet and Rosalind, in their doubled voice, love witnessed and celebrated. That's what breaks curses. That's what builds sanctuaries. The ceremony was simple, brief, powerful. No lengthy vows. No religious proclamations. Just truth. Imara spoke first, looking into Seraphine's gold-brown eyes. I claim you. Seraphine Ashwood. Vampire and woman. Survivor and protector. Afraid and brave. All of you. I see all of you. And I love all of you. She paused, then added, and I claim myself. Imara Thornwood. Black. Brilliant. Flawed. In love. I claim my right to exist fully, to love openly, to build this sanctuary with you. Seraphine's turn. Her voice was steady despite the tears on her face. I claim you. Imara Thornwood. Scholar and witness. Revolutionary and tender. My love. My choice. My home. She smiled through tears. And I claim myself. Not as curse or monster or punishment. But as woman. As vampire. As someone who chooses love despite fear. As someone who protects not because she's forced to, but because she wants to. They leaned in, foreheads touching, hands clasped between them. Witnessed, the coven said in unison. And then Imara kissed Seraphine, there in the center of the candlelit ballroom, surrounded by women who understood what this meant. Who had fought for the right to witness this? Who celebrated it without reservation or shame? The estate sang around them, not breaking this time, but celebrating. The candles flared brighter. The mirrors glowed. The very stones seemed to hum with joy. When they pulled apart, both were crying and laughing at once. The celebration that followed was raucous and joyful. Music from multiple eras, harpsichord and piano and songs not yet written, filled the ballroom. The women danced, spectral and living intertwined. Food appeared, courtesy of Anne and Mary's cooking and Mrs. Peabody's practical preparations. Wine flowed. Laughter echoed off the walls. It was glorious. Defiant. Revolutionary. It was women celebrating women loving women. And in the damaged ballroom of Thornwood Estate, on the longest night of the year, that was enough. That was everything. 6 months later. Autumn evening settled over Thornwood Estate like a blessing. Imara sat at the desk in the library, writing in the leather-bound journal she'd started keeping, not as scholarly documentation, but as testimony. Recording the women who came seeking sanctuary, their stories told on their own terms, their voices preserved not as data but as truth. Seraphine read over her shoulder, one cool hand resting on Imara's shoulder, occasionally pointing out details or offering gentle corrections. They worked together like this often, the vampire's 200-year memory complementing the scholar's need to document. Through the windows, Imara could see the gardens. Margaret was there, teaching 2 newly arrived women about herbs, one fleeing a brutal marriage, the other escaping an asylum where her family had committed her for hysteria. Margaret's solid hands moved through the plants, showing them which healed and which harmed, teaching them the knowledge men had tried to suppress. In the attic, no, in Catherine's observatory now, the mathematician worked with a young woman who'd been denied university because of her sex. Catherine's new telescope gleamed in the fading light, built from the ruins of the old but incorporating modern innovations. She was teaching the girl to calculate orbits, to map stars, to claim the brilliance she'd been told wasn't hers to have. The conservatory, rebuilt with wild abundance, housed Isabeau's ever-expanding mural. Women from throughout history covered the walls now, each painted with love and precision. Today she was adding a new face, one of the women currently sheltering at the estate, who'd asked to be documented, to be remembered, to be witnessed on her own terms. In the kitchens, Anne and Mary cooked for the growing household. 9 women currently sheltered at Thornwood, with more arriving each week as word spread. The servants turned coven members made food that nourished body and soul, creating home for women who'd never had one. Vivian moved between rooms, helping a newly arrived spirit find peace, her medium abilities allowing her to guide both the living and the dead. She was planning another séance for tomorrow, teaching interested women how to connect with their own lost loves, their own ancestral power. Juliet and Rosalind sat with a young couple, 2 women who'd run away together and found their way to Thornwood. The merged lovers were teaching them that love between women wasn't tragedy or corruption, but simply love. Beautiful. Valid. Worthy of celebration. And Adana was at the gates, welcoming a terrified young woman who traveled 2 days to reach the estate. The woman was bruised, exhausted, desperate. Adana took her hands, solid and real, and said the words every woman heard upon arrival: "You're safe now. You're seen now. You're free now." Mrs. Peabody moved through it all with her usual pragmatic efficiency, managing the household, keeping accounts, making sure there was food in the larder and sheets on the beds. She'd become the estate's anchor, the practical heart that kept the mystical sanctuary functioning in the mundane world. Imara paused in her writing, listening to the sounds of the estate. Multiple conversations in different rooms. Laughter from the kitchens. Music drifting from somewhere, Vivian teaching someone to play piano. The rustle of Margaret's plants in the evening breeze. It sounded like home. She looked out toward the gardens and saw Clara's grave. Someone, probably Mrs. Peabody, had placed fresh flowers there. The girl who died reaching for freedom was honored here, remembered. Her choice acknowledged. Her bravery testified to. They'd saved 11 women in the 6 months since the claiming ceremony. 11 women who'd come desperate and afraid, who'd found sanctuary, who'd been witnessed and helped and given the tools to rebuild their lives. Some had stayed. Some had left once they were safe, given new identities and safe passage to other cities. Some lingered in the in-between, deciding. All of them had been seen. Really seen. Fully witnessed without judgment or diminishment. "What are you thinking?" Seraphine asked, her voice soft near Imara's ear. Imara turned, looking up at the woman she loved. Seraphine looked more alive than she had when they'd met, less haunted, more present. Her vampire nature was no longer something to hide or apologize for. She moved through the estate with predatory grace, protecting it fiercely, but the protection was chosen now. Purposeful. Joyful, even. "I'm thinking," Imara said slowly, "that we did it. We actually built a sanctuary. Not perfect, we still lose women sometimes, still fail to save everyone. But it's real. It's working." "It is," Seraphine agreed. She leaned down, pressing a kiss to Imara's temple. "And it's legendary. Mrs. Peabody says the whispers have spread to London. Women throughout England are starting to know about the house on the edge, about the women who help other women disappear." "Are you afraid?" Imara asked. "That someone will come to stop us? The church, the law, angry men who want their wives and daughters back?" Seraphine smiled, and it was sharp and beautiful. "Let them try. They'll find they're not dealing with helpless victims anymore." She gestured to the estate around them. "We have Margaret's poisonous plants. Catherine's strategic mind. Adana's fierce protection. Vivian's spiritual power. All of us, together. And we have something they don't." "What's that?" "We have nothing to lose. We've already been erased, imprisoned, punished, killed. We've survived the worst they could do to us." Seraphine's eyes glowed gold in the fading light. "And we've chosen to build something beautiful anyway. That makes us dangerous." Imara stood, turning to face Seraphine fully. "I love you," she said. Simple words. True words. Words she could say openly now, proudly, without fear. "I love you too," Seraphine replied. "Always. In all ways." They kissed there in the library, surrounded by books that held women's knowledge, women's stories, women's truth. Outside, the estate glowed with warm light from multiple windows, each room holding women learning, healing, becoming. From a distance, it looked like a constellation of stars. Like a beacon. And that's exactly what it was. Women found their way to those lights. They always had. They always would. In the morning, there would be more work. More women to welcome, more systems to build, more threats to navigate. The sanctuary would require constant tending, constant choosing, constant courage. But tonight, as autumn evening deepened into night, the estate hummed with purpose and possibility. Through the windows, if you looked closely, you could see them all. Margaret in her gardens, teaching. Catherine in her observatory, mapping the stars she'd been denied for 200 years. Isabeau painting testimony on walls that would outlast them all. Anne and Mary creating home from love and labor. Vivian guiding spirits and living women alike. Juliet and Rosalind counseling lovers. Adana welcoming the desperate and afraid. Mrs. Peabody keeping the practical machinery of sanctuary running. And in the library's warm light, Imara and Seraphine, visible through uncurtained windows, loving each other openly, proudly, without shame or apology. The estate's lights glowed in the darkness like a promise. Like a warning. Like hope made visible. Somewhere in the village, a woman looked toward those lights and made a decision. Somewhere in London, another woman heard whispers and began to plan. Somewhere in England, a girl learned that there was a place she could go. A house that appeared when you needed it. Women who would help you disappear, into freedom, into safety, into yourself. The sanctuary existed. The women were witnessed. And love, love between women, love that had been called corruption and damnation and sin, love was celebrated here. Protected here. Honored here. In the dark, in the margins, in the spaces between what's allowed and what's true, they built a world. And in that world, finally, they were free to love.